For 8 long years, Harry had known nothing but the cramped darkness of a cupboard under the stairs and the cold indifference of his relatives, the Dursleys. He had come to number 4 Privet Drive in Little Whinging, Surrey, as a babe in blankets, delivered under the watchful eye of Albus Dumbledore. That strange, old man, though Harry remembered none of it, had chosen this place, this family, for him. Unbeknownst to Harry, that very same old man had conspired to keep him weak, quiet, and malleable. Dumbledore had ordered the Dursleys to break him, to ensure that when the time came, Harry would be pliable clay in the headmaster's wizened hands. Worse, Dumbledore had drained Harry's vaults at Gringotts, paying the Dursleys from the boy's own inheritance. All to maintain the veneer of familial care. None of it was genuine. Each pound sterling that Vernon Dursley pocketed in exchange for neglect and abuse was, in truth, Harry's own money. Since the age of 3, Harry had been made to serve them, cooking, cleaning, gardening, anything the Dursleys demanded. Like a frail 4-year-old than an 8-year-old, he had no idea he was special, no clue that he carried a legacy that would echo through wizarding history. His world was dishwater and dustpans, scalding words and bruised ribs. The cupboard was his sanctuary, bleak though it was. And there alone, he could be Lonnie, the little girl he imagined himself as in his quiet moments. There in the darkness, he sometimes whispered, "I'm Lonnie," and played at femininity in secret. His hair was unruly, his face pinched with hunger, and his oversized clothes flapped about him like sails. The Dursleys treated him as a household pest. Now they had decided to rid themselves of him entirely. It was mid-May 1988, and the Dursleys had a plan. Vernon had recently received strange instructions accompanied by a handsome sum of money from some unknown benefactor, an associate of that old codger, Dumbledore. Petunia and Vernon would rather have simply dumped Harry on a street corner, but the instructions were clear. Harry must be left at a particular place in the United States, a deserted campground. The Dursleys didn't know why, nor did they care. The money was enough to make them swallow their questions and obey. After all, the sooner they rid themselves of the freak, the better. Dudley was thrilled at the prospect of never having to look at his cousin again. Petunia's lips curled with disdain whenever she regarded the boy. Harry Potter was a blight on their pristine life. So it was that Harry found himself stuffed into the back seat of the Dursleys' car with a single ratty backpack of his meager belongings. He didn't question it. He never dared. Vernon had shouted in the early hours, "Get your things, boy. We're leaving." Harry had done as told, shivering with fear. The drive to the airport was long and tense. Harry didn't know that he was leaving England. Didn't know why they'd brought him to Heathrow. He sat quietly, making himself small, eyes dull. Petunia carried papers, passports, tickets. A short flight to New York's JFK, followed by another drive. Harry dared not ask how they could afford it. He dare not ask anything at all. The trip felt surreal. The overhead announcements, the strange accents at the airports, the large American cars, they were all mysteries Harry had no words for. He was a ghost drifting through their journey, a burden cowering in Vernon's shadow as they crossed the Atlantic. On arrival, they rented a car and set off on a long drive northward. Away from the city's bustle, into rural New Jersey. The buildings thinned out, roads became narrower, and eventually forest swallowed the horizon. By the evening of May 15, 1988, the Dursleys parked near a dilapidated old sign, Camp Crystal Lake. The sign itself was nearly unreadable, its paint cracked and peeling away. Rusty chains, overgrown grass, and a pervasive hush hung over the place. It was an old summer camp, abandoned since the early 1960s. The truth, known only to a few locals and whispered in certain fearful circles, was that once upon a time this place had run red with blood. Murders, vanishings, and terror had stained this stretch of woodland. Camp Crystal Lake was cursed ground, a perfect dumping ground for a small, useless boy. "This is it," Vernon said, wiping sweat from his brow. He stepped out of the car, followed by Petunia and Dudley, who scrunched up his nose in disgust. "Absolutely revolting," Petunia sniffed, eyeing the mole. "Dye cabins and derelict docks peeking through the tree line." Harry remained in the back seat, unsure if he should follow. Fear churned in his stomach. He wondered if he had displeased them so badly that they would leave him here. The notion seemed absurd, but then again, Harry was used to being punished in baffling, cruel ways. Out, boy, Vernon barked, throwing open the car door and yanking Harry out by his scrawny arm. Harry's knees hit the dirt. He let out a small squeak of pain. He looked up through tangled bangs at the grim, empty campground. There were broken canoes piled near a half-collapsed boathouse and cabins with missing doors. The lake beyond, if he could call that stagnant body of water a lake, gleamed darkly, reflecting the last rays of the setting sun. Harry was terrified. He didn't understand where they were or why they had come. But he knew better than to speak without being spoken to. "We're going to have a little trip through these cabins," Vernon said, tone dripping with false joviality. "Aren't we, Petunia?" Petunia nodded, her mouth a thin line. "Yes, Vernon." She took Dudley's hand and started walking up the dirt path. Vernon pushed Harry forward, as if guiding him deeper into the camp. Still, confusion gnawed at him. What in the world were they doing here? Soon, they halted near a cabin that had partially collapsed. The door was off its hinges, lying in the dirt. Windows were broken. Vandals had left behind graffiti, strange shapes and words Harry couldn't comprehend. Inside, a few rickety bunks stood like skeletons of happier days. Vernon cleared his throat. This will do," he said. Petunia pressed a white handkerchief to her nose. Dudley kicked a loose stone, sending it skittering over a rotten plank. "Vernon, hurry," Petunia urged. "This place gives me the creeps." Vernon turned to Harry. He bent low, his face inches from the boy's. Harry smelled tobacco and the stale scent of airplane food on his uncle's breath. "Listen here, boy," he began, voice low and menacing. "We're leaving you here, understand?" Harry's mind blanked with fear. His eyes filled with tears he tried desperately to hide. I, he stammered, heart pounding. This had to be a joke. A punishment. They'd done cruel things before, locked him in cupboards for days, starved him, but leaving him in a strange place. Another country. Panic seized him. He felt something strange stir inside him, a tiny spark of strength, maybe magic, though he knew nothing of such things. But that spark was instantly subdued, as if something heavy pressed on his very soul. "You're not worth the trouble," Vernon spat. "We've done enough, raising you all these years. You're a freak, and we're rid of you. Dumbledore, your precious guardian, wanted you weakened. Consider that job done." Petunia frowned at the mention of the name, but said nothing. She just wanted to leave, to be done with this sordid business. Dudley snickered, as if Harry's misery was a grand joke. Harry shook. He dared not say more. Experience told him it would only anger them. Vernon grunted and straightened. Harry stumbled after them, but Vernon shoved him back. By the time the Dursleys were already disappearing into the trees. He heard the car doors slam, the engine roar to life, and then the crunch of gravel as they drove away, leaving him alone. Truly, hopelessly alone. The setting sun elongated the shadows. Harry's tears slipped down his dirt-smudged cheeks. He stood there, a tiny boy amidst ruins, his heart pounding so loudly it drowned out all rational thought. Fear of darkness, fear of everything. But what was he to do? He knew only how to obey, how to serve. Here, he had no masters. Was he free, or simply abandoned like a broken tool? As twilight deepened, Harry wandered from the collapsed cabin to another. More intact structure. Overhead, the sky bled into oranges and purples. Tall pine trees towered over the camp like silent sentinels. He found a cabin that looked stable enough and slipped inside. Dust motes swirled, illuminated by the last sunbeams piercing the grimy windows. The place smelled of must and old wood. Bunk beds lined the walls. Torn mattresses lay on the floor. It was empty, lifeless. Yet it offered some semblance of shelter. Harry curled into a corner, arms wrapped around his knees. He thought of the cupboard under the stairs, of the small moments of solace he'd had. He thought of being Lonnie, of how he'd secretly pretended to be a girl in the silence of that cupboard. Here, there was no one to sneer or laugh. He was still terrified, though. Tears streamed silently. He was hungry, but he had no food. He had never been this alone. The night fell slowly, and he drifted into a restless sleep, sobbing softly, a tiny figure in a vast, haunted darkness. Morning of May 16th came quietly, with soft birdsong and a gentle breeze. He rose gingerly and peered outside. The sunlight revealed more details: a main courtyard overrun with weeds, a dock leaning precariously out over the still lake, and a boathouse collapsed in upon itself. He had no choice but to survive. He knew how to find scraps, how to make do. Back at Privet Drive, he had learned to pinch leftover bread and stale crackers just to avoid fainting. He could do it again here. Maybe something was left behind. Maybe he could find something. He stepped outside, squinting at the brightness. He knew nothing of the horrors that had occurred here decades ago, nothing of the silent guardian who lurked in the woods. He just saw broken cabins, twisted nails, and overgrown weeds. As he wandered, he came upon an old storage shed. Inside he found a rusty toolbox. While it made his heart skip with excitement, tools meant he could fix things, he also knew he needed food first. He put aside that thought for now and kept looking. Another cabin's remains revealed a mouse's nest. He dared not think of eating the poor creatures. He continued to explore until he found what looked like an old pantry attached to a larger cabin. The door was jammed, but after tugging and grunting for a while, he managed to slip inside. A cloud of dust assaulted his lungs. Old jars, their labels faded to nothing, stood like silent soldiers. Some were cracked, others had lids rusted shut. He tested a few. Most were spoiled or empty. Eventually, he found a jar of honey, crystallized but still edible, and a tin of something that might have been dried beans once. Now it was more dust than food. It was something. Later, he would have to fish or forage. He had seen the lake. Maybe there were fish. Moments later, Harry noticed something strange. A gentle whisper echoed inside his mind, or perhaps just outside his ear. He spun around, heart thudding. There was no one there. But the whisper came again, a soft, maternal hush. Poor dear, it seemed to say. Harry's eyes went wide. He had never heard anything like it. Was he going mad? As the days passed, Harry kept himself busy. His fear and loneliness never left him. But he refused to simply lie down and die. He had chores to do. Though no one demanded it of him now. The empty camp bothered him. It felt wrong to leave it in such disarray. Back at the Dursleys, if something was broken, Harry was made to fix it. He had become surprisingly adept at small repairs for someone so young and malnourished. And now, even though he was abandoned, that ingrained drive pushed him to work. On May 17th, Harry found an old broom in one of the cabins. Its straw was half rotten and the handle splintered, but he used it to sweep the courtyard. The weeds tangled around his ankles. He knelt and began pulling them out by hand, piling them in a corner. He coughed on the dust, but persevered. He pretended someone would praise him for this, that Aunt Petunia would be satisfied. Though he knew she was gone for good, he tried not to cry. Instead, he made the camp a little cleaner, a little less broken. By May 20th, Harry had established a rough routine. He found an old fishing line and hook in a cabin closet and attempted to fish. His first attempts were clumsy, but after hours of patience, he caught a small sunfish. He cooked it over a makeshift fire, remembering how Aunt Petunia would yell if he so much as touched the stove at home. He burned his hand slightly, but the fish was nourishing. With meager rations and careful scavenging, he wouldn't starve immediately. He wondered if he could find seeds and plant something. Maybe he could settle here, as frightening as the thought was. Each day, as he worked, he felt a presence, soothing yet sad. A motherly whisper, as if someone watched over him. On the evening of May 22nd, Harry sat by a cabin window, looking out at the lake tinted red by the setting sun. He heard the voice again, clearer this time. "My sweet child, do not fear." Harry jolted. He looked around. The cabin was empty. He had made it his main shelter, piling leaves and old blankets into a nest-like bed. "Who's there?" he asked in a trembling whisper. No answer came, but he felt warmth brush against his mind, like a comforting hand. He closed his eyes, trying to imagine a kind mother who would protect him. He had no memory of his real mother, Lily Potter. He had no idea she died saving him. All he had now was a ghostly whisper, a gentle hush. He curled up and slept, dreaming of a smiling woman he'd never met, and vaguely comforted by this unseen presence. Flashbacks tormented Harry's dreams. In one, he remembered kneeling in the Dursleys' kitchen, scrubbing the floor while Dudley tracked mud behind him. Another time he remembered Aunt Petunia shrieking at him for daring to burn the toast. In these dreams, however, there was something else. A sense of strength coiled within him, like a spring. He didn't understand it. It frightened him. But now, waking in the stillness of the camp, he felt the weight of silence. There were no shrieks, no Dudley, no Vernons. Only the whisper. By May 25th, Harry had begun to focus on repairs. He took the toolbox he'd found, sorting through the rusted nails, testing each hammer and saw blade. Many were useless, but he salvaged what he could. He knew little about carpentry, other than what necessity had taught him at the Dursleys' house. Here, he applied the same stubborn resourcefulness. Slowly, cabin by cabin, he tried to make them safer. He hammered nails into loose boards, scavenged intact planks from collapsed cabins to reinforce others, and even tried to board up broken windows to keep out the wind and rain. Day after day, he toiled. He was still scared, flinching at every strange sound in the forest. On May 27th, he glimpsed something huge lurking at the tree line. Frozen with terror, Harry hid behind a cabin's broken shutters. He saw a towering figure in the shadows, a hulking shape in tattered clothing, something white and inhuman about its face. He nearly whimpered, remembering Uncle Vernon's threats of monsters and freaks. But the figure did not approach. It simply watched for a moment and then melted back into the forest. Harry couldn't shake off the fear, but neither could he leave. He had nowhere else to go. He heard the whisper later that night, more insistent. He is my son. He protects this place. Do not fear him. He will not hurt you if you respect his gentle, urging Harry not to panic. Harry didn't understand. Whose son? What did this voice mean? Yet he felt oddly reassured. Somehow, he knew that this giant lurking in the woods was not here to harm him. Not if Harry caused no trouble. As May blended into June, Harry's makeshift improvements bore fruit. He cleared paths between cabins, set aside a storage place for nails and planks, and even tried to patch holes in roofs with tar he scraped from an old maintenance shed. He was meticulous and patient. While working, he would hum softly, half-remembered lullabies he'd invented in his cupboard. It made him feel less alone. Salvageable wood. Harry stumbled upon something strange, an old photo album, half-chewed by mice. Inside were black and white photographs of children laughing, playing by the lake, counselors smiling, a young woman in a sweater, her kind face and warm smile radiating maternal care. Harry stared at the woman's face, drawn to it for reasons he could not articulate. She reminded him of the whisper. He found a name written on the back of one photo. Pamela Voorhees, head cook, 1957 season. Pamela Voorhees. The name meant nothing to Harry yet. But it felt important. He kept the photos, pressing them carefully between two dry boards in a safe corner. That night, when the moon was high, Harry awoke to soft sobs echoing through the cabin. He sat up, frightened, but determined to understand. Hello, he called into the darkness. A shape coalesced near the door. Not solid, not entirely visible, more like a gentle shimmer in the moonlight. The shape took form as a woman, dressed in an old-fashioned sweater and slacks, her hair neatly styled. She looked almost like the photo. Her eyes glistened with tears. I'm sorry, little one, the ghostly figure said softly. I didn't mean to frighten you. Harry's voice trembled. Who are you? He pressed himself back against the wall, heart pounding. Yet, he sensed no malice from her. Quite the opposite. I am Pamela Voorhees, she answered. Her voice was airy, as if carried by a distant breeze. I was once the cook here. My son, Jason. He drowned here, and I. She paused, pain twisting her spectral features. Things happened. Tragedies. I remain to watch over him. He still roams this place, protecting it from those who would defile it. Harry blinked. He didn't fully understand. The idea of a ghost shocked him, yet he somehow accepted it more easily than he would have expected. After all, what did he know of the world? Maybe ghosts were real. He was living in an abandoned camp in America, after all. Maybe anything was possible. Are you the one who's been whispering to me? He asked, voice small. Pamela nodded, tears slipping ghost-like down her cheeks. I saw you, abandoned and alone. So small, so afraid. I tried to comfort you. My poor boy, why have they left you here? Harry's lip quivered. He didn't know what to say. They, my aunt and uncle, he managed. They didn't want me anymore. They called me freak. Cruel, she said softly. No child deserves that. She moved closer. Though she seemed to glide rather than walk. She reached out a spectral hand. Harry felt a gentle warmth rather than a touch. You are safe here, as long as you do not bring harm. Jason can be protective. But he respects those who mean well. I have spoken to him, told him of you. Harry sniffled, tears welling again. Thank you, he said, feeling a profound relief. He was not alone anymore. There was someone, something, looking out for him. Pamela's ghostly presence seemed to fill the cabin with gentle light. You are so young, she murmured. And yet, I feel something deep within you. A strength, straining against bonds. She frowned slightly, as if sensing the magical bindings Dumbledore had placed on him. She didn't fully understand magic, but she sensed the unnatural suppression around him. You do not belong in this suffering, she whispered. But I cannot undo what has been done. All I can offer is guidance and what comfort I can give. Harry hiccuped quietly. Please, I don't know what to do. I've been trying to fix the camp. I don't know why. I don't have anything else to do. Pamela smiled sadly. Jason and we loved this camp once. It was a place of laughter. If you wish to help, then continue what you're doing. Repair what you can. Make a home here. You have nowhere else, do you? Harry shook his head, tears slipping down his cheeks. He was so tired of being unwanted. So tired of fear. If this ghostly woman would have him, would guide him, he would stay. Then stay, Pamela said gently. Stay and make this place your own. I will watch over you. My Jason will keep harm away. She paused. He may seem frightening, but he is protective. If he knows you mean no ill will, he will not hurt you. Harry nodded slowly. He looked into her spectral face and saw genuine care, something he had never known from a grown-up. He felt a longing he could not describe, a hunger for love and guidance. He found himself wanting to please her, to do as she said. It was as if some part of him recognized maternal love, however ghostly. I'll do it, he whispered. I'll make it nice again. I can cook and clean. I'll do my best, I promise. Pamela's eyes glowed softly. Good child, she said, voice warm. I will come to you again. Do not be afraid. Sleep now. Her form faded slowly, like morning mist. Harry remained awake a while longer, tears drying on his cheeks. He had a purpose now, albeit a strange one. He would make this camp livable. He had tools, he had some skills. He would survive, and he had a mother figure, even if only a ghost. He drifted into slumber comforted by the idea that someone cared. In the following days and weeks, the last week of May and into the first half of June, Harry poured his heart into restoring the camp. He started by cleaning the courtyard thoroughly. He pulled weeds, gathered debris, and set aside salvageable wood. He swept leaves off cabin porches and tried to fix broken steps. He discovered an old tool shed behind thick bushes on May 28th. Inside he found more tools, hammers, axes, even a handsaw. Most were rusty, but with patience, he cleaned them as best he could. Each evening, after working until his arms ached, Harry would sit near the lake and nibble on whatever he had managed to gather or catch. Some days, if he caught fish, he tried different ways of cooking them over a campfire. Necessity had made him a half-decent cook. Here, he refined that skill. He learned which berries were safe by trial and error, memorizing their shapes and flavors. He often muttered to himself, pretending Aunt Petunia was about to scold him for wasting food, reminding himself to be careful. But now, he worked for himself, and perhaps for Pamela's approval. He wanted her to be proud. He yearned for that. Pamela's visits were sporadic. Sometimes she appeared just before dawn, floating at the edge of a cabin, watching Harry work. Sometimes he only felt her presence, a comforting whisper in his ear as he struggled to lift a heavy beam or a sagging bunk. Good, dear child, she would say, you are doing well. Each word spurred Harry on. He began to think of Pamela as Mummy Voorhees in his mind. He dared not say it aloud, but he clung to the idea. He was Lonnie in his cupboard, and now here he could be anything. Maybe even Pamela's cherished helper. He carried a makeshift basket woven from reeds. While combing a patch of ferns, he heard a distant rustle. He froze, heart thumping. Out of the corner of his eye, he saw the hulking figure again, Jason Voorhees. This time, Harry dared to remain still and watch. Jason stepped into a shaft of sunlight. He was huge, broad-shouldered and tall as a tree. His clothes were ragged, a tattered jacket and worn trousers. His face was hidden by a strange mask, white and hockey-like. He carried a machete in one hand. Harry's blood turned to ice. But Jason did not charge at him. Instead, Jason stood there, silent as a statue, watching. Harry remembered Pamela's words, "He will not her harm." Summoning all his courage, Harry slowly placed a berry in his basket and nodded slightly, as if acknowledging Jason's presence. He tried to convey respect through his body language. Jason tilted his head, as if studying Harry. Minutes passed, an eternity of silence and tension. Then Jason turned and lumbered back into the woods. Harry released a shaky breath. He had survived a confrontation with the camp's silent guardian. That night, Pamela came to Harry again. He told her, trembling with. Pamela smiled warmly. "He knows you. I have told him you are a friend. He will watch from afar. You need not fear animals or intruders. Jason keeps them away." This comforted Harry. He realized that he was forging a strange family here. A ghostly mother figure and her silent son. Both bound to this haunted ground. And he, an abandoned boy from England, was trying to restore their lost home. The thought made him strangely happy. He had had a family that cared. This might be the closest he'd come. Harry's progress accelerated. By June 10th, he had one cabin partially restored. The door was fixed. The windows, though not replaced with glass, were boarded neatly. He cleaned the interior thoroughly, scraping off moss and dirt. He arranged blankets he had found, shook out the dust, and made a simple bed for himself. He discovered OLD dishes in a mess hall kitchen and cleaned them. Even the courtyard looked less wild. Harry's hands were blistered, his muscles sore, but he was proud. Sometimes he caught glimpses of Jason moving silently through the trees, or standing on the far side of the lake. He never spoke. Harry never heard his voice, but the very fact that Jason did not chase him away was encouraging. Harry began to think of Jason as an older brother, silent, overprotective, fierce. He remembered Pamela's instructions. She had asked him to respect Jason, and Harry did. He never touched the cabins that felt more personal. He avoided certain areas that gave him eerie feelings. He learned to sense where Jason preferred him not to go. Pamela, for her part, offered gentle guidance. "Focus on one cabin at a time. Make it livable," she said one evening as Harry ate a small meal of boiled greens. "You have done so well. You were resourceful, clever. Your aunt and uncle did you a cruelty, but they also gave you skills. You survive. I am proud." Harry beamed at her praise. It warmed him from within, dispelling some of the shadows in his heart. He tried to ask Pamela questions about her past, but she seemed reluctant to speak of the tragedies that occurred at Camp Crystal Lake. He only learned fragments. That Jason had drowned when he was a boy, that terrible things happened afterward. Harry sensed a deep pain there and did not press. He was content to have her presence, her gentle words of encouragement. He continued to push himself, using every skill he had gleaned from the Dursleys to survive and improve. He practiced cooking over open flame, tried to repair old kitchen utensils, managed to create a makeshift root cellar by digging a hole and covering it with planks to keep a few days' worth of berries fresh. On June 12th, he found a hammer and nails sturdy enough to fix the main cabin's roof. Sometime around June 14th, Harry began to notice small changes in himself. He was still weak and malnourished, but he felt slightly stronger than before. His muscles responded better, and he didn't get as dizzy as often. He didn't know that his innate magic, even suppressed at 99%, was pushing at the bindings, strengthening him little by little. Each day of physical labor, each moment of determination to survive, made that tiny percentage of magic burn hotter, giving him durability and resilience. He did not know he was a wizard. He only knew he felt more capable than ever before. Pamela noticed this too. She did not understand magic, but she sensed energy swirling around Harry, as if he carried a source of power that even he did not comprehend. He sometimes spoke softly, calling himself Lonnie, when alone, enjoying that private comfort of a different identity. He was still Harry, but here, free from the Dursleys' scrutiny. He felt a subtle freedom to be himself, or herself, if only in the quiet corners of the cabins. In these moments, he imagined Pamela approving, encouraging him to be who he wished to be. By June 15th, a full month after his arrival, Harry had accomplished much. The camp was still far from perfect. Roofs leaked, windows were broken, the docks threatened to collapse, but compared to the day he arrived, it was vastly improved. He had one main cabin he could sleep in comfortably, a small store of food, and tools arranged neatly in a shed. He knew where to fish and which berries were safe. He had learned to avoid certain boggy areas and where Jason liked to roam. He was no longer crying himself to sleep every night. Instead, he found a strange peace in his labor and the gentle guidance of Pamela's spirit. That afternoon, Harry stood in the courtyard, broom in hand, admiring his work. He remembered how he first came here, shivering and terrified, with no sense of hope. Now, he felt proud. Not just for surviving, but for making something better. He wiped sweat from his brow and turned as he sensed someone watching. At the edge of the trees, Jason stood again. This time, Harry mustered the courage to wave shyly at him. Jason didn't wave back, he didn't move. But he didn't vanish either. He stood there for a long minute, silent and foreboding, as if acknowledging Harry's presence. It felt like acceptance. Later that night, Pamela appeared, glowing softly in the moonlight. Harry sat cross-legged near the campfire he had made in a metal fire ring. He had prepared a simple broth from boiled greens. It was thin and bland, but warm. "You have done well, my child," Pamela said, voice filled with tenderness. "You have made this place livable again. Jason and I both see that you respect our home." Harry smiled, tears gathering in his eyes. He desperately wanted her approval, and now that he had it, he felt a warmth blossom in his chest. "Thank you, Em," he caught himself before calling her Mummy, unsure if it would offend. But Pamela only smiled, as if understanding. "In time," she said, "this place may feel like home to you. Until then, remember that you are not alone. We are here. Rest now, child." Harry nodded. He took a sip of his broth, savoring the simple comfort. He watched as Pamela's form drifted away, leaving only faint moonbeams dancing on the cabin walls. He had survived a month in this forsaken camp. He had carved a life out of abandonment, found kindness from the unlikeliest sources, a ghostly mother and her silent, fearsome son. He had turned horror into sanctuary, in his small, determined way. As he lay down to sleep in his neatly patched cabin, Harry wondered what tomorrow would bring. More repairs, more cleaning, perhaps discovering new corners of the camp. He would continue to obey Pamela's gentle suggestions, continue to respect Jason's silent boundaries. And in doing so, he would carve a place for himself in a world that had thrown him away. Under the stars, with the forest whispering softly, Harry Potter, small, timid, bound in magic he did not know, found a strange kind of peace in the ruins of Camp Crystal Lake. He fell asleep dreaming not of cold cupboards and screeching aunts, but of a quiet mother's voice guiding him, and a strong, protective brother watching from the shadows. He had been cast aside, yet here, in this strange corner of America, Harry Potter began to grow. Notes: my Patreon will guarantee 2 weeks of access before I post it here. Neon Shadows of Fate. Crossover between FNAF and Harry Potter. Chapter 3 will be available on the 1st of February 2025 at 1500 Central European Time for users with Reader Plus on my Patreon. Reader Plus will cost you $5. Beyond the Boundaries of Time. Crossover between Fallout and Harry Potter. Chapter 3. Snowfall in the City of Dreams will be available on the 1st of February 2025 at 1500 Central European Time for users with Reader Plus. Reader Plus will cost you $5 the 13th in Harry Potter. Chapter 3. Restoration's Promise will be available on the 1st of February 2025 at 1500 Central European Time for users with Reader Plus on my Patreon. Reader Plus will cost you $5. Harry Potter and the Crimson Shadows, crossover between Helsing and Harry Potter. Chapter 3. A Day of Knights and Queens will be available on the 1st of February 2025 at 1500 Central European Time for users with Reader Plus on my Patreon. Reader Plus will cost you $5. Rye and the Wolf, fanfic you are familiar with. Chapter 5. Howl of Power in a Snowbound World will be available on the 1st of February 2025 at 1500 Central European Time for users with Reader Plus on my Patreon. Reader Plus will cost you $5. Naruto and Secret of Aperture Science, fanfic you are familiar with. Chapter 5. Quiet Rebellion and Deeper Bonds will be available on the 1st of February 2025 at 1500 Central European Time for users with Reader Plus on my Patreon. Reader Plus will cost you $5. Chapter 2. Seeds of Renewal. I Don't Own Harry Potter or Friday the 13th series, the 26th of June 1988. The morning sun filtered through the cracks in the cabin wall, forming delicate shafts of golden light that stirred dust motes into a silent dance. Harry woke slowly, curled on his makeshift bed of layered blankets and leaves. He blinked sleep from his eyes and stretched, noticing that something felt different. He couldn't place it exactly, just a subtle shift in the air around him, a sense of quiet energy humming softly in his veins. He rose to his feet, wincing a bit at the familiar ache in his limbs. His hands were calloused now, not the soft, unmarked hands of a boy kept indoors. A month of physical labor, sweeping, hammering, carrying wood, had left him stronger. He looked down at his arms, slender and still too thin for a boy his age, but his muscles were more defined. His skin, once sickly pale, had warmed to a healthier hue after hours under the summer sun. Yet this morning's feeling was not just physical. There was something else, something inside him, stirring quietly. Unknown to Harry, his magic, long bound and restricted to a meager 1%, had grown denser every day since leaving England. The bonds Dumbledore placed on him still held, but the raw capacity of his magic, the reservoir of potential, was swelling. If a single air of those bindings were ever to break, his accessible magic would leap from 1% to a fearsome 10%. For now, the bindings remained intact, but the increased pressure made the 1% he could access feel richer, deeper. He could not understand this, but he sensed some shift, a keener awareness of the forest sounds, a greater ease in his daily tasks, and a curious sharpening of his mind. With quiet determination, he stepped outside into the warm June morning. The camp greeted him with chirping birds, a soft breeze, and the scent of pine. No longer a tangled mess of weeds and debris, but a neat, if rustic, clearing. The cabins still bore the scars of decades of neglect, yet several were now stable, their roofs patched, their doors hinged properly. He had even rearranged some of the old canoes and the boathouse into a more orderly pile. Harry noticed Pamela's presence lingering about. He did not see her at first, but he sensed her. Over the last month, her visits had gone from faint whispers to nearly nightly conversations, her ghostly form becoming clearer each time. His magic, without his knowledge, nourished her spirit, allowing her to grow more visible and tangible. He would see her face more distinctly now, see the shape of her sweater and the gentle lines of her features. It comforted him more than he could express. He still did not know why he was here, abandoned. He suspected it had something to do with his freakishness, as Uncle Vernon used to say, but those mysteries were far from his mind this morning. Here, he had found acceptance, or something close to it. Pamela's encouragement warmed him. Jason's quiet presence, though terrifying at first, now felt protective rather than threatening. He fished berries from his small cache, chewing thoughtfully. He would need to gather more today. He also needed to continue repairs. The past few weeks had seen him focused on structural tasks, but now he wanted to add a new dimension, painting. He had discovered cans of NT in a disused maintenance shed a few days ago. They were old, some partially dried, but a few still had usable pigment. After all he had done to stabilize his main cabin, his home, he wanted to brighten it up. He wondered if Pamela would approve. The 28th of June 1988. Over the next few days, Harry continued his routine. Mornings spent foraging or fishing, afternoons repairing cabins, evenings talking quietly with Pamela by moonlight. Each day, he noticed that he could see her more clearly. Now, when she appeared, her features were almost solid. He could see the gentle tuck of her hair behind her ear, the subtle texture of her sweater. She spoke in a soft, guiding tone, helping him with words he did not know as she taught him to read from old camp rosters, menus, and a few salvaged flyers. Pamela was patient. She praised him when he deciphered a difficult word, patted his shoulder though he felt only a slight, warm pressure where her ghostly hand hovered, and corrected him gently when he stumbled. Harry had never been properly taught to read before. At the Dursleys, such a skill was never nurtured, and he had learned only basic letters by occasionally sneaking looks at Dudley's discarded schoolbooks. Now, he was making remarkable progress. Within a few days, he could read short sentences confidently. He would do anything to please her. In the late afternoons, after his chores, Harry sat near the lake with a pencil stub and some old notepads he'd found. He began to sketch the world around him, as if capturing his new life on paper. He drew the lake's shimmering surface with careful lines, the towering pines and the broken cabins. He drew Jason's hulking silhouette looming at the tree line, and Pamela's gentle face reflected in the water's ripples. He was a prodigy in finances, yes. But he discovered a new talent here, artistry. Lines flowed naturally beneath his hand, shapes coalesced into images. He tried drawing people around a table, a warm, loving family dinner scene that he invented in his mind. In these sketches, Pamela sat at the head of the table, smiling at Harry and Jason. Jason was unmasked in these pictures, his face kind and brotherly. Harry drew himself, still small, still shy, but smiling as well. The pencil lines were a wish as much as a vision. Pamela watched him draw one evening. He had not noticed her at first. She hovered just inside the cabin's doorway, admiring how deftly he used his pencil. When he finished the sketch, a simple family portrait, around a dinner table, he turned it to show her. Pamela smiled, glowing softly. "It's beautiful, child," she whispered, voice full of wonder. "You have a gift." Harry blushed, pleased beyond words. The 30th of June 1988. It had been a few days since Harry decided to repaint his main cabin. He stood before it in the early afternoon sun, brush in hand. The paint cans he found contained mostly neutral tones, browns, greens, some white. He chose a gentle green that reminded him of the forest. A bright cobby might look out of place in these old woods, but green felt natural, as if blending the building with its surroundings. The wood slats were rough and chipped. He sanded them as best he could, wiping away dust and dried moss. The paint smell was sharp but not unpleasant. He hummed quietly as he worked, a lullaby he remembered half-consciously from childhood, a tune that might have belonged to his birth mother, though he didn't know it. The steady sweep of the brush soothed him. For once, he did this work for himself, not under threats or insults. He did it because he wanted beauty around him. Midway through the afternoon, as he painted the cabin's side, he sensed someone watching. Turning, he saw Jason's unmistakable shape among the trees. The masked figure stood silently, head tilted. Did Jason wonder what the boy was doing? Harry decided to show no fear. He raised a hand and waved gently. Why, though he didn't expect a response. Jason remained quiet, but after a moment, he stepped closer, not too close, but enough that Harry could see the worn fabric of his jacket, the size of his broad shoulders. Harry kept painting, trying to show that he had no ill intent. Jason was getting bolder, spending more time within Harry's line of sight. Perhaps his mother's soothing words had affected him. Perhaps Harry's gentle presence and respectful repairs were thawing something frozen inside Jason's broken mind. After a few minutes, Harry paused and dared to speak again. "I'm painting the cabin," he said, lifting his brush to indicate. "It looked sad and broken before, and I thought maybe it would be nice if it felt more like a home." His voice wavered slightly, unsure if Jason understood or cared. Jason did not speak. Harry had never heard his voice, but he gave a single, slow nod, as if acknowledging Harry's efforts. Then he withdrew back into the woods. This was progress. He was making a home here, and perhaps earning Jason's trust. That night, as Harry drifted into sleep, Pamela appeared. "You are helping him," she whispered, her voice bittersweet. "My Jason, he has wandered these woods, lost in rage and sadness, for so long. He sees your kindness. It may help him remember what love feels like." Harry looked up at her luminous face. I'm glad," he whispered. He reminds me a bit of me. Alone, hurt, maybe we can both heal." Pamela knelt, ghostly and maternal, hovering near his bed. "Yes, child, perhaps you can." The 2nd of July 1988. By early July, Harry's daily life at Camp Crystal Lake had fallen into a comfortable rhythm. He rose with the sun, gathered what food he could, fish, berries, greens, and spent the morning on chores. Sometimes he patched another cabin's roof, other times he re-secured a door. He practiced by labeling the cabins in a small journal, describing what repairs were needed, what he had accomplished. His handwriting was shaky at first, but it grew steadier each day. He sketched often, capturing Jason in various poses, watching from the trees, standing by the old boathouse, or just outlined against the evening sky. He drew Pamela as well, focusing on her kind eyes, her warm smile. He drew imaginary scenes where the three of them laughed together over a meal, or swam in the lake on a sunny afternoon. During these sketches, Pamela hovered silently behind him. She grew stronger and clearer daily, feeding on the subtle trickle of Harry's magic that seeped into her form. She was careful not to alarm him, nor did she tell him exactly what she suspected, that his magic, whatever its origin, was sustaining her spirit. She wanted to keep it a surprise, especially for Jason. She had a special day in mind, Jason's birthday, July 13th. On that day, she would try to show herself to him again. It had been decades since Jason truly saw her. The hope of it made her ache with longing. Harry noticed that Pamela often grew misty-eyed when looking at Jason's sketches. He wanted to ask about it, but he sensed the pain behind her gentle sadness. Instead, he tried to make his drawings hopeful, imagining a future where Jason could find peace. The 5th of July 1988. The morning dew soaked Harry's shoes as he ventured deeper into the woods to find a new patch of berries he had spotted the previous day. He had made a small basket from woven reeds, and he carried a walking stick carved from a fallen branch for balance. The forest floor was soft with moss, and rays of sunlight danced between leaves. As he knelt, picking ripe blueberries, he felt that quiet hum inside him again. His magic, pressing gently against unseen chains. He paused, closing his eyes, and listened to the forest. He could hear birdsong in sharper detail, smell the earth's richness more vividly. He did not know he was tapping into that dense magical core. If the bindings weren't there, if even one broke, he would have a sudden wellspring of power. But for now, it was just a gentle background hum, making him more resilient and perceptive than before. The newfound subtle strength made tasks easier. He carried heavier loads, learned quicker, healed from small cuts and bruises faster than expected. It passed unnoticed, except by Pamela, who often narrowed her eyes thoughtfully. She knew something unusual dwelled within Harry. Whatever it was, it made him special and resilient. Perhaps it was fate that brought him here. That evening, Harry returned to his cabin with a basket of berries. He washed them in the lake and ate a handful. They were sweet, a tiny comfort. He thought about how different this life was from his old one at Privet Drive. There, every day had been fear and hunger. Here, despite the ghosts and the silent killer of legend, Harry felt safer than ever before. He laughed quietly at the irony, his breath turning to soft giggles that surprised even himself. He heard Pamela's voice behind him. "You laugh more now," she said gently. Harry turned, smiling shyly. "I suppose I do," he said. "I'm happy here, or at least, happier than I've ever been." Pamela reached out, as if to smooth his hair. He felt a feather-light warmth. "Then we are both fortunate," she said. "You give me hope, Harry." He wanted to call her Mum so badly, but fear held him back. Not fear of rejection, just uncertainty. Instead, he smiled and continued his evening routine, hopeful for tomorrow. The 8th of July 1988. Over the next few days, Harry's routine remained steady. But something was building under the surface. Each passing day made Pamela more substantial. By now, if anyone else were present, they might have caught glimpses of her out of the corner of their eye. Harry could see her plainly. Her warm smiles, the tender tilt of her head, it all seemed so real. She praised his reading, tested his understanding by having him read old camp manuals and inventories. In the afternoons, Harry painted more cabins, or touched up the one he had already done. He found some chipped brushes and tried blending colors. With a bit of mixing, he managed to create a soft shade of blue, which he used on the trim around the windows. The cabin began to look almost cheerful, a stark contrast to the rotten gloom that had shrouded the camp when he first arrived. Jason's sightings became more frequent. Sometimes Harry would look up from his painting to find Jason standing 30 feet away, head tilted, observing. Other times, Harry felt eyes on him while he fished at the dock. He tried speaking quietly, not expecting an answer, but hoping that his calm tone and friendly words might sink into Jason's consciousness. "The camp is looking nicer, don't you think?" he'd say. Or, "I caught 2 fish today, I hope that doesn't bother you." He never got a verbal reply, but once, he could swear Jason nodded before vanishing into the trees. Harry asked Pamela about Jason's silence one night. She sat by his bedside, glowing softly in the moonlight that filtered through the cabin window. "He does not speak," she said, voice heavy with sorrow. "He suffered much. I'm not certain what words he remembers, if any. But he understands your kindness, Harry. He may never speak, but actions mean more than words." Harry nodded, digesting this. He felt a kinship with Jason. Both had been neglected, harmed, and misunderstood. Maybe compassion could mend what hatred had broken. The 10th of July 1988. A discovery changed Harry's daily routine. He found an old toolbox containing paints and brushes specifically meant for signs and decorations. Inside, he found vivid colors, red, yellow, blue, and decent brushes. His heart soared. He could now add small, happy details around the camp. He decided to repaint the old Camp Crystal Lake sign. The original sign had been nearly unreadable, its paint flaked away. Harry painstakingly pried it down from its rusted chains, sanded the surface, and began to recreate the lettering. He chose bright yellow letters for Camp Crystal Lake, outlined in green. Beneath it, he painted a small scene, a shining sun, a line of trees, and the blue lake. It took him hours, sweat dripping from his brow. The sign looked cheerful and inviting, something it had not been for decades. Pamela watched him work. This was the camp she remembered, a place of laughter, of children's voices. Tears welled in her eyes. Her feelings for Harry deepened. This child, abandoned and alone, had poured love and effort into restoring her home. Her gratitude was immense. He wished she could embrace him properly. "You are very talented," she said. "Thank you," he replied softly. She tilted her head. "You know, Harry, Jason's birthday is coming soon. The 13th of July. I would like to surprise him." Harry's eyes widened. Jason's birthday. He had never considered that the silent giant had such a human detail as a birthday. It made Jason feel more like a person, less like a monster of legend. "What kind of surprise?" Pamela hesitated, then smiled gently. "I want to show myself to him, truly show myself. I haven't been able to manifest clearly before. But now, I grow stronger." She didn't mention the magical source behind this strength, but Harry sensed something unspoken. "On that day, I'd like us to celebrate together, if possible. Maybe you could prepare something nice. A meal, or decorations." Harry's heart fluttered. He had never thrown a birthday celebration before. The Dursleys never let him have or attend parties. But he would try. He owed Pamela and Jason so much. "I'll do it," he said determinedly. "I'll make something special." The 12th of July 1988. The day before Jason's birthday, Harry prepared meticulously. He caught 3 small fish in the lake, carefully cleaning them and setting them aside in cool water near the boathouse. He gathered the freshest berries and found some edible greens. The meal might be simple, but he would make it as tasty as possible. He had become quite adept at cooking over a campfire, using a small metal pot and skillet he had cleaned. He planned a dish of Pan-seared fish with a side of boiled greens and a bear. Why compote of sorts? He wasn't sure if Jason ate such things, but it was the best he could do. He also decided to make the main cabin more festive. He painted small flowers on a wooden board and leaned it outside the door as a makeshift decoration. He arranged some stones in a pattern around the fire pit. He even sketched a quick birthday card. On a scrap of sturdy paper, he drew a picture of Jason, Pamela, and himself sitting by the lake, and wrote, in his careful handwriting, "Happy birthday, Jason." He hoped Jason would recognize the sentiment. Pamela hovered nearby as he worked, gratitude shining in her eyes. She was so distinct now that Harry sometimes forgot she was a ghost. Her feet never quite touched the ground, and her body lacked solid shadows, but her face and voice were heartbreakingly real. When Harry turned to say something, he thought he saw tears in her eyes, glimmering like moonlight on water. He was excited and nervous. Would Jason understand? Would he feel comforted or angry? Harry listened to the nocturnal hush of the forest, the distant whisper of the wind. He remembered how frightened he had been when he first arrived. Now, he couldn't imagine leaving. He had a purpose here. The 13th of July 1988, Jason's birthday. Dawn broke gently over Camp Crystal Lake. The air was warm, the sky a pure, pale blue. Harry rose early, heart fluttering. He wanted everything to be perfect. First, he cleaned himself as best he could, washing his face and hands in the lake, combing his messy hair with his fingers. He wore the least tattered shirt he had, a slightly oversized faded green one that made him look even smaller than he was. He cooked the fish carefully, pan-searing them with some herbs he had dried earlier. The smell was savory and pleasant. He set the greens to boil in the pot and mashed some berries into a sweet sauce. He arranged the meal on a clean plank of wood covered with a large leaf as a makeshift plate. Next to it, he placed the birthday card. He didn't have candles, but he picked a bright yellow wildflower and set it beside the meal, a tiny splash of color. Usually, Jason appeared on his own terms. Harry didn't know how to summon him. He stepped out into the courtyard, heart pounding, and called softly, "Jason. Jason, today is your birthday. I made something for you." His voice wavered. Minutes passed, and nothing happened. Harry waited, hands twisting nervously. He tried again, a bit louder. "Jason, please, I know you might not understand, but we, Pamela and we want to celebrate with you." A rustle in the trees. Harry looked up sharply. Jason stood at the forest's edge, partially hidden by shadow, head tilted in that curious way. Harry exhaled, relieved. He beckoned slowly, stepping back towards his cabin. Jason came closer, step by step, until he reached the clearing. He saw the small arrangement of food, the picture, and the flower. Harry swallowed, heart racing. He gestured to the makeshift gift. I learned from your mother that this is your birthday. I thought we could share a meal as a family." His voice trembled on the last word, unsure if he dared say such a thing. Jason stood silent. He looked down at the meal, at the card. His mask revealed nothing, but Harry sensed confusion and something deeper. Perhaps longing. Jason made a low, rumbling sound in his throat, not quite a word, but not a roar of anger either. Harry took that as an invitation to continue. Pamela appeared next to Harry, gradually at first, her form shimmery and transparent. Harry stepped aside. "Jason, look," he whispered, voice filled with emotion. "She's here." At first, Jason didn't seem to notice. He glanced from Harry to the meal. Harry held his breath. Slowly, Pamela focused, drawing on the well of magic she had absorbed. Her form solidified. Now Jason could see her clearly, her warm sweater, her kind face, her eyes brimming with tears. She stepped forward, careful and slow. "Jason," she said, voice quavering. "My boy." Jason froze. His entire body stiffened. He stared at Pamela as if seeing a ghost, which, of course, he was. He let out a strangled noise, a mix of disbelief and pain. The machete he often carried hung at his side, forgotten. He reached out a trembling hand, fingers splayed. He could not touch her. She was still intangible, but he saw her so clearly now, so vividly. Pamela smiled through her tears. "Happy birthday, my son," she whispered. "I never forgot you. I never stopped loving you." Harry stepped back, giving them space. Tears burned in his own eyes. He had never witnessed such a powerful reunion. Jason's shoulders shook. He made a low, mournful sound. He lowered his head, his massive frame trembling with emotion. Pamela hovered close, trying to lay a ghostly hand on his shoulder. It passed through him, but the gesture conveyed love all the same. "Shish," she whispered. "I'm here. And look." She turned slightly, indicating Harry. "This child has brought us together. He gave me the strength to appear to you again." Harry sniffled softly, and when Jason turned his head towards him, Harry saw something new in that masked stance. Gratitude, confusion, sorrow, and something like love. Harry nodded encouragingly. "I wanted to give you something good," he said quietly. "I know I can't fix everything, but maybe we can start healing." Jason sank to his knees, the earth soft beneath him. He studied the meal, the card, the small flower. Then he lifted his hand to the card and touched it gently. His fingers were rough, the card delicate, but he was careful. It showed the three of them smiling, together. Slowly, Jason released a long, ragged breath. No words, but understanding passed between them. Pamela knelt too, and though she could not truly embrace him, she wrapped her hostly arms as close around him as she could. Jason bowed his head, shoulders heaving. Decades of pain and loss echoed in that silent moment. Harry stood by, tears rolling down his cheeks. He had never seen anything so sad and beautiful. He knew loss, he knew neglect, but here he saw a love that transcended death, a bond reforged in the quiet morning light. They spent most of the day quiet planed. What he had cooked and offered to share it. Jason lifted a piece of fish and brought it under his mask. Harry didn't look too closely, wanting to respect his privacy, and ate slowly, as if remembering forgotten sensations. Pamela hovered nearby, talking softly, telling Jason how proud she was, how she never wanted to leave him. Jason never spoke, but he answered with slow nods, trembling sighs, and gentle touches to the card and the flower. Harry felt like he was intruding on something sacred, yet Pamela insisted he stay. "You are part of this now," she said. "A part of our family." That word sent warm shivers through Harry's spine. Family, something he had never truly known. He dared to hope that he had found it here, in this strange, haunted place. The 15th of July 1988. 2 days passed since Jason's birthday. The atmosphere at the camp had changed subtly. Jason still did not speak, nor did he abandon his silent vigil. But he wandered closer to Harry now, standing just a few steps behind him when Harry worked on repairs. Sometimes he helped by holding a loose plank steady or clearing a path of branches. He never let go of his weapon entirely. Old habits were ingrained too deeply, but he seemed more peaceful. Pamela hovered often in broad daylight now. She was careful not to show herself outside of Harry and Jason's presence, though no one else was here to see. The strain on her face from before had eased. She was still dead, still bound to this place, but no longer trapped in bitter isolation. She had her son's presence and Harry's tender heart. It was more than she dared hope for. RRY noticed that Pamela was visible enough now that if a stranger stumbled into the camp, they might see her too. Her once translucent form was now vibrant. She looked almost alive, except for a faint shimmer at her edges. He had unknowingly fed her magic, and now her strength was nearly full, at least as far as ghosts could have such a thing. She thanked him often, though not in those words. Instead, she would say, "You've given me so much," or, "I owe you more than I can express." Harry would blush and dismiss it, simply glad to have a loving presence in his life. The 20th of July 1988. The days slipped by in gentle harmony. Harry continued to improve the camp, adding small touches of color and repairing cabins one by one. He made sure each cabin had a solid roof and door, a swept floor, and a neat pile of salvaged furniture. Sometimes he drew small symbols or flowers on the cabin walls to brighten them. Jason's demeanor softened. He still loomed large and intimidating, but he no longer radiated aggression. Harry caught him once holding the birthday card and staring at it under a patch of sunlight. He left him to it, respecting his privacy. They sat on the cabin steps in the afternoon sun, an old camp brochure in Harry's hands. She pointed out words like registration, handicrafts, and canoeing. Harry sounded them out, took notes, and practiced writing short sentences in his notebook. He no longer worried about survival the way he did at first. Food was steady, he knew where to find fresh water, and his small garden of forage plants near the kitchen cabin was thriving. He had grown more confident. Sometimes he even hummed while he worked. The subtle hum of magic continued within him. He still couldn't understand it, but it made him feel vital and connected to the world around him. He felt that if he closed his eyes and listened, he could sense the life in every tree and bird. He didn't question it. He had no one to ask about magic, no reason to suspect he was a wizard. He simply accepted it as part of this new life. The 23rd of July 1988. By late July, Harry had grown bolder in his improvements. He ventured into cabins he hadn't explored thoroughly, salvaging old curtains, utensils, and papers. He tried cleaning and hanging curtains in the main cabin, giving the interior a cozy feel. He decorated a common area with a small bouquet of wildflowers on a table, a place where he imagined everyone could gather. Pamela loved to watch him arrange these domestic touches. She often commented that he was turning the camp into a home again. Harry wondered if, long ago, children and counselors had eaten meals together in these cabins, played games, and slept in bunk beds with laughter echoing. He tried to capture that feeling, even though he was the only living child here now. He also continued to draw. Expanding his artistry, he sketched scenes not only of the camp, but imaginary worlds, castles, forests of shimmering trees, lakes under starlight. Pamela encouraged this creativity. "Your imagination is boundless," she told him. "In another life, you might have been a great artist." Harry blushed, uncertain how to handle such compliments. "I just draw what I feel," he said. "That's what makes it beautiful," Pamela replied. The 26th of July 1988. A full month had passed since that morning when Harry woke feeling something different within him. In that time, he had grown stronger in mind and body. He had learned to read and write more effectively, restored cabins, painted signs, and made a home out of ruins. He had witnessed a miracle, a ghostly mother reunited with her son on his birthday. Now, the camp felt different, warmer, more alive, as if the ghosts of the past could finally rest easier. On this quiet morning, Harry stood at the edge of the lake, admiring his reflection in the still water. He looked better, healthier. His hair, though still unruly, had a certain sheen. His face was still small and delicate. He sometimes liked to think of himself as Lonnie, a girl in spirit if not in fact, but he looked more content than ever. No longer did his cheeks appear hollow or his eyes sunken from hunger. He had muscles now, strength gained from honest work and adequate nourishment. Behind him, he sensed Pamela's approach. She floated softly over the ground, smiling. "You've done so well, Harry," she said. "I'm proud of you." Harry turned, warmth flooding his chest. "I couldn't have done it without you," he said softly. "You believed in me, taught me to read, gave me comfort when I had none." Pamela drifted closer, her ghostly outline shimmering in the morning light. "We helped each other. You brought joy back to this place. You gave Jason something to hold on to besides pain. You gave me the chance to be a mother again, to guide and nurture. For that, I will always be grateful." He thought about how the Dursleys wanted him gone, how they never cared if he lived or died. And here was Pamela, a ghost, who cared more deeply than any flesh and blood relative he had known. He blinked back tears. "Thank you," he whispered, voice trembling. She reached out, as if to brush his cheek. He felt only the faintest warmth, but it was enough. "You are not alone anymore," she said gently. "You have us. We have you." Harry nodded, a tear escaping. I don't know what the future holds," he said. "I don't know if I'll stay here forever. But right now, this feels like home." Pamela's eyes shone with understanding. "Home is not always a place, child. It can be people." She glanced toward the trees, where Harry could guess Jason might be watching. "Or it can be those who care for you, living or dead." Harry exhaled softly. He listened to the forest's hush, the distant call of a bird. He thought about his growth over the past month, how he had learned to be self-sufficient. How he had experienced kindness and given it in return. He had discovered hidden strengths within himself, both physical and magical, though he did not know the latter's true nature. He had repaired cabins and hearts, painted walls and healed old wounds. He had bridged the gap between a grieving mother and her lost son. And in doing so, he had found a family where he least expected it. As the sun rose higher, Harry returned to his chores with a lightness in his steps. Pamela followed, offering gentle suggestions on how to rearrange a cabin's interior or which words to practice writing next. Somewhere in the distance, Jason lurked, less a menacing shadow now and more a silent guardian, comforted by the Ariat corner of the world, far from Privet Drive, far from neglect and abuse. Harry, Pamela, and Jason forged a bond that transcended life and death, fear and loneliness. The camp no longer felt like a place of rot and despair, it felt like a growing garden, tended by careful hands and loving hearts. The month ended as it began, with Harry waking to a new day. But now, he carried inside him not just an unexplained magic, but the warmth of belonging, the healing power of kindness, and the gentle, guiding love of a mother who, even from beyond the veil, cared for him deeply. My Patreon. Schedule of the 1st of September 2025. Neon Shadows of Fate. Crossover between FNAF and Harry Potter. Chapter 3 is available on Patreon for users with Reader Plus or Reader Plus support. Chapter 4 will be available on the 1st of September 2025 at 1500 Central European Time for users with Reader Plus or Reader Plus support on Patreon. Reader Plus will cost you $5 and Reader Plus support will cost you $10. Beyond the Boundaries of Time. Crossover between Fallout and Harry Potter. Chapter 3 is available on Patreon for users with Reader Plus or Reader Plus support. Chapter 4 will be available on the 1st of September 2025 at 1500 Central European Time for users with Reader Plus or Reader Plus support on Patreon. Reader Plus will cost you $5 and Reader Plus support will cost you $10. Bound by Shadows and Sorrow. Crossover between Friday the 13th and Harry Potter. Chapter 3 is available on Patreon for users with Reader Plus or Reader Plus support. Chapter 4 will be Ava. I label on the 1st of September 2025 at 1500 Central European Time for users with Reader Plus or Reader Plus support on Patreon. Reader Plus will cost you $5 and Reader Plus support will cost you $10. Harry Potter and the Crimson Shaw. Dows. Crossover between Helsing and Harry Potter. Chapter 3 is available on Patreon for users with Reader Plus or Reader Plus support. Chapter 4 will be available on the 1st of September 2025 at 1500 Central European Time for users with Reader Plus or Reader Plus support on Patreon. Reader Plus will cost you $5 and Reader Plus support will cost you $10. Harry and the Wolf. Fanfic you are familiar with. Chapter 5 is available on Patreon for users with Reader Plus or Reader Plus support. Chapter 6 will be available on the 1st of September 2025 at 1500 Central European Time for users with Reader Plus or Reader Plus support on Patreon. Reader Plus will cost you $5 and Ray Der Plus support will cost you $10. Naruto and Secret of Aperture Science. Fanfic you are familiar with. Chapter 5 is available on Patreon for users with Reader Plus or Reader Plus support. Chapter 6 will be available on the 1st of September 2025 at 1500 Central European Time for users with Reader Plus or Reader Plus support on Patreon. Reader Plus will cost you $5 and Reader Plus support will cost you $10. A Single Step into Shadows. One Shot will be available on the 1st of September 2025 at 10 o'clock Central European Time and will be free on Patreon. It is now available on Patreon for users with Reader Plus or Reader Plus support. Here will be available between 1500 to 1600 Central European Time. Reader Plus will cost you $5 and Reader Plus support will cost you $10. Reader Plus support only fanfictions are listed here. QBE Sun Reborn. Chapter 1 is available on Patreon for users with Reader Plus support. Chapter 2 is available on Patreon for users with Reader Plus support. Reader Plus support will cost you $10. Fanfiction. Rescued by Tales. Chapter 1 is available on Patreon for use. RS with Reader Plus support. Reader Plus support will cost you $10. Fanfiction. Rescued by Lamia. Chapter 1 is available on Patreon for users with Reader Plus support. Reader Plus support will cost you $10. Fanfiction. Harry Potter and Toon Force. Chapter 1 is available on Patreon for users with Reader Plus support. Reader Plus support will cost you $10. Fanfiction. Shinigami's Vacation. Chapter 1 is available on Patreon for users with Reader Plus support. Reader Plus support will cost you $10. Fanfiction. Harry Potter and BBPS Reborn. Chapter 1 is available on Patreon for users with Reader Plus support. Chapter 2 is available on Patreon for our users with Reader Plus support. Reader Plus support will cost you $10. Fanfiction. Lonely Ruler and Her Sunshine. Chapter 1 is available on Patreon for users with Reader Plus support. Reader Plus support will cost you $10. Fanfiction. Raised by Mew Reborn. Chapter 1 is available on Patreon for users with Reader Plus support. Reader Plus support will cost you $10. Fanfiction. Fragile Hope. Chapter 1 is available on Patreon for users with Reader Plus support. Reader Plus support will cost you $10. Fanfiction. Symphony of Machines. Chapter 1 is available on Patreon for users with Reader Plus support. Reader Plus support will cost you $10. Fanfiction. Difference between Reader Plus and Reader Plus support. Chapter 3. Restoration's Promise. Disclaimer. I don't own Harry Potter or Friday the 13th series. 8 months had passed since the day Harry first woke in Camp Crystal Lake, feeling a shift deep within his bound magic, a subtle, persistent pulse that neither he nor anyone else fully understood. 8 months of quiet, steady transformation. 8 months of forging a family out of tragedy. Where once there were only haunted cabins and overgrown trails, there was now a sense of purpose winding through every ruined building and muddy pathway. And while the surrounding forest remained as thick and secretive as ever, echoes of laughter and gentle conversation had gradually awakened in the once abandoned camp. For Harry, Jason, and Pamela, the last months had been a whirlwind of changes, both practical and profound. A growing family. In that time, Harry's devotion to Camp Crystal Lake never faltered. He called Pamela his mother now, Mum, or Amma, on softer days, and referred to Jason as his big brother, albeit the silent, looming kind. Yet Jason was no longer as silent as he used to be. Bit by bit, he found his voice, speaking in low, halting words. He was shy, unsure of himself after decades of isolation and undeath, but the gentle presence of Harry, and the unconditional love radiating from Pamela, encouraged him to try. Pamela's spur. It had also undergone a subtle metamorphosis. Over those months, she became nearly corporeal, almost like a living person. She had Harry's unknowing gift of magic to thank for that. His bound power leaked continuously, and she absorbed the trickle like water in a desert. She could now walk the trails of the camp at midday without fading, gather objects in her spectral hands for a few seconds at a time, and even, with great effort, momentarily appear entirely human. This newfound strength sparked the vision of rebirth. The skies above Camp Crystal Lake were a pale gray, threatening rain, as a chill wind swept through the pines. The forest seemed to sway in thoughtful conversation, whispering that change was on the horizon. In a nearly fully restored main cabin, one that Harry had painstakingly repaired down to every floorboard, Pamela stood near the window, her usually transparent form now so solid that the grimy glass reflected part of her outline. She gazed outside at the courtyard. Jason and Harry were hauling scraps of lumber to the side of a new storage shed they'd built. The camp had transformed. True, much work remained. Half the cabins still needed safe roofing, many ales remained thick with dead leaves and fallen branches, and the old boathouse leaned precariously over the water. But compared to the day Harry was abandoned here, the difference was night and day. Paths had been cleared, cabins were painted in cheerful colors, and the sign out front gleamed with fresh lettering that read, Camp Crystal Lake, ringed by images of trees and water. It looked almost welcoming now, an echo of what it had been in the 1950s and early 1960s, before tragedy struck. Pamela's face softened as she watched Harry scurry about. Still small for his age, still underweight, he nonetheless carried himself with a quiet confidence these days. He wore faded overalls and a too big sweater that made him look like a ragdoll, but he lifted planks alongside Jason without complaint. His hair had grown longer, and sometimes, in private, he would tie it back or tuck it behind his ears in a feminine style. He embraced that soft, in between identity with less fear now. With Pamela and Jason, he was free to be exactly who he wanted. Harry or Lonnie, brother or sister, little they loved him all the same. Jason, towering beside Harry, spoke softly. Hand me nails, he managed, each word slow, but intelligible. His voice was hoarse from disuse, as if it had rusted over the years and was only just now receiving oil. Sure, big brother, Harry said, smiling as he passed a small tin can of nails to Jason. Pamela's heart swelled. She stepped away from the window, drifting out the door. Even in near corporeal form, she made no sound, her feet hovering an inch above the wooden porch. She joined them in the courtyard. My angels, she often called them that. Her angels. Harry beamed. Jason merely inclined his head, a faint grunt of acknowledgement escaping him. Neither minded. The little endearments that Pamela showered them with, they had been starved of love for so long that even small words of kindness felt like a balm. When the sun dipped low, they gathered in the main cabin for an early dinner. Dinner in the main cabin. The interior of that cabin felt almost homey. Harry had painted the walls in a soft forest green color to match the pine trees outside. A sturdy table, constructed from salvaged planks, dominated the center of the room, surrounded by mismatched chairs. A small iron stove sat against one wall, vented through a patched-up chimney. Harry had become an expert at rigging cooking solutions, both from necessity and from the tinkering spirit that came with his growing magic. He had prepared a simple stew that night, made from the rabbits and squirrels Jason brought in. Harry was always a bit squeamish about skinning them, remembering his first time months ago when he nearly fainted at the sight of blood. But survival, and a certain admiration for Jason, helped him overcome that aversion. Now he had a small routine. Gather water from the lake, boil it to purify or distill, when he had the time, cook the meat with wild herbs, and toss in any edible mushrooms or greens he found. Then, he would serve it hot with a bit of wild berry jam if available. They sat together at the table, Jason and Harry on one side, Pamela floating slightly above her chair on the other. The smell of the stew filled the space with warmth. Pamela broke the silence with a thoughtful announcement. I've been thinking, she said, folding her near-solid hands in her lap. Perhaps it is time we consider reopening the camp. Harry paused, spoon halfway to his mouth. His green eyes widened. Reopening, he echoed. Jason's masked face turned toward Pamela. His breathing roughened, betraying an undercurrent of emotion. Mama, kids, he asked haltingly. Pamela offered a soft, comforting smile. Yes, children, the way it used to be, but done the right way this time. Proper counselors, dedicated, serious folks who truly care about the kids in their charge. Not irresponsible teenagers who, she trailed off, the old bitterness in her voice. Harry knew, she was thinking about that fateful day so many years ago, when careless counselors had allowed her precious son to drown. Harry carefully set his spoon down. But, how would we even do that? He asked. We can't. Well, none of us can just go into town to buy supplies or advertise. People think Jason is, well, you know. People think we are both gone, Pamela said gently, finishing his thought. Legally dead, the both of us. Neither Jason nor I can walk among the living without frightening them. And I'm only a child, Harry muttered, scowling. A small, puny one, at that. I can't Saint go strolling into a store in New Jersey with a fistful of coins. Or something. Someone would ask too many questions. He wrinkled his nose. Stupid big grown-ups can't let me go shopping for camp. Pamela's lips curved at that. Nearly laughing. Yes, you're a child, my angel. You should remain safe here, at least for now. Jason reached out with his large hand and patted Harry's back gently, an awkward gesture, but meant kindly. Little brother, he rumbled. Pamela's eyes teared up at that small display of affection. She remembered a time when Jason, as a boy of 11, had a sweet, protective streak. Now, seeing him protect Harry melted her heart. We will manage, she said, regaining her composure. We've done everything else by ourselves, haven't we? We've repaired the cabins, built furniture, crafted stoves, and sewn curtains from scraps. We can handle the rest in time. We just have to find a way to let people know that Camp Crystal Lake is safe now, truly safe. and that it will be run by people who care. Harry stirred his stew thoughtfully. We can keep working on the place. Yeah, make it so nice that no one can deny how good it is. Then, maybe, we figure out how to invite people. We could do flyers or something. But, that's a problem for the future. Pamela nodded, relieved by his calm acceptance. She glanced at Jason. We'll need a plan, of course. But we have time. It's early in the season. Most camps wouldn't open until June or July anyway. Another year of preparation won't hurt. And, in the meantime, we keep repairing what we can. Jason tilted his head, absorbing her words. Then he rasped, "Yes, Mama." For a moment, the three of them sat quietly, each dreaming of what a restored camp might look like. Children laughing, splashing in the lake, painting crafts, toasting marshmallows around a fire. The thought filled them all with hope. Evening questions. Changing the name. After dinner, the sky outside had darkened to an inky blue. A soft hush settled over the woods, interrupted only by the occasional hoot of an owl or rustling of small animals in the underbrush. They remained around the table, sipping a simple berry tea Harry had concocted, boil. Ed water with crushed berries for flavor. It was slightly tart, but comforting. Pamela reclined in a near-human posture, hands laced on the tabletop. Jason sat with his machete sheathed at his side. Ari had convinced him to leave it sheathed indoors unless absolutely necessary. Harry spoke up. "Mum, do you think we should we change the name of the camp?" Pamela looked surprised. "Change the name? What do you mean, dear?" He shrugged, fiddling with his empty cup. "I mean, everyone who knows about Camp Crystal Lake thinks it's a cursed place, or they know the stories about Jason. They talk about Camp Blood and the legends. Maybe if we want to start fresh, we should have a fresh name too." Jason turned his masked head toward Harry. He said nothing, but there was a curious tilt to his posture, a tension in his shoulders. Pamela noticed this and spoke gently. "My boy, what do you think?" Jason exhaled shakily. The name, Camp Crystal Lake, carried such heavy memories, for him, for his mother. After a moment, he rumbled, "Lake, home," his voice quiet. "But, name, sadness." Pamela pressed her lips together. "You're right, Jason. This place is home to you, where you grew up, where we worked. But I understand Harry's point. The name has become infamous." She paused, looking between the two of them. "We could keep Crystal Lake as part of the name, or we could change it altogether." Harry considered. "Well, maybe we can keep Crystal Lake and add something like New Crystal Lake Camp, or Lake of Hope Camp. I don't know, I'm not the best at names." He gave a sheepish grin. Pamela was silent for a long moment. Then she spoke, voice hushed with emotion. "The lake itself is beautiful, and that part of its history deserves preservation. But the old name carries so much pain. Jason, you drowned once. People have died here. I never want that repeated." Her gaze grew fierce, protective. "If a new name helps us move forward, perhaps, it might be best." Jason nodded slowly. "Yes, Mama." "Then it's settled," she said, managing a small smile. "We'll think of something. We don't have to decide tonight. But we will carve a new sign, with a new name, when the time is right." Harry smiled back, relieved that Pamela had taken his suggestion seriously. "Thanks, Mum. Maybe we can brainstorm together. I'll make a list of ideas." Pamela winked at him. "I look forward to it, my angel." Miracles. They turned in for the night, each lost in thoughts of the future. While Pamela, lacking the need for sleep in any normal sense, often spent her nights drifting around the camp or watching over Jason, Harry needed rest. He crawled under thick blankets on his cot, the same cot that once might have served a camper decades ago. Outside, Jason loomed protectively, ensuring no wild animals approached. And so, in the hush of the late evening, Harry let his mind wander back over the last 8 months, since July 1988, amazed at how much life had changed. Learning survival skills. By necessity, Harry had become quite the survivor. He'd learned to skin rabbits and squirrels, to butcher them with minimal waste. He had discovered how to smoke meat over a carefully built furnace, preserving Jason's kills for future meals. Though it horrified him at first, he recalled the day he found a fresh kill at the front of his cabin, courtesy of Jason, and almost vomited. He adapted. Now he even offered subtle compliments like, "Thank you, big brother," or, "This one's nice and plump," whenever Jason brought in a new kill. Foraging and food preservation. Harry also became skilled at canning or bottling berries. Using empty tin cans he fished out of old pantries and careful sealing methods, he made rudimentary preserves. He had set up a small root cellar in a partially collapsed cabin, turning it into a cool, dark storage area. There, he arranged the smoked meats, dried herbs, and canned fruits. It wasn't a grand feast, but they never went hungry. Magical strains, magical growth. Each time he hoisted a heavy beam or endured a cut that healed a bit faster than normal, his magic tested its boundaries. The more the binding resisted, the denser Harry's latent magic became. Like water pressing against a dam, each day of labor expanded that hidden reservoir. Yet the bindings held, ironically nurturing the very power they were meant to suppress. Jason's gradual healing. Meanwhile, Jason changed, too. Harry's magic, which seeped out like a gentle rain to those around him, did more than revive Pamela's spirit. It subtly knitted together fragments of Jason's mind, easing old trauma, reducing the unstoppable rage that once fueled his undead existence. Physically, his disfigurements had begun to diminish, slowly, painfully slowly, but with each passing month. The lumps on his face grew less pronounced, and his posture straighter. He was still imposing, his mask always in place, but he carried himself with less torment. A once dead son speaks. Perha. P.S. The biggest miracle was Jason's speech. By late 1988, he managed single words. By early 1989, he formed brief phrases. It exhausted him at first, as if every syllable scraped against years of psychological rust. But he persisted. For himself, for Harry, and for Pamela. In time, his voice no longer sounded purely monstrous, it was hoarse and halting but human. Especially when he tried to express care for his mother or his new little brother. A mother's love rekindled, and Pamela, freed from the endless cycle of wrathful haunting, she refocused on nurturing. Over the months, she taught Harry new words, corrected his grammar, helped him with sums and basic reading comprehension. He blossomed under her gentle tutelage, discovering a keen mind that thrived on both numbers and artistry. She encouraged him to keep drawing, keep painting, keep thinking about a better tomorrow. In the quiet of that night, these memories played like a peaceful lullaby in Harry's mind. He felt safe. For the first time in his life, he had a mother who loved him and a big brother who protected him. The cupboard under the stairs was a distant nightmare. Little whinging, Surrey, felt like another lifetime. Daylight labor, pine needles glistened with droplets. The lake's surface quivered under the delicate patter of rain. Harry rose early, tying back his hair with a piece of twine so it wouldn't flop in his face while he worked. He found Jason out in the courtyard, gazing toward the water. "Morning, big brother," Harry called softly. Jason turned. His eyes, hidden behind the mask, seemed to soften at the sight of Harry. He lifted a hand, an awkward wave. "Morning," he replied, voice low. Harry joined him, both of them peering at the mist-draped lake. "Mum still inside?" Jason nodded. By sign, he managed. Thinking. Pamela had taken to standing near the newly refurbished Camp Crystal Lake sign in the early mornings, often lost in reflection. Harry suspected she was pondering the future name for the camp. He patted Jason's arm gently. He could just reach it if he stretched. "Let's go find her," he suggested. They trudged along the muddy pathway that connected the cabins to the camp's front entrance. The sign, which they'd polished months ago, gleamed even under the gray skies. Pamela hovered there, her near-corporeal form swaying slightly in the gentle drizzle. She turned at their approach and smiled. "My angels," she greeted warmly. "I was just thinking about the future, and about how we might gather counselors who truly love children." Jason's gaze dropped. "People fear me," he said. Pamela sighed softly. "They do. I won't pretend otherwise. The legends about you, about me, about this place, they won't disappear overnight." She drew closer, resting what felt like a real hand on Jason's arm. "But perhaps, If we bring in people who are truly good at heart, we can show them the truth. And in time, maybe even the children will see that you're not a monster." Jason visibly trembled, as if the notion of acceptance, true acceptance, was almost too big to comprehend. Harry looked between them. "We'll figure it out, big brother. Even if it takes us years. Meanwhile, we keep working on the camp. We'll make it perfect for when that day comes." Pamela beamed. She reached for Harry's cheek with her other hand, brushing it with a ghostly caress. "That's my little boy," she murmured. Always so hopeful. Harry felt warmth flood his chest, the same warmth he felt every time Pamela or Jason expressed genuine affection for him. Renewing the cabins. And so the day began. The three of them scattering to their tasks despite the drizzle. Jason lugged broken logs and branches away, stacking them for later use as firewood. Pamela guided them both, pointing out small repairs needed on the camp's signage and lamps. By late morning, the rain eased, and a cloudy sun peered through the pines. Harry and Jason moved on to Cabin 5, a structure that once might have housed 12 campers in bunk beds but now lay half-collapsed. Over the months, they'd methodically restored Cabins 1 through 4, each sporting fresh paint and new floors, but Cabin 5 still stood in sorrowful disrepair. Its rafters had rotted, its windows shattered. Even the door was missing entirely, stolen by vandals long ago or perhaps lost to time. Harry set to work prying out the worst of the rotten boards. He used a crowbar he'd scavenged from an old tool shed. It felt as though invisible hands aided him, granting him a strength his frail form shouldn't possess. He didn't question it, he simply worked. Jason, for his part, used a repaired hammer to drive in fresh nails. He was remarkably careful for someone his size, never once hitting his own fingers. Occasionally, he'd glance at Harry, checking that the boy wasn't overexerting himself. "You, okay?" Jason asked, after Harry grunted from the effort of pulling out a particularly stubborn board. "Yeah," Harry panted, leaning on the crowbar. "Just being scrawny." He flashed Jason a sheepish smile. Jason reached out and gave the board a single tug, ripping it free as though it were balsa wood. He handed the splintered piece to Harry, who put it aside for kindling. Together, they worked in companionable silence, interrupted only by the occasional whistle from Harry or a soft grunt from Jason. Pamela popped in and out, earring sometimes behind them to check the sturdiness of a new beam or to offer a suggestion on placement. She didn't have the physical strength to hold boards or swing hammers for long, guiding presence proved invaluable. By midday, the framework was exposed. They took a break for lunch, smoked rabbit and some leftover jam. Harry apologized that the food was repetitive, but both Pamela and Jason assured him they didn't mind. "Good," he said, brightening. "I'm trying to figure out a new way to make bread, but we don't have flour." Pamela laughed lightly. "If anyone can do it, you can, my dear." Jason nodded in agreement, chewing his meat in thoughtful silence. A quiet determination. After lunch, they resumed work. The next step for Cabin 5 involved building a makeshift scaffold so they could safely replace the roof. Harry measured the timbers using his newly honed arithmetic skills while Jason provided the muscle, hefting beams onto the rafters. Pamela hovered close, warning them to stay careful. This pattern of steady, patient labor had become their life. None of them complained. It gave them purpose. For a woman long dead, a man undead, and a child outcast from a faraway land, purpose was precious. The physical act of rebuilding served as a metaphor for their own healing. Every nail hammered, every board replaced, was another step away from tragedy. Harry's nightmares of Privet Drive had grown infrequent. Jason's flashes of murderous rage were fading into quiet sorrow. Pamela's longing for vengeance had softened into love. Plans for the future. By the time they called it a day, the sun hung low in the sky, painting the camp in a gentle orange glow. Harry, Pamela, and Jason trudged back to the main cabin for dinner, stiff and tired but satisfied with their progress on Cabin 5. That evening's meal was a simple stew again, but Harry tried an experimental side dish of boiled cattail roots he'd gathered near the water. He wasn't sure if they'd be palatable, but he wanted variety. Jason tasted them without complaint, and Pamela declared them surprisingly good. Harry beamed. As they finished, Pamela spoke up, voice warm yet full of determination. "We've come so far since last year. Now, As spring warms the air, I want to think of how we'll handle the future. If we truly mean to reopen this camp, we'll need more than a few cabins. We'll need an infirmary, a mess hall, recreational areas. And we'll need staff. Good staff. She paused. I can't have what happened to my Jason happen again. Mama. Sorry, he muttered, for no reason but lingering guilt. Pamela reached across the table and gently touched his wrist. You have nothing to apologize for, my boy. But when she opened them, the pain was replaced by resolve. I want to ensure that any counts. Lore we hire is an adult who understands responsibility. We can't go through normal channels, not without raising questions. But perhaps, we can invite a small group of people we trust. Harry nodded, brow furrowed. But who can we trust? We don't know anyone from outside the camp. Pamela tapped her chin thoughtfully. We might consider locals who have a good reputation. People who are rumored to be kind. Or individuals who, for whatever reason, might be more open-minded about the unusual. Harry blinked. Like, maybe folks who believe in ghosts, or who had experiences with the supernatural, so they won't freak out if they see you. Or Jason. Jason gave a subdued shrug. Sounds good. One step at a time, my angels. First, we finish restoring the camp to a condition that can safely host visitors. Then we find those open-minded souls. And if we must reveal ourselves, well, we'll do it carefully. Harry felt a flutter of excitement in his chest. The thought of meeting other people who might not recoil in horror, people who might be friends, thrilled him. He wondered if someday, other children might roam these paths, laughing, painting, swimming, and if he might join them, no longer alone. A late-night conversation. Harry helped clean up dinner, washing the dishes in a basin of boiled lake water. Then he bid Jason and Pamela good night, retreating to his small alcove in the main cabin. He was about to crawl under the covers when he heard a soft knock on the makeshift doorframe. Mum, he asked, turning. Sure enough, Pamela floated there, her form translucent in the lantern's soft glow. May I come in? She asked gently. He nodded, sitting on the edge of his cot. Of course. She drifted closer and lowered herself as if to kneel, her eyes level with his. I wanted to talk to you privately, my dear. About the future. About you. Harry blinked. Me. Pamela tried to tuck her hair behind her ear. Her fingers went partially through the strands, highlighting her ghostly nature. She smiled wryly. Yes, you. It's been 8 months since you came here, and I've watched you grow so much. Yet, you're still a child, and I worry. For instance, have you ever thought about other children your age, about schooling, or a life beyond these woods? Harry bit his lip. Sometimes, he admitted. I guess I wonder if there are kids out there I could be friends with. But I'm scared too. What if they treat me like the Dursleys did? What if they call me freak? Pamela's eyes flashed with protective anger. No one should ever call you that, my angel. You are not a freak. You are special. Quote. He blushed, ducking his head. Thanks, Mum, but I still worry. He hesitated. I like it here with you and Jason. I feel safe for the first time ever. I don't want to leave. She reached out, ghostly fingers brushing his hand. He felt a gentle warmth. You don't have to leave unless you want to, she said. But I do think, eventually, we'll meet others. If our dream of opening the camp comes true, children will arrive. You deserve to be among them, not just as a helper, but as a child who can run and play. This new life we're building, it can be as big as we want it to be. Harry felt tears welling. You really think that? He whispered. She nodded firmly. I do. And I'll protect you as fiercely as I protect Jason. No one will harm you again, Harry. Her voice trembled with emotion. I lost my son once. I won't lose my new one too. With a choked sob, Harry launched himself forward, and though she was mostly intangible, he felt some semblance of a hug as he buried his face against the faint solidity of her chest. She cooed softly, stroking his hair as best she could. I love you, Mum, he whispered, words muffled by her sweater. And I love you, she replied, voice quavering. Sleep well, my darling angel. She eased back, her form fading slightly as the emotion drained her. I'll see you in the morning. Harry nodded, wiping his eyes. and slipped under the blankets. This time, he drifted to sleep with a smile on his face, dreaming of a camp filled with laughter and light, rather than nightmares of dark cupboards and cruel relatives. Days stretch into weeks. The next few weeks passed in a blur of labor and small joys. By late April, Cabin 5 boasted a new roof and freshly painted walls. Harry had chosen a cheery sky blue color, hoping it would lift the spirits of any future visitors. They salvaged old bunk bed frames from storage, and Harry hammered them back together, while Jason carefully tested their sturdiness. Once satisfied, they moved on to Cabin 6, then Cabin 7, continuing the cycle of dismantling rot and piecing in fresh boards. In the afternoons, Harry experimented with new ways to preserve food. He did indeed try acorn flour. Though the taste proved bitter at first, Pamela teased him that he was becoming a true pioneer. Harry grinned at that, excited whenever a new cooking project succeeded. During the nights, Pamela spent hours discussing possible camp names with them. She liked Crystal Haven, or Lake of Light. Harry suggested Camp Lakewood, or New Dawn Lake Camp. Jason didn't have many name suggestions himself, but occasionally whispered, Hope, Lake, or Safe Waters. Nothing felt quite perfect yet. They agreed to take their time, rather than rush into a new identity. Unexpected revelations. One late afternoon, near the end of April, Harry was scrubbing the newly installed windows of Cabin 6 when he felt a peculiar. For a split second, the soapy water in his bucket glowed faintly. Then it was gone. He froze, blinking. What in the world? Jason, who had been painting the cabin's door, noticed Harry's stunned posture. Little brother, he asked, setting the paintbrush aside. I'm okay, Harry stammered, shaking the water from his hands. Just felt weird. Jason tilted his head, then approached. Sick. Harry shook his head. No. It was like energy or something. He gave a half laugh. Never mind, I'm just tired. Jason nodded, though he seemed concerned. He patted Harry's shoulder. Rest, if needed. The boy took a deep breath. Thanks, big brother, I'll be fine. He forced a smile and resumed scrubbing. But that experience lingered in his mind. Something about it felt linked to the subtle sensations he sometimes noticed. Nails seeming loose more easily than they should, or heavy beams not feeling quite as heavy in his arms. In truth, the dam of his bound magic had never been so close to cracking. Yet fate, or perhaps the intricacy of Dumbledore's spell, kept it from bursting. For now, progress and hope. By mid-May 1989, the camp looked positively transformed. Over half the cabins were restored, painted in bright colors. Trails had been cleared of debris. They even managed to refurbish the old mess hall, though that was a gargantuan project involving cleaning decades worth of grime, repairing stoves, and improvising utensils from scrap metal. Jason, though quiet, often lingered behind Harry with the posture of a guardian. Anyone seeing them from a distance might assume they were a mismatched, if affectionate, family, mother, big brother, little brother, sharing the workload of running an old summer camp. And that assumption would be correct, in a sense, even if two of them belonged more to the realm of the dead than the living. The passing weeks also saw subtle improvements in Jason's speech. He grew less hesitant, stringing sentences of 3 or 4 words together. He often said things like, "We fix, roof now," or, "Mama, proud, us." Each time, Harry would beam encouragement, while Pamela glowed with joy. Seeing Jason step further from the shadow of his undead torment felt like witnessing a second chance at life. Toward a new season. By the end of May, the pines around Camp Crystal Lake were lush with green, and the lake water sparkled in the sun. The nights were warmer, filled with the chirp of crickets. Yet they knew they weren't ready to open their doors to the public, not this year. Maybe not even the next. They had come a long way, but there was still so much to do, and so many complications about revealing themselves. On the last day of May, Pamela gathered them together in the courtyard after dinner. The evening air was soft, tinted gold by the setting sun. She looked radiant, her spectral form nearly solid in that light. Jason stood on one side, Harry on the other. "Love you've poured into this place. When we began, the camp was a ruin, and our hearts were not much better. But we've come so far. She reached out, ghostly fingers brushing across Jason's hand. Then she did the same to Harry's. I feel we are on the cusp of a new era. We may not open this summer, but perhaps, one day, we will. And when that day comes, we will name it anew, and children will fill these cabins with life again. I can't wait, Mum. I want to see it full of kids, all laughing and playing without fear. Jason's deep, broken voice rumbled in agreement. Safe, children, no drowning. Pamela smiled gently. Yes, Jason, no drowning. We'll never let that happen again. Silence lingered in the warm twilight. The three of them stood side by side, gazing at the glimmering lake. In that moment, time seemed suspended, past wounds, future hopes, all converging into the present hush. A night of reflection. Later that night, Harry lay in bed, unable to sleep. The air felt electric, as if charged with possibility. Moonlight sparkled on the water. He took a seat on a large, flat rock near the edge, drawing his knees to his chest. His entire world had shifted from an abusive household in England to a haunted American campground, yet this strange place had given him more warmth and love than the Dursleys ever did. He wondered if his parents, his birth parents, would approve. He knew almost nothing of them, except that they died to save him from some monstrous wizard. Or so the stories he overheard suggested. With a sigh, he brushed his hair back. I wish I knew more, he whispered. But I'm okay, even if I don't. A rustle made him turn. Jason stepped from the tree line, moving carefully so as not to startle Harry. He wore his ragged jacket and mask, but his posture was relaxed. Hi, big brother, Harry whispered, turning back to the lake. He patted the rock beside him. Jason came closer and eased himself down, the rock scraping under his weight. They sat in companionable silence for a while, listening to frogs croaking in the distance. Finally, Jason asked, thinking. Harry smiled. Yeah, thinking about how far we've come, about our future. He paused, glancing at Jason. Do you like the idea of reopening the camp? Jason was quiet for a long moment, so long that Harry wondered if he'd speak at all. Then he said, haltingly, yes. Kids, safe, better than alone. Harry felt tears prick his eyes. Yeah, he murmured. I used to think I was meant to be alone. But you and Mum proved me wrong. Jason reached out slowly, awkwardly, and wrapped one massive arm around Harry's shoulders in a gentle side embrace. Harry leaned into it, tears slipping free. They stared at the moonlit lake together. In that quiet moment, the bond between them felt as unbreakable as steel. Time at Camp Crystal Lake wove itself in circles, each day building upon the last, each memory reshaping the future. Dinner, the ensuing weeks and months leading into May had only solidified that dream. And the closer they drew to summer, the more that dream felt real, even if it was still a year or more away from fruition. During that span, the question of the camp's name lingered at the edges of each conversation. Harry tried scribbling lists in his notebook: Hope Lake, Pine Haven, Lakeside Dreams, A New Shores. None of them struck quite the right chord. Pamela insisted they'd know the right name when the time came. Meanwhile, they continued living off the land, recycling every bit of usable scrap and refining their small water distillation method. Harry chuckled each time he gathered water from the lake, recalling how much he'd learned about basic engineering and survival from reading old manuals in the caretaker's cabin. He even rigged a simple shower contraption by siphoning water through a drum, heating it over a fire. It wasn't luxurious, but it worked. And Pamela teased him that he was starting to become an inventor. Jason quietly honed his speech. Sometimes he'd talk to Harry while they worked, practicing new words or short sentences. Whenever He managed to string together a coherent sentence, Harry rewarded him with a bright grin and heartfelt praise. The near-infinite patience Harry offered eased Jason's anxiety, and over time, Jason's voice no longer felt like a chain dragging him down but a lifeline pulling him up. Seeds of Tomorrow. On the final day of May, more than a year since Harry had arrived at the camp, he, Jason, and Pamela gathered once more by the sign at the camp's entrance. The evening sun blazed across the sky in vibrant pinks and oranges, reflecting off the still lake like liquid fire. The sign still read, Camp Crystal Lake, but beneath it, they had erected a blank wooden plank, awaiting the new name. Harry traced a finger across the empty wood. "Do you think, next year, we'll fill this in?" he asked, glancing at Pamela. She hovered beside him, turning her face to the sunlight. "If all goes well," she replied, "we may at least carve the new name to show our intent. Even if we don't open fully, we'll declare our hope." Jason nodded. He spoke more firmly than ever before. "We bring life back. Your help, Harry." Harry pressed his palm against the plank, feeling the subtle buzz of his magic deep within, the same power that had woven them all together in this improbable family. "We'll do it," he vowed softly. "We'll make sure what happened to you, Jason, never happens again. No child will be left behind, no child will drown, no child will be forgotten." Jason gently placed his hand atop Harry's. Despite the difference in size, his massive hand dwarfed Harry's slender one. The gesture felt perfectly balanced. Pamela joined them, ghostly fingers overlaying theirs. In that triumvirate of love, they stood for several silent minutes, the setting sun casting a halo of light around them, looking ahead. The next morning, June's dawn found them back at work. Cabin 7 and 8 needed roofing, the old mess hall floors required fresh boards, and the boathouse project demanded nearly daily attention to keep it from sinking into the water. There was no shortage of labor, but none of them complained. Each nail hammered, each plank fitted, was another stitch binding them closer together, another promise of a better tomorrow. Harry's nightly routine included journaling now. He wrote about the day's accomplishments, his thoughts, and dreams for the camp's reopening. Sometimes he sketched potential logos or signage for the new name. Sometimes he simply recorded what small improvements he'd noticed in Jason's speech or the times Pamela managed to manifest physically enough to hold a paintbrush. Those small victories were dear to him. In those pages, he also made note of the slow changes in himself, how he occasionally felt bursts of strange energy, how his minor cuts healed quickly. The forest seemed more vibrant to him than logic could explain. He didn't understand the magical cause, but he recognized that something otherworldly pulsed inside him. And though it confused him, it never felt bad. It felt like a guardian that had always been there, waiting for him to notice. The unseen roadblocks. Of course, they all knew the road ahead was fraught with danger and complication. The outside world regarded Camp Crystal Lake with fear or morbid fascination. Pamela had no illusions about that. She often told Harry that if anyone came snooping around, they might have to hide. But they pressed on regardless, trusting that fate had brought them together for a reason. Harry believed that reason was to create a safe haven for children, Jason believed it was to protect the innocent. And Pamela believed it was to ensure her son's tragedy never repeated. Together, they formed a single, unwavering will. Promise in the twilight. On one quiet evening in early June 1989, Harry found himself once more by the lakeshore, watching the sun vanish behind the trees. He was older now than the scrawny, frightened boy who'd been abandoned here. He stood straighter, face filled out with better nutrition, eyes bright with possibility. Jason approached from behind, voice soft. "Little brother." Harry turned, smiling. "Hey, big brother." They stared at the water, reflecting on the road behind them and the promise that lay ahead. Jason spoke, more words than usual. "Someday, kids, run here. Laugh, swim." He glanced at Harry. "You, join." Harry's heart squeezed. He reached out, taking Jason's hand. "Yes," he whispered, tears glistening. "I'll be right there with them, because of you, and Mum. You saved me, gave me a home." From behind, Pamela's voice chimed in, warm and comforting. "We saved each other, my angels." She materialized, stepping between them and placing a hand on each of their shoulders. In the fading dusk, she looked almost alive, almost mortal, her sweater rustling in the breeze. "And together, we will save many more." Harry nodded, leaning his head against her. Jason shifted closer, his large frame looming but gentle. They looked out at the lake as one family, mother, older son, younger son, drawn together by tragic fate and bound by a love that defied death itself. Above them, the summer stars began to wink into being, silent witnesses to the quiet miracle unfolding on the shores of Camp Crystal Lake. A miracle, of rebirth, of healing, and of a promise that the sorrows of the past would no longer define the future. And so, on that soft June evening in 1989, they stood on the edge of possibility, ready to carve a new name onto the blank plank beneath the old sign. Though the world beyond might never understand, they had each other. And that, more than anything, gave them hope that one day soon, Camp Crystal Lake, or whatever new name they chose, would ring again with children's laughter, guided by the earnest hearts of a ghostly mother, her once doomed son, and the small wizard in the making who called them family. They would do it, one hammer blow at a time, one day at a time, until the tragedies of the past were overshadowed by the promise of tomorrow. And, in that promise, they all found the home and the love they had once thought forever lost. My Patreon. Neon Shadows of Fate. Harry Potter FNAF. Chapter 5 will be available on the 16th of January 2025 at 1500 Central European Time for users with Reader Plus or Reader Plus support on Patreon. Reader Plus will cost you $5. Reader Plus support will cost you $10. Beyond the Boundaries of Time. Harry Potter Fallout. Chapter 5 will be available on the 16th of January 2025 at 1500 Central European Time for users with Reader Plus or Reader Plus support on Patreon. Reader Plus will cost you $5. Reader Plus support will cost you $10. B. Bound by Shadows and Sorrow. Harry Potter Friday the 13th crossover. Chapter 5 will be available on the 16th of January 2025 at 1500 Central European Time for users with Reader Plus or Reader Plus support on Patreon. Reader Plus will cost you $5. Reader Plus support will cost you $10. Harry Potter and the Crimson Shadows. Harry Potter Helsing. Chapter 5 will be available on the 16th of January 2025 at 1500 Central European Time for us. With Reader Plus or Reader Plus support on Patreon. Reader Plus will cost you $5. Reader Plus support will cost you $10. Harry and the Wolf. Gamer Harry Potter O. Chapter 7 will be available on the 16th of January 2025 at 15:00 Central European Time for users with Reader Plus or Reader Plus support on Patreon. Reader Plus will cost you $5. Reader Plus support will cost you $10. Naruto and Secret of Aperture Science. Naruto Portal. Chapter 7 will be available on the 16th of January 2025 at 1500 Central European Time for users with Reader Plus or Reader Plus support on Patreon. Reader Plus will cost you $5. Reader Plus support will cost you $10. Metamorphosis. The Legacy Within. Harry Potter Ben 10 One-Shot. Reader One-Shot will cost you $3. Reader Plus will cost you $5. Reader Plus support will cost you $10. On these fanfics below you will need Reader Plus support which will cost you $10. Rescued by Tales. Harry Potter Sonic. Chapter 1 is available for users with Reader Plus support. Chapter 2 is available for users with Reader Plus support. Reader Plus support will cost you $10. QBE Sun Reborn. Harry Potter Naruto. Chapter 1 is available for users with Reader Plus support. Chapter 2 is available for users with Reader Plus support. Chapter 3 is available for users with Reader Plus sup. Chapter 4 is available for users with Reader Plus support. Reader Plus support will cost you $10. Rescued by Lamia Harry Potter Monster Masumi. Everyday Life with Monster Girls. Chapter 1 is available for you. Sirs with Reader Plus support. Chapter 2 is available for users with Reader Plus support. Reader Plus support will cost you $10. Harry Potter and Toon Force. Harry Potter Looney Tunes. Chapter 1 is available for use. RS with Reader Plus support. Chapter 2 is available for users with Reader Plus support. Reader Plus support will cost you $10. Shinigami's Vacation. Bleach Naruto. Chapter 1 is available for users with Reader Plus support. Reader Plus support will cost you $10. Harry Potter and BBPS Reborn. Harry Potter O. Alive Potters, Sibling Potter. Chapter 1 is available for users with Reader Plus support. Chapter 2 is available for user S with Reader Plus support. Chapter 3 is available for users with Reader Plus support. Chapter 4 is available for users with Reader Plus support. Reader Plus support will cost you $10. Lonely Ruler and Her Sunshine Harry Potter, One Piece. Chapter 1 is available for users. Chapter 2 is available for users with Reader Plus support. Chapter 3 is available for users with Reader Plus support. Reader Plus support will cost you $10. Raised by Mew Reborn Harry Potter Pokemon. Chapter 1 is available for users with Reader Plus support. Chapter 2 is available for users with Reader Plus support. Chapter 3 is available for users with Reader Plus support. Reader Plus support will cost you $10. Fragile Hope. Harry Potter Jigsaw. Chapter 1 is available for users with Reader Plus support. Chapter 2 is available for users with Reader Plus support. Reader Plus support will cost you $10. Symphony of Machines. Harry Potter Phania. Chapter 1 is available for users with Reader Plus support. Chapter 2 is available for users with Reader Plus support. Reader Plus support will cost you $10. The Silent Tea Lullabies of Forgotten Factory. Harry Potter Poppy Playtime. Chapter 1 is available for users with Reader Plus support. Chapter 2 is available for users with Reader Plus support. Chapter 3 is available for users with Reader Plus support. Reader Plus support will cost you $10. Threads Woven Between Two Souls. Harry Potter Coraline. Chapter 1 is available for users with Reader Plus support. Chapter 2 is available for users with Reader Plus support. Reader Plus support will cost you $10. Queen of Forbidden Forest. Harry Potter O, Second Year. Chapter 1 is available for users with Reader Plus support. Chapter 2 is available for users with Reader Plus support. Reader Plus support will cost you $10. Worlds Unbound Magic. Harry Potter O, Multi-Fandom, Crossover, Future O. Chapter 1 is available for users with Reader Plus support. Reader Plus support will cost you $10. Moonlight and Mist. Harry Potter Percy Jackson. Chapter 1 is available for users with Reader Plus support. Reader Plus support will cost you $10. Chapter 4. Light in the Winter's Embrace. Discla. Eimer. I don't own Harry Potter or Friday the 13th series. Snow dusted the pine boughs that bordered Camp Crystal Lake, bright in the gentle morning sun of December 24, 1989. Under that pristine white mantle, the camp looked almost like a Christmas postcard, tranquil, inviting, and utterly changed from the ruinous state it had been in more than a year ago. Smoke drifted in a thin plume from the newly upgraded chimney of the main cabin, where warmth and quiet activity promised a day unlike any other the small, close-knit family had shared so far. A single set of footprints disturbed the other wisps. Undisturbed snow on the central path. Harry's footprints, narrow and precise, heading toward the courtyard. He wore boots scavenged and mended over the past months, tied snugly around ankles that had once been too thin for any footwear but now filled the boots comfortably. Layered winter clothing, sewn by hand, with painstaking care from repurposed fabrics, protected him from the chill. At 9 years old, he was still slight. But there was a new sturdiness to him, a promise that his once severe malnourishment had all but faded. He stepped carefully, mindful of ice patches beneath the thin layer of fresh snow. Though it was early morning, Harry had been awake for hours already, his mind churning with excitement and anticipation. This Christmas would be special, more so than last year's small acknowledgement. He carried a little wooden crate in his arms, which he'd finished the night before. Inside, tied with scraps of ribbon, were the modest gifts he had prepared for Jason and Pamela. He'd spent weeks planning them, weeks collecting supplies. Despite the unique constraints they all lived under, he was determined to bring warmth and holiday spirit to this quiet, hidden place they called home. The courtyard itself was immaculate. Every path had been cleared of debris in the fall, and the once ruined cabins stood in perfect condition, their roofs repaired, their walls painted in soft tea colors reminiscent of the changing seasons. Windows had been replaced or meticulously refurbished. Simple wreaths, made from pine branches and local berries, hung on the doors, Harry's handiwork, assisted by Jason. Just to the left, the old concourse office, now fully renovated, rose proudly behind its polished sign. The massive dock that jutted into the frozen expanse of the lake was likewise repaired, its surface safe and secure for those who might one day fish or swim there again, when winter gave way to summer's warmth. Harry had paused to survey all this as he often did, marveling at the transformation. Months ago, in the warmth of summer and into the crisp days of autumn, He, Jason, and Pamela had poured their hearts into every building. Each plank hammered, each coat of paint applied, had been another step toward forging a haven, perhaps not for outsiders just yet, but for themselves. Now it stood as a testament to their collective resilience and love. And beneath all that quiet wonder lay the blossoming of Harry's suppressed magic, which had grown in leaps and bounds, stretching him from within. He'd grown taller, stronger, his body guided by that surging magical core. Even without understanding it fully, he felt that silent power sustaining him every day. Cradling the crate, he moved on, heading toward the spot he and Pamela had chosen for their Christmas tree. Jason had promised to chop down a small evergreen for the celebration, just enough to drape with simple decorations and place the presents beneath. Even last year, they'd marked Christmas in their own modest way, but the camp had still been in a state of near ruin. There'd been no time, no resources for a true festive atmosphere. Now, with everything they had accomplished, they wished to celebrate a holiday that, for all three of them, symbolized hope, togetherness, and second chances. He set down the crate gently. Then, glancing around with a little smile, he began gathering a few stray branches to prepare the area for the tree. That was when he heard a muffled thump from deeper in the woods, followed by the sound of cracking timber. Harry straightened, heartwarming anticipation welling up. Jason must be finishing the chore of cutting down the tree. He walked a few paces beyond the cabins to the forest fringe. Soon enough, Jason emerged, carrying a modest evergreen balanced over one broad shoulder. Snow clung in patches to Jason's coat, dusting his hair that no longer looked lank or dead, just slightly thin and a little dull compared to a normal person's, but decidedly more alive than the year before. In fact, almost everything about Jason looked more human, more robust. Where his skin had once held a pallid, almost grayish cast, it now had hints of a warmer tone. His face, almost fully healed from decades of disfigurement, looked merely scarred, nothing like the monstrous countenance that had terrorized so many. At a distance, one might think him a large, quiet man with a few old injuries, rather than the legendary, unstoppable killer of camp blood lore. He wore a knit cap that Harry had made, pulled low over his brow. A gentle cloud of fog rose from Jason's mouth with each breath, a visible sign that he was truly breathing rather than existing in some undead stasis. He spotted Harry, dipped his head in greeting, and spoke in a soft, shy voice. "Got it," Harry beamed. "That's perfect, big brother." The boy hurried over, touching the pine needles gently. "It's just the right size." "Thank you." Jason carefully set the tree down in the courtyard center. "You're sure this is good?" he asked. Though he could now speak easily enough, he remained shy about using too many words at once, a habit formed over the months as he adjusted to having a voice and a slowly improving appearance. Harry nodded vigorously, stepping around the tree, checking every angle. "Yes, not too big, not too small. It's gonna be brilliant." Jason's normally stoic face softened at Harry's enthusiasm. He reached out and gave Harry's shoulder a gentle pat. "Christmas," he murmured, "gaze. She's probably inside, finishing up," Harry said, glancing that way. "I told her I'd come out and set up a spot for the tree. But, big brother, let's do it together. Then we can surprise Mum when she comes out." Jason gave a small nod, his lips curling in the slightest of smiles. "Yes, good idea." TRDY boards and built a simple wooden stand for the trunk, fashioning crossbeams so the tree could remain upright. The process was quick. By now, they had repaired so many things around camp that small tasks like this were practically second nature. Harry offered up nails, Jason hammered them with careful strength, and in no time, the trunk was secured. Together, they hoisted the tree upright, shaking loose more snow that scattered in powdery puffs across their boots. When the tree stood firmly in place, Harry retrieved a coil of thin rope from the crate, weaving it gently around the branches to provide extra support. "There, it's perfect." Jason looked uncertain for a moment, then let out a slow breath and said, "Looks nice." Harry's grin broadened. "Come on, let's fetch the decorations." They trudged back toward the main cabin. As they neared, the door swung open, revealing Pamela standing on the threshold. She wore a simple woolen coat, Purchased just this past autumn, for by then she had gained the ability to venture discreetly into town. A headscarf covered her neatly pinned hair, and from a distance, she appeared entirely mortal. Indeed, she was as corporeal as any living person now, thanks to the steady nourishment of Harry's leaking magic over the past year and a half. Yet her face was exactly the same as Harry remembered from his earliest glimpses, kind, warm, eyes full of maternal devotion. She stepped onto the porch, a gentle smile lighting her features. "I see you two have everything under control." Her tone carried a hint of playful warmth, the same as any proud mother observing her children. Harry nodded eagerly. "We just finished setting it up. It's so pretty." Jason inclined his head. "Good morning, Mama." She made her way down the steps, glancing at the tree with approval. "Beautiful. It'll look even better once we drape what we can across the branches." She glanced at Harry's crate, where the edges of wrapped packages peeked out. She pretended not to notice, though, so as to maintain the element of surprise for later. With delicate steps, she walked closer to Jason, resting a hand on his broad arm. "Cold morning for you to be out chopping trees," she said. "You did very well." Quote. Jason's shy smile returned. "Not too cold, just a little." His voice, once so guttural, so broken, was soft but smooth now. And his eyes, blue as the winter sky, seemed clearer, less haunted. Pamela gave his arm a gentle rub before turning her attention to Harry. "Darling, do you need help bringing out the ornaments?" Harry nodded. "Yes, please. They're in the mess hall, remember?" A warm laugh escaped Pamela's lips. "Ah, I forgot you were storing them there. Let me grab them, or we can both do it." In unspoken agreement, the three of them crossed the courtyard to the newly refurbished mess hall. No longer a place of dust and decaying furniture, it boasted polished floors, repainted walls, and rows of sturdy tables that Harry, Jason, and Pamela had built or repaired over the summer. It was large enough to host a full camp's worth of children, an unrealized dream for now, but soon, they hoped to make that dream a reality. One corner had been designated for storage, holding the various holiday items they'd collected or crafted over the past months. Cardboard boxes lined the corner, neatly labeled in Harry's careful handwriting. He had grown proficient in reading and writing, thanks to Pamela's tireless instruction. Next to them, a plastic bin with a snapping lid contained bits of ribbon, old tinsel, small crocheted decorations that Pamela had made in her quiet evening hours. Harry lifted the box of crocheted ornaments. "Here we go." Jason stepped forward, picking up a heavier wooden crate that contained some hammered tin stars and shapes they had fashioned over the months. "Take this," he said simply. Pamela grabbed a small basket of pine cones that had been dipped in leftover paint or carefully sprayed with homemade varnishes. "Let's see if we can make this tree truly festive." Together, they carried everything back out into the courtyard. Snow glistened underfoot, and though the morning was cold, a gentle hush in the air gave the scene a serene beauty. The lake beyond was frozen over, reflecting the pale winter sky like a mirror. Distant pines swayed softly in a faint breeze. They set their cargo down near the tree. Pamela motioned to Harry. "Would you like to begin, my angel?" Harry grinned. "Yes." He rummaged through the crocheted ornaments, picking out a green one shaped like a little bell. He threaded it onto a branch near the top. Jason, being far taller, placed the hammered tin star near the uppermost bough with careful, measured movements. Pamela tied ribbons around the middle branches, stepping back now and then to admire the growing display. "You know," she said softly, "I've never seen this camp in winter, truly seen it, I mean, until now. The times I was here before, well, it was different, and I wasn't exactly in a state to appreciate the seasons." She paused, thinking of the decades she had spent as a vengeful spirit, fixated on protecting Jason's memory at all costs. Jason nodded, a gentle frown crossing his features as he recalled the years of rage and isolation. "It's peaceful." Pamela smiled at him tenderly. "Yes, it is." Harry placed another ornament. "It's so quiet," he remarked. "Not a single other soul for miles around. Kinda nice." He paused, then glanced up at Pamela with curiosity. "Mum, were there ever Christmas events at the camp way back when?" She considered. "We ever had official winter sessions. This place was always a summer camp." But I stayed on some winters, working odd jobs around the caretaker's cabin, cooking for visiting staff who prepared the camp for the upcoming summer. Sometimes we'd have a modest tree, or wreaths on the doors. Nothing quite like this, though. Her voice held a nostalgic lilt. Harry's gaze swept across the cabins, each more perfect than the last. It feels like we have the entire world to ourselves. Pamela gave him a warm look. We do, in a way. They carried on, slowly adorning every bough of the small evergreen until it glimmered with tinsel, ribbons, crocheted shapes, hammered tin stars, and painted pine cones. The effect was charming, heartfelt, a little mismatched but full of love. At last, Harry stepped back and took in the sight. It's wonderful. Yes. Christmas tree. Pamela studied the branches, then turned to Harry. Are we missing anything, dear? Harry bit his lip, thinking. Oh, the lights. We might not have electric ones. But we made those little paper lanterns with tea candles. Should we put them around the base? Jason gave a subtle nod. Safer. Big brother watch. He clearly meant that he'd keep an eye on the small flames so nothing would catch fire. Pamela chuckled lightly. We'll do that after dusk. Let's leave the candles unlit until then. No sense in risking the tree before we even enjoy it. They carefully spaced out the tiny paper lanterns around the trunk, each anchored in the snow so it wouldn't tip over. Harry retrieved his wooden crate of presents and placed them under the tree, arranging them with utmost care. They're not big or anything, he said apologetically, noticing how small the packages seemed. But I tried my best. Pamela's eyes misted with tenderness. Harry, dear, they're perfect. Jason stooped to peer at the bright scraps of ribbon. You made gifts. Harry's cheeks warmed. For you and Mum, yeah. He was about to say more, but then he paused, remembering that he wanted at least some element of surprise. You'll see tonight or tomorrow morning. Whenever we decide to open them. Pamela touched his shoulder. We'll open them tonight at dinner, if you like. Just the three of us. There's no need to wait until morning. Harry gave a small grin, part of him thrilled at the idea of a proper Christmas Eve celebration. He'd never had one of those with the Dursleys. Their idea of Christmas had been to let Dudley tear through piles of presents while Harry scrabbled for leftover ribbons to tidy up. Jason, I made something too, he admitted. For both of you. He pointed awkwardly at the main cabin, indicating that he was storing his gift somewhere within. Not big. Pamela smiled wide, tears shining in her eyes. Jason, that's wonderful. I can't wait to see it. Harry practically bounced on his toes. This is going to be the best Christmas ever. They shared a quiet moment, the three of them gazing at their little tree, each reflecting on how far they had come. The sun climbed higher, glinting off the patches of snow that clung to the eaves of the cabins. A mild breeze carried the faintest scent of pine and ice. Let's go inside for now, Pamela said gently. We'll have lunch soon, and maybe afterward we can gather more firewood for tonight's celebration. It's Christmas Eve, after all. Jason nodded, lifting the empty crates. Harry scooped up stray bits of ribbon. Together, they headed back across the courtyard toward the main cabin, the new heart of Camp Crystal Lake. Inside, warmth enveloped them the moment they crossed the threshold. A wood-burning stove glowed softly near one wall, another sign of their diligence in making this place truly livable. The walls had been adorned with a few sketches Harry had drawn, a mix of camp landscapes, scenes of the lake in summer, and even a picture of Pamela and Jason smiling. The furniture was handmade but sturdy, polished to a shine that caught the fire's light. Pamela hung her coat on a peg. I'll fix something for lunch, maybe a stew. Would you two like that? Harry's stomach gave a soft rumble at the thought of hot food. Yes, please, he said, glancing at Jason to see if he agreed. Jason set down the crates and nodded. Sounds good. I can help, he offered. Pamela smiled. I'd love your help. Harry, would you mind stirring the fire in the living area? It's looking a bit low. Sure thing, Harry said. He crossed to the hearth, grabbed the poker, and stirred the embers until orange sparks danced upward. He added a couple more logs to ensure the cabin stayed warm. When he looked back, he saw Jason and Pamela moving into the small kitchen space, opening cupboards, checking jars of preserves and dried meat. The sight tugged at his heart. seeing them so at peace, carrying out ordinary tasks. He was certain no other family in the world matched them in uniqueness, yet here they were, living as any normal household might. He stepped around the living area, idly straightening a cushion on the sofa. Sometimes, he remembered the stark gloom of his cupboard under the stairs at the Dursleys' house, how he'd shivered in the cold with no blanket. Now he had a sturdy bed with ample blankets in a cabin warmed by a fire that never ran out, thanks to Jason's tireless wood chopping. He touched the sofa's arm, marveling at the difference a single year could make. From the kitchen, he heard the soft murmur of conversation, Pamela's voice guiding Jason about which herbs to add. Jason speaking up, hesitating but determined. The winter wind rattled the windows gently, as though reminding them they were in the depths of the season. Yet inside, everything felt shielded by the glow of a newfound family. Half an hour later, the aroma of stew filled the cabin, making Harry's mouth water. Pamela placed 3 bowls on the main table, and they settled down together. Spoons clinked lightly, steam rose in curling wisps, and the hush of contentment wrapped around them. "This is wonderful," Harry said after a few mouthfuls. "Thank you, Mum. And you too, Jason." Jason shrugged modestly, only added time, he said quietly. Pamela's eyes sparkled. "You did more than that, dear." She looked at Harry. "I picked up some vegetables in town yesterday. I haven't told you about that yet, have I? I managed to visit a bigger store a few miles farther out than normal. They had a holiday sale, so I managed to buy flour, sugar, and even a bit of chocolate for us to try." Harry's face lit up. "Chocolate? That's amazing. Did no one suspect anything?" She shook her head. No one recognized me. I've become quite adept at blending in, and it helps that I'm truly solid now." A brief shadow of memory passed over her features. Years ago, if I'd tried to step into a store, it would've. Well, it wasn't possible. Even a year ago, I couldn't hold a full conversation without risking fading. But now, I can walk among them as if everything is normal. Jason paused with his spoon halfway to his mouth. "Mama, safe." Pamela reached across the table to gently squeeze his wrist. "I'm safe, dear. They don't know me, don't remember. A few of the older folks from this. Still, I'm cautious. I go by my maiden name, never mention the camp. I do small transactions and leave." Harry nodded, relieved. "I'm so glad. And, that chocolate, can we use it tonight?" Pamela smiled. "Of course. I thought we might try making hot chocolate after dinner, if I can figure out the recipe. It's been years, but I do recall how to whip up a simple version." Harry grinned, heart fluttering with excitement. He didn't remember ever having homemade hot chocolate before. At the Dursleys, anything sweet was rationed out, if he got anything at all. That would be perfect for Christmas Eve. They finished their lunch in a comfortable hush. Outside, snow began to drift again, the flakes swirling past the windows in lazy eddies. When they were done, Jason and Pamela cleared the bowls, while Harry offered to wash the dishes in a basin of heated water. Humming a soft tune, a made-up melody he found himself singing around Christmas. As the afternoon stretched on, they divided tasks. Pamela took inventory of the few more decorations they could place indoors, along with potential ingredients for the evening meal. She intended to make a simple but special dinner, with fresh bread courtesy of the flour she'd managed to buy. Harry, always eager to help, volunteered to shape the dough. Over the months, he had become quite the cook himself, but on Christmas Eve, he wanted Pamela to guide the process. There was something comforting about letting her take the lead. Jason, meanwhile, donned a coat and stepped outside to gather extra firewood. The cold didn't seem to bother him much, though he still moved slowly and methodically. Harry watched him through the window, noticing how tall and steady Jason looked as he split the logs with a single blow of the axe. Each thwack echoed across the snowy clearing. Despite Jason's quiet nature, he exuded a calm confidence that Harry found deeply reassuring. By mid-afternoon, the scents of baking bread, simmering broth, and faintly spiced apples, a rare treat Pamela was attempting, merged in the main cabin, infusing the air with cozy promise. Harry peeked under the cloth draped over the dough, checking how it rose. "Looks good," he reported. "I think it needs a bit more time." Pamela agreed, tapping her chin. Yes, another hour or so, then we can bake it. Harry replaced the cloth gently, and his mind drifted to tea. He presents waiting beneath the tree outside. A smile curved his lips. He couldn't help but anticipate how Jason would react to what he'd crafted. His gift to Jason was a hand-stitched pillow, embroidered red rather clumsily, with the image of a hockey mask and a small heart beneath it. It had taken him ages to learn embroidery from Pamela, and even longer to perfect the mask shape so it looked right. To most people, such an image might seem odd or unsettling, but to Jason, who had lived behind that mask for so long, it felt symbolic, a nod to his identity, lovingly softened by a heart beneath it. For Pamela, he had fashioned a small locket from bits of thin metal hammered into shape, with a tiny sketch of Jason and Harry inside. He suspected she would keep it close forever, if only to feel her two sons near her heart. He felt a little jab of nerves. Would they like them? He hoped so. They were modest gifts, but the best he could produce with the resources at hand. A gentle knock on the door frame pulled him from his thoughts. Jason stood there, arms laden with fresh logs. Snow clung to his should asked simply. Right by the fireplace, big brother, Harry said. We'll need them tonight. He stacked the logs with care, then dusted snow off his jacket before turning to Harry. We do more decorations. Harry shrugged, glancing at the small pile Pamela had set aside. There's a couple of things we can hang over the windows, I guess. Good, Jason murmured, stepping to help with that. He slid a small stool under the first window and carefully pinned up a garland of dried leaves and berries. Harry handed him another garland for the second window. They worked in a comfortable hush. By the time they finished, the living area felt infused with a subtle holiday charm, rustic, perhaps, but no less heartfelt than any store-bought decorations might achieve. Pamela bustled back into the living area, wiping her hands on a towel. We'll have a simple dinner tonight, then we can open presents. Jason, do you want to bring your gift out for Harry now, or do you want to wait until we do them all together? Jason froze, seemingly embarrassed. Later. We open together. Of course, she said gently, then turned to Harry. Could you go check if the water in the kettle is boiling? I want to brew some tea first before dinner. He nodded, going to the stove area, peeking under the lid. Steam rose thickly. It's ready, he called back. He remembered an old tea tin that was half filled with dried mint leaves, so he took it down and scooped some into the waiting teapot, letting the boiling water pour over them. A fragrant cloud of mint rose, warming the air. Night fell early in winter, and by 4:30, dusk had already cast long shadows across the snowy camp. Harry and Jason stepped outside, bracing against the chill, to admire their Christmas tree in the muted twilight. The tin ornaments glinted dully, ribbons fluttered in a gentle breeze, and the crocheted shapes looked whimsical under the deepening sky. The small paper lanterns at the base remained unlit, waiting for a darker hour. Pamela soon joined them, a lantern in her hand. How about we light them now? It's Christmas Eve. Let's see how our tree looks in the dark. Jason crouched at the base, carefully striking a match. One by one, they lit the tea candles in the little paper lanterns. Combined with the faint reflection of moonlight overhead, the sight transformed the modest evergreen into something magical. Harry's face glowed with wonder. This was the first time he'd truly felt a sense of holiday magic. The presence of the Dursleys was long behind him, and for once, he could just exist in the simplicity of a joyful moment with the people he loved. They lingered outside for a while, breath pluming in soft clouds, content to share the quiet hush of a winter evening. Snow continued its gentle fall, dusting their shoulders. Eventually, Pamela shivered slightly, whether from cold or emotion, Harry couldn't tell, and suggested they head in for dinner. Warm light greeted them when they returned to the cabin. The bread had finished baking, and its golden brown crust made Harry's mouth water. Pamela had also made a simple vegetable soup. They gathered around the small wooden table, savoring every spoonful, every bite, exchanging occasional glances laced with holiday anticipation. Outside, the paper lanterns twinkled at the base of their tree like distant stars. When the bowls were empty and the bread nearly finished, Pamela stood. Harry, Jason, she said gently, why don't you two settle by the fireplace? I'll clear these dishes, then we can open our gifts. Settling on the sofa, Harry stoked the fire, coaxing fresh flames from the embers. Jason sat at the far end, looking more at ease than ever in the gentle lamplight. A few moments later, Pamela joined them, wiping her hands on a cloth. She'd let her hair down a bit, the ends brushing her shoulders. In the lamplight, she looked every bit the living, breathing mother that Harry had always dreamed of. She seated herself beside Jason, a warm smile lighting her face. "Shall we do it in the courtyard by the tree, or here?" she asked. "It's freezing out there, but it would be scenic." Harry considered, glancing at Jason. "It is quite cold. Maybe we could just bring the presents in here." Jason nodded in agreement. "Yes, too cold." Pamela laughed softly. "Then let's go gather them. I'll fetch my coat." She left for a moment, returning bundled against the cold. Jason slipped on his jacket. Harry did the same, and the three of them ventured back outside with a small wooden box. Snow creaked under their boots. Jason reached for the gifts with surprising gentleness, while Pamela picked up a couple that might be for her or Harry. Harry grabbed the others, hugging them to his chest. Then, half hurrying through the chilly air, they returned to the warmth of the cabin. Inside, they set the gifts in a small circle near the fireplace. Harry was practically bouncing. "Who goes first?" Pamela chuckled, glancing at Jason. "Why don't we let your brother open his from you first, Jason's face colored slightly, but he nodded, picking up the small gift Harry had placed in front of him. The shape was roughly rectangular, soft to the touch. He carefully tugged at the wrapped cloth. With slow, deliberate movements, he revealed the embroidered pillow, his eyes widening slightly as he saw the stitched hockey mask and the little heart. He touched the fabric gently, as though afraid it might vanish. "I made it for you, big brother. I'm not the best at embroidery, but Mum showed me how." Well, it's meant to be your mask, and, the heart is because I love you." His voice trembled a bit on the last words. A long moment passed. Jason ran a broad thumb over the stitching. "I love it," he finally murmured. His voice, though quiet, carried deep emotion. "Thank you." Relief washed over Harry's face, and he let out a small laugh. "You're welcome. You can put it on your bed or wherever." Jason nodded solemnly. "I will." Pamela's eyes glistened, touched by the moment. "That's beautiful, Harry, truly." She turned to Jason, still smiling. "Jason, do you want to give your gifts next?" He hesitated, then dipped his head in agreement. He reached behind him, retrieving 2 packages that he must have hidden earlier. He handed the smaller one to Pamela, the slightly larger one to Harry. Harry accepted his with both hands, feeling the weight of something wooden inside. He carefully unwrapped it, revealing a small hand-carved box with a hinged lid, sanded smooth so that it shone in the firelight. The top bore a clumsily etched image of the camp's refurbished sign, and beneath it, in hesitant letters, was carved, "Harry's Treasures." A swell of emotion choked Harry's throat. "Jason," he breathed, "you made this for me. You draw, have sketches. Maybe keep them safe, in box." Harry's eyes grew hot with tears. He never expected something so thoughtful. "That's perfect. I can keep my drawings, my pencils, thank you." He set the box down carefully, then leaned forward to give Jason a quick hug, ignoring how awkward it might be. Jason, though shy, responded by patting Harry's shoulder reassuringly. At the same time, Pamela was unwrapping her own gift. In her hands, she found a folded length of cloth. A simple but lovely shawl crocheted in a soft, pale blue yarn. Jason had evidently worked on it for months. Harry had caught glimpses of him fiddling with yarn in the evenings, though he never suspected it was for Pamela. Pamela pressed the shawl to her cheek, tears standing in her eyes. "Oh, Jason," she whispered. "It's beautiful. You did this all by yourself." A slow nod. "Learned from book," he explained simply. She looked at him as though he'd hung the moon. "I love it," she said, draping it around her shoulders. It complemented the gentle color of her sweater perfectly. Then, moved by the generosity of her once-lost son, she leaned over and kissed his temple, something she hadn't done in a living capacity for decades. "Thank you, sweet boy." Jason seemed at a loss for words. But the slight relaxation in his posture. He handed her the small locket box he'd made, carefully wrapped in paper scrounged from an old staff ledger. Her fingers ran over the rough edges, noticing how it was shaped into a crude heart. Gently, she pried it open, finding within the tiny sketches of Jason and Harry that Harry had miniaturized and carefully glued inside. "Harry," she murmured, voice trembling. "This, oh, my dear child, this is precious. It's perfect." She turned tear-filled eyes on him. "Thank you so much." Harry gulped, trying not to cry. "I thought you might like something to keep us close, you know, physically, or, well, you can wear it, or just hold on to it." Pamela set it against her chest, her hand trembling. "I will never take it off," she promised softly. You have no idea what this means to me." Jason watched, his expression unguarded for once, touched by the loving exchange. Pamela sniffed, blinking away tears. "All right," she said, clearing her throat. "That leaves my gifts for you too." She reached behind the chair, pulling out 2 wrapped parcels. One was a bit larger and flatter, the other heavier. She handed the flat one to Harry and the heavier one to Jason. Harry carefully unwrapped his, revealing a neat sheaf of drawing papers tied together, along with a small wooden case containing charcoal pencils, colored chalks, and even some inks. Where did you get these?" Pamela smiled through her tears. "The art supply store in town. It's small, but they had these. I thought, well, I know how much you love to draw. Now you won't be limited to scraps or homemade charcoals." Harry cradled the set. "This is amazing. Thank you, Mum." He set it aside to fling his arms around her, burying his face in her sweater. She let out a soft laugh, hugging him back. Jason opened his gift next. He found a thick woolen coat, more modern than anything he'd worn before, with sturdy lining and a hood. It was dark green, almost camouflage-like, and sized specifically for his large frame. Jason ran his hands over the fabric in awe. "Mama, real coat?" She nodded, smiling gently. "Yes, dear, a real coat. The old one you have is always patched up, and I can't bear to see you cold out there when you chop wood or take care of the camp. Now you can keep warm." She paused, voice trembling. I'm so proud of how far you've come. Both of you." Quote. Jason touched the coat reverently. "Thank you," he said softly, glancing at Harry. "And you, for letting me be your brother." Harry's eyes filled with tears again. "Always, big brother." Pamela's tears spilled over too, though her smile never faded. She pulled them both close, her arms draping around their shoulders. Snow fell softly outside, and the chill of winter seemed a world away from the warmth they shared. Eventually, Pamela cleared her throat, dabbing her eyes with a handkerchief. "All right, my angels," she said shakily, "this Christmas Eve is already perfect. But we're not finished yet. I do believe there's some hot chocolate to be made." Harry lit up, nodding eagerly, while Jason tilted his head in curiosity. "Hot chocolate?" Pamela laughed softly. "Yes, dear, a sweet drink. Let me show you how." They spent the next hour in the kitchen area, Pamela carefully melting the small block of chocolate she had purchased, mixing in milk, sugar, and a pinch of salt. Harry stirred it slowly over low heat, inhaling the intoxicating aroma. Jason hovered near, fascinated by the process. When the mixture began to bubble, Pamela poured it into mugs, topping each with a small swirl of whipped cream she had managed by shaking cream in a lidded jar with sugar. They carried the steaming mugs back to the living area, settling on the sofa with blankets around their shoulders. Jason sipped tentatively at first, unused to such sweetness, but soon, a startled delight crossed his features. "Good," he proclaimed, finishing the mug in a few slow, savored gulps. Harry nursed his, sighing in bliss with each sip. The heat, the richness of chocolate, it felt like a gift in itself. He leaned his head on Pamela's shoulder, eyes half-lidded with contentment. "Best Christmas ever," he murmured again, voice trembling on the verge of tears for the umpteenth time that evening. Pamela pressed a kiss to his temple. "I'm glad," she whispered. Her gaze traveled to the newly crocheted shawl around her shoulders, to Jason's pillow and box, to the art supplies in the corner. Each item symbolized a triumph, an act of love that would have been unimaginable a year before. Time drifted as they chatted quietly, remembering the highlights of the year, how they'd repaired each cabin, how Jason had bravely ventured further into his own speech, how Pamela had dared to visit town. Harry recounted small moments that filled his heart with joy, like the day Jason saved a family of ducks from a fox near the lakeshore, or the time Pamela surprised them with honey from a local beekeeper. They laughed over the minor mishaps, like Harry's attempt at acorn flour that nearly turned a loaf of bread into a rock. Even those memories glowed with warmth in hindsight. Eventually, weariness crept over them. The day's excitement, the emotional moments, and the cozy warmth of a full belly lured them to rest. Pamela took it upon herself to tidy up the mugs, though Harry and Jason offered to help. She shooed them gently away. "You two relax, I'll just wash these, then I'm off to bed as well." Harry and Jason lingered near the fire, letting the last coals crackle down into the ashes. "I still can't believe it's Christmas," Harry said softly, curling under the blanket. Feels like a dream." Jason glanced at him. "A good dream," he said simply. Harry smiled, nodding. "The best." They lapsed into companionable silence for a few moments. Outside, the wind whistled softly, stirring snow against the cabin walls. Harry looked to Jason. "Big brother, are you happy?" Jason took a moment to respond, as though tasting the question's meaning. Then, with quiet certainty, he said, "Yes. Very." Harry's grin glowed in the firelight. "Me too," he whispered. "Me too." Pamela returned from the kitchen, wiping her hands dry on a cloth. She regarded them both with an affectionate tilt of her head. "Ready for bed, my angels." They rose, collecting blankets and ensuring the fire was banked safely. One by one, they bid each other good night, hugging in the dim lamplight. Pamela placed the locket Harry had given her around her neck, pressing a kiss to its surf ace before pulling it beneath her sweater. Jason carried his new coat to his own corner of the cabin, though he left it folded carefully. For now, Harry carefully cradled the carved box Jason had made, along with his new art supplies, setting them near his bed so he could wake up and see them first thing in the morning. "Good night, Mum," Harry said softly, hugging her one more time. "Good night, big brother." Pamela returned his hug, stroking his hair. "Sleep well, sweetheart." Jason gave a small wave. "Night, Harry, Mama." And so the cabin lights dimmed, leaving only the faint glow of embers in the fireplace. Harry curled up under his blankets, heart full, mind adrift with gratitude. Outside, the hush of a white Christmas Eve lay over Camp Crystal Lake. The newly fallen snow sparkled under moonlight. The decorated tree standing watch in the courtyard, lanterns extinguished but memory lingering. The night sky glowed with stars, as though celebrating the day's warmth despite the frosty air. In that quiet, Harry let out a final breath of contentment. He thought back to the person he had been, shivering in a cupboard under the stairs, believing no one would ever love him, let alone be a family to him. Now, here he was, cozy, cared for, and caring in return. He heard the distant creaks of the cabin settling, the soft shift of Jason in his bed, and the muffled hum of Pamela humming some lullaby. This was home. This was Christmas. The next morning would bring another day of tasks, living, loving, preparing for a future when they might open the camp to others. But for now, in this hush, the world shrank to Ju, a mother, her once lost son, and an orphan boy turned beloved younger child. And in that closeness, with the swirling snow outside and the steady glow of love within, Harry drifted into the deepest, most peaceful sleep he had ever known, savoring every quiet minute of a Christmas that had finally brought him the warmth and family he deserved. He dreamed of evergreen boughs, tin ornaments rattling in a playful breeze, and a gentle voice whispering, "Merry Christmas, my angel." And that, indeed, was enough to make him believe in miracles. And my Patreon, Neon Shadows of Fate, Harry Potter FNAF. Chapter 5 is already available for users with Reader Plus or Reader Plus support. Chapter 6 will be available on the 23rd of January 2025 at 1500 Central European Time for users with Reader Plus or Reader Plus support on Patreon. Reader Plus will cost you $5, Reader Plus support will cost you $10. Beyond the Boundaries of Time, Harry Potter Fallout. Chapter 5 is already available for users with Reader Plus or Reader Plus support. Chapter 6 will be available on the 23rd of January 2025 at 1500 Central European Time for users with Reader Plus or Reader Plus support on Patreon. Reader Plus will cost you $5. Reader Plus support will cost you $10. Bound by Shadows and Sorrow. Harry Potter, Friday the 13th crossover. Chapter 5 is already available for users with Reader Plus or Reader Plus support. Chapter 6 will be available on the 23rd of January 2025 at 15:00 Central European Time for users with Reader Plus or Reader Plus support on Patreon. Reader Plus will cost you $5. Reader Plus support will cost you $10. Harry Potter and the Crimson Shadows. Harry Potter, Helsing. Chapter 5 is already available for users with Reader Plus or Reader Plus support. Chapter 6 will be available on the 23rd of January 2025 at 1500 Central European Time for users with Reader Plus or Reader Plus support on Patreon. Reader Plus will cost you $5. Reader Plus support will cost you $10. Harry and the Wolf. Gamer, Harry Potter O. Chapter 7 is already available on my Patreon for users with Reader Plus or Reader Plus support. Chapter 8 will be available on the 23rd of January 2025 at 1500 Central European Time for users with Reader Plus or Reader Plus support on Patreon. Reader Plus will cost you $5. Reader Plus support will cost you $10. Naruto and Secret of Aperture Science. Naruto Portal. Chapter 7 is already available on my Patreon for users with Reader Plus or Reader Plus support. Chapter 8 will be available on the 23rd of January 2025 at 1500 Central European Time F. Are users with Reader Plus or Reader Plus support on Patreon. Reader Plus will cost you $5. Reader Plus support will cost you $10. Metamorphosis. The Legacy Within. Harry Potter, Ben 10 one-shot. Already available. Reader one-shot will cost you $3. Reader Plus will cost you $5. Reader Plus support will cost you $10. On these fanfics below you will need Reader Plus support which will cost you $10. Rescued by Tales. Harry Potter. Sonic the Hedgehog Chapter 1 is available for users with Reader Plus support. Chapter 2 is available for users with Reader Plus support. Chapter 3 is available for users with Reader Plus support. Reader Plus support will cost you $10. QBE Sun Reborn. Harry Potter, Naruto. Chapter 1 is available for users with Reader Plus support. Chapter 2 is available for users with Reader Plus support. Chapter 3 is available for use. RS with Reader Plus support. Chapter 4 is available for users with Reader Plus support. Reader Plus support will cost you $10. Rescued by Lamia. Harry Potter, Monster Masumi. Everyday Life with Monster Girls. Chapter 1 is available for users with Reader Plus support. Chapter 2 is available for users with Reader Plus support. Chapter 3 is available for users with Reader Plus support. Reader Plus support will cost you $10. Harry Potter and Toon Force. Harry Potter, Looney Tunes. Chapter 1 is available for users with Reader Plus support. Chapter 2 is available for users with Reader Plus support. Chapter 3 is available for users with Reader Plus support. Reader Plus support will cost you $10. Shinigami's Vacation. Bleach Naruto. Chapter 1 is available for users with Reader Plus support. Chapter 2 is available for users with Reader Plus support. Chapter 3 is available for users with Reader Plus support. Reader Plus support will cost you $10. Harry Potter and BBPS Reborn. Harry Potter O. Alive Potters, Sibling Potter. Chapter 1 is available for users with Reader Plus support. Chapter 2 is available for users with Reader Plus support. Chapter 3 is available for users with Reader Plus support. Chapter 4 is available for users with Reader Plus support. Reader Plus support will cost you $10. Lonely Ruler and Her Sunshine. Harry Potter, One Piece. Chapter 1 is available for users with Reader Plus support. Chapter 2 is available for users with Reader Plus support. Chapter 3 is available for users with Reader Plus support. Chapter 4 is available for users with Reader Plus support. Reader Plus support will cost you $10. Raised by Mew Reborn. Harry Potter, Pokemon. Chapter 1 is available for users with Reader Plus support. Chapter 2 is available for users with Reader Plus support. Chapter 3 is available for users with Reader Plus support. Chapter 4 is available for users with Reader Plus support. Reader Plus support will cost you $10. Fragile Hope. Harry Potter, Jigsaw. Chapter 1 is available for users with Reader Plus support. Chapter 2 is available for users with Reader Plus support. Chapter 3 is available for users with Reader Plus support. Reader Plus support will cost you $10. Symphony of Machines, Harry Potter, Fania. Chapter 1 is available for users with Reader Plus support. Chapter 2 is available for users with Reader Plus support. Chapter 3 is available for users with Reader Plus support. Reader Plus support will cost you $10. The Silent Lullabies of Forgotten Factory, Harry Potter, Poppy Playtime. Chapter 1 is available for users with Reader Plus sup. Or Chapter 2 is available for users with Reader Plus support. Chapter 3 is available for users with Reader Plus support. Chapter 4 is available for users with Reader Plus support. Reader Plus support will cost you $10. Threads Woven Between Two Souls, Harry Potter, Coraline. Chapter 1 is available for users with Reader Plus support. Chapter 2 is available for users with Reader Plus support. Chapter 3 is available for users WITH Reader Plus support. Reader Plus support will cost you $10. Queen of Forbidden Forest, Harry Potter O, Second Year. Chapter 1 is available for users with Reader Plus support. Chapter 2 is available for users with Reader Plus support. Chapter 3 is available for users with Reader Plus support. Chapter 4 is available for users with Reader Plus support. Reader Plus support will cost you $10. Worlds Unbound Magic, Harry Potter O, Multi-Fandom, Crossover, Future O. Chapter 1 is available for users with Reader Plus support. Chapter 2 is available for users with Reader Plus support. Chapter 3 is available for users with Reader Plus support. Reader Plus support will cost you $10. Moonlight and Mist, Harry Potter, Percy Jackson. Chapter 1 is available for users with Reader Plus support. Chapter 2 is available for users with Reader Plus support. Chapter 3 is available for users with Reader Plus support. Reader Plus support will cost you $10. Chapter 5, A Winter of Quiet Strength. Disclaimer: I don't own Harry Potter or Friday the 13th series. New Year's morning dawned over Camp Crystal Lake with a gentle hush, as though the world itself was taking a breath before the challenges and triumphs of a new decade. Snowdrifts glowed in the early light, the lake a tranquil sheet of ice. Though the cold wind occasionally rattled the pine branches, within the heart of the camp lay warmth, a home lovingly restored, where a family forged by fate and choice woke to face the promise of another day. Harry stirred from his bed in the main cabin, blinking against the milky pale light seeping through frosted windows. He felt that delightful ache of growing muscles as he stretched his arms overhead. 8 months of physical labor, hauling wood, repairing cabins, painting signs, had steadily built him from a malnourished wisp into a healthier, stronger boy. Though he remained on the slender side, he could feel the growing solidity of his limbs, the surety in each movement. And today, on this first day of January 1990, he sensed a quiet excitement humming in his blood. Telephone. Ling him that the future would be bright. He sat up, glanced around at the cozy interior he shared with Jason and Pamela. The main cabin had been a labor of love, every plank, every stone in the Hayhair collective effort. The small fireplace offered gentle warmth. Sunlight illumined the pine walls, revealing subtle carvings, a star here, a swirl there, that Harry had added during moments of whimsy. No trace of the cold, haunted hush that once defined this place remained. Quiet footsteps from outside the bedroom area caught Harry's ear. He smiled softly, suspecting it was Pamela, already dressed and preparing the morning meal. Tasting crisp winter air on her own mortal breath, of choosing favorite foods at breakfast. It was a gift that Harry marveled at daily. The winter chill nipped at his toes, but it was infinitely better than the damp cupboard he once knew. He rummaged in a small chest for fresh clothes, simple trousers and a sweater hand sewn by Pamela, then quietly opened the door to the common room. Jason sat by the hearth, tending the fire, coaxing flames from embers with methodical care. In the gentle light, Jason's face was strikingly normal now. Though faint scars remained, the disfiguring lumps were gone, leaving behind a broad, solemn visage that could have been any kindly woodsman's. He wore a thick shirt and trousers, also lovingly mended, and a new pair of boots resting beside him. A half-smile bent his lips as he caught Harry's eye. "Morning," Jason said, his voice no longer a hoarse rasp. It was quiet, still touched with reticence, but whole. "Morning, big brother," Harry replied, the words easy and warm. He crouched beside Jason, letting his hands hover near the fire's welcome heat. "How's the fire doing?" Jason placed another small log onto the glowing embers. "Good. Just started." "For breakfast?" He hesitated, as if trying to find the right words, then added, "Happy New Year." Harry's smile widened. "Happy New Year. Feels strange, doesn't it? 1990 already." Jason nodded slowly. For him, decades had passed in a haze. Death, rage, isolation, so the progression of time felt surreal. Yet now, it offered a promise of fresh starts. He turned back to the fire, stoking it gently. "Yes, feels new." Harry clapped Jason's shoulder, a casual gesture of affection that felt second nature now. "I wonder what Mum's cooking." A tantalizing scent of bread teased his nose. Jason shrugged but shot Harry a small, fond look. The two of them rose and walked toward the kitchen nook, where they found Pamela measuring flour into a bowl. She wore a simple house dress layered beneath a warm cardigan, hair tied back from her face. Hearing their approach, she glanced up, her bright eyes lighting with motherly joy. "There you are," she said. "I'm making biscuits. Thought we could have them with jam for a simple breakfast." She set aside her measuring cup and stepped closer, pressing a brief kiss to Harry's temple, then resting a hand on Jason's arm. "Happy New Year, my loves." Harry's cheeks glowed. "Happy New Year, Mum." Jason murmured his own greeting, sinking into the comfortable silence that often characterized his presence. He inhaled the aroma of flour and yeast, letting the homey scent calm him. "Start the day with something warm in our stomachs," she said. "Then we can talk about the next steps for the camp. We still need to reinforce the mess hall roof after last week's heavy snow. If that collapses again, we'll have more repairs on our hands." Harry frowned, remembering the evening he and Jason spent shoveling snow off the mess hall. Dee realized that some of the rafters sagged under the weight, a clear sign they needed better support beams. "We can do that today. I'll help with the beams. Jason can hold them in place, and we can nail them in." Jason glanced at him, expression thoughtful. "Yes, good plan." Pamela nodded approval. "We also need to check the side cabin stoves. I'm worried some of them might be letting in drafts. If we really do open the camp next year or the year after, we'll want those cabins safe and warm, no matter the season." "Definitely," Harry agreed, a spark of excitement in his eyes. "I can add new insulation if we have enough leftover materials. And maybe recheck the chimneys for cracks." Pamela chuckled softly. "You've become quite the handyman, Harry." He shrugged with a shy grin. The next half hour passed in tranquil routine. Pamela rolled out dough, cut it into biscuits, slid them into the small cast-iron stove, while Jason kept the main fire fed. Harry set out mismatched plates and cups on their handmade table, humming under his breath. When the biscuits emerged golden brown and fragrant, they gathered with mugs of tea in hand. Sitting around the table, they savored each bite, the jam bright and sweet. Outside the window, the sky brightened to a pale winter blue, the tall pines swaying in the light breeze. It promised to be a crisp, clear day, perfect for tackling those roof repairs. After breakfast, the three of them donned coats, hats, and gloves. Pamela tucked a notepad into her pocket, listing the tasks she hoped to accomplish. Jason carried a small toolbox, and Harry a bundle of extra beams they had prepared. Their boots crunched over snow as they made their way to the mess hall, forging fresh footprints in the otherwise pristine ground. The structure stood at the camp's center, overshadowing the smaller cabins around it. Built decades ago to feed hundreds of summer campers, it had once been the scene of laughter and chatter, now replaced by calm quiet. In the months since their reconstruction work started, the mess hall's interior was largely repaired, freshly painted walls, sturdy tables, a large kitchen area. But the roof's external beams needed strengthening. They set to work with a practiced rhythm. Jason climbed a ladder with surprising agility for someone his size, settling himself near the rafters. Harry passed him wooden support beams from below, calling instructions. Pamela stood at ground level, referencing her notepad, ensuring they didn't miss any trouble spots. A gentle breeze made the ladder sway, and Harry's heart fluttered. Despite growing confidence, he still worried for Jason's safety whenever the big man ascended a precarious perch. But Jason merely braced himself, driving nails with deliberate force. With each hammer strike, a subtle pulse of energy thrummed through Harry. He didn't consciously register it, but in moments of focus, When he poured his attention into the repairs, his magic seeped out, fortifying the wood, the beams. Even Jason's balancing act. Unaware of this, he pressed the next plank into Jason's waiting hand. Got it? He asked, eyes squinting against the winter glare. Jason nodded. Yes, he rumbled. Then he carefully aligned the plank, hammered it into place. Down below, Pamela directed. Make sure it's flush with the crossbeam. We don't want any gaps where snow can settle. Jason made an adjustment, and Harry hammered from his vantage to secure the lower end. Once the final nail sank in, Jason exhaled a visible breath in the cold air. Done, he said, stepping carefully down the rungs. Pamela approached with a small smile. How does it look? Harry tilted his head, studying the newly added supports. Better. We should add 2 more cross struts on the far side, just to be safe. Jason, glancing that way, nodded in agreement. I'll get them. They spent the remainder of the morning reinforcing that section. Then they cleared a path around the building, shoveling out stubborn drift. Ts of snow that threatened to block the entrance. Harry tackled the task with an eagerness that belied his small size, occasionally surprising himself with how quickly he flung the heavier chunks of ice. A spark inside him, his suppressed magic, gleamed each time he exerted himself. He felt lighter, stronger. By noon, they retreated inside the mess hall to warm up. Pamela started a small fire in the kitchen stove, heating water for tea again. The warmth seeped into their chilled limbs as they lowered themselves onto a bench at one of the larger tables. Harry gazed around, imagining the day that children and counselors might fill this room, brimming with laughter and chatter. The vision felt closer to reality now. Colorful posters mimes played across these tables, plates of food stacked high. He inhaled sharply, excitement stirring in his chest. Pamela handed him a steaming mug. Here you go, dear, she said, her voice a soft echo in the cavernous space. She turned, offering one to Jason. You've both earned this. Jason murmured his thanks, cradling the mug in large hands. He blew on the surface before taking a sip, savoring the warmth. Pamela perched on the bench opposite Harry. So, she began, opening her notepad. We've stabilized the roof here. The next big item is the heating in the side cabins. If we plan to host people in cooler months, they'll need reliable warmth. Harry nodded vigorously. We could add small wood stoves to each cabin, like we did in ours. I know we built a few spares, but maybe not enough for every cabin. Pamela flipped a page, scanning her inventory notes. Yes, I only see 2 extra stoves that are fully functional. We might need to acquire more if we're serious about year-round usage. Or we could craft them, Harry mused, mind turning. But that might be more complicated than building furniture. We'd need proper metalworking equipment. Jason sipped his tea, pondering. We get from town. Pamela shook her head slightly, crossing one leg over the other. I can buy smaller items easily. Fabric, tools, even canned goods, but hauling multiple large stoves would raise questions, not to mention the cost. We might need a blacksmith or a contact who can produce them cheaply, under the radar. A moment of silence stretched as they considered the logistics. Harry's gaze lingered on Jason, noticing how in the past, he would have likely stayed silent or just nodded. The big man set his mug down. We can plan, Jason said slowly, for next winter. Maybe we open camp. 1991. Pamela offered a gentle smile. Yes, that's what I was thinking. Another year and a half or so to get everything perfect. That way we're not rushing. Harry leaned forward, excitement dancing in his eyes. That sounds right. By next winter, we can have enough stoves. Then, come summer of 1991, we open the camp to a small group first, see how it goes. A soft laugh escaped Pamela. We'll need staff, of course. We can't run an entire summer camp alone. We need safe people. Serious, not teenagers who. He trailed off, pained by memories of how carelessness had led to his drowning. Pamela reached over to clasp his hand. Yes, dear, we'll find responsible adults, people who truly love children. I won't let what happened to you happen to anyone else. Harry pressed his lips together, remembering Jason's story as best he knew it. He found a sense of purpose welling inside him. "We'll do this right," he said firmly. "We'll make it the safest camp ever." Their conversation paused as they sipped tea, each lost in the glimmer of a future that felt more tangible than ever before. Snow pattered against the windows, but inside, the hush held promise. After a short break, they returned outside to continue with the day's tasks. The sky remained bright, though the winter sun was low on the horizon even in early afternoon. Pamela moved on to check the smaller cabins, a pencil and paper in hand to note any repairs needed. Jason and Harry trudged side by side through the snow, heading toward the largest of the side cabins. This one had been half converted into a supply storage area, but they wanted it to be a functional bunkhouse in the long run. Harry opened the door, letting in a rush of cold air. The interior was tidy, but the fireplace looked dusty. Let's see if the flue is blocked," he said, stepping forward. Jason followed, silent but watchful. Together, they moved to the fireplace, kneeling on the hearth. Harry reached in carefully, feeling for obstructions. "There's some debris," he muttered. "Twigs, leaves, might have come down the chimney." Jason frowned. "We can clean it. Recheck top." Harry nodded. "I'll climb up, or you can. Let's see." He stepped back to assess the chimney's exterior. "We'll probably need a ladder." Jason's protective side flared. "I'll go. You hold ladder," he said quietly but firmly. Harry opened his mouth to protest that he was perfectly capable, but then he read Jason's concern in the set of his jaw. Harry relented with a small smile. "All right, big brother. Deal." While Jason fetched the ladder from a shed near the main path, Harry tidied the fireplace, sweeping out ash and debris. Occasionally, the wind gusted outside, howling faintly. He felt a pleasant tingle in his limbs, the same subtle energy that always came when he focused intently. The heavier he worked, the more that energy thrived, never tiring him. Jason soon returned, propping the ladder against the cabin's snowy roof. "Be careful," Harry urged. "Take the broom, see if you can loosen any blockages." Jason nodded, climbing with the broom in one hand, his large form surprisingly agile. Harry braced the ladder from below, glancing up worriedly every so often. The few times the ladder wobbled, he instinctively clenched his hands. A wave of adrenaline, possibly magic, stabilizing it beyond normal means. A few minutes later, Jason called down, cleared, lots of leaves. Then he shuffled back to the edge, carefully descending. As soon as his boots touched the ground, Harry exhaled relief. "Thanks," Harry said. "Now let's test it." They stepped back inside. Harry balled up some scrap paper, lighting it in the fireplace. "Look," he said, pointing as the smoke rushed through the chimney without reversing. "Perfect." Jason nodded, satisfied. "Cabin, warm now." Harry smiled softly. "Someday, kids will bunk here, huh?" Jason's face softened. "Yes, soon." Then his gaze dropped, and he hesitated, as though wrestling with some inner thought. "Harry, sorry." Harry's eyebrows rose. "What for?" Jason swallowed, visible tension in his shoulders. "I did bad things. Hurt people." The words came out heavy, laden with regret. He lowered his head further. "You and Mama gave me chance to be better. I sometimes feel guilt." He stepped closer, tentatively resting a hand on Jason's forearm. "Big brother," he said gently, "we all have pasts that hurt. I didn't do anything like that, but I understand regrets. And, well, you're changing. You're not the same as before. Mum says we should focus on who you are becoming, not who you were in pain." Jason's eyes glistened. "Thank you. You help me, make me want to be better." Harry squeezed his arm. "You are better, Jason. Every day, you are. And I'm proud of you." Silence blanketed them momentarily, deeper than the snow outside. Then Jason managed a small nod, blinking away tears. He offered Harry a grateful, raw smile, something that would have been unthinkable just a year ago. They returned to their tasks, checking the cabin's interior walls for drafts. Harry stuffed bits of insulation in corners, while Jason hammered in new planks. The hush was companionable, each lost in warm reflection. By late afternoon, the sun dipped behind the treetops, painting the sky with ribbons of pink and orange. They decided to call it a day, eager to return to the main cabin for supper. When they arrived back, Pamela was already stirring a pot of stew over the crackling fire. She greeted them with a nod. "You two look tired. Everything all right?" Harry ran a hand over his hair, dislodging a bit of soot. "Yes, we got the chimney clear in that side cabin." He grinned. "No more blockages, hopefully." Pamela set aside the ladle, stepping forward to brush a smudge from Harry's cheek. "Well done. I checked Alf the other cabins. Just minor fixes needed. We'll get to those tomorrow." Jason shrugged out of his coat, letting the warmth sink in. "Stew. Smells good." Pamela laughed softly. "It'll be ready soon, dear. Harry, could you add a log to the fire? And Jason, maybe you can fetch some water from the well for washing dishes later." They both assented, slipping comfortably into their roles. As Harry grabbed a log, he felt that subtle pulse inside him again, like a muscle flexing just beneath Concho used to these fleeting sensations, moments when the world seemed lighter, more pliable, as thawg. He could carry a log thrice his size without strain. Yet he never remarked on it aloud, uncertain what it meant. While Jason carried in water, Harry stood by the window, gazing at the fading light over the lake. In the reflection on the glass, he glimpsed his own face, healthier, older. A small pang of curiosity stung him. The question of his origins, the nature of his freakishness, as the Dursleys once called it. He had no knowledge of the wizarding world, no inkling that people somewhere out there whispered his name as the boy who lived. All he knew was that he possessed something unique inside him. A quiet vow formed on his tongue. Someday, he'd seek answers. But for now, his life here was enough. He turned back to help Pamela set the table. Dinner passed in a gentle chorus of spoon clinks and soft conversation. Afterward, they gathered around the fireplace, discussing the next day's tasks. Jason occasionally contributed with more than a few words, each sentence spoken with care. But it warmed Harry's heart to see his big brother engage. The notion of Jason as the legendary, silent brute seemed impossible now. Dreams danced at the edges of his mind, visions of swirling lights. Half-formed images of someone in a tall hat, or an echoing voice that spoke of destiny. But when he woke, he remembered nothing concrete, only a sense that something within him was growing, stirring from slumber. Over the next week, the days settled into a steady rhythm. Morning chores, cabin checks, small improvements, like carving new directional signs for the camp or painting decorative motifs on door frames. They also cleared new pathways through the snow, forging gentle slopes that future campers might walk or sled down. Each day ended with hearty meals and quiet nights around the fireplace, occasionally peppered with laughter when Harry or Pamela told jokes or recalled funny mishaps from repairs. One afternoon, a light snowstorm swept in, blanketing the camp in fresh powder. The wind howled, rattling shutters and piling drifts against cabin walls. Harry and Jason battled the drifts, ensuring none of the doors became blocked. At one point, while shoveling near the main cabin, the frigid air stung Harry's cheeks. And for a moment, he thought he might collapse under the biting cold. Then, inexplicably, warmth flooded him, and his arms found extra strength to fling the snow aside with each scoop. He finished the task without exhaustion, though the shovel felt impossibly heavy at first. Jason, noticing the pace at which Harry worked, regarded him with puzzlement. "You, not cold?" Harry shrugged, breath fogging the air. "I was, but I just kept going. It's weird. Maybe I got used to it." They returned indoors, stamping snow from their boots. Pamela insisted on wrapping them both in blankets, scolding them gently for braving the storm too long. As they sipped hot tea, Harry let his mind wander back to that sudden burst of energy, that surge that came from nowhere. It felt so real, yet intangible. He was grateful for the silence of the room to hide the swirl of questions in his head. In mid-January, Pamela made another trip into the nearby city, driving the old pickup truck she'd managed to purchase with some of Harry's hidden funds, carefully withdrawn over several visits. Before leaving, she kissed both her sons' foreheads, reminding them to be cautious. "I won't be more than a couple of days," she said, adjusting her coat. "Jason, make sure the main fire stays lit. Harry, do keep an eye on that side cabin. I worry about the roofing there." They nodded in unison. Harry felt a pang of anxiety whenever Pamela left, but he also knew these supply runs were crucial. She'd return with new tools, fabrics, and possibly books. The emotional swirl in his ear. She reminded him that while they had each other, they remained somewhat isolated, reliant on Pamela's delicate balancing act of blending into a world that believed her long dead. During Pamela's absence, Harry and Jason deepened their bond. They worked side by side, reinforcing the back cabins, erecting a simple rope pulley system to haul logs from the main storage to the cabins. Harry considered it a small invention, just some wheels, rope, and a bit of trial and error. But it spared them both from excessive lifting, especially on icy terrain. Sun setting soon, he observed quietly. We almost done. Harry nodded, securing a log onto the rope. Yes, just a few more, then we can call it a day. He tugged the rope, feeling the log lift. This is so much easier, right? Jason managed a small chuckle. Yes, good idea. Warmth flooded Harry at that sign of humor from Jason. He teased in return, if I'd known you'd praise me, I'd have built it sooner. Jason's lips twitched in an almost smile. They finished stacking the logs, then returned to the main cabin as dusk settled. The sky deepened into violet, stars peeking through the cold. Harry made a simple dinner of boiled potatoes and vegetables, while Jason fetched fresh water. Their quiet camaraderie felt effortless. By the time they finished eating, a hush blanketed the camp, broken only by the crackle of the hearth. Sitting across from each other at the table, Harry studied Jason. The older man's gaze was distant, as if lost in thought. Harry took a breath, deciding to ask something that had weighed on his mind. Big brother, do you remember much of your childhood? Before you drowned. Jason's expression clouded with something unreadable. He drummed his fingers lightly on the tabletop. Then, in a low voice, he said, Some. Mama was cook here. I would watch from kitchen. I was shy. Other kids sometimes teased me. Harry leaned forward, empathy tugging at his heart. I'm sorry. Kids can be cruel. Jason swallowed. One time, a girl sat with me, taught me to make lanyard from strings. But, next day, bullies found me, teased me more. Harry exhaled softly, wanting to reach across the table. You didn't deserve that. Then, the day I drowned, they were, I think, kissing, not paying attention. I went in water, didn't come out. He closed his eyes, a tremor running through him. Everything dark after that. A heavy silence filled the room, thick with regret. Harry rose, tentatively crossing to Jason's side, resting a hand on his shoulder. You're safe now, he whispered, and you're healing. I'm sorry you had to go through so much pain. Jason let out a slow breath, leaning into Harry's reassuring touch. Thank you, he murmured. Then, after a beat, you're best brother I could ask for. Emotion constricted Harry's chest, tears pricking the corners of his eyes. Same, he managed. For a few long seconds, they simply lingered in that quiet bond. Forging something unspoken yet powerful, an understanding that, no matter their past traumas, they had each other. Eventually, Jason cleared his throat, retreating from the memory. We do better next time. Camp safe. Yes, we will. The next day, Pamela returned around midday, honking the truck horn to announce her arrival. Jason and Harry rushed out of the cabin, braving the cold to greet her. She hopped down from the driver's seat, cheeks flushed from wind. Hello, my angels, she called, stepping forward to embrace them both. Harry grinned. Welcome back, Mum. Did you get everything? Pamela's eyes sparkled. Most of it. Fabrics, basic groceries, some extra tools. And, she lowered her voice conspiratorially, I found some books that might be helpful, general management stuff, first aid manuals. Thought it'd help us be prepared for emergencies. Jason nodded approvingly. Good, he said. They unloaded the truck together, carrying supplies to the main cabin. Pamela recounted small observations from her trip, how the city streets bustled even in winter, how shops displayed bright signs advertising sales, how new fashions startled her since so much had changed from the 1960s. She admitted to feeling a twinge of awe at microwave ovens in the shops, cassette players, even hints of something called compact discs. Harry listened with fascination, having grown up in Little Whinging. He was used to some modern stuff, but the Dursleys had kept him from enjoying any real technology. He found Pamela's stories about the city enthralling, imagining the day they might all go there together in plain sight. Perhaps, one day, they could walk among the crowds with no fear of someone recognizing Jason or recalling Pamela's name. Once the supplies were neatly stored, they settled in for a quick lunch. Pamela rifled through a bag, pulling out a small metal tin. "I got a treat," she announced, eyes twinkling. "Powdered cocoa. We can make more hot chocolate tonight." Harry whooped softly, remembering the sweet warmth of Christmas Eve. Jason's expression brightened just a fraction. "Let's see. Camp administration and safety, essential first aid for outdoor programs. Managing food service for groups." She tapped each cover with excitement. "We'll have to study these. Knowledge is power." Jason leaned over, scanning the titles. "I read," he offered quietly, surprising them both. He'd never been particularly open about reading before, but perhaps the slow restoration of his mind included a rekindled interest in learning. Pamela beamed. "That would be wonderful, dear. It'll help you know how to keep future campers safe." Harry reached for the first aid manual. "I'd like to read this, Mum. Then I can help if someone gets hurt." Pamela's expression softened. "Yes, my sweet boy. It'll be good for you to know. Just remember to ask questions if anything confuses you." A hush of mutual dedication settled over the cabin. Outside, the wind whispered through the pine trees, swirling powdery snow in ghostly ribbons across the courtyard. None of them spoke for a while, content to sit near the fire, cocoa in hand, flipping through the new pages. Occasionally, Harry's eyes caught a word or concept that piqued his curiosity, like CPR or hypothermia prevention. He made a mental note to practice these skills in the upcoming weeks. January melted into February with a slow grace. Each day, they refined the camp a little more. If the weather permitted, they'd hike the perimeter, clearing fallen branches, marking potential hazards. Harry tested the pulley system for carrying logs more widely, even rigging another near the boathouse. Jason, physically more vibrant than ever, climbed cabin roofs to brush off snow, hammered nails with sure movements. Pamela took frequent trips to the city, each time growing bolder in her guise as a widow inheriting Camp Crystal Lake, each time returning with more supplies or gleaned knowledge. Harry's magic continued its steady, hidden surge. He sensed it most during strenuous tasks, lifting heavier boards than a 9-year-old should manage, or working long hours without feeling winded. Occasionally, when his mind wandered, small objects would quiver or shift, as though ready to leap to his aid. Pamela never noticed these fleeting movements, being too busy with her tasks or out in town. Jason might sense something odd but, unsure of its meaning, said nothing. Meanwhile, Harry's dreams intensified. He often woke in the early hours, heart pounding from visions of swirling lights or swirling cloaks, the voices echoing in tongues he didn't recognize. Sometimes, he thought he heard a lullaby from a woman with red hair, but upon waking, the memory shattered like spun glass. Still, he felt no fear in these dreams, only a sense that something vast and mysterious was at the edges of his understanding. On a crisp morning in early February, the family gathered in the courtyard, huddling around a makeshift table to review their inventory. Pamela stood with her notepad, Jason with a small stack of the newly carved directional signs, and Harry with a pencil behind his ear. The breath from each of them curled white into the air. "We have about 12 functional cabins now, each with a stove or fireplace," Pamela said, scanning her notes. "The rest can be used in warm months, but we won't rely on them in cold weather. The mess hall is stable. No leaks so far, and the boathouse should be good come spring." Jason balanced a sign shaped like an arrow. "Need to place this by the old tennis court." Pamela nodded. "Yes, exactly. That's another area that might need restoration if we want full camp activities. But it's low on the priority list. For now, just mark the path so we remember to come back to it." Harry cracked his knuckles, glancing at the white sky. "We'll have to clear the path too. Last time I walked over there, it was choked with underbrush and fallen branches under the snow." Pamela jotted it down. "We can do that today, if the weather holds. Jason, can you handle the sign? Then Harry and I will start clearing." Jason agreed with a soft grunt. They trudged through the snow, passing between rows of cabins, each one painted in pleasing colors. Harry's breath caught at how far they'd come. Once, these cabins had been rotting husks, windows shattered, roofs caved. Now, they stood as if newly built, waiting only for laughter and footfalls to bring them fully to life. They arrived at the overgrown tennis court area, which hadn't been used in decades. The chain-link fence was bowed by time, thick vines creeping over it. Snow draped everything, hiding broken asphalt beneath. Harry took up a small axe, hacking at the dead vines near the ground while Jason planted the signpost in a patch of softer earth. Pamela supervised, clarifying where best to place it so future visitors would see it clearly. As Harry chopped, the axe handle vibrated in his grip, each blow echoing in his arms. He felt that surge of energy again, rising from his core. His arms didn't tire the way he expected. Each vine parted more easily than the last. He glanced up once, catching Jason's watchful gaze. Jason said nothing but gave a slight nod of encouragement. That alone spurred Harry to keep going until the path was cleared. Pamela knelt near the fence, gloved hands testing its stability. "We might have to replace most of this," she said, a faint note of amusement in her voice. Though a tennis court might not be at the top of a typical camp's must-have list, it's still worth keeping as an option. "We can fix it," he agreed. "Maybe not now, but once the rest is ready." Jason placed the final sign, patting the post to ensure it stood firm. "Done." He turned, scanning the clearing. Keep going. More branches. In that corner." Pamela glanced at her watch, one she'd bought on her recent trip. "Yes, but let's not overdo it today. I have a stew simmering back at the cabin. We can come back tomorrow." Harry lowered the axe, nodding. "Stew sounds amazing. Let's head back soon." They worked another half hour, stacking the cut vines and fallen branches to one side for later disposal. Then began the trek to the main cabin. The sun, though still pale, felt mercifully warm on Harry's face. He watched Jason's broad back as they walked, noticing again how normal his brother seemed. No limp, no slow shuffle, just a big man striding through the snow like anyone else. The memory of that hulking, masked figure from horror legends felt distant, like a bad dream they'd collectively woken from. Dinner that night was peaceful, the stew hearty with chunks of vegetables Pamela had stored in jars, complemented by fresh bread they'd baked that morning. Jason ate slowly, savoring each bite. There was always enough. And it tasted of home and warmth. As they finished, Pamela set down her spoon, posture reflecting a quiet satisfaction. "We've done so much in a year and a half," she mused aloud. "I still remember the day we saw this place, ruined and lifeless. Now, it's brimming with promise." Harry nodded, a lump in his throat. "Thank you for everything." He looked between Pamela and Jason, words tumbling out. "I never had a real family before. I can't imagine not having you both now." Pamela rose, circling the table to wrap Harry in a gentle hug, pressing a kiss to his hair. "We the grateful ones. You brought light back into our lives." Jason's warm gaze rested on Harry, a hint of a smile forming. "You changed us." Harry's eyes burned with tears. "We changed each other." They lingered there, a tangle of arms and quiet tears, bathed in the glow of the lantern. Outside, the world lay cold and still, but inside, the fire burned bright with love. Eventually, they broke apart, wiping eyes and laughing softly at their own sentiment. Pamela teased that she wanted to check on the stew pot for leftovers to store, while Harry insisted on washing up. Jason volunteered to gather more wood for the night. In those small acts, the family's routine carried on, simple tasks woven with big meaning. Harry noticed the ease in which they moved around each other, a silent choreography they'd perfected. When he stepped outside to empty a basin of wash water, he found Jason stacking logs with quick efficiency in the courtyard. The sky was deep navy, stars blazing overhead, and the lake shimmered with moonlight. Harry joined Jason a moment, breathing in the crisp air. "Stars are pretty tonight," he observed quietly. Jason paused, following Harry's gaze upward. "They are," he agreed, voice almost reverent. A heartbeat of silence. Then Jason added, "Harry, next year, kids laugh here." "Right." Harry blinked, tears from his eyes at the image that conjured. "Yes, big brother." They will. We'll make sure of it. Jason nodded slowly, as though absorbing the reassurance. Then he resumed his task, each log set with gentle precision. Harry lingered for a moment longer, letting the hush of the camp settle in his bones. Soon, this place would echo with voices of many. But for now, it was theirs alone. By the time February 5th arrived, the last vestiges of harsh winter seemed to cling to the camp. Though the sun's angle hinted at spring's eventual approach, the days had grown fractionally longer, the snow occasionally melting on warmer afternoons, only to refreeze at night. On that day, the three of them gathered in the mess hall once more, going over final tallies of repairs and items they needed. Pamela drew a line across her notepad. I think we've covered everything for now, at least the urgent matters. The cabins are functional, the mess hall is stable, the boathouse is secure. We can focus on smaller improvements soon, maybe even start planning for how to advertise, or how to interview potential counselors. Jason folded his arms, nodding. Staff, safety, good. Now he contributed at every turn. I can work on some poster designs, he offered. We can hang them in local shops next year, or something. Pamela smiled. Good idea, and if we need an even wider reach, I'll think about contacting bigger organizations. But one step at a time. They sat for a while, just talking. The warm hush enveloped them like a well-worn blanket, each word layered with confidence that yes, they would succeed. Outside, a gentle breeze blew over the lake, stirring the top layer of snow. Occasionally, the building creaked, settling into the hush of the season's end. At last, as twilight approached, they agreed to head back to the main cabin for dinner. Jason extinguished a lantern, Harry gathered leftover papers, and Pamela hung her notepad on a small hook by the door. Stepping out into the courtyard, they felt the crisp air on their faces, saw the pastel hues of sunset stretch across the sky. The ice on the lake glinted pink and gold. They paused, letting themselves soak in the beauty, three figures standing in the snow, each touched by sorrow in the past. Each forging a new life on these grounds that once echoed with tragedy. Now, it felt poised on the brink of renewal, like a page turned in a well-loved book. Harry cast a glance at Jason, who inhaled deeply. Pamela slipped an arm around both of them, her warmth seeping through their coats. They exchanged no words, only content in their shared vision for the camp's future. The hush was enough. His magic pulsed, dormant but potent, within him, fueling his resilience, guiding him onward. If there was one truth he clung to, it was that love transformed everything. And here, love had Eid brought two souls from death's grip back to purposeful life, and an abandoned child into the heart of a devoted family. They turned, trudging through the snow, heading toward the comforting glow of their home. Within that place, they'd feast, share stories, and plan for the days yet to come. Winter's hold would soon yield to spring, and with it, new possibilities for Camp Crystal Lake. Together, they would shape each tomorrow, building a haven for others while forging a future for themselves. One act of kindness, one repair, one loving word at a time. By nightfall on February 5th, the camp slept under stars, blanketed in silent expectation. In the main cabin, Harry, Jason, and Pamela ended the evening side by side near the hearth, drifting into peaceful slumber. Their hearts brimmed with a united resolve. They had come this far, and they would go further still. Each day deepened the bond between them, each step carried them closer to a shared dream. The hush of winter might linger a while longer, but in their souls, the first flowers of spring had already begun to bloom. And more on my Patreon. More than 20 fanfiction are currently active on my Patreon, up to 70+ chapters across the 20 fanfictions. http. Exclusively on Patreon now. QBE Sun Reborn. Harry Potter Naruto crossover, up to 5 chapters available now. Rescued by Tales. Harry Potter Sonic the Hedgehog crossover, up to 5 chapters available now. Rescued by Lamia. Harry Potter Monster Masumi crossover, up to 5 chapters available now. Harry Potter and Toon Force. Harry Potter Looney Tunes crossover, up to 5 chapters available now. Shinigami's Vacation. Naruto Bleach crossover, up to 4 chapters available now. Harry Potter and BBPS Reborn. Harry Potter Lit RPG, up to 5 chapters available now. Lonely Ruler and Her Son. Shine. Harry Potter One Piece crossover, up to 5 chapters available now. Raised by Mew Reborn. Harry Potter Pokemon crossover, up to 5 chapters available now. Fragile Hope. Harry Potter Saw series crossover, up to 4 chapters available now. Symphony of Machines. Harry Potter Fania crossover, up to 4 chapters available now. Despair's Unexpected. Savior Harry Potter Danganronpa crossover, up to 4 chapters available now. The Silent Lullabies of Abandoned Factory. Harry Potter Poppy Playtime crossover, up to 4 chapters available now. Threads Woven Between Two Souls. Harry Potter Coraline crossover, up to 4 chapters available now. Queen of Forbidden Forest. Harry Potter up to 4 chapters available now. Worlds Unbound Magic. Modern Harry Potter events are 20 years, so instead of 1981 it is in 2001, up to 4 chapters available now. Moonlight and Mist. Harry Potter Percy Jackson crossover, up to 4 chapters available now. The Midnight Train. Harry Potter One Shot. You can read any of my fanfics which are published here with 2 weeks of early access before everyone on my Patreon. Chapter 6. Rebirth and Revelry at Camp Crystal Phoenix Lake. Disclaimer. I don't own Harry Potter or Friday the 13th series. On the morning of February 6, 1990, the winter sun cast a pale wash of light across the snow-blanketed grounds of what had once been a derelict, haunted summer camp. Harry woke early in the main cabin, feeling the gentle warmth of the hearth on his cheeks and the comforting weight of blankets across his legs. Outside, the world looked quiet and suspended in time, yet he sensed a subtle hint of change in the air. Even though snow still clung to tree branches and drifted around cabin walls, the light seemed different, gentler, promising that spring would come soon. He slipped out of bed and made his way to the cabin's common room, where Jason and Pamela were already awake. Jason stood by the window, gazing over the courtyard, while Pamela stirred something fragrant in a pot above the fire. Harry smiled to see them both. A month had passed since they'd decided on a rough timeline for the camp's reopening, and in that time, they had worked tirelessly lore up walls, and transformed old Camp Crystal Lake into a place of renewed hope. Harry greeted them quietly, voice still scratchy from sleep, then set about helping with breakfast. Winter had tested them. The days sometimes felt short, the nights endless and frigid. Yet each time they tackled a new repair, each time Jason climbed onto a roof to shovel off snow, each time Pamela returned from town with more supplies, they felt the camp's spirit strengthening. That morning, as they gathered around a bowl of steaming porridge, Harry vowed silently that they would finish all major repairs before spring arrived. He wanted the camp to stand tall and bright under blooming flowers and warm sunshine. Despite the gentle hush outside, the three of them soon donned coats and boots, preparing for another full day. The first stop was the mess hall, where they'd left several structural issues still requiring attention. Jason had cut crossbeams from sturdy logs earlier in the winter, and the plan was to install them now, ensuring that the building's roof would withstand heavy rainfall once the snow began to melt. Stepping into the mess hall, Harry and Pamela took a moment to appreciate the progress they had made so far. Where once the rafters sagged ominously, now they stood straight, albeit in need of the extra support. Jason strode through the door, arms laden with new beams. He was stronger now, almost fully restored physically. His voice steadier and his posture more confident. Sometimes, he still fell silent when haunted by old guilt or painful memories, but the shy warmth in his eyes showed how far he'd come. He set down the beams with care, and Harry brought over nails and the sturdy hammer they'd used all winter. Placing a ladder against the wall, Jason climbed carefully. Harry passed up the first beam, bracing its lower end while Jason maneuvered the top into position. The clang of metal on wood reverberated in the chilly air, and small dust motes swirled in golden streaks of light. Each drive of hammer seemed to echo the family's determination, steadfast, relentless, and full of purpose. While Jason and Harry handled the heavy structural work, Pamela remained on the ground, clearing away old debris from corners. Her trips to town had yielded shelves and organizational bins that she now planned to install in the mess hall's kitchen. She imagined a future where counselors and children could navigate easily, pots on one shelf, pans on another, utensils sorted neatly. She paused frequently to admire the painted walls Harry had worked on over the past few days. Simple, uplifting images of canoes and colorful trees dotted the interior, hinting at the camp's playful side. The soft paint smell mixed with the faint chill of the air, creating a unique atmosphere that felt both rustic and inviting. By midday, the new crossbeams were set. Jason climbed down the ladder, dusting off his gloves. Harry, flushing from exertion but still brimming with energy, said he wanted to add a few decorative flourishes around the windows. He had some leftover paint and stencils featuring small phoenix shapes, symbols he had been quietly experimenting with. They planned to incorporate a phoenix motif soon, though none of them had yet spoken the name out loud. Pamela smiled. "That sounds like an excellent idea," she told Harry, handing him the small brush. "We need to keep that sense of beauty alive. This place isn't just about roofs and walls, it's about joy." Harry nodded, bounding over to a window where light streamed in. With a steady hand, he carefully dabbed paint along the wooden frame, tracing tiny phoenix outlines. He noticed how each swirl of color brought a little life to the otherwise still interior. Later, they shifted their focus to the side cabins, a task that would keep them busy through the rest of February. Over the past months, they had installed stoves in the largest cabins. Now, they needed to ensure every cabin had a safe heat source. Harry spent long afternoons rummaging through their supply of metal parts, selecting pieces that Jason could fashion into small wood-burning stoves. He had been practicing basic metalwork under Pamela's watchful eye whenever she managed to source cheap scrap metal from town. One cabin in particular had stubbornly resisted their efforts, a drafty building near the edge of the lake. Its door stuck in the frame, its floorboards creaked ominously, and the old chimney flue was riddled with cracks. Jason and Harry dedicated several days to relaying bricks around the chimney, applying sealant, and reinforcing the fireplace. By the time they finished, the cabin stood snug and warm against the winter chill. To celebrate, Harry painted the door a brilliant sky blue, complete with a yellow phoenix silhouette dancing across the wood. Pamela applauded when she saw it, calling it a glimpse of the new spirit they were bringing to the camp. When mid-February arrived, the evenings remained cold, but they sensed a shift. Longer daylight, hours and the faint drip of melting snow hinted that winter's hold would soon loosen. One night, after sharing a simple dinner of stew, the three gathered before the fireplace in their main cabin, each cradling cups of hot tea. Silence enveloped them for a time, each lost in thoughts of the day's work. Finally, Pamela cleared her throat, drawing Harry and Jason's attention. "I think we need to finalize our camp's new name," she said. Voice measured but warm. "We've repaired so much, we've poured our hearts into every board and beam. It's not just the old Camp Crystal Lake anymore, it's something new. And I feel we should honor that." Harry looked up from his tea, eyes sparkling. For weeks, he'd been sketching designs that blended the lake's name with the rising phoenix motif. "I agree. Camp Crystal Lake. It's part of our history, but we've changed it. We've rebuilt everything from the ground up." Pamela nodded. "I was thinking of adding a word, something to symbolize our rebirth. Something like phoenix, the mythical bird that rises from ashes. We rose from tragedy here, all of us." She glanced at Jason, who listened quietly, leaning his elbows on his knees. Jason exhaled, a small cloud of breath visible in the cozy lamplight. "Phoenix, good," he said in his soft, deliberate way. "Like us. We came back." Now, they stood on the cusp of something grand. "Then maybe Camp Crystal Phoenix Lake," he offered. "It keeps the old name but shows we've transformed." Pamela gave a teary smile. "Yes, that's it. It's perfect." She reached out to take Jason's hand in one of hers, Harry's in the other. "We'll call it Camp Crystal Phoenix Lake, our symbol of renewal." The fire crackled, casting dancing shadows across the cabin walls. For a long moment, none of them spoke, content to let the weight of that decision settle. Finally, Harry squeezed Jason's hand and hurried to grab his sketchbook. Phoenix Lake, flanked by stylized phoenix wings and a shimmer of water below. Jason knelt beside him, murmuring suggestions, occasionally pointing at the arcs of the letters as though verifying that everything felt balanced. They spent the last weeks of February forging ahead with renewed vigor, determined to reflect that phoenix spirit everywhere. Jason replaced rotten planks on the final dock while Harry helped paint the boathouse in a vibrant teal shade. At Pamela's suggestion, they organized the boathouse interior into neat sections for life vests, paddles, and canoes, spacious enough for the equipment they hoped to purchase once campers arrived. In between chores, Harry worked on smaller signs that would direct future visitors around the camp, arrows pointing to the mess hall, cabins, swimming areas, and trails. Tiny phoenix emblems curled around the edges of each sign, adding a whimsical, uplifting touch. Patches of muddy earth emerged along the main paths, and birdsong occasionally broke the morning silence. The family took advantage of milder weather to tackle more decorative projects. Together, they primed. Jason hefted the large wooden plank that Harry had carved and painted. They mounted it securely atop the posts. As the sun rose behind them, T.H.E. letters, Camp Crystal Phoenix Lake, gleamed with fresh paint, the phoenix wings arcing gracefully over the words. Harry stepped back, heart pounding with awe. That sign, in many ways, represented T.H.E. some of all they'd been through, the heartbreak, the effort, the love. They shared a group hug, each swallowing tears of gratitude. The mess hall now had sturdy crossbeams, painted walls, and a fully organized kitchen. The side cabins boasted fresh stoves and cheerful doors. The boathouse was tidy and labeled with a shining new sign featuring a triumphant phoenix. Every day, Harry noticed new birds returning from southern migrations, chirping as though they too recognized this place's transformation. In that same spirit, he added the finishing touches to his murals inside the mess hall, scenes of children laughing and playing around a campfire, phoenix silhouettes flying above the lake. Jason stood beside him during these painting sessions, occasionally offering quiet compliments or suggestions for color accents. The 1st of April dawned bright and windy. By then, the forest around them had begun to show the earliest buds of spring. Tiny shoots pushed through the damp earth. Early wildflowers, like crocuses, dotted the edges of the courtyard. With the bulk of structural repairs done, they focused on aesthetic enhancements and final checks. Jason, wanting to ensure everything was safe for visitors, tested each cabin's stove once more, lighting small fires and checking for proper ventilation. On April 4th, they paused to evaluate their progress. Standing in the courtyard, it was clear they'd reached a milestone. The camp, in its physical form, was as ready as they could make it. The buildings gleamed in fresh paint, paths were cleared, and direction signs guided any traveler to the lake or the mess hall. Harry's bright benches circled a newly constructed fire pit, forming a perfect communal area for evening gatherings. The only missing element was people, staff and children, and to fill these cabins with laughter and life. That same day, Pamela gathered them around the main cabin's table to discuss the next phase, the reopening. She explained her plan to interview potential counselors, a crucial step in building a safe, nurturing environment. Jason and Harry listened attentively, occasionally voicing concerns about whether they would find enough suitable candidates. Pamela, though, radiated calm confidence. She said she had a discreet plan, placing small ads in local newspapers without revealing too many details, referencing Camp Crystal Phoenix Lake as a brand new place. She would meet applicants personally and only select those who truly cared about children's well-being. Energized by this plan, Pamela made another trip to town, returning with a camera she'd purchased, an older model, but functional. She had an idea: create promotional materials by taking pictures of the camp in all its refurbished glory, then print flyers to distribute to local schools and community centers. Harry beamed at the prospect of an official flyer. He imagined how the vibrant colors and phoenix motif would draw curious families. Jason, in his quiet way, also seemed pleased, though he voiced a note of caution, worrying that outsiders might still harbor superstitions about Camp Crystal Lake. Pamela reassured him that by rebranding and presenting it as a new, positive place, they could slowly shift people's perceptions. Through April, Pamela diligently interviewed potential counselors. She used the mess hall as a makeshift office, setting up a table with coffee and homemade biscuits. Many applicants came out of curiosity or for a seasonal job, but as soon as she started probing about their motivations and sense of responsibility, some faltered. She refused to hire anyone who seemed dismissive of child safety or uninterested in genuine care. Jason lingered near, pretending to busy himself with chores in the background, but he observed how Pamela deftly handled each conversation. Sometimes, Harry sat in a corner, quietly sketching or organizing tools, half listening to the interviews with interest. Of the 20 or so who applied, only 5 met Pamela's high standards. She introduced them to Jason and Harry one by one, letting them see the camp's layout and living conditions. Maria, a lifeguard with CPR certification, had gentle eyes and a calm demeanor. Tim, a nature guide, spoke passionately about wildlife conservation and safe hiking. Liz, an artist, radiated creativity and kindly enthusiasm, eager to teach children crafts. James played guitar and told stories, reminding Harry of the mesmerizing hush that fell when a good tale spun to life around a fire. Emma, though soft-spoken, had worked with foster children, possessing a quiet authority that promised she could handle even the most mischievous camper. Harry liked them all. He saw how each counselor brought a different spark of energy, imagining children learning swimming, crafts, songs, and nature skills under these new mentors. Jason, at first uneasy about so many strangers arriving, gradually warmed to them. He recognized their earnest. On days when interviews concluded, the counselors would wander around the camp with Pamela, pointing out the refurbished cabins, the bright signage, the scenic lake. Harry and Jason sometimes joined these tours, answering questions. Each counselor left with a sense of wonder and excitement about the upcoming summer. By late April, Pamela had chosen her final 5. She arranged for them to begin training in mid-May, giving everyone enough time to wrap up other commitments. Meanwhile, she took advantage of her new camera to capture the camp in all its spring glory. She snapped photos of Jason repairing a canoe, Harry painting at the lakeshore, and the newly blossomed paths leading to each cabin. One morning, she returned from town triumphant, carrying a phoenix costume she'd discovered in a costume shop. It was a bit oversized for Harry, but with a few adjustments, he found it fit snugly enough to move around easily. The first time he donned the costume, bright feathers of orange, red, and gold fluttered around him, and a small bee-eaked headpiece perched atop his unruly hair. Jason and Pamela burst into laughter, delighted by how the costume seemed to match the camp's new emblem. Harry twirled around, arms outstretched, feeling a rare sense of lightheartedness. Pamela took photo after photo, teasing him to strike heroic poses near the newly minted sign. "These are going in the flyers," Pamela declared, beaming at the camera's preview. "We'll show everyone we have our own Phoenix mascot to guide them through the camp." Harry, cheeks flushed, only nodded. He secretly adored the costume, especially the way it symbolized a positive transformation. He began to wear it when painting or cleaning around the camp, claiming it gave him Phoenix powers. Jason, though shy about his own role, often gave a small, amused grin whenever he saw Harry fluttering around in those bright feathers. True to her word, Pamela assembled colorful flyers featuring these photographs. She typed out the tagline, "Camp Crystal Phoenix Lake, a place to laugh, learn, and grow." Beneath images of the lake and the smiling phoenix costumed Harry, she listed basic information, planned activities, location, rough dates for the camp's first season. She left out any mention of the camp's dark past, focusing instead on its bright future. By early May, she returned to town, posting these flyers in community centers, libraries, and schools where parents might see them. Within weeks, letters and phone calls began trickling in. Interested families asked about schedules, pricing, and safety measures. Pamela, ever cautious, explained that they were keeping enrollment small for the camp's inaugural season. She accepted applications, carefully reviewing each. By mid-May, she confirmed about 15 children, ranging from 8 to 12 years old. The excitement around the main cabin was palpable. Harry often asked for updates on HC Alley signed up, and he beamed each time Pamela announced a new name. Meanwhile, the 5 counselors arrived one by one for orientation. They hauled their own luggage to the cabins assigned to them, marveling at the comfortable interiors Harry had decorated with bright curtains and painted rugs. Pamela insisted on a thorough training period. From basic meal prep in the mess hall, to safety drills around the lake, to emergency first aid lessons. Jason demonstrated how the stoves worked in each cabin, careful, why showing them how to feed wood without risking smoke or sparks. Harry, brimming with enthusiasm, led them on tours of the property's trails, pointing out hidden nooks for quiet reflection or group games. Liz and James, the more artistic counselors, took to the murals in the mess hall with delight. They asked Harry for tips on painting stylized phoenix birds. Tim, who specialized in nature guiding, spent hours with Jason, walking the perimeter, noting potential hazards, and discussing how to teach children about local wildlife without risking encounters with dangerous animals. Maria studied every inch of the lakefront, testing water depth, currents, and potential lifeguard stations. She and Emma also practiced scenarios, imagining how to gently handle a frightened or upset camper. During evenings in late May, the entire group often gathered around the new fire pit in the courtyard, sipping hot drinks and sharing their hopes for the upcoming season. Jason usually sat quietly, though he would respond if asked direct questions. Over time, the counselors grew to respect him deeply. They sensed the gentle soul behind his towering form, noticing how he subtly guided Harry and looked after Pamela. Sometimes, James brought out his guitar, strumming soft tunes that echoed through the pine trees. The counselors spoke about their own childhoods, recalling the best memories they had at camps or community programs. More than once, someone pointed at the big sign overhead, proclaiming, "Camp Crystal Phoenix Lake," remarking on its hopeful ring. As the days slid into June, anticipation permeated the air. Pamela double-checked everything, from bunk arrangements to meal schedules, from staff rosters to a small first aid station she had set up near the mess hall. Jason carried out final safety checks on the canoes, life vests, and the newly installed ropes course. Harry fussed over his costume, repairing any loose stitches, and painting a fresh set of wings onto the back of a spare T-shirt in case the actual costume needed a break. He also made small welcome gifts for the incoming children, painted stones shaped like phoenix eggs, each with a child's name scrawled carefully in bright letters. On the very last night of May, Harry, Jason, and Pamela stood at the entrance to the camp, gazing up at the sign illuminated by a string of lanterns. The counselors slept in their cabins, resting before the big day. The three founders, as Harry liked to think of them, remained awake, arms around one another, hearts pounding with excitement. Pamela whispered into the hushed night, "We did it. By tomorrow, this place will be filled with voices and laughter." Jason's hand came to rest on Harry's shoulder. "Tomorrow. They come," he echoed softly. Harry felt a swell of emotion so strong it made his chest ache. He glanced between them, his mother by bond, his brother by choice, and felt tears prickle behind his eyes. "Mum, big brother, thank you for everything." They said nothing else, letting the stillness of the pine-scented air speak for them. When at last they turned to go inside, all three wore the serene smiles of those who had climbed a great mountain and stood at its summit, ready to greet the dawn. June 1st dawned clear and bright, birds aflutter in the canopy, the wind carrying the promise of summer. Jason, up earliest, checked the docks, ensuring canoes were neatly tied. Pamela bustled in the mess hall, preparing a welcoming buffet of fruits, muffins, and juice. Harry hopped between them, adjusting his phoenix costume, occasionally squeaking with excitement. The counselors arrived at the courtyard by mid-morning, wearing their own camp T-shirts. Before long, the first cars rolled down the gravel road. Out spilled wide-eyed children, some shy, some bounding with energy, each accompanied by a parent or guardian. Pamela greeted them personally, her warm smile putting the adults at ease. "Welcome to Camp Crystal Phoenix Lake," she said, shaking hands and guiding them to the sign-in table. She introduced herself as the camp administrator and head cook, promising that their children would be safe, well-fed, and thoroughly engaged in activities. Jason, though towering, helped carry luggage from trunks of cars, offering a polite nod to parents who ventured a curious glance at him. The kids themselves, glancing up at the silent, powerful man, seemed more fascinated than afraid. Meanwhile, Harry, decked out in his bright feathers, bustled around introducing himself as the Phoenix mascot, coaxing shy children to smile. By midday, 15 campers were settled. The counselors led them in small orientation groups, showing them where they'd sleep, where they'd eat, and where they could find bathrooms and first aid supplies. Tim took a group on a quick nature walk around the main paths. Liz set up a craft station in the courtyard. Emma supervised bunk arrangements, ensuring no child felt left out. Maria headed straight to the lake with a few key DS who had already begged to see the water, promising them safety vests and a short introduction to swimming basics. James strummed playful chords on his guitar, pulling a circle of giggling children around him. Jason stood at her side, arms folded, occasionally glancing at her. She reached over and patted his shoulder. "It's happening," she murmured, voice catching. "They're here. And it's perfect." Jason let out a breath, turning his gaze to the children. "They look happy," he said quietly. "Good. Safe." Meanwhile, Harry fluttered around in the Phoenix costume, helping campers find their cabins, encouraging them to explore the newly painted interiors. He would occasionally switch to his normal clothes, though the kids seemed to love the costume, and guide them to the mess hall for snacks. One or two children asked about the Phoenix theme, giggling when Harry told them the bird was a sign of rebirth, that the camp had risen from old ashes. The kids might not understand the depth of that story, but their bright eyes and curiosity fueled Harry's excitement. Throughout the afternoon, the counselors led games in the courtyard, from relay races to simple team-building exercises. Laughter that erupted felt like a wave washing over the camp, each peal echoing off the pines, each joyful shriek banishing any lingering shadows of the camp's dark past. Pamela prepared a hearty dinner, chicken, vegetables, and homemade rolls, while Jason discreetly replenished water containers, restocked logs for the stoves, and offered his quiet help to whichever counselor needed an extra hand. As dusk fell on that first day, the entire group gathered around the central fire pit. In the golden glow of flames, Maria and Tim showed the children how to roast marshmallows, while Liz and James orchestrated a sing-along. Emma sat with a smaller cluster of kids, listening to them chatter excitedly about what activities they hoped to do tomorrow: canoeing, crafts, maybe a hike. Harry, still flush with the day's excitement, perched near the fire, wearing the Phoenix hood pushed back so his face showed. He produced a small flute he'd carved earlier in the spring. At first, he played a soft, tentative tune, but as the children quieted and listened, the melody became stronger, weaving through the air like warm ribbons of sound. When he finished, the children burst into applause, demanding to know who he was. He laughed and answered, "I'm just Harry, but you can call me the Phoenix if you like." They giggled, enthralled by this new, magical friend. The days that followed felt like a dream come true for all involved. Each mourned to bright sunlight filtering into their cabins, then hurried to the mess hall for Pamela's breakfasts, pancakes, scrambled eggs, and fresh fruit. Activities are from supervised swimming lessons with Maria, to short nature hikes where Tim pointed out hidden bird nests and deer tracks. Liz held art sessions, guiding small hands in painting and crafting. James taught songs on the guitar, his voice leading them in lively tunes or gentle lullabies. Emma, firm yet kind, managed any disputes that arose, showing an uncanny knack for understanding which child needed reassurance, which needed a gentle nudge toward cooperation. Harry floated among these scenes, sometimes as the Phoenix mascot, sometimes just as himself. The children's curiosity about him ever waned. They asked how he knew so much about the camp, or why he was smaller than some older campers yet seemed so confident. Meanwhile, Jason found himself guiding canoe trips, carefully helping campers board the canoes, double-checking each life vest, and paddling. At first, some kids were awed by his size, but soon they sensed his gentleness, especially when he calmly coaxed a timid child to dip their paddle into the water. Parents who visited on weekends noted how the big man in charge of water activities never raised his voice, never scolded. He simply made sure everyone felt secure. The quiet presence earned him the children's trust. Pamela oversaw it all from the background, flitting between the kitchen, the counselors, and any child who looked lost or worried. She ensured that each meal was nutritious and comforting, that every bunk was tidy, and that no detail escaped her attention. Sometimes, children called her Grandma, Pamela, or Auntie Pam, and she beamed each time, Tay. Ours sometimes welling at the corners of her eyes. On June 6th, a month into the camp's first season, the place felt alive and joyous in ways none of them had ever experienced. The children carried out their daily activities with bright energy, from morning songs to afternoon crafts, from hearty lunches to sunset gatherings. The ephemeral hush that once draped the camp had been replaced by laughter and conversation echoing through the pine trees. Even the lake water seemed to shimmer with new vitality, reflecting the bright banners and signs around the shore. That evening, after the children tucked into their cabins by the counselors, Harry, Jason, and Pamela lingered around the courtyard's fire pit. Harry gazed at it, remembering the moment they'd first raised that sign, and how they had dreamed of this exact scenario, a camp brimming with life and safety. Pamela sat on a log, hands folded, eyes shining in the low light. "We've done it," she whispered, as though afraid to break the spell. "I sometimes wondered if this day would ever come." Jason, seated nearby, nodded. "Safe, happy," he said, voice soft but suffused with gratitude. "What matters most?" Harry stood, phoenix hood tucked under his arm, feeling the warmth of the fire on his face. "It's more than a camp. It's a home." He looked between them, his mother and brother in all but blood, and felt an overwhelming wave of love and fulfillment. "And no one can take that away from us." They sat in companionable silence, the crackle of fire punctuated by the distant hush of the lake. The night sky stretched above, pinpricked with stars, as though reflecting the collective hope radiating from the camp. In that moment, none of them thought about the tragedies that had once stained this land. The ghosts of the past felt distant, overshadowed by the bright laughter of children and the unwavering dedication of three souls bound by love and healing. When they finally rose to retire for the night, the fire pit embers glowed softly, mirrored by the gentle lantern light around the camp. Tomorrow would bring another day of chores, laughter, and small challenges. But for now, Harry, Jason, and Pamela walked side by side across the courtyard, breathing in the sweet scent of pine and smoke. Harry clutched his phoenix costume under one arm, smiling to himself as he pictured the kids, exhausted and content, fast asleep in warm cabins. Behind them, the sign for Camp Crystal Phoenix Lake stood as a testament to their shared journey, a journey of renewal, of rising from heartbreak to happiness. It was more than they could have hoped for when Harry first arrived at the ruined camp months ago, more than any of them imagined when they decided to rebuild. Yet here they were, living proof that a phoenix can indeed rise from ashes, carrying others on its wings toward a future lit by the bright flame of hope. And more on my Patreon. http. More than 20 fanfiction are currently active on my Patreon, up to 70+ chapters across the 20 fanfictions. Exclusively on Patreon now. QBE Sun Reborn. Harry Potter Naruto crossover, up to 6 chapters available now. Rescued by Tales. Harry Potter Sonic the Hedgehog crossover, up to 6 chapters available now. Rescued by Lamia. Harry Potter Monster Masumi crossover, up to 6 chapters available now. Harry Potter and Toon Force. Harry Potter Looney Tunes crossover, up to 6 chapters available now. Shinigami's Vacation. Naruto Bleach crossover, up to 5 chapters available now. Harry Potter and BBPS Reborn. Harry Potter Lit RPG, up to 5 chapters available now. Lonely Ruler and Her S. Unseen. Harry Potter One Piece crossover, up to 5 chapters available now. Raised by Mew Reborn. Harry Potter Pokemon crossover, up to 5 chapters available now. Fragile Hope. Harry Potter Saw Series C. Crossover, up to 5 chapters available now. Symphony of Machines. Harry Potter Fania crossover, up to 5 chapters available now. Despair's Unexpected. Savior Harry Potter Danganronpa crossover, up to 5 chapters available now. The Silent Lullabies of Abandoned Factory. Harry Potter Poppy Playtime crossover, up to 5 chapters available now. Threads Woven Between Two Souls. Harry Potter Coraline crossover, up to 5 chapters available now. Queen of Forbidden Forest. Harry Potter up to 5 chapters available now. Worlds Unbound Magic. Modern Harry Potter events are 20 years, so instead of 1981 it is in 2001, up to 5 chapters available now. Moonlight and Mist. Harry Potter Percy Jackson crossover, up to 5 chapters available now. The Midnight Train. Harry Potter one shot. You can read any of my fanfic IANs which are published here with 2 weeks of early access before everyone on my Patreon. Chapter 7. Summer Magic at Camp Crystal Phoenix Lake. Disclaimer. I don't own Harry Potter or Friday the 13th series. June 7th arrived at Camp Crystal Phoenix Lake with the hush of dawn, the skies an unblemished sweep of pale gold and faint pink. The previous night's campfire embers had long cooled in the pit, the children were still asleep in their bunks when Harry, Jason, and Pamela emerged from the main cabin. They walked together across the courtyard, each quietly savoring the calm before the day's laughter and excitement began. It had been a few days since the first campers arrived, a moment they had all worked for, dreamed of, and each morning so far had brought deeper confirmation that their journey of rebuilding this place had been the right choice. They moved in easy silence, stepping past the vibrant benches Harry had painted earlier in the year, the phoenix motifs dancing across the wood. Dew glistened on the grass, and a gentle breeze carried the scent of pine and wildflowers. They parted ways at the courtyard center, each heading off to their morning tasks. Pamela broke into a brisk pace toward the mess hall to begin preparing breakfast, a warm routine she relished each day. Jason, with a friendly nod to Harry, set off toward the lakefront, where the canoes bobbed gently. As for Harry, he aimed himself at the nearest cabin, prepared to wake any campers who might miss the first call for breakfast. He felt a bubbling energy in his chest. It was the 5th day of official camp operations. And every day so far had been more magical than the last. By the time the sun rose above the treetops, the camp buzzed with the chatter of children. A swirl of bright t-shirts, messy CES. Maria helped pass out plates. Tim carried a jug of orange juice, and Liz flitted between tables, making sure no one lacked for scrambled eggs or toast. He teased a few sleepy-eyed kids into smiling, telling them that a real phoenix never sleeps in late, because every morning was a new beginning. When breakfast wrapped up, the counselors split the children into groups for the day's activities. Tim W. as orchestrating a scavenger hunt in the forest. Liz had planned an arts and crafts session under a shady pine. Maria stood ready to guide water games near the dock. James was tuning his guitar for an impromptu mid-morning sing-along. Emma, always the quiet but firm presence, helped children who needed extra guidance decide on which activity to join. Harry, standing in the courtyard in his costume, soon found himself surrounded by a gaggle of younger campers. They tugged at his feathery sleeves and asked if he would help them with crafts. He laughed, giving them a playful bow and leading them off to Liz's station, where they'd shape clay into phoenix shapes or paint stones for the garden paths. As they strolled along, Harry couldn't help but notice Jason not far away, kneeling next to a little boy who clutched a life vest. Clearly anxious about heading to the lake. Jason's gentle voice was nearly lost in the morning bustle, but Harry could see from the boy's relieved expression that Jason's calm reassurance was already working its magic. While the counselors handled structured lessons and games, and Harry drifted among various groups, Jason took on the role of watchful guardian. Other times, he was seen calmly breaking up minor disputes with a mild but unwavering presence. There was something about Jason's stature, tall and broad-shouldered, yet carrying such gentle energy, that made children trust him instinctively. The morning's joyful atmosphere carried on as the sun lifted higher. Harry dashed between the arts station and the scavenger hunt, occasionally breaking into place. Playful antics that left the younger kids giggling uncontrollably. Later, as midday approached, the campers reconvened for lunch. The line for the mess hall formed under the bright sky, children chatting excitedly about the forest insects they'd spotted or the figurines they'd sculpted. Pamela doled out sandwiches and fruit while Emma supervised the queue, reminding everyone to stay hydrated. After lunch, the day's highlight was a big game of capture the flag. Harry, still in his phoenix costume, was often singled out as a target by both teams. Something he'd grown to love. He dashed around the courtyard and cabins, evading older kids with surprising agility, his bright feathers a blur of color. Sometimes, To add drama to the game, he'd pretend to fly away with a stolen flag, arms outstretched, issuing an exaggerated phoenix shriek that sent the children into peals of laughter. Midway through the game, Jason's role took on sudden importance. 2 older boys cornered a smaller camper behind the mess hall, teasing him for being too slow to catch Harry. Their voices carried a sharp edge, and the younger child looked near tears. From across the courtyard, Jason spotted the little knot of tension. His voice was a calm hush. "Hey," he said softly, looking them in the eye. "Kindness. Teamwork." The bullies froze, eyes darting from Jason's firm gaze to the trembling camper they'd cornered. One boy mustered a weak mumble about it being just a joke, but Jason shook his head slightly, expression patient yet unyielding. With a few measured words, he reminded them that the camp was about supporting each other, not tearing others down. He didn't scold or shout. His very presence carried enough gravity to make them realize their wrongdoing. When the boys apologized, he guided them gently to also say sorry to the frightened camper. The moment concluded with a somewhat shy handshake and a genuine vow to do better. By the time Jason stood, the entire confrontation had ended in softness rather than fear. After the game, the child who'd been bullied came up to Jason to thank him, eyes shining with gratitude. Jason simply nodded, offering a small smile before returning to help clear the field for the next activity. As June rolled onward, these small moments of growth and camaraderie became part of daily life at Camp Crystal Phoenix Lake. Camper who rarely spoke found his voice while collaborating with James on a campfire story. Harry drifted in and out of these narratives, sometimes leading, sometimes just cheering from the sidelines. His presence as the Phoenix mascot only heightened the sense of wonder that fueled the camp's atmosphere. Meanwhile, Jason's role as a gentle protector solidified further. Another day, during an afternoon water balloon toss, a couple of campers began to get carried away, lobbing balloons with a bit too much force at smaller kids. Jason stepped in, gently reminding them that the point was fun, not hurting each other. He guided them to set up a safer range, suggesting a points system for distance throws rather than random pelting. The older campers, impressed by his calm resourcefulness, quickly adapted the game. Soon, squeals of delight filled the courtyard, with children cheering and hugging each other after successful throws, balloons bursting in colorful sprays. Harry, flitting about, teased them with faux swoops of his costume, occasionally taking a balloon to the chest just for laughs, and squealing as water drenched him. Evenings brought a quieter magic. Every night, just after dusk, James would gather the children around the campfire in the courtyard. Flames danced, illuminating the newly minted sign overhead, while the counselors. Sometimes, James played songs on his guitar, leading sing-alongs where the younger kids clapped in delight. Other nights, Liz or Emma prompted the children to weave a group story, each camper contributing a sentence or two. Harry occasionally added whimsical Phoenix twists, describing secret tunnels or hidden treehouses in the forest, stoking the kids' imaginations. Jason watched from a short distance, his broad silhouette reassuringly present. After these sessions, most children took part in Flashlight Tag, a popular game that let them explore the camp's shadows. Tim, enamored with the camp's forest paths, established safe boundaries for the game, ensuring no one strayed too far. Jason patrolled quietly, a shadow within the shadows, making certain none of the kids tripped or grew frightened in the dark. Sometimes, children spotted him, squealing in mock terror that the gentle giant was near. But there was always underlying affection in their voices. To them, Jason was a figure of safety, not fear. As the first weeks of summer passed, the camp's schedule settled into a comfortable rhythm. Morning gatherings, midday games or nature walks, afternoon water play, evening craft sessions or stories, and nights brimming with camaraderie. This synergy built from day to day, culminating in a palpable sense of joy that pervaded every corner of the camp. Harry woke each morning excited for what new surprises and connections might emerge, while Pamela oversaw everything from meal plans to staff discussions, ensuring that no detail compromised the camp's welcoming atmosphere. Under these idyllic conditions, time seemed to flow more gracefully than in the outside world. Before long, July arrived, bringing hotter days and bigger appetites. To combat the summer heat, Pamela developed a rotation of cool lunches, fresh salads, chilled fruit soups, pitchers of lemonade. Maria and Tim organized more water-based activities. On the hottest afternoons, Jason orchestrated water balloon battles or improvised aqua dodgeball matches near the lake, always mindful of safety. Meanwhile, Harry's phoenix costume, though beloved, became somewhat stuffy in the blazing sun, so he occasionally traded the full attire for a simpler phoenix-themed t-shirt, much to the children's amusement. Amid this swirl of play and growth, July 31st approached, a date that Pamela and Jason quietly planned for. Harry's birthday was a day that needed Spriven how integral he'd become to the camp's spirit. The counselors caught whispers of it, too, noticing Pamela occasionally conferring with them in hushed tones. The kids, ever attuned to excitement, sensed that something big was brewing, though no one told Harry exactly why. He remained cheerfully oblivious, believing each day at camp was a celebration in itself. Finally, the dawn of July 31st broke over the lake with a stunning palette of pink and orange. In the main cabin, Harry stirred from his bed, suspecting nothing more than a typical day of summer fun. He slipped into his comfortable t-shirt and shorts, brushed his hair with half-hearted attention, and stepped into the courtyard, only to be met by a burst of music and cheers. The campers had gathered in a ring, counselors forming the outer circle, all singing a rousing version of Happy Birthday. Overhead hung a massive banner shaped like a phoenix, the words, Happy Birthday, Harry, painted in bright swirling colors. Harry froze, mouth agape, heart hammering with surprise and joy. A few of the younger kids rushed forward, hugging him around the waist, chanting his name. Liz snapped a photo, capturing his stunned grin, while James strummed a playful chord on the guitar to punctuate the final line of the song. Tim called out, 3 cheers for Harry, our favorite phoenix. And the courtyard erupted into applause. Amid the clapping and laughter, Jason stepped forward, carrying a carefully carved wooden staff. Intricate phoenix motifs wrapped around its length, and the top curved into a stylized flame shape. Tim, standing beside Jason, explained that they'd worked on it together, Tim shaping the wood, Jason carving the designs. Harry gingerly took the staff, astonished at its detail and feeling the smooth polish under his fingers. In place of a typical bow or CA, Road was a single phoenix feather carved near the base, signed with the initials, J and T. Harry's breath caught in his throat. This is amazing, he whispered, looking up at Jason, then Tim. Thank you. I don't know what to say. Jason's eyes were bright, a shy smile curling his lips. You deserve it, he said softly. You make camp better. Pamela then presented her own gift. A scarf meticulously embroidered with tiny phoenix silhouettes, each stitch fine and precise. The background was a deep forest green, making the little phoenix motifs stand out in vibrant reds, oranges, and golds. She smiled, tears glistening at the corners of her eyes. For cool mornings or chilly nights, she said, Happy birthday, my darling boy. Grinning from ear to ear, Harry draped the scarf around his neck. Even in the warm day, he didn't mind the extra layer, it felt like a soft embrace. From the only mother he had truly known. He took a moment to thank each camper and counselor, heart brimming with affection for this chosen family that had come together to celebrate him. The staff and older kids guided him into the mess hall, where the morning's festivities continued. Pamela had prepared an extra special breakfast buffet with sweet pastries, fresh fruit, and even a small chocolate fountain that had the campers squealing with delight. Throughout the morning, the camp's schedule was replaced by a series of playful events in honor of Harry's birthday. Tug of war took place in the courtyard, pitting campers against counselors in a friendly showdown. The children shrieked with glee whenever Harry shouted encouragements from the sidelines, leaning on his new staff for dramatic flair. Next came a treasure hunt that spanned the entire camp, complete with elaborate clues hidden near the cabins, docks, and mess hall. The final treasure chest was filled with colorful candies and small trinkets, tiny phoenix figurines carved from spare wood. The kids swarmed around it, each claiming a small souvenir while cheering for Harry. A camp-wide feast dominated lunchtime. In the mess hall, the tables were pushed together to form one long banquet line. Pamela had enlisted help from the counselors and older children to create Harry's favorite dishes. He still sometimes marveled at how she managed to guess them, given the neglectful years he'd spent with the Dursleys. Platters of grilled vegetables, savory stews, and sweet honey rolls steamed enticingly. At the center stood a phoenix-shaped cake that Pamela had painstakingly baked and decorated. As the children chanted, "Blow them out! Blow them out!" Harry made a wish he didn't dare speak. That their family, this camp, and everyone who came here would always find the peace and acceptance they deserved. When evening crept in, the usual campfire session transformed into a special birthday dedication. Campers gathered in close, some perched on logs, others on bright benches. They took turns speaking about what Harry meant to them, from the little girl who overcame her fear of the dark, because Harry reassured her that the Phoenix could guide her, to the older boy who'd discovered a knack for painting after Harry encouraged him to try. Each anecdote glowed with gratitude. The counselors also chimed in. Maria praised Harry's kindness, Tim admired his unwavering spirit, Liz thanked him for inspiring the children's artistic endeavors. James teased that Harry might soon outrun him in a game of tag, and Emma said that Harry's caring soul defined what the camp was all about. Finally, Jason spoke. He rarely addressed a crowd, but on this night, the hush that fell across the campers spoke to how much they respected him. He placed a hand on Harry's shoulder. "Harry, you're not just my little brother," he said quietly. "You're my light. You helped me see good in everything again." The sincerity of his voice, the emotion trembling there, brought tears to many eyes. After the applause and well wishes settled, Harry lifted the small flute he carried. The children watched, rapt, as he raised it to his lips in his phoenix costume, playing a hauntingly beautiful melody. The notes swirled around the campfire, dancing with the sparks that floated skyward. The hush of the forest seemed to draw closer, as though the trees themselves listened to this celebration of life, friendship, and transformation. When the final note faded, it left behind a heartbeat of silence before the courtyard erupted into cheers and clapping. The rest of the night passed in a blur of laughter, toasted marshmallows, and quiet, grateful conversations. Harry eventually shed the phoenix costume to avoid scorching feathers by the fire, but he kept the scarf around his shoulders. He drifted among the children, thanking them for the day's surprises, promising to play more games in the morning. The counselors, too, congratulated him, remarking on how unusual and special it was for a child to be so wholeheartedly part of the camp's staff-like role. Later, as the stars emerged in a wide tapestry overhead, he found himself leaning against Jason by the dying embers of the fire. Pamela joined them shortly, nestling in close. The older campers were off playing flashlight tag again, while younger ones had retired to their bunks. The three of them shared a peaceful moment, a family formed by fate, each reflecting on how far they come since the days of sorrow and ruin. August approached with surprising speed. Some older kids spontaneously adopted mentor roles, helping younger ones learn new skills or stand up for themselves. Harry noticed how the counselors became integral parts of these transformations. Maria turned timid swimmers into confident ones, Liz guided shy artists to produce extraordinary pieces, Tim revealed nature's secrets to those who'd never wandered far from sidewalks. James taught kids that everyone could be a storyteller or a songwriter, and Emma offered her calm, nurturing presence to anyone homesick or scared. Jason's continuing healing showed clearly in his open smiles and moments of rare laughter. Sometimes campers would pass him in the courtyard, wave, and exclaim, "Hi, big brother Jason." He would wave back, a ghost of a grin on his face. One afternoon, Harry stumbled upon him sitting by the water, abs a small piece of wood. The gentle hush of the lake washed over them. When Harry approached, Jason admitted he'd been thinking about the past, how he once believed he could never be anything but a source of fear. Yet seeing children thrive made him feel he'd finally broken free from old darkness. Harry answered by calling him a hero. A real hero who saved kids every day, not from monsters but from self-doubt and bullying. Jason said nothing more, but the way his shoulders relaxed spoke volumes. The last week of July and the first week of August carried bittersweet undertones. While the campers relished every day of games, crafts, songs, and comical skits, counselors and staff knew the season's end was near. Whispers passed among them about returning next year, about which children might re-enroll, and how they could improve the camp even more. Pamela assured them that Camp Crystal Phoenix Lake was here to stay, and that she'd personally see to each counselor's invitation for the next season. She praised them for their dedication, citing specific instances, like the Tim guided a child with a twisted ankle safely through the woods, or when Emma consoled two best friends who had a falling out, orchestrating their reconciliation with gentle wisdom. The children themselves sensed the shift. Some, especially the younger ones, openly wept at the thought of leaving behind new friends and the camp's magic. Pamela organized a memory day in early August, where each camper wrote a short note about their favorite experience. They read them aloud during the final campfire of the season, recalling silly water balloon wars, the rush of canoeing with Jason, the warmth of Big Brother Harry's hugs. The inspiration they found in Liz's art station, the sense of safety they felt around Emma, the wonder of nature with Tim, the music James brought, or the delicious meals from Pamela. Harry's flute and costume often figured into these notes, children giggling as they recalled him, flying across the courtyard. On August 6th, the second to last day, the entire camp gathered for a grand farewell celebration under the stars. The counselors decked the courtyard with fairy lights, and Pamela prepared a feast that rivaled Harry's birthday meal. Even Jason helped by roasting vegetables over an outdoor grill, carefully monitoring the heat. A small stage was set up with benches, and James led a final sing-along, campers clapping and dancing freely. Harry improvised comedic announcements between songs, brandishing his phoenix staff. The children roared with laughter when he, accidentally, cast a pretend spell that made Tim drop his spatula. As the night wound down, each camper took a turn by the fire, sharing what they loved most about the summer. Some mentioned how they'd arrived feeling nervous, but the camp's welcoming embrace changed them. Others recounted their favorite surprise, a treasure hunt, a midnight stargazing session with Emma, or a watery ambush on Harry. This was exactly what they had toiled for. This sense of belonging and joy. Finally, Pamela stood to address them all, her voice steady and full of affection. She thanked the counselors for their tireless devotion, the children for bringing the camp to life with their laughter, and the families who trusted Camp Crystal Phoenix Lake enough to send their children here. Then she announced that the camp would reopen the following summer, and that anyone who wished to return would be greeted with open arms. A cheer broke out, echoing through the towering pines. Jason added, in his soft tone, "This place, it's home now. For all of us." Another cheer rose, this time from the counselors, whose eyes shone with the same love the children expressed. Morning came on August 7th, the last official day of camp. The children departed in small groups as parents arrived, some families walking the grounds one final time. Many campers wept or exchanged addresses, vowing to stay in touch. They hugged Harry fiercely, begged Jason for one last pose or handshake, and thanked Pamela for everything. Counselors assisted with packing, gave final reminders about staying safe, and reminded kids to write letters or keep practicing the new skills they'd learned. By midday, the last car had rolled away, dust motes dancing in the summer sun. The camp felt eerily quiet but not lonely. The vibrant presence of the children lingered in every painted door, every well-trodden path. Harry, Jason, and Pamela walked the property side by side, absorbing this hush. There was a gentle pang in the silence, like the echo after a song ends. Yet that pang was sweet, colored by the knowledge that the camp's mission had succeeded beyond their wildest hopes. They passed the courtyard where the sign proudly proclaimed Camp Crystal Phoenix Lake. Noticing a small piece of paper fluttering near a bench, Harry stooped to pick it up. It was a child's drawing of a phoenix soaring against a bright sun. The words, "Thank you, Phoenix," scrawled at the bottom. Smiling, Harry tucked it into his pocket, feeling tears prick at the corners of his eyes. He held it out so Jason could see it, and Jason nodded in appreciation. Eventually, they arrived at the lake's edge. A pair of canoes rocked gently against the dock, empty now. Jason crouched to test the ropes, verifying they were secure. Pamela gazed over the shimmering water. In the distance, flocks of birds circled overhead, as though surveying the aftermath of a joyful season. She turned, speaking softly. "This is only the beginning, you know. Next year, more campers, more laughter. We have so many ideas to implement, so many improvements to make. Harry wiped a hand under his nose, breath hitching with emotion. Yeah, he managed. We'll do even better. Bring more magic, more art, more everything. Jason stood, gazing down at them both. We'll be ready, he said, voice steady with renewed resolve. As the three of them walked back through the quiet grounds, the sun climbed higher, bathing the camp in a golden glow. Now, they knew that place wasn't merely a camp. It was a home that welcomed all, a home that had woven them closer together than ever. The cabins, the docks, the mess hall walls, even the painted benches, all bore testimony to a summer of transformation. They returned to the main cabin in companionable silence, each lost in memories of bright faces and success stories. Pamela paused at the threshold, placing a gentle hand on the doorframe, as though sealing in the happiness they had nurtured. Jason, still holding the rope from the canoes, set it aside by the porch, determined to keep the camp in perfect order even during the off-season. Harry lingered outside for a moment, gazing again at the sign overhead. He could almost hear the echoes of children cheering, feel the warmth of Jason's arm around him, sense Pamela's unwavering love. The rush of emotions reminded him that their mission, though somewhat paused now, would spring to life again with renewed vigor soon enough. Stepping inside, Harry joined them at the OLD wooden table where so many plans had been formed. The midday sun cast bright rectangles of light across the floor. Pamela brewed a pot of tea, an unspoken ritual whenever something important weighed on their minds. As steam curled from the mugs, they spoke in low, reflective tones about the season's most moving stories, the campers who found new confidence, the silly mishaps that ended in laughter. They also discussed the future, potential expansions, new activities, maybe an advanced ropes course in the woods, a replanting project for the tennis court to turn it into a garden. Each idea pulsed with excitement, but they recognized it would wait until the next year. For now, rest and reflection were due. That evening, the trio took a final walk around the empty cabins. At each doorstep, Hay recalled a memory, a camper's silly bedtime joke, a heartfelt conversation about missing home, or an off-key lullaby that James had once sung. Although there were no children left to greet them, cabins still felt alive with echoes of giggles and footsteps. It was a Colinas, one that promised a return rather than a final goodbye. Back at the mess hall, they tidied up the last bits of decoration, gathering the Phoenix banners and leftover craft materials. Harry discovered a half-finished friendship bracelet under one table, pink and purple threads braided with care. Pamela wiped down counters and stored remaining food items, planning to visit town soon for restocking. Jason quietly rearranged chairs, stacking them neatly to preserve the hall's openness. Night fell once more, bringing a gentle breeze that rustled the pines and rippled the lake's surface. Harry lit a small flame, just enough to cast a soft glow. He looked around at the vacant benches, remembering how only the day before those seats had teemed with curious eyes and big dreams. Pamela seated herself, clasping her hands in her lap, while Jason took a place beside her. They sat in companionable stillness, the hush amplifying the night's gentle symphony, crickets chirping, wind brushing through branches, the quiet lap of water. Pamela exhaled, a small, contented sound. "We did it," she said, her voice carrying the unspoken echoes of the children's laughter. "We really did it. So many kids, so much joy." Harry nodded. "I still can't believe it sometimes. We used to wonder if anyone would come." Jason smiled faintly, lifting his gaze to the stars. "It was perfect," he murmured. They each recalled the path that led them here, the months of hammering nails, painting doors, clearing trails, while forging a bond that transcended any difference or tragic past. This summer had proven that their camp, newly christened as Camp Crystal Phoenix Lake, stood not just as a structure but as a testament to healing and unity. Harry's birthday celebration, Jason's protective watch, Pamela's unwavering maternal presence, everything had melded into a tapestry of acceptance that brightened the world for those who needed it most. Eventually, they allowed the fire to dwindle to embers. With the night growing late, they strolled back to the main cabin under the silver glow of moonlight. Once inside, they fell asleep, with hearts full of an entire season's worth of warmth, lulled by the knowledge that though the children were gone, the camp's spirit thrived in every memory, every inch of ground. Where footfalls once echoed. When morning light broke on August 8th, the trio awoke to a silent camp, free from early morning chatter and excited squeals. No counselors bustled in the mess hall, no kids ran to line up for breakfast. A hush had settled in, akin to the hush of winter after a busy autumn, but this hush was gentle, introspective, and filled with the promise of next summer. They gathered in the common area of their cabin, sipping hot tea. Pamela mused about new staff additions, Harry pondered expansions to his Phoenix costume, and Jason listened thoughtfully, offering small nods of agreement. They stepped outside together, letting the bright morning greet them. The sign overhead, reading Camp Crystal Phoenix Lake, seemed to shimmer in the warm sun. But they felt ready for whatever came next. They had proven to themselves and the world that second chances, like phoenixes, could burst into brilliant life from ashes of sorrow. These months of summer magic had given them the courage and certainty had no darkness could overshadow the light they had built together. Pamela placed a hand on Harry's shoulder, the other on Jason's arm. With a mother's warmth, she said quietly, "We have a whole year to prepare for the next group. Let's make it even better." Harry grinned, eyes glinting with the same spark he'd shown the children. "We will," he promised, a thrill coursing through him at the thought of new adventures. "We'll make it so the whole world knows about our Phoenix." Jason gently squeezed both their shoulders, silent affirmation echoing through the small gesture. Then, in a single step, the three of them began walking. Moving away from the courtyard, ready to tackle the post-season tasks, tidying the canoes for storage, evaluating maintenance needs, planning improvements. But each step was light, each breath content. Summer had shown them that this camp was more than bricks, wood, and paint. It was a home built on trust and love, a living testament to the power of renewal. And so they ventured onward, crossing paths that still bore footprints and memories, holding close the echoes of children's laughter, anticipating the bright tomorrows that would see Camp Crystal Phoenix Lake flourish again. The ephemeral hush of empty cabins no longer signaled abandonment but a patient lull, a quiet readiness for the seasons to come and the countless hearts still waiting to discover the Phoenix's call. And more on my Patreon. http. More than 20 fanfiction are currently active on my Patreon, up to 70+ chapters across the 20 fanfictions. Exclusively on Patreon now, QBE Sun Reborn, Harry Potter Naruto crossover, up to 6 chapters available now. Rescued by Tales. Harry Potter Sonic the Hedgehog crossover, up to 6 chapters available now. Rescued by Lamia. Harry Potter Monster Masumi crossover, up to 6 chapters available now. Harry Potter and Toon Force. Harry Potter Looney Tunes crossover, up to 6 chapters available now. Shinigami's Vacation. Naruto Bleach crossover, up to 6 chapters available now. Harry Potter and BBPS Reborn. Harry Potter Lit RPG, up to 6 chapters available now. Lonely Ruler and Her Sunshine. Harry Potter One Piece crossover, up to 6 chapters available now. Raised by Mew Reborn. Harry Potter Pokemon crossover, up to 6 chapters available now. Fragile Hope. Harry Potter Saw series crossover, up to 6 chapters available now. Symphony of Machines. Harry Potter Fania crossover, up to 6 chapters available now. Despair's Unexpected. Savior Harry Potter Danganronpa crossover, up to 6 chapters available now. The Silent Lullabies of Forgotten Factory. Harry Poe Poppy Playtime crossover, up to 6 chapters available now. Threads Woven Between Two Souls. Harry Potter Coraline crossover, up to 6 chapters available now. Queen of Forbidden Forest. Harry Potter, up to 6 chapters available now. Worlds Unbound Magic. Modern Harry Potter events are 20 years, so instead of 1981 it is in 2001, up to 5 chapters available now. Moonlight and Mist. Harry Potter Perk Y. Jackson crossover, up to 6 chapters available now. You can read any of my fanfictions which are published here with 2 weeks of early access before everyone on my Patreon. Beyond Boundaries of Time. See Chapter 8 and Chapter 9 already available on my Patreon. Neon Shadows of Fate. Chapter 8 and Chapter 9 are already available on my Patreon. Bound by Shadows and Sorrow. Chapter 8 and Chapter 9 are already available on my Patreon. Harry Potter and the Crimson Shadows. Chapter 8 and Chapter 9 are already available on my Patreon. Harry and the Wolf. Chapter 10 and Chapter 11 are already available on my Patreon. Naruto and Secret of Aperture Science. Chapter 10 and Chapter 11 are already available on my Patreon. Chapter 8. The Long Decay of Number 4. Disclaimer. I don't own Harry Potter or Friday the 13th series. A gentle hush had settled over Camp Crystal Phoenix Lake at the close of its first summer session, the memory of children's laughter and bright campfires lingering in every quiet path and empty cabin. The morning sun rose over the tranquil lake, casting soft patterns of light and shadow on the shore, as if preserving echoes of the joyous months just past. Yet, like the graceful turning of a page, that bright image faded into a far starker picture, an early summer wind rattling the windows of Number 4 Privet Drive, a neighborhood in Little Whinging that had once boasted uniform lawns and tidy flower beds, now marred by uneasy whispers and a creeping sense of something gone awry. The house itself still looked ordinary to casual passers-by, its hedges trimmed with a mechanical precision, its driveway swept free of leaves. Yet behind closed curtains, a subtler deterioration had begun. In the pale morning light, the living room felt stale, as though the air had not been stirred by open windows in a very long time. Theckerting boards showed the first curling edges of damp. A faint odor, like stale cooking oil and musty carpet, clung to the corridors. From the outside, it might still appear presentable, just one more unremarkable home in a row of similar brick dwellings, but inside, the disarray was impossible to ignore. Petunia Dursley stood at the kitchen sink, her fingers trembling around a sponge as she tried, for the third time that week, to scrub away a stubborn grease stain on the counter. She used to boast to neighbors that she kept everything spick and span, not a crumb out of place. Now, though she pressed and scoured, the stain remained. The sponge squelched against the laminate, leaving a faint ring of soapy water around her hands. She could not remember how the grease had gotten there, perhaps from one of Vernon's attempts at frying something, or maybe from a half-hearted leftover meal reheated days ago. Ever since June of 1988, the day they returned from that secretive trip to America, something felt off balance. The house, the routine, her entire sense of control had begun to slip, even if she couldn't put her finger on why. She shot it a wary glance. Usually, she would direct Harry, her husband's despised nephew, to handle the chores that irritated her most, but Harry was gone. Months had passed since they abandoned him at that dilapidated camp in the States. She still remembered the hush of the deserted cabins, the dark water lapping at a rickety dock, the feeling of final relief as they drove away. Back then, she'd consoled herself that without Harry, the house would be calmer, simpler. He had been a freak, after all, an unwanted burden. Without him, the chores would be fewer, no accidental spills, no bizarre incidents. A normal home at last, or so she imagined. Yet the reality was far more complicated. Vernon had insisted that once the boy was gone, life would improve. Now, the kitchen was thick with unwashed dishes, old newspapers stacked in corners, and a sticky film coated the floor. She couldn't muster the energy or motivation to clean it as thoroughly as she once did. Her shoulders ached, her eyes burned from restless nights. Even the simplest tasks felt monumental. She let out a small, ragged breath, dropping the sponge into the sink. From the hall, she heard a dull thump, likely Vernon pacing, or Dudley stomping about. A headache formed behind her temples. Vernon Dursley had once stood tall and formidable, a beefy man with a booming voice that made neighbors flinch, but his posture had sagged over the past year. His suits, once neatly pressed, now had faint creases where the fabric pulled at his sagging frame. He'd lost some weight, not from any concerted health effort, but from a smoldering dissatisfaction that made food taste bland to him. On that crisp June morning in 1988, when they had no skinny boy lurking about, no sniveling voice to grate on his nerves. Instead, the house had felt strangely hollow. Over the next weeks, he found himself stumbling over tasks Harry once did, fixing squeaky hinges, watering the garden, preparing the occasional weekend breakfast. He resented how these chores piled up, How things used to, magically, get done, though he refused to acknowledge how much Harry had contributed. A deep scowl settled between his brows. Sometimes he'd mutter curses under his breath, curse ing the freak for leaving behind a legacy of labor and cost. When the phone bills increased after fruitless calls to certain contacts in London, contacts Vernon believed were associated with the OD. Old man Dumbledore, he'd slam the receiver down in frustration. Those calls never yielded answers about the boy. That was fine, he told himself. The boy was gone, so why did he need reassurance? Time crawled from June into November of 1988, and the Dursleys sank deeper into their own half-hearted routines. Petunia continued to invite neighbors for tea, though the gatherings grew less frequent. Our once bright chatter replaced by anxious glances at unkempt corners. She cooked simpler meals, tasteless boiled potatoes, greasy sausage rolls, never acknowledging how she missed the surprisingly competent dishes Harry had prepared. He rarely spoke to Petunia, except to bark orders about finding something or to demand she remind Dudley to mind his manners. But Dudley had changed too, in ways neither parent seemed able to control. At 12 going on 13, Dudley had always been big for his age, coddled and spoiled. But without Harry around, the boy lacked his favorite target for bullying. It left him restless, resentful, eager to direct his aggression elsewhere. He took it to school, cornering smaller classmates against lockers, sniggering while he stuffed stolen sweets into his mouth. Sometimes he'd push kids to tears, and teachers scolded him, but still he wore that same defiant glare. The staff at Smeltings, where he would eventually attend, complained that Dudley's antics were beyond ordinary mischief. Petunia waved off these concerns with forced smiles, promising that it was just a phase, while Vernon stumped about at parent-teacher meetings, blustering that boys will be boys. Yet the worried looks from teachers, the quiet hush that fell whenever the Dursleys approached, hinted that the community sensed something was truly amiss. All the while, a faint hum of magical wards still clung to number 4. Put in place by Albus Dumbledore to ensure Harry's protection, but now, ironically, serving only to keep neighbors from probing the Dursleys' home too closely. Whenever a curious neighbor walked by, perhaps noticing that the drapes always stayed shut or that Vernon's car sat in the driveway at odd hours, they'd feel a mild compulsion to dismiss any concerns. Sometimes, a neighbor might knock on the door to check if everything was all right, but the wards nudged them into a vague sense of, it's probably fine, so they left without pressing. This subtle interference kept the Dursleys' secrets hidden, at least for a while. Through autumn and into early winter, the house's neglected corners grew more pronounced. The laundry smelled sour, stacked in baskets that blocked the hallway. The kitchen sink saw half-washed dishes that sometimes lay there for days. Petunia, once so rigidly proud, drifted about in a daydream of mild despair, occasionally snapping at Vernon. Or Dudley when the frustration built too high. Vernon's belly churned with anger he couldn't place. He felt cheated. It had been Dumbledore's plan all along. Pay them to keep the boy, treat him badly enough that he wouldn't be a threat. They'd done their part, then shipped him off to that decrepit American campground. So why did everything feel worse? By November 1988, the Dursleys tried rewriting their public story. Neighbors occasionally inquired about Harry. Petunia would force a plastic grin, explaining in clipped tones that Harry had been sent to a special boarding school for troubled youth. She'd wave an airy hand, as if implying it was a mercy that he was gone. People nodded, half believing. But small cracks began to show. The local grocer noticed how Vernon snapped at the mention of family. A teacher at Dudley's school overheard the boy bragging about how he got rid of that worthless cousin. The wards that had once blurred concerns slowly faltered. The house across the street had new owners, who seemed less influenced by the odd magic. They frowned, noticing how the Dursleys rarely opened their blinds, how the hedges started to overgrow. Murmurs trickled along the street. Quiet speculation about what the Dursleys might be hiding. Another winter passed. Petunia's drab daily routine offered little comfort, especially when she discovered a leak in the attic during a January cold snap. In the old days, she would have told Harry to go up there with a bucket and fix it. The two of them argued viciously that night, voices echoing. Dudley heard it from his bedroom and pulled the blankets over his head, scowling at a crack in the ceiling. Even at school, his bullying escalated in proportion to the tension at home. He started skipping classes, leeways with a group of older troublemakers. Teachers requested meetings, but Vernon dismissed them. Petunia gave them watery smiles. Meanwhile, the neighbors whispered more loudly, for the wards no longer held their full power to dissuade prying eyes. By June 15, 1989, a year since Harry's abandonment, something major changed. The wards, no longer sustained by Harry's presence or by the tenuous blood connection anchored in Dumbledore's half-baked plan, collapsed altogether. It was not a dramatic event, no thunderclap or swirling lights. Had anyone been outside at that moment, they might have glimpsed the air rippling around the Dursleys' home before going still. Inside, Petunia halted halfway down the stairs, a sudden, inexplicable chill creeping over her. Vernon, shaving in the bathroom, nicked himself and hissed a low curse as blood beaded on his chin. Dudley kicked the foot of his bed in a restless spasm, cursing a lost sock. None of them understood the significance, but from that day forward, the neighbors' eyes grew sharper. With the wards gone, details that had once been politely ignored or outright hidden became stark. The unkempt lawn, the sour odor wafting from bins not taken out, and the chipped paint on the front door stood in humiliating clarity. In the following days, neighbors began murmuring openly. In corners of the cul-de-sac, over fences, at the local shop, people whispered, "Have you noticed something about the Dursleys lately? Doesn't that house seem off?" A concerned elderly couple attempted to ring the Dursleys' doorbell, but Vernon barked at them through a half-open door, face twisted in irritation. The messy hallway beyond. At Dudley's school, teachers convened meetings to discuss the boys' behavior. Over the past year, the number of incidents, intimidation, extortion of lunch money, physical fights, had doubled. One teacher, Ms. Clark, a sharp-eyed woman with a fierce sense of justice, filed multiple reports. She tried phoning number 4, but half the time the line rang unanswered. When she did get Petunia, the mother's voice was clipped and defensive, dismissing Ms. Clark's concerns as exaggerations. "Dudley is just rowdy," Petunia insisted, her tone betraying frayed nerves. Ms. Clark found these evasions suspicious. Reluctance of the Dursleys to engage with any form of constructive resolution. Neighbors' casual curiosity transformed into concern. People noticed the way groceries were delivered less regularly, how the Dursleys' curtains stayed shut even on bright summer afternoons, how Petunia's once carefully pruned flower beds had grown patchy weeds. Tea had seemed like a perfect suburban home a year ago now felt oppressive, as though a grim shadow lay over it. A distinct hush fell around number 4, broken only by Vernon's occasional shouts and Dudley's slamming of doors. The house began to look more sallow, the brick color dulling as if the mortar itself was sick. Where the wards once might have deflected such scrutiny, now there was only creeping suspicion. Inside, Vernon paced each evening, stepping around piles of unwashed clothes, knocking them aside in irritation. He loomed near the front window, peeking through the narrow gap in the curtains. His jaw clenched. He muttered vile curses under his breath about nosy fools. Petunia, hunched in a worn armchair, stared at the chipped coffee table where newspapers spilled across the surface. She told herself their situation was different. Harry was a freak, not a normal boy. She believed no one would miss him, not truly. The money from Dumbledore had dried up months ago. Dumbledore's checks had simply stopped, and the sting of that loss only fueled Vernon's resentment. On the morning of Dudley's 13th birthday, in late June, no party was held. Petunia sighed as she placed a single plate of bland sausages on the table. Dudley prowled in, complaining that he wanted more, that he deserved better. He had outgrown most of his clothes, wearing track bottoms that had holes near the knees, and a sweatshirt with a greasy patch on the chest. Vernon merely grunted, offering no parental comfort. The entire scene radiated a bleakness that no neighbor would have recognized from the old Dursleys, who once bragged about lavish parties for their dear Diddykins. If Dudley felt any longing for how life used to be, he masked it with scowls and muttered insults. By June 15, 1990, the tension that had been simmering came to a head. That morning, Ms. Clark and a couple of other teachers held an emergency conference with the school principal. Dudley's violent behavior had crossed a line. He'd physically threatened a smaller student with a broken piece of a desk. There was talk among the staff of contacting authorities, especially as repeated phone calls to the Dursleys yielded no genuine cooperation. Meanwhile, at the same time, neighbors in Privet Drive had grown vocal about the stench of uncollected rubbish and strange nighttime noises. A local community group decided, after weeks of rumored neglect, to ring the local council. Suspicion about Harry's disappearance also loomed. Some recalled that the Dursleys had once introduced that sullen boy as their nephew, but he hadn't been seen for over 2 years. Late that afternoon, as wind gusted along the street, a pair of uniformed police officers arrived at number 4. They parked their patrol car near the curb, lights flashing but siren silent, causing an immediate stir among neighbors. Curtains fluttered as faces peered out anxiously. Vernon, hearing the knock, wiped sweat from his brow and schooled his features into what he hoped was a calm expression. He opened the door a crack. The officers, polite but firm, explained they were investigating reports of potential neglect and missing persons. The neighbors had raised concerns about the condition of the property, the well-being of any children living there, and the whereabouts of one nephew who was rumored to have been part of this household. Vernon's face reddened as he insisted that there was no nephew, or if there had been, the boy had gone to a special school. He spat out half-truths in a furious swirl, voice quavering. Petunia hovered behind him, trembling fingers wringing the hem of her apron. Dudley peeked from the staircase, eyes wide, uncertain whether to show his usual bravado or hide. The officers exchanged glances. The house, from their vantage point, clearly showed signs of disarray. They asked permission to step inside for a routine check. Vernon tried to refuse, but one officer gently explained they had enough cause to proceed. Eyes as he stepped aside, making a guttural sound in his throat. Petunia stood off to the side, her face pale as the officers swept their flashlights around the hallway, noticing piles of dirty laundry, a few flies buzzing near an unemptied waste bin in the corner. The door, scuffed and chipped, had a simple latch. A wave of apprehension surged through Petunia as the officer reached for the handle. It was such a small, unassuming door. Yet she had long dreaded the day someone might open it with genuine scrutiny. Vernon stood stiffly, arms crossed, sweat beading at his temple. The door creaked open. The officer's flashlight illuminated a cramped interior, dusty and cobwebbed. An unmistakable red-brown stain marred one of the lower wooden boards, dried blood that no casual cleaning had ever fully erased. It was like a silent testament to all that had once occurred in that cramped space. The policeman's posture changed, his broad shoulders stiffening. He called to his partner, who stepped over to peer inside. Their expressions darkened, a heavy hush blanketing the hallway. Petunia's breath caught in her throat, while Vernon's lips parted in a silent snarl. Dudley shrank further into the background, confusion and fear warring in his eyes. The officers exchanged pointed looks. They had stumbled onto something that reeked of neglect, potentially violence. Their suspicion about the missing boy flared. One officer turned to Vernon, voice low, forcibly calm, demanding explanations about the cupboard's occupant, and the BLD tried to stammer out a half-baked story about the boy being accident-prone, but it rang hollow. Petunia moved to the sink, as though seeking a glass of water, but her hands shook so badly the glass rattled against the countertop. A hush settled over the entire street. People saw the officers moving from room to room, noted how the older policeman emerged from the kitchen looking grim. Minutes blurred into hours as the officers radioed in for additional support. Child services, forensic examiners. Vernon's protests, once loud, turned to near whimpering pleas. Petunia's forced composure shattered when a detective carefully took photographs of the cupboard, stooping to gather samples. Dudley, cornered in the living room, stared at the gaunt reflection of himself in the blank television screen, as though realizing for the first time the gravity of what they had done. The hush outside turned into a low murmur of shock and condemnation. In the days that followed, the scandal erupted. Neighbors who had once admired the Dursleys' tidiness recoiled, muttering about how they had sensed something was off, but never acted upon it. Journalists sniffed a potential story in what the local rumor mill called the vanished nephew. They pressed doorbells, shoved cameras in the faces of passers-by. The front page of the local tabloid read, "Little Whinging Horror, Boy's Blood Found in Cupboard." In bold letters, the article speculated about child abuse, missing persons, and pointed to the cupboard evidence as a sign of foul play. Child Protective Services opened an extensive case, delving into Dudley's school records, old doctor's reports, and any trace of Harry Potter. Petunia and Vernon were both questioned repeatedly, their stories riddled with inconsistencies. The neighbors whispered that the Dursleys had either sold Harry or killed him. They found no sign of a body, but the bloodstain in the cupboard fueled the assumption that Harry had died. The rotting piles of laundry, stacks of unwashed dishes, and the sour smell that lingered in every room only underscored the sense of chaos. Dudley, sullen and withdrawn, was taken in for a psychological evaluation after he lashed out at a detective who asked about his cousin. By mid-July, the case advanced to official criminal charges. Photos from inside the house circulated among authorities. Filthy conditions, suspicious cupboards, contradictory statements about Harry's whereabouts. Vernon fumed, face perpetually red, yelling that it was all a misunderstanding, that the boy had run off on his own. Petunia, glassy-eyed, whispered that Harry had been nothing but a burden. Detectives located a few old neighbors who recalled seeing Harry rummaging in bins for scraps of food, or kneeling in the flower beds while Petunia watched from the window. One remembered hearing muffled sobs near the cupboard door. Another swore she had once asked if the boy was ill, noticing his baggy clothing and bruises. With the wards gone, those recollections returned sharply, fueling a wave of public condemnation that fell upon the Dursleys like an avalanche. On June 15, 1990, exactly 2 years after the ward's initial breakdown had begun, the Dursleys were formally arrested. Vernon and Petunia both stared at the handcuffs encircling their wrists, their faces slack with disbelief. Dudley stood off to one side, wearing an expression that shifted between anger and terror as officers escorted him away for further psychological assessment. No trace of Harry's body could be found, but the dried blood in the cupboard, combined with the accounts of abuse and unaccounted for time, led investigators to presume the worst. Neighbors watched from behind gates and fences, some outraged, others just stunned. The case went to trial in late July, overshadowing local news. The courtroom was a stark contrast to the Dursleys' former life of neat suburban tidiness. Now they stood in the dock, faces drawn, clothes rumpled and ill-fitting, far from the polished persona they once displayed. Conditions at number 4. Through it all, Petunia often stared at the scratched table in front of her, tears occasionally sliding down her cheeks as the humiliating details of her life were read aloud to the entire court. Ronan's broad shoulders heaved with labored breaths, his complexion a sickly gray beneath the overhead fluorescent lights. Dudley was kept separate from his parents, awaiting a different hearing to determine if he would be placed in a juvenile facility or a mental health institution. He'd spent his days in holding, refusing to speak more than a few defensive, snarling words. On the day of the verdict, August 8, 1990, the tension in the crowded courtroom was palpable. Vernon pressed his lips together, Petunia's hands shook visibly in her lap. The judge's gaze swept over them, stern and unyielding. The final ruling was damning. Vernon and Petunia Dursley found guilty of severe child abuse, neglect, and manslaughter in the presumed death of their nephew, Harry Potter. The communal hush that followed was broken only by the scribbling of reporters. Life imprisonment. Dudley, for his part in the pattern of violence and intimidation, was ordered to receive specialized re-education and therapy in a secure psychiatric facility. No longer free to roam school halls and torment smaller children. The shock rippled far beyond the cul-de-sac, splattering the Dursleys' once pristine reputation with irredeemable shame. Headlines in local and regional papers flared with condemnation, horror on Privet Drive. House of Torment exposed, Dursley couple guilty of nephew's death. It was as if the entire community had awakened from a haze, no longer lulled by the wards that once muffled their suspicions. Neighbors shook their heads, distancing themselves from the infamous family. Some murmured that they should have acted sooner, that they'd suspected something, but had not wanted to pry. Dudley was ushered out a different door by a stern-faced social worker. He threw one last baleful, confused look at his parents. In the days after, number 4 Privet Drive stood empty, a hollow shell. Hedge now dotted with browning leaves. The front door hung ajar. Weeds clawed at the flower beds, the neglected lawn turning splotchy brown. Inside, echoes of rummaging footsteps lingered, the old cupboards flung open, random papers strewn across the living room floor. The cupboard under the stairs remained. Ed is the bitter centerpiece of the horror discovered within those walls. A single overhead bulb cast a stark glare on its scuffed door, revealing the stains and footprints left by investigators. Every so often, a curious passerby or a brazen reporter might step onto the porch, peering through the front window to glimpse the emptiness. Dust motes drifted in the faint sunlight that filtered through cracks in the drapes. Some recognized the significance. That small, grim cupboard had held the key to the Dursleys' downfall. Others simply shook their heads, pitying the sad remnants of a once proud family home. In time, the local council posted a condemnation notice. The house was left to fade and peel, a silent testament to the price of cruelty. For the Dursleys themselves, life behind bars or in institutional custody brought no solace. Vernon discovered that the bland meals in prison tasted like ash on his tongue. He stared at the walls of his cell, feeling the weight of endless days. In scattered moments, he recalled how Harry had once prepared unexpectedly good breakfasts, complete with sizzling bacon and perfectly buttered toast. The memory made him choke with bitterness. Petunia, confined to a women's prison, spent nights curled on a thin mattress, tears slipping down her cheeks as she recalled the days of breezy neighborhood chats and neat floral arrangements. No one brought her fresh daisies to place in a vase anymore. Dudley, in a sterile mental health unit, sat in a corner of a recreation room, hugging his knees, the dull hum of fluorescent lights overhead. Orderlies until sedated. Sometimes he muttered about missing that worthless cousin, as if the boy's absence even in Dudley's twisted worldview. Thus ended the tale of the Dursleys' life on Privet Drive. While the rest of Little Whinging slowly moved on, number 4 remained an eyesore, boarded windows, chipped bricks, a faint graffiti scrawl reading, "Monsters lived here." Children in the neighborhood spoke in hushed tones of the house's eerie silence, occasionally daring each other to approach the stoop. Some said they'd heard faint scratching sounds within, though it was likely just whined through the broken windows. The cupboards, closets, and dusty corners existed in a hush of condemnation, each an unspoken witness to the family's darkest acts. Meanwhile, an ocean away, Camp Crystal Phoenix Lake thrived under warm sunshine and the laughter of children. Even when that joyous place lay in off-season hush, it held the memory of bright-eyed campers, a motherly cook with gentle humor, a tall and quiet guardian who watched over them, and a small boy with a phoenix costume who exuded kindness. Harry, though bound by a different fate, had found a real home that cherished him, a place of acceptance, healing, and love. Back at Privet Drive, the ghosts of the Dursleys' choices hovered. They served as a cautionary tale to anyone who ventured too close. Cruelty could not remain hidden forever, and the price of neglect far outweighed any fleeting satisfaction it brought. The final echo in that empty hallway remained the battered, blood-stained cupboard, half in shadow. The wind sometimes stirred, rustling plastic tarps left behind by investigators, and in those moments, it was as though the house itself exhaled a mournful sigh. Eventually, the faint gleam of daylight or a stray cat might slip inside through broken glass. But the space offered no warmth, only a stark reminder that the path chosen by the Dursleys led nowhere but ruin. In the quiet that followed, as if the camera of life panned away from this desolate scene, the sunlight brightened the street, revealing the everyday bustle of neighbors going about their business, disgusted or pitying the Dursleys, but relieved the matter had concluded. Windows opened, breezes flowed, and the normal hum of suburban life resumed. The final image was of the battered front door left ajar, a glimpse of the dark corridor beyond. Through that gap, one might imagine the silent swirl of dust in a place once marked by cruelty. And in that swirl lingered a lesson no sign or headline could fully convey, a moral reckoning carved into the walls of a house that now stood as a monument to all that had gone wrong when love was absent and abuse took root. Thus ended the Dursleys' story, entwined inseparably with the boy they had cast aside, never to know tea. Had while they rotted in prison cells and wards, Harry lived on, loved and protected, far from their grasp. And in that distance, in the hush of a new dawn at Camp Crystal Phoenix Lake, the bright promise of second chances shone all the more vividly against the long shadows that had finally claimed number 4 Privet Drive. And more on my Patreon. http. More than 20 fanfiction are currently active on my Patreon. Up to 70 plus chapters across the 20 fanfictions exclusively on Patreon now. QBE Sun Reborn. Harry Potter Naruto crossover up to 7 chapters available now. Rescued by Tales. Harry Potter Sun. I See the Hedgehog crossover up to 7 chapters available now. Rescued by Lamia. Harry Potter Monster Masumi crossover up to 7 chapters available now. Harry Potter and Toon Force. Harry Potter Looney Tunes crossover up to 7 chapters available now. Shinigami's Vacation. Naruto Bleach crossover up to 7 chapters available now. Harry Potter and BBPS Reborn. Harry Potter Lit RPG up to 7 chapters available now. Lonely Ruler and Her Sunshine. Harry Potter One Piece crossover up to 7 chapters available now. Raised by Mew Reborn. Harry Potter Pokemon crossover up to 7 chapters available now. Fragile Hope. Harry Potter Saw series crossover up to 7 chapters available now. Symphony of Machines. Harry Potter Fania crossover up to 7 chapters available now. Despair's Unexpected. Savior Harry Potter per Dalton. Nanranpa crossover up to 7 chapters available now. The Silent Lullabies of Forgotten Factory. Harry Potter Poppy Playtime crossover up to 7 chapters available now. Threads Woven Between Two Souls. Harry Potter Coraline crossover up to 7 chapters available now. Queen of Forbidden Forest. Harry Potter up to 7 chapters available now. Worlds Unbound Magic. Modern Harry Potter events are 20 years. So instead of 1981 it is in 2001 up to 7 chapters available now. Moonlight and Mist. Harry Potter Percy Jackson crossover up to 6 chapters available now. You can read any of my fanfictions which are published here with 2 weeks of early access before everyone on my Patreon. Beyond Boundaries of Time. Chapter 9 and Chapter 10 already available on my Patreon. Neon Shadows of Fate. Chapter 9 and Chapter 10 are already available on my Patreon. Bound by Shadows and Sorrow. Chapter 9 and Chapter 10 are already available on my Patreon. Harry Potter and the Crimson Shadows. Chapter 9 and Chapter 10 are already available on my Patreon. Harry and the Wolf. Chapter 11 and Chapter 12 are already available on my Patreon. Naruto and Secret of Aperture Science. Chapter 11 and Chapter 12 are already available on my Patreon. Chapter 9. The Quiet Season at Camp Crystal Phoenix Lake. Disclaimer. I don't own Harry Potter or Friday the 13th series. A thin band of orange crept along the horizon over Camp Crystal Phoenix Lake, illuminating the hushed world in pale, tentative light. The date was August 8, 1990, a day that felt strikingly still after the summer's rush of voices, scuffling footsteps, and ripples of laughter on the water. The last camper's goodbye lingered in the air like an echo in a canyon, fading into the rustle of pine trees and the faint slap of lake water against the docks. Harry stood on the porch of the main cabin, a heavy sweater drooping around his slender frame. The boards under his feet felt cool against his toes. He stared out at the lake, half expecting to see colorful TS milling about or bright plastic buckets scattered on the shore. Instead, there was only the mild swirl of morning mist drifting in lazy coils across the water. He drew in a breath, noticing how the damp air tasted of pine and lingering campfire smoke, but the usual crescendo of children's chatter was gone, replaced by the soft hush of branches rubbing together in the breeze. Behind him, inside the main cabin, Pamela clinked dishes in the kitchen. It was already second nature for her to be up, preparing breakfast. Yet the rhythmic sound of pots and pans carried a subdued quality, like a musical piece missing half its orchestra. In the courtyard, Jason worked, methodically, plucking the final strands of colored streamers from the poles around the fire pit. A few bright bits of crepe paper clung stubbornly, as though unwilling to let go of the summer's magic. Harry pulled the sweater's sleeves over his hands, letting out a small sigh. Only yesterday, the place had been alive with departing parents and counselors. The last lingering children hugging each other farewell. He descended the porch steps, heading toward Jason. As he approached, Jason glanced up, meeting Harry's gaze with a small nod of acknowledgement. Gone was the masked menace of urban legend. In its place stood a gentle, watchful man, who, even amid the quiet of post-summer emptiness, radiated a calm steadiness. "You okay?" Jason asked softly, his voice deep yet carrying the ghost of warmth. Harry bobbed his head, swallowing an odd lump in his throat. "Just quieter than I expected." He bent to pick up a fallen piece of streamer. Its once vivid color now faded. No more kids running around. No morning calls to breakfast. No pranks. It feels so empty. Jason's gaze drifted toward the mess hall. "Empty, yes," he agreed, slipping the streamer from Harry's hand and tucking it into a trash bag. "But we had a good summer." Harry's lips twitched into a smile. "Yeah," he whispered. "The best." From the cabin's doorway, Pamela appeared. Hands wiped on her apron. Brailed, trying to inject brightness into her tone. They gathered inside, just the three of them, for the first morning meal of the off-season. The mess hall's long tables, once bustling, now stood eerily neat and vacant. Chairs stacked along the walls. Instead of the wide array of cereals, fruits, and toast, only 3 plates sat on the smaller side table near the kitchen. Pamela had made bacon and eggs, but her usual flourish felt subdued. They ate in a hush punctuated by the crackle of the fire in the wood-burning stove. Each mouthful tasted good, yet a subtle emptiness gnawed at them, knowing how many times laughter had accompanied these same meals only days before. Harry listened to the scrape of his fork against the plate, recalling the raucous din of excited campers. Jason ate quietly, head bowed. Pamela served extra helpings as if out of habit, only to remember there were no campers to feed. When they finished, she pulled a stack of letters from a nearby drawer. "I almost forgot," she murmured, her tone brightening a fraction. "We got these before the last families left. Reviews, notes, some from parents, others from the counselors. They were so kind." Jason settled on a stool, leaning forward with interest. Harry drew his chair closer, hugging his knees as Pamela unfolded the first letter. She began to read in a gentle, steady voice. "Dear Pamela, Jason, and Harry, my daughter was so shy before she arrived at Camp Crystal Phoenix Lake. She never tried new activities, always hiding behind me. But something changed there, something magical. She came home confident and beaming, talking non-stop about Harry in his Phoenix costume who showed her there was nothing to fear. She even tried canoeing with Jason's help. I can't thank you enough." Harry felt a warmth blooming in his chest, picturing the small girl who had gripped his hand every morning at the docks, her eyes wide with both apprehension and curiosity. He remembered offering her the smallest encouragement, guiding her to dip a paddle into the water, while Jason hovered protectively. Pamela moved on to another letter, a wry smile crossing her face. "To the staff, Jason, you're the best teacher ever. Patient, quiet, but always there when I almost panicked. I can't wait to come back next year and try the deeper section of the lake. P.S. Harry, your stories by the fire were amazing. Could you do one about dragons next time?" A soft chuckle escaped Jason at the compliment. He fiddled with the edge of the table, unused to open praise, but his eyes shone. Pamela continued, reading short snippets from counselors praising the supportive environment, the strong leadership, the sense of family. She produced a small printed flyer, a ranking F. ROM, a popular travel magazine listing Camp Crystal Phoenix Lake as the 5th best summer camp in the world. The three of them exchanged astonished looks, Harry breaking into a grin so wide it crinkled his eyes. When the final note was read, the silence that followed was heavy with emotion. Harry cleared his throat, placing a hand lightly on Jason's arm. "We did it," he whispered. "We really did." Pamela exhaled, shaking her head in wonder. "We did, but it wasn't just us. The counselors, the kids, it was everyone. Still, we built it. A place that truly helped people." She set aside the letters, blinking away a few tears. Jason rose abruptly, as if the weight of the sentiment pressed on him. "I'll check the cabins," he announced, brushing his palms on his jeans. "Make sure everything's locked." Without waiting for an answer, he stepped outside, boots crunching on gravel. Pamela and Harry exchanged fond smiles. They knew Jason preferred action to words, that his shy nature had guided him outside to gather himself. After a moment, Harry excused himself as well. He slipped into the soft daylight, heading toward the row of cabins that lined the clearing. Late summer sunbeams filtered through pines. Dust motes dancing in the warm glow. Even the wind carried a subtle hush, as though respecting the hush of off-season. Over the next week, from August 9th to 15th, they settled into a new rhythm. Mornings began with simple tasks like sweeping cabin floors, checking windows for cracks, and inventorying leftover supplies. Harry found the monotony soothing, scrubbing a cabin threshold, remembering the child who squealed with glee each time they crossed it to join a craft session. He visited the lake daily, sometimes stepping onto the docks to watch the ripples fade out. In the afternoons, Pamela roamed the camp with a notepad, making lists of repairs or improvements for next year. Jason carted bundles of leftover supplies to a storage shed, working in near silence, content in his own methodical way. On the third day, a hot wind swept across the camp, rustling the pines and carrying faint hints of drying leaves. Harry found Jason by the boathouse, stacking canoes. The RGER man's brow furrowed in concentration as he slotted each canoe onto a wooden rack for winter. Harry approached with a small wave, leaning a shoulder against the boathouse wall. For a while, neither spoke, letting the cicadas, droning, fill the space. Eventually, Jason wiped sweat from his temples, glancing at Harry. "You need something." Harry shook his head. "Just wanted to help." He picked up a stray life vest, folding it neatly. "Also wanted to ask if you could show me more about forging paths in the forest. I'm kind of bored without the kids." Jason looked thoughtful, then nodded. "Tomorrow," he said quietly. "We can do that." And so, it was decided. Each day that followed, Harry's bond with Jason deepened. In the mornings, they hiked the forest trails, Jason demonstrating how to identify safe mushrooms, or how to gauge a deer's path by bent grass. He rarely used many words, but his instructions were clear, gentle. When Harry stumbled upon a small clearing brightened by wildflowers, Jason paused, letting him sketch the scene in a tattered notebook he carried. One afternoon, they discovered the half-collapsed remains of an old footbridge, a relic from the camp's earliest days. Jason showed Harry how to test each plank for rot. Together, they improvised repairs, hammering with leftover nails. The sense of building something just for themselves, unhurried and purposeful, made Harry's heart swell. Sometimes, they spoke in hushed fragments about Jason's childhood, the bits he could remember before tragedy. Harry listened, carefully forging no illusions about the horrors that once shaped his big brother. Yet with every successful project, Jason's haunted look eased. A tiny glimmer of normalcy, of acceptance, replaced old shadows. At night, the two of them would sit on the cabin porch, sipping cocoa or chewing on salted nuts that Pamela had roasted. Starlight cast silver reflections on the lake, and the soft rush of forest creatures roamed beyond the camp's boundaries. By late September, the air had cooled noticeably. Leaves shifted color from deep green to gold and russet. The shift to autumn brought a new wave of tasks, raking fallen leaves, sealing cracks in the cabin walls, storing summer fans and retrieving heavier blankets from storage. One crisp morning, Harry stepped outside to find the boathouse roof glistening with frost. He pressed a fingertip to it, smiling at the delicate pattern of ice crystals. The sunlight hit the frost in such a way that it sparkled like a million tiny diamonds. That same morning, Pamela joined him, a basket of onions balanced on her hip. "I'm going to preserve a few more vegetables," she said lightly, her breath visible in the chill air. "Winter might be long, and we'll want variety." She paused, tilting her head. "You look happy." Harry exhaled a small laugh, tugging the sleeves of his sweater over his hands. "I am, I think. It's quiet, but I like it. Feels safe." Pamela's gaze warmed, and she reached out to smooth a lock of hair that always fell into Harry's eyes. "You know," she said softly, "we can do a holiday celebration this year, whatever you want. Proper decorations, presents, a real dinner." Harry's heart ament, remembering the meager festivities from last Christmas, overshadowed by chaos at the time. "I'd love that," he admitted, voice trembling. "I've never had a real one. Not like the pictures I've seen." Pamela kissed his forehead, affectionate as any mother. "We'll make sure you do," she said, and continued on her way, the onions lightly bumping in the basket. A few weeks later, the first snowfall arrived, earlier than usual, drifting down in gentle flurries that blanketed the camp in white. Harry woke up that morning, saw the world outside transformed, and darted out wearing only pajamas. He twirled in the yard, mouth open to catch snowflakes on. Jason, who had been splitting wood near the tree line, hurried over, exasperation written plainly on his face. "You'll freeze," he admonished. Though his tone held a note of fondness. He draped a heavy blanket around Harry's shoulders, steering him back inside. Pamela, startled, rushed to warm the boy's hands over the fireplace. Harry just grinned, exclaiming how beautiful the snow was, how the pine branches bowed under the weight of it. The days that followed brought deeper snowfall, turning the camp into a serene winter landscape. Harry discovered that forging paths in thigh-high drifts was exhausting but oddly fun. He built small fortifications of snow near the courtyard, imagining a grand winter fortress. Jason and Pamela joined in occasionally, each of them packing snowballs, launching them in playful battles that left them breathless and giggling like children themselves. Long nights and short days reshaped their daily routine. Pamela's cooking became heartier, stews brimming with root vegetables, homemade bread, roasted meat from animals Jason hunted. She taught Harry to knit by lamplight, guiding Hi's fumbling fingers until he could produce passable scarves and simple mittens. Meanwhile, Jason's survival lessons took on a winter focus, demonstrating how to track animals in the snow, or how to start a fire in damp conditions. Harry thrived under this hands-on education, each new skill giving him confidence. It was during one quiet evening in early December, as they all sat by the crackling fireplace, that Harry confided in Jason about his lack of real Christmas memories. The wind howled outside, rattling the windows, making the inside feel especially cozy. Jason, seated in the corner with a half-carved wooden trinket in his hands, listened intently. Harry's voice wavered as he recalled how, in his previous life, Christmas at the Dursleys was simply another day locked in a cupboard, or perhaps a few extra chores. Jason's gaze softened, and in a moment of empathy, he set aside his carving. "This year," he said in his measured way, "we do it right, for you." Harry's eyes glistened, but the tears never fell. "Thanks, big brother," he whispered. Pamela looked over from where she crocheted in her rocking chair, lips pressed together in an emotional smile. She said nothing, but her posture spoke volumes. A sense of resolution knitted them together that night, each determined to make the holiday season a memory worth cherishing. They dove headfirst into preparations. After the first significant snowfall, Jason selected a small evergreen on the edge of camp. With careful swings of his axe, he cut it down, Harry helping to drag it back to the main courtyard. Even the simple act of transporting the tree through calf-deep. Once inside, Pamela and Harry found old ribbons, bits of wire, leftover craft materials from the summer, turning them into ornaments. Jason hefted the tree into a wooden stand. The piney scent filled the cabin, mingling with the ever-present aroma of burning logs. Christmas Eve arrived in a swirl of light snow. After dinner, they gathered around the newly trimmed tree. Harry's eyes shone as he strung up the last of the small ornaments, a few crocheted shapes courtesy of Pamela, some wooden carvings from Jason, and a small phoenix figure Harry had painted in bright reds and golds. The glow of lanterns reflected off the ornaments, casting dancing specks of light across the cabin walls. He rose at dawn to find the main cabin lit by the gentle glow of the Christmas tree. Pamela greeted him with a hug, pressing a hot mug of cocoa into his hands. Jason, quietly flushed with anticipation, stood by a modest pile of gifts. They exchanged presents in a hush that rivaled the summer's calm but in a much warmer way. Pamela presented Harry with a scarf embroidered with tiny phoenix silhouettes. Each stitch was so neat, so lovingly done, that Harry's voice caught in his throat as he thanked her. Jason, somewhat shy, offered Harry a wooden flute he had carved himself, the surface etched with faint swirling lines reminiscent of flames. Harry ran his fingers over the grooves, tears slipping from his eyes despite his attempts to hold them back. He reached out and pulled Jason into a trembling hug. The day rolled on in a snug swirl of laughter, hot cider, and the warmth of a simple feast. Roast chicken with root vegetables, freshly baked bread, and a phoenix-shaped cake that Pamela had secretly prepared. Boxing Day brought an unexpected snowball GHT that left them all collapsed in the courtyard, breathless from laughter and cold air stinging their cheeks. Harry built a towering snow phoenix, shaping the wings with meticulous care. Jason, amused, contributed sturdy lumps of snow to form the body. Pamela snapped a photograph using her old camera, a keepsake from the previous summer's preparations. The photograph captured the phoenix's glistening shape and Harry's radiant smile. Jason's presence tall and steady behind him. When night fell, they gathered once more around the fire pit, though no crowd of campers sat around them now. The flames crackled, and the winter sky above glittered with stars. Harry perched on the edge of the old wooden bench, his new scarf draped around his neck, the carved flute in his lap. He played a soft tune that wove through the crisp air, each note echoing off the silent pines. Jason listened, eyes half closed, the ghost of a smile etched on his face. Pamela quietly stirred hot chocolate in a battered tin pot, the steam drifting upward into the starlight. Finally, on the morning of December 27th, they awoke to a gentle warming trend. The snow had settled in graceful mounds around the camp, the lake a broad swath of reflective ice. Harry wandered onto the porch, gazing at the scene. A sense of peace enveloped him, the kind he used to dream about in his darkest nights under the Dursleys' stairs. He felt taller, stronger, more secure in who he was. The knowledge of upcoming years at the camp, where he would live and grow with Pamela and Jason, filled him with hopeful certainty. Pamela joined him on the porch, wearing her heavy coat, a cup of tea in hand. She leaned against the railing. Down by the docks, Jason tossed a log into a pile for splitting. The echo of the wood landing in the snow drifted up to them. "He's so different now," Harry commented softly, eyes tracking Jason's movements. "And me too, I guess." Pamela's smile reached her eyes. "Yes, this place, it changed us all." She touched Harry's arm, letting out a quiet sigh. "Sometimes, I think back to when you first arrived. I'd never have believed we'd be here like this, in a real home, a real family." Harry nodded. Now, the broken cabins were restored, the gloom replaced by color and warmth. Even in the quiet off-season, it felt alive. "I'm glad," he murmured. "I love it here. I love you both." Pamela set her tea aside, wrapping Harry in a gentle embrace. He closed his eyes, resting his head on her shoulder, inhaling the faint scent of flower and cinnamon from her clothes. "We love you too," she whispered, voice thick with emotion. "And I wouldn't trade this for anything." Down by the docks, Jason paused, sensing eyes on him. He glanced up, saw the two of them on the porch, and raised a hand in a silent greeting. Harry grinned and waved back, the sense of belonging as tangible as the sturdy wooden boards beneath his feet. The new year approached, but the day itself felt endless, the quiet comfort they had forged. They would stay here for winter, caring for the camp and one another, planning for next summers improvements and the return of that joyous clamor. For now, they soaked in the hush, hearts all from the knowledge that once children filled these cabins again, life would surge, and they would be ready. As the pale December sun climbed higher, melting the slightest sheen of frost from the trees, the three of them gathered for a simple midday meal. Jason nodded, occasionally adding a thought. Harry chimed in with ideas about new crafts or a small library corner for rainy days. Each spoke with quiet excitement, acknowledging that winter might be long, but a bright future lay just beyond it. By the time they rose from the table, the hush no longer felt empty or sad. It felt calm, like a forest clearing waiting patiently for spring. Camp Crystal Phoenix Lake, now silent, was still thrumming with potential. Harry, Pamela, and Jason moved about the day's chores, supporting each other in comfortable companionship. Outside, the winter wind lightly brushed the pines, carrying the faint echoes of summer's laughter, and the promise that it would come again. Thus ended the quiet season's beginning, with December 27th passing in a tranquil glow. Together, they stood at the threshold of a new year, resolved to cherish every moment, whether bustling with campers or wrapped in winter still. Ness, bound by the love that had sparked amid old ruins and blossomed into a home. And more on my Patreon. http. More than 20 fanfiction are currently active on my Patreon, up to 70 plus chapters across the 20 fanfictions. Exclusively on Patreon now. QBE Sun Reborn. Harry Potter Naruto crossover, up to 8 chapters available now. Rescued by Tales. Harry Potter Sonic the Hedgehog crossover, up to 8 chapters available now. Rescued by Lamia. Harry Potter Monster Masumi crossover, up to 8 chapters available now. Harry Potter and Toon Force. Harry Potter Looney Tunes crossover, up to 8 chapters available now. Shinigami's Vacation. Naruto Bleach crossover, up to 8 chapters available now. Harry Potter and BBPS Reborn. Harry Potter Lit RPG, up to 8 chapters available now. Lonely Ruler and Her Sunshine. Harry Potter One Piece crossover, up to 8 chapters available now. Raised by Mew Reborn. Harry Potter Pokemon crossover, up to 8 chapters available now. Fragile Hope. Harry Potter Saw series crossover, up to 8 chapters available now. Symphony of Machines. Harry Potter Fania crossover, up to 8 chapters available now. Despair's Unexpected. Savior Harry Potter Danganronpa crossover, up to 8 chapters available now. The Silent Lullabies of Forgotten Factory. Harry Potter Poppy Playtime crossover, up to 8 chapters available now. Threads Woven Between Two Souls. Harry Potter Coraline crossover, up to 8 chapters available now. Queen of Forbidden Forest. Harry Potter up to 8 chapters available now. Worlds Unbound Magic. Modern Harry Potter events are 20 years, so instead of 1981 it is in 2001, up to 8 chapters available now. Moonlight and Mist. Harry Potter Percy Jackson crossover, up to 8 chapters available now. You can read any of my fanfictions which are published here with 2 weeks of early access before everyone on my Patreon. Beyond Boundaries of Time. Chapter 10 and Chapter 11 already available on my Patreon. Neon Shadows of Fate. Chapter 10 and Chapter 11 already available on my Patreon. Bound by Shadows and Sorrow. Chapter 10 and Chapter 11 already available on my Patreon. Harry Potter and the Crimson Shadows. Chapter 10 and Chapter 11 already available on my Patreon. Harry and the Wall. Chapter 12 and Chapter 13 are already available on my Patreon. Naruto and Secret of Aperture Science. Chapter 12 and Chapter 13 are already available on my Patreon. Chapter 10. Foundations of Family and Renewal. Disclaimer. I don't own Harry Potter or Friday the 13th series. The last glow of Christmas lights, strung along the rafters of the main cabin, cast gentle ribbons of color against the newly fallen snow outside. It was December 27, 1990, and the holiday cheer still lingered at Camp Crystal Phoenix Lake, offering a comforting brightness to the winter hush. The night before had seen the 3 inhabitants, Harry, Jason, and Pamela, closing Chapter 9 of their journey by sharing quiet moments of gratitude on the porch, marveling at how far they'd come. Now, in the early dawn, the shift into a new day and a new season of life began. Harry stirred in his bed, the thick handmade quilt given to him by Pamela draped heavily over his slim shoulders. The warmth of the bedding cocooned him, and for a minute he simply lay there. Eyes half-lidded, listening. The world was silent in a peaceful way. In the distance, he picked up on faint rustles, perhaps the crackle of a fire being stoked, or the soft tread of boots across newly fallen snow. No clamor of summer campers. No urgent calls from counselors or squeals of excited children. Just the measured breath of the winter forest and the solidity of family quietly going about their morning routine. When he finally sat up, his gaze landed on the frosty window beside his bed. A dull pink and lavender sky was taking shape over the lake, the sun hidden still by the tall pines. Harry pressed his palm to the window glass. Cold tingled his skin, yet he felt a jolt of contentment. This was home. This was where he could awaken, not to fear or hunger, but to the promise of another gentle day shared with people who loved him. He rose, slipping on a pair of thick socks and a sweater that hung past his wrists. Each garment smelled faintly of wood smoke and the sweet bread Pamela often baked. As he stepped out of his room and into the main cabin's living area, he was greeted by the sight of Pamela moving near the stove, her hair loosely pinned at the nape of her neck. while the glow from the lantern on the counter sketched her silhouette in soft lines. She was kneading dough for breakfast rolls, her hands moving in a steady, practiced rhythm. The quiet lull of her humming just audible above the hiss of the stove's flames. She glanced up at him and smiled, lines of warmth creasing the corners of her eyes. "Good morning," she said softly, her voice a gentle note in the hush. "There's tea on the table if you'd like some." Harry murmured a thank you, crossing the few steps to the table where a kettle gently steamed. He poured himself a mug, steam curling upward. As he brought it to his lips, the rich herbal scent mingled with the tang of winter air that still clung to his clothes. A sense of coziness settled over him like a well-worn cloak. Through the window over the sink, he could see a large figure moving in the courtyard. Jason was already outside, clearing a thin layer of snow from the main path leading to the cabins. His breath forming small clouds in the stillness. Even from this distance, Harry could see how deliberate and focused Jason's movements were, each shovel of snow neatly placed. He swallowed another mouthful of tea, letting the hot liquid soothe his throat, and wondered if he should bundle up and help. But first, he joined Pamela by the stove, curious about the soft lumps of dough she was shaping on a floured board. "How can I help?" he asked, setting his mug down. Pamela turned her head, giving him a brief, affectionate look. "You could grease the baking tin for me," she suggested, stepping aside. "I'm making some honey rolls. And if I don't keep an eye on them, they'll puff up too much in the warmth." The old Christmas ornaments still hung around the living area, casting faint reflections of red and green on the cabin walls. It struck him that the decoration felt almost out of season, with the actual holiday day behind them, yet he was glad they lingered. Their soft glow reminded him that wintertime here could be cheerful rather than lonely. When the tin was prepared, he stepped out onto the porch to see if Jason needed assistance. The cold air struck his cheeks, but in the short time he'd been inside, the sun had climbed a little higher, pale rays hitting the snow in patches. The entire courtyard shimmered under it. Snow, like sugar on a pastry. He caught Jason's eye, and Jason paused in his shoveling, leaning on the handle to offer Harry a small, welcoming nod. The big man's transformation from a once disfigured, nearly silent wanderer to this calm, human presence still amazed Harry. Jason's hair, blonde, thick, no longer stringy, caught faint sunlight in a subdued halo. His features were decidedly normal now, handsome even, though he still carried the faint echo of old scars across his brow and jaw. Nothing frightening, just a gentle reminder of a life once filled with anguish. Seeing him in the crisp winter morning, wearing a simple jacket, breathing steadily in the cold. "Want some help?" Harry asked, stepping down into the snow, his boots crunching. He pulled up the collar of his coat, breath fogging. Jason glanced at the path he'd cleared. "Almost done," he replied softly, motioning to a small pile of snow near the porch steps. "You can get that corner." Nodding, Harry fished for a spare shovel leaning against the porch railing. He tackled the last mound of snow with quick motions, muscles warming from the exertion. Now, his body felt sturdy, well-fed, the product of a year's worth of good meals, rest, and a sense of safety that allowed him to grow. By the time they finished, the path was neatly cleared, leaving a wide space of packed snow leading toward the mess hall and the cabins beyond. Jason paused to appreciate their work, resting an arm on his shovel. Across the silent camp, pine branches drooped under their snowy burden, and occasional gusts of wind tossed small flurries into the air. It was calm, but in a reassuring way. "Thanks," Jason said quietly, meeting Harry's gaze. Harry's lips curved. "No problem," he replied, leaning the shovel upright against the cabin's wall. "I like this routine, you know. It's peaceful." A faint smile touched Jason's mouth. "Yeah," he murmured. Then he gestured with his chin. "Breakfast." They stepped inside together, welcomed by the snug warmth of the stove and the aroma of fresh baking bread. Pamela had just slid the tray of honey rolls into the oven, wiping her hands on her apron. "Biscuits" was set. The three of them settled into seats, the hush only broken by the soft scrape of utensils. In the lull, Harry and Pamela recapped the tasks for the day. Pamela would handle some inventory checks, ensuring they had enough flour, sugar, and other staples to last through the slow winter months. Harry mentioned wanting to continue painting the interior of Cabin 7, while Jason, chewing methodically, pointed out that he needed to secure a few more beams on the docks in case of heavier snowfall. Their conversation, unhurried and free from tension, radiated the subtle closeness that had grown between them. When breakfast finished, Pamela cleared the dishes, while Jason and Harry bundled into warmer coats. Setting out across the courtyard, the first half of January saw them slip into a predictable rhythm. Each morning, Jason rose early to check the paths, the roofs, any potential hazards that might come from ice-laden branches or drifting snow. Harry took on an artistic mission, determined to beautify each cabin's interior. He toted a small crate of paint cans and brushes from building to building, sometimes singing under his breath as he added colorful murals or whimsical designs. Cabin 1 received a sprawling scene of the lake at sunrise, complete with shimmering orange and pink clouds across the walls. Cabin 2 showcased a swirl of bright vines and oversized flowers, giving it a secret garden feel. He reserved one wall for a simple, heartfelt image, Pamela, smiling in an apron, ladle in hand. With Jason and Harry on either side, the words, "Welcome to Camp Crystal Phoenix Lake," scrawled in a curly font overhead. Sometimes, Harry paused to watch him. Jason, perched on a ladder, arms flexing as he hammered nails, looked wholly at peace in his role as the camp's muscle and caretaker. A year ago, Jason might have avoided such close observation, but now, whenever he felt Harry's gaze, he offered a small wave or nod, wholly unself-conscious. On the coldest afternoons, the three of them gathered inside the main cabin, sharing tasks. Pamela sat near the fireplace, reviewing finances, occasionally frowning at notes or scribbling figures in a worn ledger. The pop of the burning logs underscored her gentle sighs as she tallied the bills, murmuring about ordering new supplies. Harry, next to her, would flip through a battered craft book or doodle ideas for future camp events. Jason sometimes sharpened tools at a nearby table, the rasp of whetstone echoing in the quiet. In these sessions, conversation arose in fits and starts. Someone might recall a funny camper from the summer, or wonder how the next season would unfold, or share a fleeting memory of a cold day in the past. Jason's voice grew more present in such discussions. Though he remained a man of few words, the edges of his sentences softened, and he expressed occasional flashes of humor. One evening, Harry teased him about the time a group of campers had tried to dress him in silly costumes. Jason's lips twitched, and he admitted that he'd actually found it amusing to watch the kids giggle, though he'd rarely allowed them to see his face. Harry, remembering the hush of that day, grinned wide, grateful that Jason could now view such memories with fondness instead of shame. In early January, a subtle shift occurred in Harry's body and spirit. Every morning, he woke with more energy, a sensation of lightness in his limbs. It became noticeable on January 13th, a crisp day where dawn broke in pastel shades. He emerged from his bed, stretching, and realized how deeply he breathed, how strong his calves felt as he rose onto his toes. Drifting to the mirror, he blinked at the healthy glow in his face. Gone was the boy who looked half his age due to malnutrition. He ran a hand over his arms, noticing the faint definition of muscle. The bruises and scars he once carried like burdens had nearly vanished, replaced by smooth skin. It felt as though the camp, the love from Pamela and Jason, the consistent meals and labor, had entirely reconstructed him. He stepped outside, a swirl of excitement in his chest, and found Jason by the frozen lake. Light scattered across the surface in a shimmering haze, frost crystals forming delicate patterns on the ice. Jason stood with his back to Harry, arms crossed, gazing at the distant pines. Harry approached, footsteps crunching. Something about Jason's stance appeared different, looser, or perhaps more at ease. "Morning," Harry said softly. Jason turned, and Harry drew a small, sharp breath. Sunlight bathed Jason's features, revealing not a single hint of the disfigurement that once haunted him. His skin, though lightly scarred, glowed with a healthy tone. His eyes, crystalline blue, reflected calm. The mask he used to clutch with desperation was nowhere in sight. He no longer needed it. Standing in the hush of winter, he looked fully human, fully alive. For a long moment, neither spoke, simply taking in the transformations that had silently culminated in both of them. Harry's posture had a confidence that once seemed impossible. Jason's face a gentleness that a year ago would have been unimaginable. Eventually, Jason cleared his throat, pulling off a pair of gloves. "I feel different," he admitted, voice resonant but kind. "Can't explain it, but I'm not afraid of being seen." Harry's heart thrummed. "You look handsome, actually. You always were, but now, well, you know." Jason's cheeks took on the faintest pink hue, and a small smile tugged at the corners of his lips. He cast his gaze downward, as if uncertain how to handle such direct praise. "Thanks," he murmured, his voice catching. Then he raised his head, meeting Harry's eyes. "You, too, healthy, strong." They shared a moment of mutual acknowledgement. Both had shed the remnants of old wounds, physical and emotional, forging a sense of wholeness. The stillness of the frozen lake bore witness to their quiet triumph. Without further back to the main cabin, side by side, Pamela stood at the threshold when they arrived, as though drawn by an unspoken summons. Harry saw tears glisten in her eyes. She reached out, gently cupping Jason's cheek, her other hand brushing over Harry's shoulder. "I knew," she whispered, voice thick with emotion. "I knew this day would come. Both of you." She exhaled shakily, pulling them into a brief, fierce embrace. "I'm so proud." That night, the cabin glowed with celebration. Pamela crafted a hearty stew, adding herbs and spices that filled the room with savory warmth. Jason even helped, chopping vegetables with careful precision. Harry set the table, placing 3 bowls, slicing bread fresh from the oven. The meal had no grand guests or elaborate fanfare, but it brimmed with significance. They ate slowly, toasting quietly to each other's health and happiness. At some point, Harry teased that Jason Mig HT need a new hairdo to match his new look, prompting an actual laugh from the bigger man, low and rumbling, which made Pamela's eyes shine with delight. After dinner, Harry surprised them by producing a small cake he and Pamela had conspired to bake earlier. The camp seldom saw lavish desserts in winter, but this was special. The icing was plain, sprinkled with bits of sugared fruit, yet the gesture meant everything. Jason blinked in mild embarrassment, but allowed them to fuss, letting them present him with the first slice. The sweetness coated Harry's tongue, matching the gentle warmth in his chest. For the first time in ages, every piece of this family felt aligned. From January 16th onward, the days took on a new sparkle. A strong sense of normalcy settled over the camp, Pamela's morning routine of coffee and baking. Harry's painting, Jason's repairs. Yet the intangible differences were profound. The way Jason's voice wove more frequently into conversation. How Harry's illusions of being an unwanted burden had long crumbled, replaced by confidence. On a typical afternoon, Harry would find Jason studying maps of the surrounding woods or leafing through an old manual on carpentry that Pamela had found in town. Jason wanted to learn more, become not just physically adept but knowledgeable. In return, Harry coaxed him into reading short stories out loud, the pair of them stumbling through comedic plot twists. Sometimes bursting into laughter at old-fashioned phrases. Pamela, seeing their progress, decided it was time for more structured lessons. One crisp morning, she gathered them at a table in the mess hall. A stack of dusty books and notebooks at hand. She explained that if they ever intended to run a full-blown camp with even more children, staff, and possibly interactions with the broader community, they needed to be academically prepared. Harry nodded eagerly. He adored reading, especially after so many years of deprivation. Jason, though hesitant, agreed he could benefit from better math skills. So they began simple daily lessons, reading comprehension, basic arithmetic, bits of geography and local history. The mess hall, once echoing with children's laughter, now heard the quiet scratch of pencils on paper, the low murmur of questions and corrections. Pamela's patience shone, guiding them both with a motherly gentleness. At times, Harry grew so immersed in a history book that he forgot the hush of winter outside. Jason, though he took more time to form his words, overcame any self-consciousness and learned faster than he realized. In the evenings, they turned the cabin living area into a small library of sorts, rummaging through old books that had been left in storage or purchased by Pamela on supply runs. Harry discovered a love for mythology and art references. while Jason gravitated toward practical guides, wilderness survival, mechanical repairs, horticulture. Outside, January bled into early February. The snows grew deeper, the pines thick with layered drifts. Yet the camp's interior spaces were lively with routine. Jason continued reinforcing the docks, ensuring that when the ice melted in spring, no damage would hamper them. Harry finished painting the final cabin in bright swirls of color, feeling a sense of completion. He saved a special panel near the door for a stylized phoenix taking flight. Above water, wings outstretched in a blazing arc. When he signed his initials at the corner, a surge of satisfaction washed over him. He, once imprisoned by cruel relatives, now left lasting marks of beauty on a place that embraced him. Pamela extended her domain in the kitchen beyond the basics. She taught them how to can preserves, prepare soups for long-term storage, and even marinate fish that Jason caught through holes in the ice. The fish themselves, small trout and perch, added variety to their winter meals. On quieter afternoons, Pamela read out loud from her old cooking journals, laughing at how elaborate some of the recipes seemed compared to their humble but delicious fare. Time rolled forward, the nights still long but gradually losing their grip on the days. On February 11th, Harry woke to a mild breeze rattling the window shutters. He peered out, noticing how a faint glimmer of water had begun to show near the lake's edges, the first signs of ice retreat. While the thick center of the lake remained frozen, the promise of spring glistened in those shallow melt puddles. Excitement lit his chest. Soon, the forest would stir with new life, the sunlight would strengthen, and they'd begin serious preparations for the next camp season. He bounded outside, calling for Jason. They walked the perimeter, checking the old winter traps and the lines of tree branches that needed trimming. Each patch of ND that had emerged from the melting snow brought them a sense of renewal. Harry's boots squelched in muddy spots, but he welcomed the mess, marveling at how cyclical nature was. Jason, too, seemed content to watch winter's slow retreat, a slight smile playing on his lips as they noted the changes. Their final days of deep winter, from February 12th to the 17th, felt almost celebratory. Pamela an occasion of sorting the seeds for the spring garden, humming while she separated them into small cloth pouches. Harry pitched in, labeling them with bright sketches. Jason repaired the greenhouse's broken sections, carefully hammering fresh wood panels. Each morning, the three paused to watch the sun crest the pines, welcoming more daylight. While the nights still brought crisp frost, the days carried the subtle taste of warmer breezes, promising a swift approach of spring. During this time, they also revisited their discussion on potential expansions for the camp. Jason suggested a better drainage system so the paths wouldn't flood during spring rains. Harry excitedly proposed a permanent art studio cabin. Pamela listened, her lips curving in approval as she mentally jotted down each idea. On the evening of February 17th, the three stood on the porch of the main cabin, gazing out at the quiet expanse. The last of the Christmas decorations had been carefully packed away weeks ago, leaving the porch clean and open. Stars pricked the clear sky overhead, not a cloud in sight. The lake glistened under moonlight, half ice, half mirror. The air around them smelled of pine needles and a faint whisper of thawing earth. In the hush, each breathed in the sense of promise. Harry leaned against the porch railing. He wore a scarf embroidered with phoenixes, a cherished gift from Pamela. Jason stood to his left, arms folded, his now fully human face reflecting a tranquil contentment. "You can feel the changes," she said softly, pressing a palm to the railing as though she could sense the stirring of the forest. "Soon, we'll be busier again, I'm sure." Harry closed his eyes briefly, recalling the swell of campers that had once filled the courtyard with noise and life. He was ready for that, but also cherishing these final days of stillness with his family. "I look forward to it," he answered, opening his eyes to the moonlit yard. "But I'll miss this quiet too." Jason exhaled, the faintest smile gracing his lips. "Quiet," is letting his gaze sweep over the newly reinforced docks, the cabins sporting Harry's colorful paintings, and the vastness of the pine forest. "But I like hearing kids laugh, can't wait." Pamela wrapped an arm around Harry's shoulders and the other around Jason's. The gentle closeness formed a circle of warmth between them. The hush of the night cradled their moment. an unspoken vow that they would continue building the life they all deserved, where acceptance, healing, and belonging anchored each day. Harry's heart glowed. Now, it was his reality. Standing on a porch under the wintry sky, two people at his side who cared for him unconditionally. He tilted his head, letting it rest lightly against Pamela's shoulder, and felt her press a soft kiss to his hair. The lake's ice cracked faintly in the distance, a gentle reminder that winter was giving way. Jason squeezed Harry's arm, stepping back with a slow nod. "We should go in," he said, practical as always. "Too cold to stand here all night." The fire inside crackled, sending up playful sparks behind the stove's iron grate. In that warm glow, the three parted to their evening routines. Pamela tidied the small reading table. Jason checked the door locks, and Harry lingered near the fireplace, letting the heat soak into his hands. He closed his eyes, reliving the recent memories, Jason's final transformation by the lake. The comfort of family meals, the slow swirl of snow outside the windows. For the last time that season, winter truly held them in its gentle grasp, giving them space to breathe and be. Tomorrow and the weeks after would lead them onward to new tasks, new growth, the approach of spring. But for now, in the safe hush of Camp Crystal Phoenix Lake, they enjoyed the present sweetness. Each note in the hush was a testament to how far they'd journeyed, how many wounds had been healed, and how deeply their bond had flourished. As Harry retreated to his bed that night, the chapter of winter's end drew close. He felt a deep assurance that no matter what challenges lay ahead, this family, bound by love, by renewal, would face them together, forging forward with unshakable unity. Outside, the moon drifted across the lake's half-thawed surface, a silent witness to the foundation they had built. Inside, the stirring embers of the fireplace glowed softly, an echo of the warmth that would carry them through whatever lay beyond the melting snow and lengthening days. And thus, the hush of February gave way to the promise of tomorrow, concluding this chapter of stillness. Poised on the verge of a bright new season for them all. And more on my Patreon. http. More than 20 fanfiction are currently active on my Patreon, up to 70+ chapters across the 20 fanfictions. Exclusively on Patreon now, QBE Sun Reborn. Harry Potter Naruto crossover, up to 9 chapters available now. Rescued by Tales. Harry Potter Sonic the Hedgehog crossover, up to 9 chapters available now. Rescued by Lamia. Harry Potter Monster Masumi crossover, up to 9 chapters available now. Harry Potter and Toon Force. Harry Potter Looney Tunes crossover, up to 9 chapters available now. Shinigami's Vacation. Naruto Bleach crossover, up to 9 chapters available now. Harry Potter and BBPS Reborn. Harry Potter Lit RPG, up to 9 chapters available now. Lonely Ruler and Her Sunshine. Harry Potter 1 Piece crossover, up to 9 chapters available now. Raised by Mew Reborn. Harry Potter Pokemon crossover, up to 8 chapters available now. Fragile Hope. Harry Potter Saw series crossover, up to 8 chapters available now. Symphony of Machines. Harry Potter Fania crossover, up to 8 chapters available now. Despair's Unexpected. Savior Harry Potter Danganronpa crossover, up to 8 chapters available now. The Silent Lullabies of Forgotten Factory. Harry Potter Poppy Playtime crossover, up to 8 chapters available now. Threads Woven Between Two Souls. Harry Potter Coraline crossover, up to 8 chapters available now. Queen of Forbidden Forest. Harry Potter up to 8 chapters available now. World's Unbound Magic. Modern Harry Potter events are 20 years, so instead of 1981 it is in 2001, up to 8 chapters available now. Moonlight and Mist. Harry Potter Percy Jackson crossover, up to 8 chapters available now. You can read any of my fanfictions which are published here with 2 weeks of early access before everyone on my Patreon. Beyond Boundaries of Time. Chapter 11 and Chapter 12, last chapter, already available on my Patreon. Neon Shadows of Fate. Chapter 11 and Chapter 12 already available on my Patreon. Bound by Shadows and Sorrow. Chapter 11 and Chapter 12 already available on my Patreon. Harry Potter and the Crimson Shadows. Chapter 11 and Chapter 12 already available on my Patreon. Harry and the Wall. F. Chapter 13 and Chapter 14 are already available on my Patreon. Naruto and Secret of Aperture Science. Chapter 13 and Chapter 14 are already available on my Patreon. Chapter 11. Foundations and Choices. Disclaimer. I don't own Harry Potter or Friday the 13th series. The last gleams of February sun touched the treetops around Camp Crystal Phoenix Lake, casting long beams of golden light over the thinning snow. Days earlier, Harry, Jason, and Pamela had stood in this very courtyard, marveling at the way winter slowly loosened its grip. Now it was February 17, 1991, and the hush of a late winter evening wrapped the camp in a patient stillness. Across the lake, ice sheets broke apart in shifting cracks, reflecting a pale sky. The mood in the camp was one of gentle anticipation, each of them quietly bracing for the change of season. And for the new life they would build. Harry woke that morning to the sound of Pamela's gentle humming from the cabin's kitchen. For a moment, he simply lay beneath the blankets, soaking in the warmth. The months of steady routine and nurturing had turned the small bedroom into his safe haven, the worn rug beside his bed, the faint smell of wood smoke in the air, and the knowledge that just outside the door, people who truly loved him went about their day. Gone were the here. Each sunrise felt like a gift. He finally rose, rubbing sleep from his eyes, and, dressed in a pair of well-fitted jeans and a sweater that no longer hung awkwardly on his frame. His reflection in the old mirror startled him sometimes. Gone was the skinny child with bruises and hollow cheeks. In his place stood a boy who was beginning to look his age, cheeks carrying the faintest healthy color, arms and legs showing hints of new muscle from daily work around the camp. Outside, the sky was a pale lavender shading into gold, clouds tinged with the last memory of winter. A faint breeze carried the smell of damp earth rather than just ice, a subtle promise of spring. As he stepped onto the porch, he spotted Jason by the docks, hammer in hand, reinforcing beams that had endured the brunt of freezing weather. Even from a distance, Harry could see the easy confidence in Jason's posture. He moved with a calm surety. No trace of the fearful or reclusive figure he had once been. Pamela's voice beckoned Harry back inside before he could walk down to help. A warm breakfast waited on the table, a pot of porridge sweetened with honey, a loaf of fresh bread still steaming, and a dish of scrambled eggs. He noticed that Pamela had once again set a plate for him without a second thought, and Jason, entering moments later, waited for Harry before picking up a spoon. It was a small gesture, yet it spoke volumes. Harry was no longer a stray outsider. He was part of them. They ate in gentle conversation, discussing the tasks ahead now that the camp was emerging from winter's slumber. The lake's ice was cracking more each day, so Jason wanted to ensure the docks and boathouse were secure. Pamela planned to look over their finances, preparing for new orders of seeds and supplies for the coming summer. Harry offered to help with the budget, wanting to put into practice what Pamela had taught him about numbers and ledgers. They smiled at him, proud of his initiative. Once the meal was finished, each slipped into their daily roles. Jason headed down to the water's edge, carrying AKS, while Pamela tidied the kitchen, humming softly. Harry grabbed a coat and made his way across the courtyard, squinting at the thin sunlight reflecting off puddles of meltwater. The ground still bore patches of snow, but in other spots, soft mud gave way under his boots. He felt a sense of possibility stirring in the air. He and Pamela spent the next several days mapping out the camp's garden. With the cold loosening, they wanted to prepare soil and start seedlings indoors. Harry sat at the main cabin's table, pencil in hand, sketching rows where vegetables might go, an arc for a flowerbed near the path, and a small, separate plot for the herbs Pamela used in cooking. Pamela hovered nearby, offering suggestions, occasionally pressing a gentle hand on Harry's shoulder when he grew too absorbed in the details. Jason walked in at intervals, dropping off tools or seeking advice on how many boards they might need for the greenhouse repairs. In quiet, spoken ways, Harry found himself channeling a new strength into these tasks. If a stack of wood was heavier than expected, he managed to lift it without straining. When it came time to check the cabins, his hands seemed to drift automatically to any hidden weakness, a plank that was rotting inside the wall or a hinge about to give way. He didn't think much of it, chalking it up to careful observation. But Pamela and Jason noticed these small miracles, exchanging curious glances now and then. When he reached for a can of paint on the far side of the table, it slid across the surface toward him. Startled, he froze, brushes clattering from his hand. The can came to a gentle stop by his fingertips, as though obeying a silent command. For a tense moment, he stared at it, heart pounding. A slight tingle thrummed along his arms, the feeling of an invisible wave settling back into stillness. He exhaled shakily. Maybe it's just the floor's uneven, he told himself, though the explanation felt hollow. He picked up the brush again, resuming his work with forced normality. He decided not to mention it to Pamela or Jason, not yet. The three of them had finished dinner, a simple stew with warm bread. Jason moved to the fireplace to stoke the flames, while Harry lingered at the table, doodling a concept for new camp signs. Harry caught her expression from the corner of his eye. He could sense she had something on her mind. When Jason finished tending the fire, Pamela cleared her throat softly. "Could you both come here a moment?" she asked, voice careful and low. Jason moved to stand behind Harry's chair, arms crossing in a reflexive stance, while Harry twisted in his seat to give Pamela his attention. Pamela drew a breath. "I want to talk to you about something important. Harry, especially you." Her gaze latched onto his, warm but intense. Harry's heart fluttered in sudden anxiety. Jason placed a reassuring hand on his shoulder. "Harry," Pamela began, "you know we've been living here, as a family, for many months now. You've changed our lives, and I hope we've changed yours." She paused, swallowed. "I've been thinking about formalizing that. Adopting you. Making this home truly official." The words dropped like a small stone in a silent pond, sending ripples across Harry's consciousness. He heard them, but for an instant, they didn't register. Pamela. Adopting him. Legally. He blinked, trembling. She sat poised, face set in tender determination. Jason's grip on. "You. Really?" Pamela's lips curved in a soft, motherly smile. "Oh, sweetheart, I've wanted this for a while. It's complicated, legally. But I don't care how complicated it is. You are my son in every sense that matters. I want the law to recognize it." A hot tear slipped down Harry's cheek before he realized he was crying. He tried to speak, but only a small, choked noise emerged. The intensity of relief and joy overwhelmed him. He recalled the Dursleys' sneers, the times he'd been told he was a freak no one wanted. Now, here was Pamela, offering him the security of a true family, offering him belonging without condition. Jason moved around, settling in a crouch beside Harry's chair. "We've been talking," Jason said gruffly, eyes reflecting a softness. "I can't do the official paperwork, but I agree. I want you here, always." Harry let out a small sob, launching himself from the chair. He buried his face in Pamela's arms, felt Jason wrap them both in a hug from the side. They stayed like that for a time, Harry shaking with silent cries, Pamela's hand stroking his hair, and Jason's presence anchoring them. When Harry finally pulled back, his face blotchy, he tried to speak. "Thank you," he managed, voice trembling. I don't know what to say. Except, yes, I want that. I want you to be my mum, properly." Pamela smiled through her own tears, pressing a light kiss to Harry's forehead. "You already are my son," she repeated gently. "We'll make it official, as soon as possible." They spent the next days preparing for that step. Pamela retrieved an old lockbox from her bedroom closet, rummaging through birth certificates, bank statements, old IDs. She found the red records she'd possessed, some from her life before the camp, some from the minimal dealings with the outside world since. She meticulously wrote letters, made phone calls, arranged appointments. Ari helped her gather anything that might prove his identity, though the details from his past life in England were spotty at best. She reassured him again and again that no matter how complicated, they would find a way. They were going to the city for the first official steps of the adoption. He dressed carefully in jeans without paint stains, a warm jacket, boots, and a knitted scarf. He felt uncertain about what to expect from the crowds or the bureaucratic processes. Pamela coaxed him into a hearty breakfast, but his stomach churned too much to eat. Jason, noticing the boy's apprehension, gently squeezed his arm before they climbed into the old pickup truck. "You'll be fine," Jason murmured, eyes calm. "We're not leaving your side." The drive took over an hour. Harry stared out the window, marveling at how the countryside gradually gave way to busier roads, how the buildings stacked closer and grew taller. He'd never been in a city like this. His heart pounded each time they stopped at traffic lights. Watching swarms of people on sidewalks, neon signs overhead, the hum of engines. He found himself scooting closer to Pamela in the seat, while she placed a hand over his, offering wordless reassurance. When they parked near the government building, Harry almost wanted to sink into the floor of the truck. People bustled past them, arms full of briefcases or shopping bags, faces set in brisk determination. The air smelled of car exhaust and fried food from a street vendor. Pamela guided him forward, her warm palm pressed between his shoulder blades. "Right here," she murmured, pointing to the unassuming entrance. Jason followed behind them, a quiet sentinel, posture protective. Inside, fluorescent lights hummed overhead, and an institutional chill pervaded the hallways. They approached a reception counter where a tired-looking clerk blinked at them over half-moon glasses. Pamela explained she had an appointment regarding adoption paperwork. The clerk rifled through a ledger, then gestured them down a corridor. Harry's palms were damp with nervous sweat, each echoing step on the linoleum felt heavier than usual. They settled into chairs around a table stacked with forms. Through a large window, the city's skyline glimmered, dwarfed by gray clouds threatening rain. The worker, introducing herself as Ms. Each rustle of paper made Harry's stomach clench. "You were originally from England." Ms. Eyebrow. "That might complicate the legal process, especially if there's no clear record of your guardian's releasing custody." Pamela tensed beside him. She let out a slow breath, answering in a steady voice. "Yes, but the boy was abandoned. We've taken him in. He has no one else. I want to adopt him as my son." Her fingers tapped IGN of her internal steel. Ms. Collins's gaze dropped to Harry. "And you want this, young man? Have you lived with Ms. Voorhees for long?" Harry swallowed. "Why yes. For nearly a year. She's my mum, now, in every way that counts." Even as he spoke the words, a fierce wave of gratitude coursed through him. Jason, standing to the side, gave him a small nod of encouragement. Pamela explained as best she could, never wavering in her resolve. Harry realized how much she had prepared for this conversation. She knew exactly how to phrase her answers, how to emphasize that Harry was safe, healthy, and thriving at the camp. Ms. Collins jotted notes, occasionally glancing at Jason, perhaps intrigued by his quiet presence. In the end, Ms. Collins pushed a stack of forms toward them. "It's not a guarantee," she said, voice clinical. "But if you fill these out completely, we can at least begin the process. We'll conduct further checks, contact any potential agencies in England who might still claim custody, and see if there are any outstanding legal obstructions. If all is in order, you'll have your official adoption recognized in the eyes of American law." Pamela offered him the pen, smiling softly. "We'll figure it out," she whispered. "Go ahead." He bent over the forms, hand shaking slightly, scrawling his name in the designated spaces. Then Pamela added her signature. Jason observed from behind, arms folded, expression stoic yet quietly supportive. When the final page was signed, Ms. Collins took them in hand, flipping them into a folder. "We'll be in touch," she said, closing the file. "And good luck, all of you." Harry's heart hammered with a tumult of emotions, anticipation, relief, disbelief. Pamela wrapped an arm around his shoulders, guiding him back to the truck. Halfway there, he paused, breath catching. "What name did we use?" he asked suddenly, realization hitting. Pamela gave him a tender smile, rummaging in her purse for the copy of the form. She handed it over, and there, in tidy ink, he saw the official name, Harry James Potter Voorhees. His mouth went dry. It felt surreal, a merging of old identity and new belonging. A tear escaped him, but it was one of overwhelming joy. He squeezed Pamela's hand, unable to speak. She returned the squeeze, ushering him gently toward the warmth of the truck. The adoption process still needed final approvals, but the knowledge that they had taken that step buoyed Harry. He spent afternoons in the garden with Pamela, planting seedlings in neat rows, labeling them with little signs bearing whimsical sketches. By mid-May, sprouts pushed through the soil, a testament to their combined care. One subtle shift that grew more apparent was the frequency of Harry's accidental magic. Jason raised an eyebrow but said nothing. In early April, during a windy day, Harry's frustration at a broken wheelbarrow seemed to cause the spokes to realign themselves with a faint creak. He gaped, uncertain if he was imagining things. Small objects continued to float or move whenever his emotions ran high, and sometimes, after a day of chores, he felt an odd warmth in his fingertips, like a hidden current of energy. Pamela noticed the signs, but gave Harry space, sensing he wasn't ready to discuss them yet. Jason, too, watched with thoughtful quiet, occasionally sharing meaningful eye contact with Pamela behind Harry's back. They recognized that something stirred in him, something beyond normal talents, yet neither wanted to rush him or evoke the painful memories of the Dursleys calling him a freak. They chose to let Harry unravel it on his own terms, trusting that love and acceptance would form a better foundation than fear. Meanwhile, camp improvements carried on. Jason, reveling in his new sense of humanity and confidence, oversaw the construction of an expanded boathouse. He guided Harry in basic carpentry, handing him nails and explaining angles while they worked. Pamela brought them drinks, checking progress, sometimes shaken. Her head in amused admiration at how quickly they accomplished tasks. By June, a brand new boathouse stood by the water, sturdy and handsome, complete with racks for canoes and space for storing life vests. The carpentry had gone so smoothly that neither Jason nor Harry mentioned the times a board or tool slid of its own accord, lining up almost perfectly with minimal effort. During evenings, E3 often gathered by the main cabin's fireplace, reading or playing simple board games. Once the sun lingered longer in the sky, they moved these gatherings outside, lighting a small campfire in the courtyard. Talking in hushed voices as dusk deepened around them. Harry sketched or read while Jason carved small wooden animals, little souvenirs for next summer's campers. Pamela wrote letters to prospective counselors, finalizing details for the upcoming busy season. A gentle rhythm guided their days, the family bond solidified by the certain knowledge that soon, an official piece of paper would declare Harry a Voorhees in name as well as in heart. Then came July. The days stretched hot and bright, the lake reflecting dazzling sunlight. Camp opening approached in a matter of weeks, prompting final touches on cabins and equipment. Harry rose at dawn daily, bounding with energy that sometimes left him puzzling at his own vigor. Jason teased him that he was now stronger than many grown men. Pamela joked that if he kept it up, he'd be carrying logs with a single hand. Despite their light-hearted tone, a shared undercurrent of awe followed each miraculous feat. On July 15th, life changed abruptly. The morning began like any other. Harry worked on a large sign near the mess hall, painting cheerful phoenixes to greet campers. He wore old clothes splattered with bright splotches of color, hair tied back from his forehead. The summer heat weighed on him, but a slight breeze from the lake cooled the sweat on his neck. Nearby, Jason hoisted a final batch of supplies onto a shelf, humming under his breath, a habit he'd picked up from Pamela. Pamela herself was outside the main cabin, flipping through the day's mail. Then she paused, her breath catching. In the pile were 2 letters, so unlike the rest that her heart thudded. One bore a strange wax seal depicting a lion, a snake, a badger, and an eagle around a large H. The other had a simpler seal, an intertwining I, within a star shape. Pamela stared, an uneasy chill creeping up her spine, the old protective instincts flaring. She called out, "Harry, Jason." Her voice held a note of urgency. Jason came at once from behind the cabin, brow furrowed. Harry, hearing the tension, set aside his paintbrush and trotted over, curiosity evident in his expression. "What is it?" Harry asked, wiping a streak of green paint from his cheek. Wordlessly, Pamela handed him the first letter. The name read, Mr. H. Potter, Camp Crystal Phoenix Lake, in emerald ink. Beneath it was a second, similarly addressed but referencing, Ilvermorny School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. North American Branch. Harry's eyes darted across the text, comprehension dawning slowly. He swallowed, feeling his pulse pound. Wizardry. Hogwarts. Ilvermorny. He recalled vague glimpses of strange occurrences from his earliest memories, snatches of overheard words about magic, a scar on his forehead from some unknown past. A swirl of confusion rose in him, overshadowed by a distant sense of foreboding. Pamela reached out, her voice calm but laced with concern. "Let's go inside. We should read these carefully." Jason said nothing, but the rigid set of his shoulders conveyed his protective stance. They moved into the main cabin. Pamela set the letters on the table, kneading her hands together, as though trying to center herself. Harry took a seat, Jason towering behind him as though prepared to snatch the letters away if they posed any threat. The hush was tangible, broken only by the hum of a fan turning overhead. With a slight tremor, Harry picked up the letter sealed with the Hogwarts crest. Slowly, he broke the wax, unfolding the crisp paper. Words in neat lines scrolling him to Hogwarts, stating that his name was on their roster, that he was expected to attend come September 1st. No mention of how he was discovered, or any personal warmth. The tone was oddly formal, as though Harry were some item on a list. He swallowed and read it aloud. Pamela's expression soured. "They talk as if they own you," Jason rumbled, echoing her sentiments. Not even a real greeting. Harry felt a knot in his stomach, but set the letter aside, picking up the second. The Ilvermorny seal parted more easily, as though the wax recognized his touch. The text addressed him by full name, acknowledging his time at the camp, referencing rumors of his magical gifts. It extended a warm invitation to study at Ilvermorny, explaining the houses, the subjects, and how they encouraged students from all backgrounds. The message was kind, more personal, hinting they would. It felt like a letter from someone who cared about his well-being, rather than a bureaucratic summons. Pamela sighed with relief at that difference, while Jason leaned over Harry's shoulder, scanning the words. "This one sounds more respectful," he muttered. "Like they're askin', not orderin'." Harry's heart pounded, nerves igniting. So it was true. He was a wizard. These letters confirmed it. There was no denying that an entire magical world existed, and that he had a place in it. Yet the stark contrast between the two invitations rattled him. Hogwarts claimed him without warmth. Ilvermorny invited him with open arms. And beyond all that was the question, did he even want to go? He lifted his gaze to Jason and Pamela, both wearing concerned expressions. What should I do?" he whispered, voice thin. "I don't want to leave. This is my home. But I have magic, don't I? A real chance to learn about it." Pamela sank into the chair beside him. "Sweet boy, it's your decision," she said gently, although her eyes gleamed with protective worry. "No one should force you. If you want to learn magic, if that's part of who you are, we'll support you. If you want to stay, we'll find a way." Jason nodded, resting a hand on Harry's shoulder. "You'll always have a place here. No matter what. Don't let them scare you." Harry clutched the letters, one in each hand, tears pricking at his eyes. He'd just found a real family, a real sense of belonging. The idea of leaving them to go halfway across the world felt crushing. Yet he couldn't deny the electric surge in his blood at the thought of magic lessons. Discovering all that he could be. His mind whirled with questions. Was Hogwarts the rightful place for a boy from England? Or was Ilvermorny, in America, where his real family lived now, a better fit? His breath came fast, as though the room shrank around him. Then, in a faint voice, he repeated, "What do I do?" Neither Pamela nor Jason had an immediate answer. They simply stood by, offering their silent, unwavering support. Outside, the summer sun shone bright across the lake, the water shimmering with life. Inside, the hush pressed in, the air thick, with the weight of a choice that would reshape Harry's path forever. And so the chapter ended, balanced on the edge of that pivotal moment. 2 letters, 2 schools, 2 futures. Embrace, but knowing that, no matter what, he was no longer alone. He was Harry James Potter Voorhees, cherished son, beloved brother. The question now was how to carry that truth into a world that had once abandoned him. And how to choose the path that best honored the family and the magic that had saved his life. And more on my Patreon. http. More than 20 fanfiction are currently active on my Patreon, up to 70+ chapters across the 20 fanfictions. Exclusively on Patreon now. QBE Sun Reborn. Harry Potter Naruto crossover up to 9 chapters available now. Rescued by Tales. Harry Potter Sonic the Hedgehog crossover up to 9 chapters available now. Rescued by Lamia. Harry Potter Monster Masumi crossover up to 9 chapters available now. Harry Potter and Toon Force. Harry Potter Looney Tunes crossover up to 9 chapters available now. Shinigami's Vacation. Naruto Bleach crossover up to 9 chapters available now. Harry Potter and BBPS Reborn. Harry Potter Lit RPG up to 9 chapters available now. Lonely Ruler and Sunshine. Harry Potter One Piece crossover up to 9 chapters available now. Raised by Mew Reborn. Harry Potter Pokemon crossover up to 9 chapters available now. Fragile Hope. Harry Potter Saw Seri. S crossover up to 9 chapters available now. Symphony of Machines. Harry Potter Fania crossover up to 9 chapters available now. Despair's Unexpected. Savior Harry Potter Danganronpa crossover up to 9 chapters available now. The Silent Lullabies of Forgotten Factory. Harry Potter Poppy Playtime crossover up to 9 chapters available now. Threads Woven Between Two Souls. Harry Potter Coraline crossover up to 9 chapters available now. Queen of Forbidden Forest. Harry Potter up to 9 chapters available now. Worlds Unbound Magic. Modern Harry Potter events are 20 years, so instead of 1981 it is in 2001, up to 9 chapters available now. Moonlight and Mist. Harry Potter Percy Jackson crossover up to 9 chapters available now. You can read any of my fanfictions which are published here with 2 of early access before everyone on my Patreon. Beyond Boundaries of Time. Chapter 12 last chapter already available on my Patreon. Neon Shadows of Fate. Chapter 12 and Chapter 13 already available on my Patreon. Bound by Shadows and Sorrow. Chapter 12 and Chapter 16 already available on my Patreon. Harry Potter and the Crimson Shadows. Chapter 12 and Chapter 13 already available on my Patreon. Rai and the Wolf. Chapter 14 and Chapter 15 are already available on my Patreon. Naruto and Secret of Aperture Science. Chapter 14 and Chapter 15 are already available on my Patreon. Chapter 12. Defiance and Destiny. Disclaimer. I don't own Harry Potter or the Friday the 13th series. Warm sunlight pooled through the main cabin's windows at Camp Crystal Phoenix Lake, revealing swirls of dust dancing in the golden beams. Only moments ago, he had chosen Ilvermorny over Hogwarts, 2 words that symbolized 2 vastly different futures. A hush stretched in the air, reminiscent of the moment that Storm's thunderclap fades into trembling silence. Pamela and Jason stood close, their concern palpable. Pamela's fingers rested gently on Harry's shoulder, and Jason's broad silhouette loomed behind them, arms folded protectively. Harry's whispered question, "What do I do?" They all knew, on some level, that the question had found its tentative answer. Now, stepping into Ilvermorny. Not Hogwarts. For a moment, no one spoke. Only the soft pulse of summer from outside drifted through the window. Bird calls, rustling leaves, the faint splash of the lake as campers enjoyed the day. Yet inside the cabin, tension pressed down. A different kind of hush settling in, a hush of finality. Pamela drew in a breath, her voice firm but quiet. "Harry," she said, skimming a hand across the back of his neck, "we'll stand by whatever you decide. If you truly mean to write back to Hogwarts with a refusal, then we'll make sure that letter is sent." Harry didn't move his gaze from the letters. "They actually invited me, you know. They wrote about what I need, not about what they demand." He chewed his lip, tension coursing through him. "But Hogwarts, they just say I must attend. Like I belong to them. Like the Dursleys used to act, as if I was some tool." Jason grunted, the sound low and disapproving. His arms flexed unconsciously. "No one owns you." Pamela's hand on Harry's shoulder squeezed gently. She didn't speak, but the warmth in her eyes spoke volumes. She had no doubt. Harry felt an immense wave of relief surge through him. As though a chain that once held him to some distant, painful memory had dissolved. He glanced to Pamela. She gave him a single, reassuring nod. He picked up his pen. It took him several deep, steadying breaths before he managed the first line. To Ilvermorny School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. He wrote in neat, looping script, carefully shaping each letter. Outsider campers echoed, reminding him how the world beyond their small cabin was alive with joy. He allowed that joy to guide his pen, explaining that he was honored by their letter, that he accepted their offer. Each sentence radiated gratitude. He paused frequently, looking at Pamela, who offered small smiles of approval, while Jason hovered at a respectful distance, absorbing every word. The next letter demanded a different tone. His free hand clenched, his mind recalling the precise words of Hogwarts' missive, so impersonal, so authoritative. Mr. Potter, it had said, we await your arrival on September 1st. Be sure to bring the following. He grabbed another sheet, his handwriting sharper, angrier. To whomever it may concern at Hogwarts, I have my own life now. I am not some lost dog for you to summon. Where were you for the past 11 years? Where were you when I needed help? You left me to an abusive environment, and now you think I'll come running the instant you call. You are wrong. I have chosen Ilvermorny. Do not contact me again. I am free of you and your manipulations. I will never step foot in Hogwarts. Harry, James Potter Voorhees, never step foot in Hogwarts. He nodded to himself, an echo of finality pounding in his chest. Let them see it. Let them know. When he set the pen down, his heart hammered, as though he'd sprinted a mile. Pamela slid the letter closer, scanning the sharp words. She didn't scold him for his bluntness. Instead, she nodded, passing it to Jason, who let out a quiet, approving grunt. Good, was all Jason said, but the conviction in that single syllable warmed Harry more than a dozen compliments. There was an edge of tension in Jason's voice, a protective anger that made him want to ensure no one from that place could hurt Harry. Pamela, smoothing her hair, guided them outside. We'll have to send these letters today, she said. I'll arrange a courier again. We'll get them off your hands properly. The trio walked across the camp's open courtyard, the midday sun hot on their faces. As they crossed the grassy stretch, campers waved, calling for Harry to join them in a game by the lake. He waved back, his grin genuine, but he shook his head, pressing the envelopes to his chest. He had urgent business first. In the mess hall, a local courier they'd contacted stood, wearing a short-sleeved shirt and a friendly, if somewhat puzzled, smile. Pamela handed over both letters in sealed envelopes. The courier took them with a nod, asking if there was any special handling required. These go to separate addresses, Pamela said. She gave the details for the Ilvermorny letter, which was somewhere in Massachusetts, disguised as a private boarding school of sorts, and for the Hogwarts letter, which required an international route to rural Scotland. The courier listened carefully, eyebrows raised at the mention of a Scottish address with no explicit postal code. But he simply shrugged, used to odd requests from the folks at the camp. He assured them it'd be delivered by a reliable chain of couriers, no matter how obscure the final location was. Harry breathed a sigh of relief once the courier left, tucking both envelopes safely in a bag. He turned, meeting Jason's steady gaze. Pamela ruffled Harry's hair lightly. That's done, she murmured. We'll see how they respond. Quote, but that question lingered in the back of Harry's mind. How would Hogwarts respond? Something about that place, that tone, told him they wouldn't let him slip away easily. A ripple of unease passed through him, but he pushed it aside, determined to stand firm. For the rest of July, camp life resumed its sunny rhythms. Mornings found Harry rallying children for games or leading them on nature walks. Sometimes, the kids giggled as he donned his beloved phoenix costume, swirling bright feathers as he bounded across the lawn. In the afternoon heat, Jason oversaw swimming lessons with the older campers, ensuring everyone wore life vests and no one strayed too far into the deeper water. Pamela, bustling in the mess hall, orchestrated the midday meals with practiced ease, her laughter echoing whenever a child peeked in to compliment her cooking. That bright, cheerful routine buoyed Harry's spirit, especially as the date of his birthday approached, July 31st. Pamela had dropped not-so-subtle hints about planning something special, while Jason simply gave cryptic smiles whenever Harry asked. The children, too, seemed unusually conspiratorial around him, whispering and giggling. Harry feigned obliviousness, secretly touched by their effort. He'd never had a proper birthday party in his life. The idea of one at the camp, surrounded by people who cared, felt surreal. On July 31st, the morning sun broke in a blaze of pink and gold. Harry rose to find the camp suspiciously quiet. He stepped outside in his usual clothes, not the Phoenix costume, sensing something was off. The courtyard was empty, no sign of the usual morning bustle. As he walked toward the mess hall, he heard a sudden burst of surprise. And found the entire group of campers, plus counselors, plus Pamela and Jason, gathered around the central fire pit. A giant banner soared overhead, hand-painted with a phoenix and the words "Happy Birthday, Harry." The kids cheered, some blowing into noisemakers, others bouncing on their toes. He'd even cleaned up a bit, wearing a neat shirt without rips or paint splatters. He half laughed, half sobbed, whispering thank you over and over as the children crowded him with homemade cards and small trinkets. One little girl insisted on pressing a bright daisy chain into his hands, while a boy solemnly gave him a painted rock shaped like a phoenix egg. "You have to see the cake," a counselor named Liz said, guiding him forward. Pamela proudly unveiled it from behind a makeshift curtain, a towering confection iced in swirling reds and golds, ringed with tiny sugar flames. "It's a phoenix cake," she exclaimed, clapping her flour-dusted hands. "The inside is layered with fruit, your favorite, and I used sparklers for the eyes once we light it." Harry's eyes burned with gratitude. He stammered out a thanks, feeling the love and affection rolling in waves from everyone. Jason strode closer then, carefully holding a small carved wooden box. He pressed it into Harry's hands, glancing aside as if self-conscious. "Open it," he murmured. Harry lifted the lid to find a simple pendant carved from wood, depicting a phoenix in mid-flight. Flames etched intricately along its wings. A short leather cord allowed it to hang from the neck. He stared in awe, running his thumb over the fine details. "It's beautiful," Jason nodded, swallowing. "Wanted you to have something as reminder." He cleared his throat awkwardly. "You're part of us." Harry slipped the pendant over his head, nestling the phoenix emblem near his heart. He smiled so wide his cheeks hurt. The day rolled on in joyful celebration. He showed off the new pendant to any camper who asked, devoured slices of the extravagant cake, and marveled at the array of small, heartfelt gifts. For once, the memory of lonely birthdays and dusty cupboards felt like a distant dream. This was real, and it was his. Evening arrived, the sky purpling in the west, a warm breeze stirring the pines. Harry lounged by the fire pit, picking at leftover frosting on a paper plate. The children had dispersed to their cabins, yawning after a day of partying. Pamela and the counselors busy. Themselves tidying the last of the cake dishes. But the peace shattered the instant a massive figure emerged at the edge of the forest. Harry noticed movement from the corner of his eye, a tall shape, broad shoulders, a bushy beard that nearly glowed in the twilight. A hush fell, as campers still outside squeaked in alarm, some scrambling behind benches or latrines. Counselors froze. The silhouette resolved into a giant man wearing a heavy coat, though the summer night was balmy. Hello," the figure called timidly, stepping into the clearing. His accent was thick, each syllable rumbling. "I'm Hagrid. Come for Harry." Silence so deep it Harry rose slowly, heart dropping. Hagrid. He recognized the name from the Hogwarts letter, from vague references in that formal text. Panic shot through him. Had Hogwarts sent a messenger to drag him away? Pamela materialized from behind the snack table, shoulders stiff. Jason rose, fluid as a shadow, stepping closer to Harry. The big man in tea. He clearing fidgeted with his coat pockets. Then Hagrid spotted Harry, relief flooding his face. "Harry," he called, tone oddly cheerful. "Thank Merlin I found Ye. I've come to bring Ye back to Hogwarts. Professor Dumbledore said Ye might be a bit confused, but we'll sort it all out. Gotta get Ye to Diagon Alley for supplies, and then." "No," Jason rumbled, voice low, stepping forward. The single syllable carried lethal weight. He wore no hockey mask these days, but the sight of it, combined with Jason's imposing presence, froze Hagrid mid-speech. Harry felt an icy fear swirl in his stomach. The campers looked on, wide-eyed. Pamela walked up beside Jason, her chin raised, tension rippling through her posture. "We made our answer clear," she said in a measured tone. "Harry is not going anywhere with you." Hagrid blinked, confusion etched across his broad features. "But, the boy belongs at Hogwarts," he insisted, uncertain. "Professor Dumbledore has plans to help him. He's a wizard, see? And there's a place for him." Harry took a step forward, anger and fear battling in his chest. He forced himself to speak up. I said no," he repeated, voice quavering but resolute. "I told them I'm going to Ilvermorny. Why won't you leave me alone?" Hagrid's stance shifted. He towered well over 6 feet, but seeing Jason's formidable posture gave him pause. "Now, don't be frightened, Harry," he tried. "Dumbledore's just worried about ye." "Worried?" Harry echoed bitterly. "Where was that worry when I was locked in a cupboard, starved by my relatives? Where was that cons. RN for the first 11 years of my life?" Hagrid's mouth opened, but no words came out. He floundered, likely used to unquestioned trust in Dumbledore's name. Jason advanced another step, silent as a wraith, machete handle glinting. Some counselors dashed over, shepherding the children away from the potential confrontation. Pamela lifted a hand, halting Jason's progress. Her voice cut the night air. "You can leave," she said calmly, though her eyes flared with protective fury. "Harry has made his choice. We do not welcome uninvited intrusions. If you do not go, we will remove you." "But," Hagrid looked distraught. "Professor Dumbledore said." "Tell Dumbledore," Pamela interjected, "to respect my son's decision." Her voice carried a finality that brooked no argument. Harry's heart thumped so loudly in his ears, it nearly drowned the crackle of the campfire. Hagrid seemed to realize the futility of pressing further. The children, cowering behind bunkhouses, stared. Counselors exchanged unsettled glances. Jason stood unwavering, the embodiment of a sentinel refusing to let any harm pass. With slumped shoulders, Hagrid gave a reluctant nod. I'm sorry," he mumbled, stepping backward. "I never meant harm. Just followin' orders. I'll go." He cast a miserable look at Harry, as though wanting to protest. But the ferocity in Jason's stance, and the unyielding love shining in Pamela's eyes, silenced him. In halting steps, he retreated into the treeline. Moments later, the forest swallowed him. Only once the crunch of boots on twigs faded did Jason relax, letting out a tense breath. He sheathed the machete with a smooth motion. The watchers exhaled collectively. One counselor approached, wide-eyed. "Are we safe? Who was that man?" Pamela forced a reassuring smile, gathering her composure. "We're fine. Just someone from Harry's past," she said gently. "He won't bother us again." Harry nodded, though his heart hammered still. "He won't," he echoed, trying to convince himself as much as the counselor. But a prickle of unease lingered. What if they sent more than one messenger next time? Later that night, after the children fell into uneasy sleep, Harry, Pamela, and Jason convened in the administration cabin. Shapes on the walls. Harry sat hugging his knees in a corner, face pale. Pamela's eyes looked tired, but her resolve had never been sharper. Jason remained standing, arms folded, as if ready to chase off any threat. "That was Hagrid," Harry said finally, voice hollow. "The letter from Hogwarts mentioned him. He's supposedly a friend, but I don't trust anything from them." He swallowed a lump in his throat. "You saw how Dumbledore thinks he can just claim me." Jason set his jaw, a muscle jumping in his cheek. "They won't get near you," he rumbled. "They come again. They learn we mean business." Pamela gently laid a hand on Harry's head. "We'll keep watch. We'll let the counselors know to report any strangers. But they can't forcibly take you. You're legally ours, and you're an American citizen now, or near enough once the adoption finishes." She smiled sadly. "They have no right." Harry nodded, inhaling shakily. "Still," Hagrid said, "Dumbledore has plans for me. That's terrifying. Plans. What if he tries something else? Magic. Or something worse?" She squared her shoulders. "He may be a wizard, but he's not a god. We'll be on guard. If you're accidental, magic gets stronger, we'll handle it. You're not alone." That vow of support eased Harry's terror. He closed his eyes, pressing back tears of anxiety. "Thanks, both of you." The next few days passed in a swirl of tension beneath the camp's usual bustle. Jason patrolled the perimeter at dawn and dusk, machete at his hip, scanning the tree line for any sign of watchers. Pamela tried to maintain normalcy for the children, ensuring schedules ran smoothly, but worry pinched her brow whenever she caught Harry in a quiet moment. For Harry, every shadow in the forest, every rustling branch, threatened to be another forced attempt from Hogwarts. Meanwhile, at Hogwarts itself, Dumbledore simmered with frustration. The half-giant's naive retelling of encountering a masked man with a machete, a cold-eyed mother figure, and the boy's unwavering refusal did little to soothe Dumbledore's annoyance. He drummed his fingertips on his desk. Harry had so neatly slipped from his grasp. That carefully orchestrated plan, begun the night he'd left the baby at the Dursleys', had unraveled. The puppet strings severed. His attempts at controlling Harry's fate, forging the boy into a malleable tool, had failed spectacularly. But Dumbledore was not a man who gave up easily. He composed himself, re-evaluating possible strategies. Perhaps subtle infiltration. Perhaps forging false illusions. The boy might remain defiant, but Dumbledore possessed resources beyond Hagrid, people loyal to him, ways to manipulate the Ministry. And yet, each plan ended with the same vexing conclusion. Harry is beyond my easy reach. The only partial satisfaction was that Harry's powers would keep growing. Sooner or later, he might slip up, need guidance. That gave Dumbledore a sliver of hope. For now, he'd watch from afar, letting the tension mount. Back at the camp, the final days of July glided into August. Harry poured his heart into the daily routine, distracting himself from the possibility of another unwanted intrusion. He taught young campers how to roast marshmallows properly, guided them in painting small crafts, and occasionally donned his phoenix costume to stage hilarious pranks, like swooping into steal a counselor's hat, sending squeals of delight through the children. Yet no matter how bright the sunlight, an undercurrent of vigilance remained. Counselors took turns circling the camp's boundaries, especially near dusk. August 1st brought no further sign of Hogwarts or its agents. Instead, a bright wave of satisfaction swept the camp when a letter arrived from Ilvermorny's admissions office. It detailed the next steps for Harry's enrollment, offering an outline of the houses, Pukwudgie, Thunderbird, Horned Serpent, Wampus, and describing the ceremony where New Stir Place. The letter even addressed him as Mr. Potter Voorhees, which made Harry grin ear to ear, reading it out loud to Pamela and Jason. The tone was so inclusive, so genuine, that it felt like an old friend calling him home. "See, they're decent," Jason remarked, hearing the letter's courteous language. "None of that commanding nonsense." Pamela read the last few lines, her smile relaxing. "It says here they'll send a representative closer to the start of term to help finalize details. Sounds like they want to ensure you feel safe and welcomed." Harry nodded, setting the letter down with reverence. "I can't wait to meet them." But beneath the excitement, he braced for a possible reaction from Hogwarts. The memory of Hagrid's arrival still rattled him. Each night, he half expected another figure from the wizarding world to loom out of the shadows, demanding compliance. Then, on August 6th, a fresh letter from the county courthouse arrived, confirming an official date for finalizing Harry's adoption. Set for mid-August, the news spurred cautious celebrations. Pamela worried about possible interference if word of this hearing leaked to the British side, but nothing emerged. No sign of wizards or owls. The quiet made them uneasy, though life continued. As August 15th approached, Harry found himself in a blur of last-minute camp duties, emotional readiness for the hearing, and daydreams about Ilvermorny. August 15th dawned bright and hot. The few straggling campers still at the site for extended sessions were gathered by counselors near the lake, giving Harry, Pamela, and Jason the morning to drive to the city courthouse. Harry sat in the pickup truck's front seat, trying to keep calm. His official name, change and final adoption papers waited inside the glove box. Jason navigated with stoic concentration, while Pamela reached back occasionally to squeeze Harry's knee. Each time, he mustered a small, grateful smile. The courthouse itself buzzed with people hurrying about, but none gave them more than a passing glance. The hearing was short, presided over by a. Nonetheless, the evidence of Harry's well-being with Pamela was overwhelming. The judge asked Harry if he felt safe, if he wanted to be with Pamela. He answered with heartfelt conviction. By the end, a stamp of official approval rang out, and Harry Potter Voorhees became, in every legal sense, their child. They walked out of the courtroom into warm sunshine. Jason tousled his hair, then quickly wrapped an arm around Pamela's shoulders. They said little, but the group hug in the courtyard said everything. Harry's entire being felt lighter, as if the weight of a stolen childhood had lifted. He was free. Back at the camp that evening, counselors and a handful of older campers cheered when they heard the news. The small group insisted on a spontaneous party by the fire pit, offering toasts with lemonade and singing silly songs. Harry blushed at the fuss, but deep down, he cherished every laugh, every beaming face. In the cabin, he pinned the official adoption certificate to his bedroom wall, reading it repeatedly before bed, tears sliding down his cheeks in quiet gratitude. Days later, on August 25th, a hush settled again. Summer's end approached, the last campers slowly trickling home. The leaves at the forest's edge hinted at dryness, anticipating autumn. The path leading out of the camp's main entrance shimmered with heat waves in the midday glare. Harry woke early, some restless energy driving him to stow away the leftover banners, store the craft supplies, and ensure the boathouse was in good condition. Something told him a new chapter loomed, not just for him but for them all. Jason found him in the courtyard around lunchtime, sponging paint off the Phoenix costume. Harry's fingers had turned wrinkled from the soapy water. Jason squatted beside him, silent but watchful. Finally, he spoke quietly. "You look uneasy." Harry startled, blinking. He looked up at Jason's earnest gaze. "Yeah," he admitted. "I keep expecting something else from Hogwarts. Another letter, another intrusion. But nothing. And I worry that means they're planning something bigger." Jason nodded slowly, setting a large calloused hand on Harry's knee. "We're ready," he murmured, voice gentler than usual. "If they come, we stand together." Harry swallowed past the lump in his throat. "I know." A shy smile ghosted his lips. "Thank you." Just then, Pamela approached, a letter in hand, eyebrows raised in a mix of relief and curiosity. "Mail came again," she said, holding out an envelope sealed with Ilvermorny's official crest. Harry took it, heart pounding in anticipation. Opening it swiftly, he scanned the neat lines. It contained an update on his orientation date, suggestions for recommended books, plus a note that a staff envoy would arrive soon to personally escort him if he wished. "Ensure safe travel." Harry's eyes teared with gratitude. "They truly do care." He read the last line out loud. "We look forward to welcoming you, Mr. Potter Voorhees, with open arms. Please contact us if you need any additional security or assistance, especially given your unique situation." Jason let out a satisfied grunt. "They talk sense. No demands, just help." Pamela tucked a strand of hair behind her ear, smiling. "They do. Maybe we can ask about picking him up from the Arrest City so they don't have to navigate all the way out here." Harry nodded, relief and excitement mingling in his chest. "Yes, let's do that." They parted ways to handle the final close-down tasks for the summer. Harry spent the afternoon cleaning the cabins, ensuring each bunk was fresh for the next wave of campers next year. He paused sometimes, pressing a hand to the wooden walls, recalling how he once painted them with bright vines or phoenix flames. The camp had blossomed in tandem with his own transformation. Late that evening, the three of them reconvened in the main cabin. The hush of August twilight filtered through the windows, the air heavy with the hum of cicadas. Pamela poured iced tea into their mugs, while Jason wiped a damp cloth over his brow, the day's heat still radiating. Harry set the Ilvermorny letter down, reading it once more with a small, content sigh. "It's real," he whispered. "Soon I'll be going there, learning magic properly." Pamela, propping her chin on her hand, studied him with maternal fondness. "I'll miss you," she said softly. "But I'm so happy for you." Jason's chair creaked as he leaned back, arms folded. "They better treat you right." He paused, meeting Harry's gaze. "Or I'll come for them." A soft laugh escaped Harry. "I have no doubt." The tension from days prior had waned. Hogwarts seemed to have retreated, at least for the moment. Maybe that was the final blow from Harry's letter, or maybe they were biding time. But at least for now, Harry felt free to look forward. They talked in hushed voices about the future, the classes Harry might take, the house he might be sorted into, the possibility of new friends from all across North America. Will Dumbledore try something else? We're nearly at the end of August. Hogwarts starts soon. They might come again. Pamela set her mug down, expression firm. If they do, we'll be ready, she repeated. They have no claim over you. Legally, you're mine. Morally, you're ours. They can't just snatch you from the camp. We won't let them. And Ilvermorny has offered support if needed. Jason inclined his head, the lines of his face softening with quiet confidence. Let them come. They'll learn they can't bully us. Thank you, he whispered, voice wavering. The two words held an ocean of gratitude. This was his family. Nothing would break that bond. He reached across the table, and all three clasped hands in a silent vow. Morning came on August 25th with a shimmery haze of summer heat. Birds chattered in the pines, an undercurrent of farewell in their calls, as though they sensed the shift in the wind. Harry stepped onto the porch, inhaling deeply. The hush felt both nostalgic and hopeful. A swirl of excitement and caution lingered in his had repelled. One invasion from Hogwarts. He didn't trust them to stay silent forever. But as the hours passed, the day remained calm. No sign of wizards creeping from the woods or any ominous presence. Instead, the last of extended stay campers finished packing. Counselors checked them out, hugging teary children who had grown attached to the camp's sense of safety. Harry helped carry luggage to a waiting minivan for one young boy, ruffling the child's hair and promising to write soon. The boy gave Harry a fierce hug, praising him as the best big brother figure. Harry's chest, echoing the same love he'd received from Pamela and Jason. By late afternoon, the camp was nearly empty. Just a few counselors remained, plus Harry, Pamela, and Jason. They set about cleaning the dining hall for the final time that season. The hush felt deeper now, each footstep echoing. Harry found himself recalling the day he first arrived at the camp, a frightened child with nowhere to go, not even aware he was a wizard. The memory made him shudder. He'd come so far. Life was unrecognizable from that time. A watery smile curved his lips. After dinner, the three of them strolled to the lakeshore, a soft pink glow bathing the water as the sun sank. In the gentle hush, Harry cast a pebble across the surface. Ripples fanned out in widening circles, glinting like molten gold. He breathed in the pine-scented air. Soon, he thought, I'll be at Ilvermorny, learning spells, meeting new classmates. He'd gleaned from the letters that the North American Wizarding School respected independence, valued kindness. It felt right, Alinen. With the acceptance and warmth he'd known at the camp. So different from the cold summons from Hogwarts. Pamela and Jason stood close, the evening wind ruffling their hair. Pamela reached for Harry's hand, lacing their fingers, while Jason gently placed a palm between Harry's shoulders. They gazed at the lake, no words needed. Finally, Pamela spoke in a near whisper. You're forging your own path, she said. Defying the odds. I'm so proud of you. Jason nodded, exhaling a quiet breath. We stand with you, always. Harry blinked back tears. I know, he managed. Thank you for everything. Dumbledore's overshadowing ambitions lay at bay for now, the thread receding into the background. Harry's choice was made, his destiny tied not to the gloom of a manipulative wizard in far-off England, but to the bright halls of Ilvermorny and the unwavering love of his family. Freed from the burdens of the past, he stepped forward into a new future, heart brimming with both defiance and hope. More on my Patreon. http. More than 20 fanfiction are currently active on my Patreon, up to 150 plus chapters across the 20 plus fanfictions. Exclusively on Patreon now. QBE Sun Reborn. Harry Potter Naruto C. Crossover, up to 10 chapters available now. Rescued by Tales. Harry Potter Sonic the Hedgehog crossover, up to 10 chapters available now. Rescued by Lamia. Harry Potter Monster Masumi crossover, up to 10 chapters available now. Harry Potter and Toon Force. Harry Potter Looney Tunes crossover, up to 10 chapters available now. Shinigami's Vacation. Naruto Bleach crossover, up to 10 chapters available now. Harry Potter and BBPS Reborn. Harry Potter Lit RPG, up to 10 chapters available now. Lonely Ruler and Her Sunshine. Harry Potter One Piece crossover up to 10 chapters available now. Raised by M. EU Reborn. Harry Potter Pokemon crossover up to 10 chapters available now. Fragile Hope. Harry Potter Saw series crossover up to 10 chapters available now. Symphony of Machines. Harry Potter Phineas CR. Crossover up to 10 chapters available now. Despair's Unexpected. Savior Harry Potter Danganronpa crossover up to 10 chapters available now. The Silent Lullabies of Forgotten Factory. Harry Potter Pop. Why Playtime crossover up to 10 chapters available now. Threads Woven Between Two Souls. Harry Potter Coraline crossover up to 10 chapters available now. Queen of Forbidden Forest. Harry Potter up to 10 chapters available now. Worlds Unbound Magic. Modern Harry Potter events are 20 years, so instead of 1981 it is in 2001, up to 10 chapters available now. Moonlight and Mist. Harry Potter Percy Jack. KSON crossover up to 9 chapters available now. You can read any of my fanfictions which are published here with 2 weeks of early access before everyone on my Patreon. Neon Shadows of Fate, Chapter 13. And Chapter 14 already available on my Patreon. Bound by Shadows and Sorrow, Chapter 13 and Chapter 14 already available on my Patreon. Harry Potter and the Crimson Shadows, Chapter 13 and Chapter 14 already available on my Patreon. Harry and the Wolf, Chapter 15 and Chapter 16 are already available on my Patreon. Naruto and Secret of Aperture Science, Chapter 15 and Chapter 16 are already available on my Patreon. Chapter 13. Rising from the Ashes. Disclaimer. I don't own Harry Potter or Friday the 13th series. The golden light of late summer cast soft reflections on the lake at Camp Crystal Phoenix Lake. The gentle ripples showing a tranquil world on the surface. Harry, Pamela, and Jason stood there, a silent trio, much as they had at the end of the previous chapter. This moment of stillness felt almost fragile, the hush in the air suggesting a calm that might be broken at any second. Yet for now, no voices intruded, no distant footsteps or snapping. Twigs signaled imminent threat, only the soothing lap of water and the quiet, unspoken bond that had held them together these many months. It was August 25, 1991. The final, intense days of summer had slipped into a mellow warmth, the pines a shade deeper under the hazy sun. Just a few nights prior, Harry had chosen Ilvermorny over Hogwarts, defying a destiny that someone else tried to write for him. The relief of that decision still blanketed his heart, but an undercurrent of watchfulness remained. Hogwarts might have withdrawn for now, but none of them believed it was truly over. The memory of Hagrid's arrival, the hidden threat in Dumbledore's manipulations, hovered like a storm cloud on the horizon. They all felt it. Pamela's hand lingered on Harry's shoulder as they finally turned away from the water. She offered him a small smile that said, "I'm proud of you," more loudly than any words could. Jason, pacing beside them, wore that familiar protective stance, broad shoulders squared, eyes constantly scanning the treeline. At a subtle glance from Pamela, he relaxed just enough to show he understood the moment. There was no immediate danger, at least not tonight. They walked back along the well-worn path to the main cabin, ACH footsteps soft on the pine needle-strewn ground. Harry's thoughts meandered between excitement for Ilvermorny and the pang of leaving behind the camp he had learned to call home. The large set of double doors to the mess hall stood open, revealing a few counselors finishing their cleanup from the summer's last group of children. The happy commotion of day had settled into a satisfied hush, the clatter of pots and laughter replaced by a gentle bustle of final tasks. Inside their own cabin, the three settled into their usual evening routine. Jason went around verifying each window latch, an extra measure of security learned from experience. Pamela warmed leftovers on the old stove, filling the room with the comforting scent of herbs and toasted bread. Harry lit the lanterns, adjusting their wicks to a low, steady glow. These small motions, performed in companionable silence, reminded him that he was safe, that he had a family. When dinner was ready, a simple stew thick with vegetables own their garden, they gathered at the table, steam drifting up from their bowls. Jason murmured a quiet thanks for the meal, glancing to Harry with the faintest hint of a smile. Pamela ladled extra stew into Harry's bowl, maternal concern shining in her eyes as she asked if he was truly feeling all right. He answered with a nod and a small grin, swirling the spoon in the broth, his thoughts still half lost in the swirl of the future. That night, after the dishes were washed and the lamps dimmed, the three parted ways with soft GPED into his bedroom, pressing a hand over the phoenix pendant Jason had carved for him. He found comfort in its shape, remembering the final adoption papers that now rested in a secure lockbox, marking him as Harry James Potter Voorhees. For all the uncertainty about the wizarding world, his place in this family was no longer in doubt. Morning came gently on August 26th. Sunlight lanced through the windows, painting rectangles of warmth on the cabin's wooden floor. The air smelled faintly of dew and the lingering trace of last night's campfire. Harry stretched, blinking away sleep. Through the window, he spotted Jason already outside, hauling supplies from the old storeroom. Pamela's voice drifted from the kitchen, accompanied by the comforting clatter of pots. He rose quickly, eager to join the day. Stepping onto the porch, he breathed in the crispness of late summer air. The campers were gone now, and the off-season hush began. Yet the place still held echoes of children's laughter. On the porch rails were faint scuffs from small shoes. On the path were bright chalk drawings that hadn't fully washed away. Harry smiled, scanning the horizon. A wisp of memory flashed. How only a year ago, he was lonely, terrified, convinced no one cared. Now he had a mother and a brother who stood between him and any threat. Jason acknowledged his presence with a single nod, continuing to move a stack of boards. Satisfied, Jason returned to his chore. The corners of Harry's mouth quirked. In Jason's minimal words, he always found volumes of caring. Inside, Pamela beckoned Harry for breakfast. He ate in a comfortable hush. Scrambled eggs, toast, fruit. She explained her plan to do a thorough inventory that day, ensuring they had everything ready for when Harry left for Ilvermorny. He nodded, a small swirl of nerves reminding him that departure drew near. "You'll do fine," she whispered. They didn't have long to wait before the wizarding world knocked on their door once again. But this time, on August 27th, the approach was entirely different from Hogwarts intrusions. As dawn broke, painting the pines in pale gold, a gentle knock sounded at the administration cabin. Harry, sorting through some leftover craft supplies, froze. The memory of Hagrid's arrival stirred dread in his stomach. But Pamela placed a calming hand on his shoulder, gesturing for him to step behind her. Jason emerged from a side room, machete discreetly at his hip. The door opened. A woman in her mid-30s stood there, auburn hair braided back from a kind face. Her robes were subtly magical in design, earthy in color with embroidered patterns suggesting phoenix wings at the cuffs. And she balanced a leather satchel against one hip. There was a serenity in her gaze. No threat, no bombast. She bowed her head a little in greeting. "Good morning. I'm Minta Vixen, from Ilvermorny." Jason's posture remained wary, but he didn't brandish the machete. Pamela greeted Minta politely, though her eyes stayed watchful. Harry, peeking from behind them, found himself unexpectedly charmed by Minta's calm presence. She radiated an energy similar to Pamela's. Firm, caring, gently confident. "Thank you for letting me in," Minta said, stepping lightly into the cabin. "I know it's early. I wanted to arrive before your day got busy. I'm here to answer questions, help finalize any details for Harry's start at Ilvermorny, and address any concerns." She smiled, looking at Jason and Harry in turn. "I understand you've had a few tense encounters with a different school. I hope to be more respectful." Pamela's shoulders eased fractionally. "We appreciate that, Ms. Vixen," she replied, voice cordial. "We've had enough stress already." Jason nodded curtly, arms still folded. Minta, reading the atmosphere, stayed near the door, as if to say, "I won't invade your space without invitation." She then turned her gaze to Harry. "Harry, I'm Minta," she repeated, tone softer, "and I'm here for you. To ensure your journey into the magical world is safe and comfortable. Ilvermorny respects your choices. You're not being summoned. You're invited." Harry swallowed, relief surging. This was everything Hogwarts had failed to be. He took a step forward, letting himself meet her eye. "Thank you," he said simply. I have a lot of questions." Minta nodded, her smile deepening. I'm more than happy to answer them. They settled around the small wooden table. Pamela poured cups of tea, while Jason stood behind Harry's chair, still cautious, but no longer radiating hostility. Minta removed a thick folder from her satchel, complete with pamphlets about the school's houses, a detailed schedule, a map of the campus. She went through them methodically, explaining that Ilvermorny was older than most realized, with strong protective wards, a nurturing environment, and robust anti-bullying policies. Her voice remained soothingly even, showing a thorough knowledge of the school's inner workings. She never once rushed Harry, never used the word must, only offering that they, would love to have him, and would support him fully. Jason's skepticism cooled under her professionalism. Pamela shot him a side glance, reading the faint relaxation in his posture. Meanwhile, Harry found himself increasingly excited. Each mention of a magical subject, charms, defense, magical creature studies, sparked images in his mind of learning real spells in a place that cared about him as a person, not as some mythical figure. He asked timid questions, about everything from dorm arrangements to class sizes. Minta answered clearly, never skirting uncomfortable topics. She even politely asked about his experiences with accidental magic, guiding him with calm advice. Your wand will help focus that energy, she said, and your professors will teach you control. At one point, to ease tension, Harry excused himself briefly. Inspiration struck him to show her his phoenix costume, a beloved symbol of his bond with Camp Crystal Lake. Minta's face lit up with genuine delight. Oh, Harry, she breathed, pressing her hands together in a gentle clap. That's wonderful, and so fitting. The small outburst was earnest, lacking any condescension. Harry blushed, a shy smile tugging his lips. Even Jason cracked a wry grin, crossing his arms with a faint chuckle. By the next day, August 28th, Minta organized a short trip for Harry's magical supply shopping in New York. Pamela insisted on accompanying him, and Jason, after some internal debate, decided to go along, just to be safe. Minta greeted this decision with calm acceptance, clearly expecting it. She used a discreet pour TKEY that morning, a battered old umbrella stand, to whisk them from the camp's clearing to an inconspicuous corner of the wizarding district hidden deep within the city's labyrinth. Harry nearly lost his balance upon arrival, as the portkeys' swirling sensation left his stomach lurching. Jason caught him, eyes scanning their new surroundings with a readiness to defend. Pamela steadied herself, EKS a bit flushed but face set in calm determination. Then the group took in the scene around them, a winding cobblestone street lined with shops. Robed figures bustling about, colorful signs advertising everything from potions to flying brooms. It was a cacophony of movement and magic. Stay close, Minta said softly, reading the awe in Harry's gaze. We'll start with your wand. Harry's heart hammered. He'd never experienced a magical district before. Everywhere he looked, witches and wizards chatted in low voices, some sipping potions from small bottles, others levitating parcels behind them. Jason's imposing figure made passers-by quickly give them space, shooting the tall man wary glances. Pamela smoothed her sweater, offering a polite smile whenever someone stared. Harry walked between them, eyes wide. They reached a quaint wand shop, the sign reading Barlow and Bloom's Wands, Est. 1776. The interior smelled of cedar and old leather, dusty beams of sunlight cutting through moats. A bespectacled wandmaker, slender with meticulous movements, greeted them politely. Minta explaining he was an incoming Ilvermorny student. The wandmaker, Bloom by name, nodded with warm courtesy. This is always my favorite part, Bloom said, voice gentle, leading Harry to a worn velvet stand. Finding a wand, or rather, letting a wand find you. Harry tried not to tremble with nerves, but each attempt made his arm wobble slightly. Bloom offered him a few test wands, none responding. He tested a pine wand, then an ash wand, but each either spurted harmless sparks or did nothing at all. Jason watched from near the counter, eyebrow raised, while Pamela stood behind Harry, hands folded calmly. Minta looked on with an encouraging smile. At last, Bloom retrieved a thin box from a higher shelf, humming in thought. Intriguing combination. Let's see. She handed it to Harry. The moment his fingers curled around the polished cherry handle, a mild warmth rippled up his arm. A soft glow crackled at the wand's tip. A swirl of shimmering sparks dancing like embers in air. A surge of relief mingled with wonder erupted in Harry's chest. The wand felt right, like a missing piece he hadn't known he lacked. Pamela clasped her hands in silent joy. Jason's expression eased, a small upturn at the corner of his mouth. Minta's eyes sparkled with triumph, murmuring how well it suited him. The rest of the day soared by in a blur of wonder. Minta escorted them from shop to shop, helping Harry choose school robes in Ilvermorny's style, though he insisted on a subtle phoenix design on a pair of socks that made Jason chuckle. They visited a bookstore jammed floor to ceiling with magical tomes. Harry almost lost himself in the dusty shelves, flipping pages of advanced charms texts he wasn't yet ready for. Unique backgrounds. At a small apothecary, the smell of earthy herbs and pungent potions reminded Harry of the forest near the camp. He carefully selected vials and ingredients from a polite older witch, who winked at him conspiratorially when he asked about potions for healing minor injuries. "For your big brother, I suppose," she teased, seeing Jason's watchful stance. Harry grinned shyly. CH store brought new marvels. Self-stirring cauldrons, quills that changed color with one's mood, enchanted quibble toys. Jason's stern presence inadvertently scared a few shopkeepers, but each time, Harry quickly smoothed it over with a grin, explaining that his brother was just protective. By late afternoon, they carried a trunk laden with supplies, a swirl of shopping bags in Harry's arms. Pamela kept a steady hand on his shoulder. In the final shop, a small trunksmith, Harry picked out a polished chest that would store his Ilvermorny uniforms and gear. Jason tested its hinges, ensuring no secret compartments might endanger his younger brother. Satisfied, he nodded approval. Minta covered the last stamp of the trunk's magical ID tag, finalizing the day's errands. The sun hung low by the time they used another discreet portkey to return to a hidden spot near the camp. Stepping out into the calm hush of pine trees and fresh air, Harry inhaled gratefully, simultaneously exhausted and elated. On September 1st, the day arrived for Harry's official departure to Ilvermorny. The tension rose early that morning. Dew still clung to the camp's grass as Harry double-checked his trunk, heart racing. He paused in the main cabin's living area, the echo of summer campers haunting his memory. This place had become home. Now he was leaving, albeit for an adventure of magic and self-discovery, but it still felt bittersweet. Pamela hovered, fussing gently. She reminded him to write often, to use the recommended magical post if needed, or to send normal mail if he was worried about wizard interference. Jason offered a stoic set of advices about staying vigilant, trusting only the teachers Minta vouched for, and not letting any weird British wizards near him. Harry managed a laugh, though tears prickled behind his eyes. Outside, Minta arrived promptly, wearing simpler traveling robes, a polite smile on her lips. She recognized the emotion in the air, giving them space. With calm efficiency, she tapped Harry's trunk with her wand, shrinking it to a manageable size so he could carry it easily. She then guided them to a safe clearing near the boathouse. The plan was to use the SPECI leased transport method for new Ilvermorny students too far from standard wizarding routes. A magically expanded car, discreetly hidden, parked under the pines. Harry found himself hugging Pamela, tears threatening to fall. She held him fiercely, whispering how proud she was, how he should never doubt his family's love. Jason, stepping up next, gave him a wordless, crushing hug that knocked the breath from him. "Take care, little brother," he murmured. "We're a letter away." Harry nodded, wiping his cheeks with the back of his hand. Minta waited a short distance away, an understanding expression on her face. She politely told Pamela and Jason they could visit the school under arrangement, once the wards recognized them as Harry's guardians. Then Minta gestured for Harry to climb into the car. One more wave, one final tearful smile, and the door shut. The engine purred softly, an enchantment enabling it to slip undetected into wizard-friendly travel lanes. They drove for hours, weaving between hidden pockets of magical roads that normal drivers never even saw. Harry stared out the window at passing landscapes, half mesmerized. Minta kept him company with quiet conversation, empathizing with his excitement and fear. By mid-afternoon, they transferred to a special wizard train, an older, elegant steam locomotive that puffed along a concealed track. Other Ilvermorny-bound students boarded, some with families in tow, others solitary. Harry, shy but curious, managed small smiles at potential new classmates. A tall boy named Liam joked about how wands had to be declared at every checkpoint. So, any accidental hexes happen at your own risk. Harry laughed, tension easing as the train rattled forward. Finally, the sight of Ilvermorny rose in the distance, perched on a mountaintop. Draped in swirling protective enchantments that gleamed under the setting sun. Towers soared, banners fluttered. The air around the castle felt charged with life. Harry's heart thudded. This was truly happening. The train whistled, slowing into a station carved from ancient stone. Students gathered their trunks, hurrying in excited clusters. Minta guided Harry gently off, pointing him toward staff who welcomed first years. She gave him a final pat on the shoulder, whispering, "You're going to shine here." Over the next hour, the new students converged in a grand courtyard paved with mosaic designs. Senior students directed them into lines, each receiving a final check of their names. Harry found himself marveling at the statues around the courtyard, each representing one of the 4 Ilvermorny houses: Thunderbird, Wampus, Horned Serpent, and Pukwudgie. Their stone eyes seemed to shimmer with hidden magic. That evening, in the main hall, the sorting ceremony began. The chamber was large, lit by floating lanterns. Dozens of staff sat at a raised dais, smiling expectantly at the cluster of new arrivals. Each child's name was called in turn, stepping onto a carved disc at the center of the floor. If a house wanted them, its corresponding statue glowed or moved. Some students had 2 statues react, leading to a choice. Others had just one, swiftly selecting them. Applause ranged from polite to enthusiastic, depending on the reaction. Harry's turn arrived after a half-dozen others. Breath-catching, he stepped onto the disc, the hush almost tangible. A faint hum of magic prickled at his fingertips. He cast a nervous glance around. Raven hair brushing his forehead, he clenched his wand at his side, remembering how it had felt in the wand shop. Then the statues stirred. No waver or debate. Applause rose among the Pukwudgie students. Harry felt a grin blossom across his face. He joined them with an unsteady wave, relief flooding him. This was home. As September deepened into October, Harry's daily life at Ilvermorny Foundornings began early with classes: charms, defense against the dark arts, potions, transfiguration, magical creatures. Each subject dazzled him, though. The frequent comedic mishaps, like an unintended explosion of pink foam in charms class, kept him humble. He quickly formed a small circle of friends. Elena, a quiet, nurturing soul in Pukwudgie, W.H.O. loved healing spells and had a knack for comforting anxious classmates. Liam, in Thunderbird, comedic and adventurous, always urging them to explore the castle's hidden passages. And Ravi, a Studio U.S. Horned Serpent with an encyclopedic memory, who guided them in the library's labyrinth of books. The sense of acceptance, reminiscent of how the camp had treated him, soothed Harry's old anxieties. Teachers greeted him with polite warmth, seldom referencing his parents or any legendary story from Britain. He was simply Harry, a bright, if occasionally shy, first year with a phoenix feather wand. In the Pukwudgie common room, which glowed with warm colors and had cozy corners for reading or chatting, he found solace. No bullies, no oppressive demands. Instead, he discovered that many students also had complicated backgrounds. Forging empathy among them, the occasional tears or frustrations got resolved with supportive embraces or a staff member's calm intervention. Still, challenges arose. One afternoon, Harry encountered a pair of older students who mocked a younger kid for messing up a levitation charm. Harry, recalling his old experiences with bullies, stepped in without hesitation. A swirl of accidental magic flared in his annoyance, making the bullies' wands spark unexpectedly. They yelped, dropping them in alarm. A teacher swiftly appeared, guiding the older kids away, leaving Harry with a trembling pulse of adrenaline. Elena found him afterward, praising his bravery. He shrugged, cheeks hot, but her admiration eased the swirl of guilt for having lost control. The bullies, once they calmed, apologized sheepishly, Ilvermorny staff took harassment seriously, a far cry from the abuse or neglect Harry knew in the past. Letters from Pamela and Jason arrived almost weekly, one carefully penned with updates on the camp's quiet season. Harry devoured every word. He'd grin reading how Jason single-handedly upgraded a cabin's roofing or how Pamela planned to develop a better greenhouse for next spring. They mentioned they missed him fiercely, but never tried to guilt him. Instead, they urged him to enjoy his studies, to embrace the world of magic, and to stay vigilant. He wrote back with equal enthusiasm, describing his new friends, his slightly chaotic potions class, how the Pukwudgie house welcomed him like family. On a crisp mid-September day, across the Atlantic, Hogwarts resumed its own term. From rumors swirling among a few British-born Ilvermorny staff, Harry picked up hints that Dumbledore was unusually preoccupied, a cryptic phrase that made him uneasy. But no direct confrontation came. The staff kept an extra watch for suspicious visitors, just as Minta had promised. Meanwhile, Harry poured himself into lessons, determined to prove he could thrive. With each day, his spells grew more controlled, his understanding of magical theory more concrete. Teachers praised his good instincts, the warmth of his heart shining through in healing spells or protective wards. At night, he sometimes stood by a high window in the Pukwudgie Tower, pressing a hand to the phoenix pendant at his chest, thinking of Jason's quiet grin and Pamela's welcoming arms. Back at Camp Crystal Phoenix Lake, that same mid-September day saw Pamela retrieving a letter from Ilvermorny. She read it aloud to Jason in the main cabin, her tone bright. "He's safe, excelling in classes, making friends," she murmured, the tension in her shoulders visibly easing. Jason listened with a small, contented huff, then returned to checking the water lines. Although the cabin felt emptier without Harry, they found solace in his success. Some nights, Pamela caught Jason standing on the porch, a letter in his big hands, reading Harry's updates over and over, a faint curve of lips betraying how much he missed the boy. She never teased him about it, just approached quietly, placing a gentle hand on his arm, aware they both longed for the day they could see Harry again. Time slid forward into early October. The leaves around Ilvermorny's mountainous campus turned brilliant gold and red, swirling in gusty breezes across the courtyard. Harvest festivals and small magical traditions popped up, delighting first-year students. Harry marveled at the creative illusions. The dancing pumpkins, the ghostly costumes worn during the school's autumn celebration. Elena helped him carve a gourd with intricate phoenix symbols, while Liam played pranks involving flying candy corns. The sense of belonging swelled each day. If Hogwarts was quietly seething at his defiance, he felt safe behind Ilvermorny's wards. Behind the unspoken promise of his family's unwavering protection. On October 12th, a gentle surprise arrived in the form of Minta Vixen stepping off a portkey in the Camp Crystal Phoenix Lake courtyard. Letting out a soft breath at the crisp pine-scented air, Pamela greeted her warmly, though Jason's watchful stance never faltered. Minta carried a small folder of notes, a grin on her face as she explained she'd come to update them on Harry's progress. The conversation was short but filled with good news. Harry was doing splendidly, well-liked by classmates, absorbing magic at a balanced pace. "He's even begun showing a knack for charms," Minta said, beaming. "His wand responds beautifully to him. The staff is impressed by his empathy and determination." Pamela's eyes brimmed with grateful tears. Jason, shifting to a less defensive stance, quietly poured Minta a cup of tea, a small but significant gesture. "Tell him we're proud," he murmured, voice deeper with emotion. Minta gently promised she would, heading back into the swirling energies of her portkey with a wave. October advanced, the days darkening earlier, crisp winds rattling the branches. Harry spent more evenings in the Pukwudgie common room, doing homework with Elena and Ravi by a hearth crackling with lively greenish flames. Sometimes, Liam dropped by from Thunderbird House, boasting about new adventures he'd found in the castle's lesser-known corridors. Nightmares about the cupboard under the stairs or the Dursleys. He felt freer than ever, though a quiet vigilance remained at the edge of his thoughts. What if Hogwarts tries again? One chilly autumn twilight, he found himself alone near an open window in a tower corridor, gazing at a sunset stained with lavender and orange. Harry pressed a palm to the phoenix pendant around his neck, recalling the day Jason had given it to him on his birthday. A swirl of gratitude and longing welled inside him. I'm here, and I'm safe, he reassured himself. Hogwarts lost. Dumbledore lost. They can't force me. I have a right to choose. The wind ruffled his hair, as though in gentle agreement. October 18th came with a soft hush at sunrise, sky over Ilvermorny streaked with pastel clouds. The castle behind him teemed with quiet energy, students stirring awake for an early day, staff preparing for classes. Two of his new friends sat on the nearby steps, rummaging in their bags for quills and notes. Harry watched them with a calm sense of belonging. He turned his gaze to the mountainous horizon, the sun cresting in a spill of golden rays. Everything felt balanced in that moment. Yes, uncertainties lingered. Hogwarts might be simmering across the ocean, Dumbledore might plan some cunning approach, yet Harry faced the future with confidence. He had his wand, his caring new friends, the unwavering love of a mother and brother who believed in him fiercely. The illusions of his old life lay behind him. He'd risen from the ashes of neglect, forging a new destiny shaped not by prophecy but by personal choice. He took a slow breath, the crisp air tingling in his lungs. A gentle breeze ruffled his robes. Students passing by offered good mo to chat about the day's schedule. Harry answered with a bright smile, the corners of his eyes crinkling. Perhaps a twinge of caution remained, but it no longer consumed him. Behind him, the W-eyed doors of Ilvermorny's entrance beckoned. Ahead, the slope of the mountain gleamed under the new day's light. And within himself, Harry felt steady, anchored by love and acceptance. Let Dumbledore scheme. He was done letting others dictate his fate. He had found a place to learn and grow, and a family to lean on. Hey, Harry, coming. Elena called from a short distance away, her voice echoing lightly in the crisp air. She and Liam stood together, arms laden with textbooks, friendly smiles on their faces. Yeah, Harry replied, turning toward them. He cast a final glance at the brightening sky, letting the knowledge of his strength settle in his bones. The swirl of time drifted forward, carrying him along. He parted from the moment's hush with a gentle smile, stepping in to join his friends. Stepping into a future shaped by choice, not compulsion. Outside, the autumn colors shivered in a light breeze, red, gold, russet. Leaves dancing across the stone pathways. A phoenix soared on his chest, carved of wood. Heart and soul bound to a family he'd claimed and a destiny he was shaping himself. More on my Patreon. http. More than 20 fanfiction are currently active on my Patreon, up to 150 plus chapters across the 20 plus fanfictions. Exclusively on Patreon now. QBE Sun Reborn. Harry Potter Naruto crossover, up to 11 chapters available now. Rescued by Tales. Harry Potter Sonic the Hedgehog. G crossover, up to 11 chapters available now. Rescued by Lamia. Harry Potter Monster Masumi crossover, up to 11 chapters available now. Harry Potter and Toon Force. Harry Potter Looney Tunes crossover, up to 11 chapters available now. Shinigami's Vacation. Naruto Bleach crossover, up to 11 chapters available now. Harry Potter and BBPS Reborn. Harry Potter Lit RPG, up to 11 chapters available now. Lonely Ruler and Her Sunshine. Harry Potter One Piece crossover, up to 11 chapters available now. Raised by Mew Reborn. Harry Potter Pokemon crossover, up to 11 chapters available now. Fragile Hope. Harry Potter Saw series crossover, up to 11 chapters available now. Symphony of Machines. Harry Potter Fania crossover, up to 11 chapters available now. Despair's Unexpected. Savior Harry Potter Danganronpa crossover, up to 11 chapters available now. The Silent Lullabies of Forgotten Factory. Harry Potter Poppy Playtime crossover, up to 10 chapters available now. Threads Woven Between Two Souls. Harry Potter Coraline crossover, up to 10 chapters available now. Queen of Forbidden Forest. Harry Potter up to 10 chapters available now. Worlds Unbound Magic. Modern Harry Potter events are 20 years s. Oh, instead of 1981 it is in 2001, up to 10 chapters available now. Moonlight and Mist. Harry Potter Percy Jackson crossover, up to 10 chapters available now. You can read any of my fanfictions, which are published here with 2 weeks of early access before everyone on my Patreon. Neon Shadows of Fate. Chapters 14 and 15 are already available on my Patreon. Bound by Shadows and Sorrow. Chapters 14 and 15 are already available on my Patreon. Harry Potter and the Crimson Shadows. Chapters 14 and 15 are already available on my Patreon. Harry and the Wolf. Chapters 16 and 17 are already available on my Patreon. Naruto and Secret of Aperture Science. Chapters 16 and 17 are already available on my Patreon. Chapter 14. Foundations of Belonging. Disclaimer. I don't own Harry Potter or Friday the 13th series. The autumn sky over Ilvermorny had faded into a dusky mauve by the time Harry James Potter Voorhees, fresh from the lakeside reverie that ended, stepped into the Pukwudgie common room on the evening of October 18, 1991. Soft lantern light cast a comforting glow across the walls, and the warmth of crackling logs in the oversized fireplace chased away the gentle chill of the mountain air. A faint scent of toasted marshmallows lingered. Someone had likely roasted them earlier as a late-night treat. Harry paused by the threshold, letting the coziness wrap around him. His heart still hummed from the reflection he'd experienced outdoors, a blend of gratitude for how far he'd come and a pang of homesickness for the family who had made his journey possible. Before him sprawled the comfortable B.U. Saintel of Pukwudgie House in the late evening. Rugs worn in by countless footsteps, old wingback chairs that squeaked companionably when sat on, and students in various states of relaxation. Ravi was hunched at a low table near the hearth, meticulously taking notes from a heavy library book, his black hair shining in the lantern glow. Her dark curls framed a contented face, eyes occasionally lifting to watch the swirl of activity. Liam, sporting a grin that never seemed to fade, sat cross-legged on a poof, regaling a small group with an over-the-top retelling of a Quidditch match, complete with comedic sound effects. At the sight of Harry, Elena waved him over, patting the chair beside her with her free hand. A gentle warmth coursed through Harry's chest at the invitation. "Hey," he said softly, returning Elena's welcoming smile. Patience anchoring the group. A wave of belonging swept over him, not unlike stepping onto the porch of Camp Crystal Phoenix Lake after a day's chores. This was home, in its own special way. Her voice was low, respectful of the near-silent reading corners. Harry shrugged, a faint grin crossing his face. "Peaceful," he murmured. "I was thinking about everything, really." He didn't elaborate. No mention of Hogwarts or Dumbledore, though Elena knew enough of his background to guess the weight behind his words. The candlelight reflected off the blank page, H lighting faint ridges in the handmade paper. Harry exhaled, letting the day's tension slip away, and began writing his weekly letter home to Pamela and Jason. "Dear Mum and Jason, I hope you're both well. Another week has slipped by at Ilvermorny, and I'm finally taking a moment to breathe and share it with you. Things here are wonderful, in a way I never imagined. I've made real friends, people who laugh with me, help me when I trip over my own feet in charms, which happens more often than I want to admit, and never treat me like a burden. It reminds me so much of how you both welcomed me at the camp. Elena is sitting beside me right now, knitting a scarf for the winter. She's sweet, gentle, and always reminds me to slow down if I'm rushing. You'd like her. She has that calm, reassuring energy that Mum, you've always had. Then there's Ravi, who's buried in books but somehow never misses a detail. He's brilliant, and I tease him that he'll be the next headmaster. And Liam, well, he's hilarious, fearless, always up for pranks but never cruel. They all make me feel safe. Classes are intense, so much to learn. My wand, it feels like an extension of me. In charms, I can levitate things easily. Defense is exciting, though I'm careful not to lose control. I still remember your advice, Jason, always keep a cool head. Potions, well, it can be tricky, but I love the feeling of working with my hands, mixing ingredients, making something new. I do miss you both, especially in the evenings, when I think about the camp and how we'd sit by the fire pit, or how Jason would do a patrol to make sure everything was locked for the night. I find myself glancing out windows here, wondering what the camp looks like in autumn, if the pines have dropped more needles than usual, or if the boa tea house is holding up without me to help hammer boards. Silly, right? Anyway, I want you to know I'm happy. Truly. I'm safe. Learning more about magic, making wonderful friends. All right again soon. Give Jason a hug from me, even if he grumbles. And please, you both take care. I love you, Harry. P.S. I decided to name the Kneazle I met, Ember, in honor of the small bonfires Jason taught me to build. It's a piece of home, here with me. He ended the letter with a small flourish of his quill, reading it over with a soft smile. Setting aside nature of RNING, he'd send it off via the school's discreet mailing system. A sense of calm settled over him, as though each word on that page reaffirmed the unbreakable link to his family across the miles. Morning routine at Ilvermorny, October 20th to November 5, 1991. Dawn glowed over the castle spires each day, pale pinks and oranges painting the stone walls. Harry typically woke to the soft murmur of his dorm mates stirring, someone rummaging for a missing sock, a yawn from another bed. The crisp mountain air carried through half-open windows, carrying the faint calls of magical birds in the forests beyond. By the time he dressed, pulling on high-S uniform and smoothing the hair that refused to behave, the day felt fresh with possibility. He'd head down to breakfast in the wide dining hall. The polished tables buzzed with conversation about upcoming classes, Quidditch matches, or the latest gossip. The aroma of waffles, bacon, and scrambled eggs teased his senses, making him realize how comfortable he felt in these communal meals, reminiscent of the camp's gatherings. He often sat with Elena, Liam, and Ravi, and occasionally other friendly students joined. Liam's boisterous voice always had a new anecdote, while Ravi politely interrupted Ed to correct details if something was historically or magically inaccurate. Elena teased them both, offering bits of toast or fruit as she tried to keep the conversation from derailing. Classes followed. Harry particularly enjoyed charms, taught by a kindly middle-aged professor named Wendell, who had laugh lines at the corners of her eyes. She kept lessons practical, encouraging students to try spells with real objects. Her hands fluttered gently as she demonstrated wand movements. Harry found that, with his wand, he could levitate feathers. Liam, however, tended to push boundaries, occasionally sending a heavy textbook floating precariously across the room, prompting half-amused, half-exasperated sighs from Professor Wendell. Defense against the dark arts introduced him to Professor Call Ahan, an energetic wizard who believed in hands-on demonstrations. He'd conjure mild illusions of threatening creatures for them to practice defending against, all while maintaining a safe environment. The first time he successfully blocked a minor hex, Callahan clapped, praising Harry's instincts. Potions, supervised by elderly Professor Mulrooney, contrasted the lively hustle of defense. The classroom smelled of rosemary and dusty tomes, and a gentle hush hung in the air. Each day, they concocted brews with delicate, step-by-step instructions. Elena, who sat beside Harry, quietly reminded him to adjust the flames or measure precisely, preventing accidents. Once or twice, a student at the back lost track of stirring and caused small explosions of purple foam, drawing Mulrooney's patient but stern admonitions. Harry found it oddly soothing to chop ingredients, add them with methodical care, and watch a new potion swirl in shimmering colors. Outside of classes, Ilvermorny thrived with a vibrant social scene. Harry learned about Quidditch from Liam, who passionately followed the major teams. Though North America had its own style of broom sports, Quidditch remained popular. Soon, the SC Hool's field soared with players practicing. One breezy afternoon, Liam coaxed Harry into the stands, showing him the basics of the game. Enthralled by the sight of broomsticks darting across the sky, Harry felt a mixture of awe and trepidation, recalling how new he was to flying. Liam, unwavering in enthusiasm, convinced Harry to join a practice session. With nerves quivering, Harry hopped on a school broom, wobbly at first. But after a few circuits, laughter bubbled up in him as he realized the broom responded to his subtle shifts and cautious courage. The older players cheered him on, Elena and Ravi waving from the sidelines. When the day ended, the Pukwudgie common room enveloped them again. Plush chairs, a warm fire, and quiet corners for reading, Harry would settle in with his newly minted circle of friends. While Elena crocheted or knitted vibrant scarves, Ravi pored over advanced magical theory, quietly muttering about obscure references. Liam recounted the day's comedic. Harry loved these evenings. The conversation flowed naturally, peppered with inside jokes. He once admitted, voice low, that he'd never had friends like this, worried it might come off as pathetic. But Elena reached over, squeezed his hand, and said, "You have us now, no matter what." Late that night, the common room had quieted, only the low embers glowing. He poured onto the page the joy of having Peep. Lahu laughed with him at silly potions mishaps or shared in his wide-eyed wonder at magical creatures. Just writing about it made his chest swell with warmth. He ended the letter with a candid admiss. Scion of occasional homesickness. I still wake up sometimes expecting to see the cabin walls, or smell Jason's coffee from the kitchen. But then I remember I'm here, and it's safe. I'm okay. Miles away. At Camp Crystal Phoenix Lake on November 1st, Pamela smiled tenderly as she read those lines aloud. Jason listened in stoic silence, busy sharpening an old fishing knife. The rasp of metal against the whetstone punctuated the hush. Jason gave a single nod. He sounds happy, he murmured, voice rough with subdued relief. Pamela's eyes twinkled. Thanks to you too, you big lug. You helped him get here. Jason gave a half snort, feigning annoyance, but the corners of his mouth twitched in a faint smile. The sense of contentment that thrummed through the cabin mirrored the quiet satisfaction Harry carried at Ilvermorny. Back in Hogwarts, the thick gloom of a late evening clung to the stone corridors. In Dumbledore's private office, the old wizard sat alone, the dancing light of half-melted candles reflecting in his half-moon glasses. He glowered at the newest rejection letter from Makusa. Ilvermorny's protective stance around Harry had effectively blocked every attempt to forcibly claim him. He tapped a quill against the desk, features etched with lines of cold frustration. Harry was mine to shape. The words churned in his mind. He had orchestrated so much, from the Dursleys onward, only to lose the boy to a North American school. The plan unraveled. The half-giant, Hagrid, had failed. Dumbledore's attempts at friendly negotiation with Makusa had been stonewalled. The bitterness ate at him, especially whenever he caught glimpses of Hogwarts, empty spaces that should have been a stage for the boy who lived. In that final sliver of candlelight, his mouth set in a grim line. Refusing to concede defeat but forced to pause. Unaware of Dumbledore's silent fury, Harry thrived at Ilvermorny, day by day. He discovered a quiet confidence within, spelled out in small victories. A well-performed levitation charm, a surprisingly adept shield conjured in defense class, an intuitive sense for certain potions that needed adjusting. The staff praised his curiosity, noticing how he asked thoughtful questions and never boasted about success. Quidditch, while not his grand passion, provided a playful outlet. He still felt uncertain in flight, but Liam and some older students coaxed him into scrimmages. Elena, watching from the stands, covered her eyes, half laughing, half terrified. Ravi shouted logical instructions from behind a battered manual on safe flying. Eventually, Harry regained composure, cheeks flushed with both alarm and exhilaration. "You did well," Liam insisted afterward, clapping Harry on the back. "No one can learn if they're not willing to risk a little chaos." Meanwhile, magical creatures class with the enthusiastic Professor Abernathy became a weekly highlight. The professor introduced them to various North American beasts, bowtruckles, snallygasters, and the Kneazles that Harry adored. Refusing to leave, the entire class giggled as the creature followed him around, purring whenever he looked down. Professor Abernathy teased, "Kneazles no kind hearts, Mr. Potter Voorhees." That line left Harry blushing but smiling widely. During the nights, the Swirl Augie house overshadowed any lingering worry about Hogwarts. Surrounded by supportive peers, Harry found that even his older nightmares, of locked cupboards, harsh uncles' yells, began to fade into distant echoes. The cheerful banter from his housemates, the comforting routine of classes, knowledge that Pamela and Jason thrived at the camp, all formed a shield around him. If the British wizarding world still wanted him, they would have to face the fortress of love and acceptance that now underpinned his life. In the hush of a chilly November evening, Harry penned another letter. The Pukwudgie common room lay quiet except for a few studious older students. A gentle hush of turning pages and crackling logs set the ambiance. He spoke of his new potion's recipe success, a minor healing brew that had turned a shimmering emerald color. Each sentence carried his excitement, laced wit, longing to share these triumphs face to face with Pamela and Jason. He ended, as always, with humor. Ember is basically meowing half the day, wanting attention. Reminds me of the fox kit that used to hang around the camp, Jason. Do you remember that? When he sealed the envelope, signing it with a flourish, a gentle warmth filled his heart. He could almost picture Jason's faint grin reading about Ember, or Pamela's soft chuckle at Harry's Quidditch mishaps. The letter soared off the next morning, entrusted to Ilvermorny's reliable postal system. On the other side, Pamela would read it in the main cabin. And Jason would feign disinterest while obviously listening intently. Meanwhile, in a stately building in New York City's Wizarding District, the president of MACUSA held a subdued meeting with a handful of high-ranking officials. Papers referencing Harry Potter Voorhees sat neatly on a polished table. A hum of satisfaction permeated the room. One official, a reedy-voiced wizard with intricate glasses, pointed out the ongoing tension with Britain's Ministry of Magic, something about Dumbledore's repeated requests for cooperation. The president only smiled cryptically, Akino. edging that Ilvermorny had done well integrating the boy, securing him from foreign meddling. Each person in the room recognized the significance of this success. The famed British wizard Dumbledore, stymied in his attempts. Forced to respect American sovereignty. No big announcements to the public, no grand parades, but within those hush walls, they savored a quiet victory. Again at Hogwarts, Dumbledore sat rigid in his office, an official letter from MACUSA in hand. It was polite, even gracious in words, but the substance was pure rejection. They refused any talk of Harry's transfer to Hogwarts, citing the boy's official status at Ilvermorny and the robust protective statutes that prevented forced extradition of a minor wizard. Dumbledore's expression iced over. The quill in his hand snapped. So his last diplomatic route had closed. The hush that followed in his darkened office spelled his frustration louder than any yell could. At length, he set the letter down and pinned it with a paperweight shaped like a phoenix, ironically mocking him. If only he had the boy, that phoenix feather wand, that destiny. But reality weighed heavier. He had lost this battle. For now, at Ilvermorny, the passage of late autumn merged into early winter. The castle's stone courtyards chilled, and gray clouds scudded across the mountaintops. Students huddled in the library's nook-like corners, reviewing for midterm exams. Alina's curly hair bounced whenever she quizzed him on charms theory, her voice measured and encouraging. Ravi sat with a neat row of color-coded notes, launching into explanations whenever Harry stumbled. Liam, ironically, found the library stifling, so he tried to lighten the mood with whispered jokes. The easy camaraderie among them deepened. Liam teased Elena about her nightly knitting obsession. Elena teased him about his subpar essay structure. Harry found himself comfortable enough to share subtle glimpses of his old life, though he carefully avoided naming Hogwarts or Dumbledore. He simply explained that he had a complicated background, but was now with a loving family who believed in him. None of his friends pried. Their acceptance felt as warm as any hearth. One evening, Harry and Elena stayed up in the common room long after others retired, talking softly about homesickness. Elena, hush-voiced, confided she missed her grandmother's small potions shop in Massachusetts, where the air always smelled of lavender. Harry empathized, speaking of campfire nights with Jason's silent presence watchful, of Pamela's gentle laugh when dishing up stew. The thread of understanding bound them. They parted for bed with lighter hearts, each comforted by the knowledge they weren't alone in longing for home. December rolled in with a silent swirl of snow, draping the castle's towers in a pristine white. Icicles glinted off gargoyles perched along ledges. The expansive grounds turned into a winter wonderland, fields blanketed by soft drifts. Students bustled around in heavier cloaks, breath puffing like tiny clouds. Harry stared in awe at how the mounting snowfall changed everything. At times, strong winds battered the walls, but inside, the fires roared warmly, infusing each corridor with a cozy glow. On the first real snow day, a playful chaos erupted, organized snowball battles between houses, friendly competition that left the castle echoing with laughter. Harry joined in, shrieking with delight as Elena launched an enchanted snowball that chased Liam in circles until he flopped over in mock defeat. The memory of solitary winters at Privet Drive, locked in a cupboard, felt far away, as though belonging to another person entirely. In the evenings, the great hall decked itself in festive illusions, floating strings of frosted evergreens, shimmering orbs of cold light dancing above the tables. Some staff conjured illusions of winter creatures, tiny, harmless wind spirits flitting between columns. Harry walked through these decorations with wonder, scribbling details in the next letter to Pamela. He described how each corner of Ilvermorny seemed alive with the season. How the smell of peppermint cocoa wafted from the dining hall, how the older students decorated common rooms with pine boughs and magical ornaments that glowed faintly. It reminded him of how, last Christmas, Pamela and Jason had placed a small tree in the camp courtyard. The first real holiday celebration he'd known. Far across the country, the pines at Camp Crystal Phoenix Lake shivered under a gentler blanket of snow. Pamela, in the main cabin, spent afternoons knitting a thick, warm sweater for Harry. She'd chosen yarn dyed in subtle phoenix shades, reds, oranges, gold. Each stitch carried her careful attention, recalling the boy's unwavering spirit. Shish. E let out a contented sigh when the pattern formed, picturing Harry wearing it in Ilvermorny's halls. Meanwhile, Jason busied himself in the small workshop they'd built behind the main cabin. A hush of concentration fell over him. Through the open door, Pamela occasionally caught him pausing, wiping sawdust from his hair, a half-smile on his lips as though imagining how Harry might grin upon seeing these handcrafted tokens of home. The conversation between them remained spare, mostly quiet commentary on chores. But unspoken threads of longing bound them. Pamela would glance up from her knitting, see Jason smoothing the carved edges of a pinecone ornament, and they'd share a look that said, "We miss him, but he's safe." That knowledge warmed the cold days. At Ilvermorny, final classes before the holiday break intensified. Yet with each passing day, Harry found it easier to handle spells. Charms came to him naturally, the wand responding with a synergy that made his classmates curious. Defa NSE lessons saw him deflect mild curses from a practice dummy, impressing even the more advanced students. Teachers praised his diligence, though they also noted his unwavering humility. He never bragged, never teased others for mistakes. In quieter times, he helped her own struggles. Elena fretted about advanced potions that required delicate stirring patterns. Harry calmly assisted, remembering how meticulously he'd learned to measure ingredients from reading old cooking instructions at the camp. Liam needed to refine his wand movements for charms, and Harry passed on gentle tips gleaned from his own successes and stumbles. The synergy among them grew. Ravi, always meticulously prepared, offered them all structured study guides. The circle of trust expanded, comedic pranks balanced by sincere camaraderie. Snow thickened outside the tall windows. It was late afternoon, the sun a pale disk in a sky heavy with gray clouds. Harry, perched on a plush settee in the Pukwudgie common room, SC, ribbled one last letter to Pamela and Jason before the holiday break. The fire nearby crackled merrily, sending occasional sparks up the chimney. Soft conversation drifted through the room. Liam spinning a story about how he once tricked an older cousin into believing a rubber chicken was cursed. Elena quietly crocheting miniature ornaments for a friend. Ravi scanning his potions notes with laser focus. He mentioned the gentle hush that fell each night, the intangible sense that he was where he belonged, forging new memories untainted by fear. He sealed the envelope, setting it aside to mail first thing in the morning. Leaning back against the settee, he gazed out a nearby window. Beyond the glass, snow flurried, swirling in mesmerizing patterns. His fingers brushed the wooden phoenix pendant, a steadfast reminder of home. Despite the swirl of winter's hush, he felt an unshakable warmth inside, contentment and hope, a belonging deeper than he had ever imagined possible. The scents of wool, hot cocoa, and pine resin formed a tapestry of comfort. Tomorrow might bring new spells, new challenges, but also the promise of the holiday break, a chance to breathe, maybe even a plan to see Pamela and Jason if the school permitted. Surrounded by companionship, supported by staff who cared, he faced each day with a gentle, growing confidence. Harry Potter Voorhees, leaning his head back in quiet contentment. Readied himself for the next challenge of his life, one bound to be full of magic, friendship, and the unwavering family waiting just an owl or a letter away. And more on my Patreon. http. More than 20 fanfiction are currently active on my Patreon, up to 150 plus chapters across the 20 plus fanfictions. Exclusively on Patreon now. QBE Sun Reborn. Harry Potter Naruto crossover, up to 12 chapters available now. Rescued by Tales. Harry Potter Sonic the Hedgehog crossover, up to 12 chapters available now. Rescued by Lamia. Harry Potter Monster Masumi crossover, up to 12 chapters available now. Harry Potter and Toon Force. Harry Potter Looney Tunes crossover, up to 12 chapters available now. Shinigami's Vacation. Naruto Bleach crossover, up to 12 chapters available now. Harry Potter A. NDBBPS Reborn. Harry Potter Lit RPG, up to 12 chapters available now. Lonely Ruler and Her Sunshine. Harry Potter One Piece crossover, up to 12 chapters available now. Raised by Mew Reborn. Harry Potter Pokemon crossover, up to 11 chapters available now. Fragile Hope. Harry Potter Saw series crossover, up to 11 chapters available now. Symphony of Machines. Harry Potter Fania crossover, up to 11 chapters available now. Despair's Unexpected. Savior Harry Potter Danganronpa crossover, up to 11 chapters available now. The Silent Lullabies of Forgotten Factory. Harry Potter Poppy Playtime crossover, up to 11 chapters available now. Threads Woven Between Two Souls. Harry Potter Coraline crossover, up to 11 chapters available now. Queen of Forbidden Forest. Harry Potter up to 11 chapters available now. Worlds Unbound Magic. Modern Harry Potter events are 20 years, so instead of 1981 it is in 2001, up to 11 chapters available now. Moonlight and Mist. Harry Potter Percy Jackson crossover, up to 11 chapters available now. You can read any of my fanfictions, which are published here with 2 weeks of early access before everyone on my Patreon. Neon Shadows of Fate. Chapters 15 and 16 are already available on my Patreon. Bound by Shadows and Sorrow. Chapters 15 and 16 are already available on my Patreon. Harry Potter and the Crimson Shadows. Chapters 15 and 16 are already available on my Patreon. Harry and the Wolf. Chapters 17 and 18 are already available on my Patreon. Naruto and Secret of Aperture Science. Chapters 17 and 18 are already available on my Patreon. Chapter 15. Roots of Friendship. Disclaimer. I don't own Harry Potter or Friday the 13th series. The late autumn air in the Pukwudgie common room swirled gently around Harry as he finished sealing his letter home, the wax cooling under his fingertips. Liam, sprawled across a plush ottoman, caught the last glimpse of Harry's departing quill and grinned broadly. You know, Liam drawled, if you keep writing letters that heartfelt, your mum will think you're half poet. Harry's cheeks flamed. It's not that sappy. I'm just updating them. Ravi, perched beside Harry, slid his stack of meticulously labeled notes aside. Ink-stained fingers tell a different story. You were at it for quite a while. His tone held a playful edge, eyes glinting in amusement. Did you compose an epic on the trials and tribulations of Potion's class? Leave him alone. A person can be thorough. She shot Harry a sideways smile. I think it's sweet you're so detailed. They must love reading every bit. Liam tipped his head back, launching into a mock reading voice. Dear Mum. Dear Jason, I tripped over a cauldron again, but not to worry, I only got a face full of potion once today. Despite the teasing, warmth fluttered in his stomach. He'd never had friends who teased him so kindly. This constant banter felt like the evening breeze at Camp Crystal Phoenix Lake, soft, safe, a reminder of belonging. A hush fell briefly, letting the crackle of the common room fire fill the space. On a whim, Elena raised her gaze from her knitting. Are you going home for Christmas, Harry? Harry's eyes brightened. Yes, I can't wait. I'll see Pamela and Jason again. He paused, uncertain. Well, we had Christmas last year. Properly. This time will be even better, now that everything's settled. He felt the weight of their curiosity, yet they all respected his privacy. Elena just said softly, That's wonderful, and the conversation drifted to harmless gossip about a Quidditch match the next day. Still, a wave of quiet anticipation swept through Harry. Tomorrow would begin a whirlwind of holiday packing and final classes before the break, culminating in a precious return home. The following days slid by in a flurry of excitement. December 17th saw the dorm in a controlled chaos, trunks popping open, clothes strewn everywhere. Harry stuffed his trunk in the early morning, carefully setting aside the carved phoenix pendant from Sun and his slightly worn phoenix feather wand. He paused over his bright phoenix costume, folded it gently, ignoring Liam's gleeful grin as he hovered behind him. "That thing's epic," Liam teased, pressing a finger on the cloth feathers. "Please do a cameo next term. We'll make it a tradition." Harry laughed, closing the trunk. "I might, if you stop calling me Phoenix Boy, for a month." Elena, tidying her scarves into a neat stack, suppressed a giggle. "I'm not sure Liam is physically capable of that." From across the dorm, Ravi sighed over the mountainous array of textbooks he was methodically placing in alphabetical order. "Who says we can't keep the studious approach during the break?" Liam whipped around, brandishing a sock like a weapon. "Me, that's who." The room rippled with laughter. Harry's grin grew. Each comedic jab, each easy grin, enveloped him in a sense of belonging. In the calm of that moment, Elena's eyes drifted to the pendant at Harry's neck, the subtle phoenix carved in wood. She offered a teasing remark. "You know, Harry, you've got a mild obsession with phoenixes." "Not that it's a problem." Harry smoothed a thumb over the carving's ridges. "They're special to me," he admitted softly. Nadna's gentle nod told him she understood more than she revealed. December 20th arrived in a blur of final classes and goodbyes. Harry hopped onto Ilvermorny's official whole-day transport alongside other excited students heading home. The day was crisp, the castle's spires wreathed in snow, but Harry's heart felt warmer than any common room fire. Minta Vixen, the Ilvermorny representative who had guided him, offered a gentle wave as he departed. "Safe travels," she said, her tone supportive. That evening, Camp Crystal Phoenix Lake shimmered under a blanket of fresh snow. The pine trees bore white caps, and the courtyard was illuminated by soft lanterns hung around the fire pit. Harry's breath caught when he glimpsed Pamela on the porch, her slim figure outlined against the cabin's lamplight. Arms immediately opening, he nearly tumbled out of the small wizarding car, half running across the crunchy snow to meet her. She enveloped him in a fierce hug, the smell of flower and wood smoke in her hair sending relief thrumming through his chest. He caught sight of Jason standing at the porch's edge, arms crossed in a practiced stance. The corners of Jason's mouth twitched in the slightest smile as Harry bounded over, ignoring all semblance of teenage cool, and wrapped him in an impulsive embrace. "Missed you," Harry mumbled. Against Jason's jacket, feeling the elder man's free hand pat his back in an awkward but heartfelt gesture. "Welcome home," Jason said quietly, stepping aside to let Pamela lead them inside. The cabin's warmth enfolded Harry, the low glow of the hearth revealing small pine boughs strung across the windows, along with a row of hand-carved ornaments lined on the mantel. It smelled of cinnamon, and glimpses of bright holiday ribbons peeked from behind the sofa. Over the next hour, they sat around the main cabin's table, sharing stew and fresh bread. In the gentle hush, Pamela finally asked about Ilvermorny. Harry launched into stories of Elena's sweet nature, Ravi's studio useness, Liam's comedic pranks, the friendly Quidditch fiascos. Jason listened intently, occasionally grunting in approval or raising a brow at mention of mischief. Through it all, a sense of shared triumph resonated. Harry was safe, thriving, and they had played a part in it. Christmas preparations filled the following days with laughter and quiet devotion. Pamela, determined to replicate last year's magic, baked cookies shaped like tiny phoenixes, dusting them with sparkly sugar. Harry, still a novice in the kitchen, helped measure flour, at one point yelping when the bag slipped, resulting in a flurry of white powder across his face, and Jason's shoulder. Jason's incredulous look made Harry snort laughter. Pamela giggled, snapping a mental picture that would stay with them. Later, Jason stealthily placed carved ornaments around the cabin, each one depicting a woodland animal or a phoenix in flight. Harry found them perched on windowsills and along shelves, a silent testament to Jason's artistry. On Christmas morning, the the cabin glowed with an early sunrise that tinted the snow golden. A small tree stood in the corner, modest but lovingly decorated with homemade baubles. Harry and Jason took turns adding wood to the fire while Pamela set out a warm breakfast of cinnamon rolls. Gift exchanges carried an undercurrent of emotional significance. Harry presented Jason with a set of specialized wand cleaning oils. He'd found them in a small wizarding shop, perfect for any enchanted items. Though, for Pamela, Harry revealed a carefully wrapped potions kit for advanced herb cultivation, certain she'd love experimenting with new cooking flavors. In turn, Pamela handed Harry a neatly bundled sweater, featuring a subtle phoenix motif across the chest. The yarn's warmth felt not just physical but deeply comforting. He slipped it on, marveling at how it fit perfectly. Jason's present was simpler. 2 carved figurines, each capturing Harry's and Pamela's likeness side by side. A small phoenix perched between them. Harry quietly shared more detailed tales of Ilvermorny's daily life, his sword potions results, his accidental comedic moments in charms. The affectionate Kneazle he'd named Ember. Pamela listened, eyes bright, gently prompting him with questions. Jason, arms folded, softly told a story of his own, the off-season improvements he'd done, adding weatherproofing to a few cabins. Harry nodded, grin unwavering. Eventually, the hush deepened. Harry found himself confessing small vulnerabilities. I'd be singled out or used, like Hogwarts tried to do. He paused, exhaling. But my friends, they're amazing. They support me, kinda like you guys do. Pamela brushed a gentle hand along his arm. I'm so proud, sweet boy. You've come so far. Jason nodded in agreement, soft eyes reflecting the fire's glow. We always knew you'd fit in, once you found the right place. His voice carried quiet conviction. Harry curled closer to them, warmth blossoming in his chest. A sense of belonging wove through him. This was what Hogwarts could never provide. A family that cherished him unconditionally, letting him define his own future. All too soon, the winter break ended. On January 2, 1992, Harry reluctantly returned to Ilvermorny. The difference was stark. Whereas last term he'd arrived with nerves and trepidation, now he stepped off the transport with renewed confidence, a faint glow of joy in his face. Elena noticed immediately, greeting him at the gate with an amused grin. You look like you refilled your energy bar. Your mum must have fed you well. Harry chuckled. You have no idea. He allowed Liam to swoop in and greet him with a half-hug, half-tackle that nearly sent them both toppling. Ravi trailed behind with a polite wave, rolling his eyes at Liam's antics. The swirl of returning students brought them inside the main hall, bright chatter echoing under the vaulted ceiling. That afternoon, Harry encountered a small group from another house, older students, a bit sneering in tone. At first, he gave them a friendly nod, but they responded with snickers. Oh, it's Pukwudgie boy. You guys still proud of being the caretaker house? Or what? One of them tossed a mock salute, eyebrows waggling. Something inside Harry clenched. He'd heard rumors that some houses teased Pukwudgie for being soft-hearted, or, less ambitious, group. Liam, appearing behind Harry, retorted with comedic flair, spinning a ridiculous tale about how Pukwudgies can outcharm any Wampus or Thunderbird. Ravi stepped in with a calm, scathing logic that reduced the older students' barbs to petty whines. Elena placed a hand on Harry's back, gently reassuring him with a small smile. Though the bullies drifted off, Harry felt a sting. He realized how different this was from the unyielding torment he once knew, but it still made him uneasy. That night, as he stared at the starry dorm ceiling, he pushed away old memories of the Dursleys' cruelty. You're safe now, he reminded himself, hearing an echo of Jason's steady voice. If new bullies emerged, he had friends. He wasn't alone. Days gave way to weeks. On January 10th, after a lively evening in the Pukwudgie common room, Harry found himself lingering near the fire with Elena, Ravi, and Liam. The conversation meandered from class gossip to magical theories, to personal stories. At some point, Harry hesitated, fiddling with the phoenix pendant. Silence blanketed them. You okay? Elena asked gently, her knitting paused in mid-stitch. Harry's gaze dropped to the floor. I guess I want to tell you more about me. My past. If that's okay. He braced, expecting pity or shock. But his friends shifted closer, forming a ring of warmth around him. Liam's usual banter quieted. Ravi closed his tome gently, and Elena set aside her knitting. All eyes on Harry were compassionate, not judgmental. In halting words, he recounted fragments of Privet Drive, sleeps in a cupboard. Scorn flung at him daily, the sense of being a freak. He explained how the Dursleys had abandoned him in America, how he feared no one would ever want him. Meeting Pamela's ghostly warmth at first. Jason's stoic guardianship, the transformation of the camp from a haunted ruin into a vibrant home. He spoke of seeing them as mother and brother, forging a family that healed him. By the end, he was trembling slightly, tears threatening at the corners of his eyes. But the relief of speaking truth overshadowed his fear. The hush was thick. Elena slipped her hand over his, giving it a reassuring squeeze. Liam's posture stilled, his usual smirk replaced by an earnest expression. Harry, that's, he exhaled, uncertain how to phrase the swirl of empathy. I'm sorry you went through all that. I'm glad you have Pamela and Jason now. Ravi, typically measured in speech, spoke with quiet conviction. No one should endure that kind of childhood. You've shown incredible strength too. Elena added, her voice soft, and you have us too. Always, no matter what. A knot of gratitude formed in Harry's throat. He pressed his free hand to the phoenix pendant. Thank you, he whispered, a small tear escaping. I never thought I'd have this. Real friends. They gently coaxed him into describing more about the camp's day-to-day life, the quiet evenings, the projects he'd tackled with Jason. Liam teased he'd never pick up a hammer but admired Harry's carpentry skills. Ravi asked details about the environment around the camp. Any magical creatures hidden there. Elena simply listened, occasionally letting out a soft hum of delight at hearing how well Harry fit into that place. Their acceptance enveloped him in a bubble of safety. After that night, his bond with them felt cemented by trust. January 15th to February 10th brought a surge of academic challenges, but Harry tackled them with growing confidence. In charms, he pulled off a complex duplicating spell that left Professor Windle beaming. He found defense against the dark arts exhilarating, especially practicing advanced shield charms that tested his reflexes. Each success buoyed him, deepening the NSE that he belonged in this magical environment. During Potions Labs, he guided Elena through tricky steps, balancing her quiet nervousness with his calm approach. Professors noticed and praised his thoughtful camaraderie. Even in Magical Creatures class, his Kneasel Ember clung to him so frequently that Professor Abernathy joked about awarding Ember an assistant teacher badge. Students teased Harry gently, but the undercurrent was admiration. He'd grown from a shy newcomer into someone comfortable enough to laugh at his own mistakes. Mid-February arrived, bringing Valentine's Day pranks. Liam, in particular, concocted a scheme involving animated chocolate frogs that hopped around the Great Hall, causing startled squeals and smatterings of laughter. The staff, half amused, half exasperated, forced Liam to clean up the sugary chaos. Harry found himself cackling as one frog nearly hopped into his soup. After the fiasco, Harry impulsively cast a small color change charm on a bouquet of conjured flowers, chasing Liam around with them. The entire dorm roared at Liam's overdone shrieks of mock terror. In quieter moments, the group gathered around the common room's hearth. Ravi orchestrated study nights, droning off facts from dusty volumes about wizarding history. Elena knitted matching scarves for each friend, shyly handing them out with a little speech about unity. Liam grumbled about silly sentimental nonsense, but wore his new scarf daily, obviously touched. Harry contributed comedic retellings of his holiday with Pamela and Jason, prompting amused snorts when describing Jason's protective stares whenever the subject of Hogwarts or Dumbledore came up. A small cluster cornered Harry after potions, mocking him about thinking you're special because of your fancy wand or your self-righteous Pukwudgie ways. The words stung, dredging up old insecurities. But before panic could seize him, Elena, Liam, and Ravi materialized. Liam's comedic banter deflated the bullies, mocking them for reusing the same petty insults. Ravi's calm, pointed remarks exposed their jealousy. Elena placed a reassuring hand on Harry's shoulder, quietly reminding him they all had his back. When the bullies stomped off, Harry stood there, heart pounding, but unbowed. He managed a small, grateful smile. Elena pulled him into a short, warm hug. Liam ruffled his hair, smirking that they couldn't let our star potions get messed with, while Ravi offered a dignified nod. He realized that love and solidarity took many forms. A protective older brother in Jason's quiet stoicism, dear F. Ren's here at Ilvermorny ready to stand by him. The difference between his old life and this one felt immense, an echo of how far he'd come. As she read, she beamed at each detail, how Harry overcame the intimidation calmly. How the others championed him, how grateful he was to them. Kids got good instincts, good friends, too. Pamela nodded, a fond smile gracing her lips. He's safe, and that's all I ever wanted. He mastered a new charms technique, weaving illusions that glistened like phoenix fire. In defense, he successfully repelled a simulated dark creature conjured by illusions, earning applause from classmates. His circle of friends, Ravi the meticulous, Elena the nurturing, Liam the comedic risk-taker, rejoiced in every success, forming a synergy that made even daily monotony sparkle with camaraderie. Harry frequently fell asleep with a small grin, dreaming not of lonely cupboards or haunting British wizards, but of happy illusions, Jason's steady presence, Pamela's encouraging warmth. The laughter of his Ilvermorny friends. Quidditch talk spiced up the corridors, magical creatures occasionally popped up with comedic or bizarre antics, and Kneazle Ember refused to leave Ree's dorm each night unless forcibly coaxed out for feeding. Snow melted into trickling streams, patches of green emerging. That late afternoon, Harry found himself once again in the Pukwudgie common room. A place that felt as much home now as the camp did. Liam sprawled on the floor, flipping through a wizard sports magazine, occasionally reading snippets aloud in a dramatic announcer's voice. Ravi arranged a new study schedule on a chalkboard, occasionally rolling his eyes at Liam's interruptions. Elena, needles in hand, had just finished knitting a short cowl for Harry, the yarn dyed in sunset colors reminiscent of a phoenix's wings. Harry accepted the cowl with an appreciative grin, gently stroking the soft yarn. Thanks, Elena, it's beautiful. She smiled modestly, continuing to knit another piece. Liam, glancing up from his magazine, chimed in, better watch out. Elena might adopt you fully if you keep accepting all these knitted items. He winked, spurring a giggle from Elena. Ravi only sighed. You realize we're all basically a found family now, correct? Harry chuckled, hugging the cowl to his chest. I know, and I love it. The phrase slipped out unfiltered, heartfelt. He paused, feeling the ambient hush as his three friends glanced at him, each with gentle acceptance shining in their eyes. Ravi set his chalk aside, kneeling near the hearth. You're one of us, he said simply. And you know we're behind you always, right? Elena's smile glowed. Precisely, she murmured, continuing to knit calmly. Not just when we share your cookies, either. Yeah, stuck with us, sorry. So don't try to bail. We'll chase you down. Harry laughed softly, pressing a hand to the wooden phoenix pendant at his collarbone. In that moment, he felt the presence of both worlds, Pamela and Jason's unwavering love. And these dear friends who wrapped him in their own brand of belonging. He caught sight of the frosted window, the last traces of winter's chill outside, but inside, he burned with the warmth of acceptance. Thanks, guys, he said quietly, letting his gaze sweep from Ravi's calm sincerity to Elena's motherly composure to Liam's mischievous grin. I've never felt so sure I belong anywhere before. Between you all and my family, it's like I've finally found what matters. Liam winked, hooking an arm arrow. Then you'll have to put up with me for the foreseeable future. Elena and Ravi both laughed, the sound mingling with the gentle crackling of logs in the fireplace. Harry relaxed back into the sofa, letting the cowl drape in his lap, feeling the day's tension slip away. He recognized the sincerity in each teasing moment, the depth behind every easy gesture. This was the life that Hogwarts almost stole. But in defiance, he chose a path that led here, to Ilvermorny's welcoming halls and the unwavering devotion of a mother and brother half a world away. Evening shadows stretched across the common room floor. Harry listened to the faint hum of campus quiet. Ing for the night, footsteps in the corridor, soft chatter drifting from dorms. Eventually, the windows darkened, the lamp near him shimmering gently, and outside, stars pricked a deep navy sky. He sealed the day with a final glance around, eyes resting on Liam's comedic monologue about some Quidditch commentator, Ravi's intense scribbling of notes in a margin, Alina's calm voice as she recounted a new knitting pattern. A gentle, persistent warmth filled Harry's heart. He was rooted here, in these bonds, these shared jokes, these evenings by the fire. He'd grown from a lonely child into someone confident enough to laugh, to trust, to be vulnerable. Foundations of belonging, indeed. The night deepened, and with it, a sense of contented closure. Harry James Potter Voorhees had found firm grow. ND in both worlds, the wilderness sanctuary of Camp Crystal Phoenix Lake and the magical embrace of Ilvermorny. Tomorrow might bring new spells to master, maybe a fresh wave of comedic mischief from Liam, or potions experiments with Alina's gentle guidance. But for now, in the hush of the Pukwudgie common room, Harry let his eyes drift shut with a smile lingering on his lips. He was safe, accepted, and thoroughly at home, in more ways than one. And more on my Patreon. http. More than 20 fanfiction are currently active on my Patreon, up to 150 plus chapters across the 20 plus fanfictions. Exclusively on Patreon now. QBE Sun Reborn. Harry Potter Naruto crossover, up to 12 chapters available now. Rescued by Tales. Harry Potter Sonic the Hedgehog crossover, up to 12 chapters available now. Rescued by La Mia. Harry Potter Monster Masumi crossover, up to 12 chapters available now. Harry Potter and Toon Force. Harry Potter Looney Tunes crossover, up to 12 chapters available now. Shinigami's Vacation. Naruto Bleach crossover, up to 12 chapters available now. Harry Potter and BBPS Reborn. Harry Potter Lit RPG, up to 12 chapters available now. Lonely Ruler and Her Sunshine. Harry Potter One Piece crossover, up to 12 chapters available now. Raised by Mew Reborn. Harry Potter Pokemon crossover, up to 12 chapters available now. Fragile Hope. Harry Potter Saw series crossover, up to 12 chapters available now. Symphony of Machines. Harry Potter Fania crossover, up to 12 chapters available now. Despair's Unexpected. Savior Harry Potter Danganronpa crossover, up to 12 chapters available now. The Silent Lullabies of Forgotten Factory. Harry Potter Poppy Playtime crossover, up to 12 chapters available now. Threads Woven Between Two Souls. Harry Potter Coraline crossover, up to 12 chapters available now. Queen of Forbidden Forest. Harry Potter up to 12 chapters available now. Worlds Unbound Magic. Modern Harry Potter events are 20 years, so instead of 1981 it is in 2001, up to 12 chapters available now. Moonlight and Mist. Harry Potter Percy Jackson crossover, up to 12 chapters available now. You can read any of my fanfictions, which are published here with 2 weeks of early access before everyone on my Patreon. Neon Shadows of Fate. Chapters 16 and 17 are already available on my Patreon. Bound by Shadows and Sorrow. Chapters 16 and 17 are already available on my Patreon. Harry Potter and the Crimson Shadows. Chapters 16 and 17 are already available on my Patreon. Harry and the Wolf. Chapters 18 and 19 are already available on my Patreon. Naruto and Secret of Aperture Science. Chapters 18a and 19 are already available on my Patreon. Chapter 16. Growth, Mischief, and New Beginnings. Disclaimer. I don't own Harry Potter or the Friday the 13th series. Ravi, methodically stacking his textbooks on a small table, glanced at Harry with a fond, knowing expression. Nearby, Liam sprawled in an exaggerated posture, arms and legs flung out as though testing the sofa's limits. Liam broke the momentary stillness with a hearty yawn, flinging an arm out so dramatically he risked knocking over Ravi's neatly piled books. Ravi caught them with a resigned sigh, rolling his eyes at Liam's flair. Ember, unimpressed, hopped deftly off the sofa and onto Harry's lap, circling twice before settling down again with a contented purr. Harry let his fingertips run through Ember's fur, his gaze lingering on the faces of his friends. It felt safe here, an echo of the warmth he found at Camp Crystal Phoenix Lake, tempered by the busy hum of magical life at Ilvermorny. You seem especially content this evening, Liam said, propping himself up with a lopsided grin. so unruffled. Exams are looming, you know. If I were you, I'd be scribbling frantically like dear old Ravi. Ravi gave a polite, almost theatrical cough, sliding a glare at Liam. My, frantic scribbling is an organized approach to revision. Then he addressed Harry calmly. But Liam's right about one thing. You do seem uncharacteristically say. Renee for someone facing his first real big set of tests. Harry let out a soft laugh. I guess after everything I've been through, a few exams feel manageable. Besides, I'd rather face a transfigurati on test than another Liam crafted feather prank. Famous last words, she teased gently. You might eat those words if the potion's final goes awry. The four of them shared a ripple of quiet laughter, and in that moment, the day's tension slipped away. Harry exhaled contentedly, letting the hush return. Harry felt a wave of thankfulness for the simple closeness here, reminiscent of nights at camp with Pamela and Jason by the hearth. At last, he let his eyes slip shut, the warmth of his friends enfolding him like a favorite blanket. A few days later, sunlight streamed into the Charms classroom in brilliant golden rays, marking the shift from winter to budding spring. Professor Windle stood at the front, wand raised, demonstrating a charm that coaxed blossoms from seemingly barren twigs. With a flourish, she produced a small bouquet of colorful blooms, vines curling around her wrist like living bracelets. The class watched, entranced. Flowers in an instant, if your wandwork is precise, she said, her voice carrying a hopeful note. Be careful, or you might end up with more than you bargained for. Harry stood near Liam, both of them following the professor's instructions. Harry's wand traced a smooth, practiced path through the air. It quivered, pale petals opening to reveal a bright yellow center. He felt a tingle in his core, magic resonating with the swirl of life in the flower. A large, puffy bloom appeared above Ravi's head, sprawling outward like an oversized hat. Ravi froze, lips pressed together in a look of epic resignation. The rest of the class burst into laughter, even Professor Windle cracking a tolerant smile. Liam, she said, a hint of amusement in her gentle reprimand, please remove that floral masterpiece from Mr. Ravi, if you don't mind. Yes, yes, Liam replied, swishing his wand again. Though it took 3 attempts for the flower hat to vanish. Ravi touched his hair tentatively, confirming no stray vines remained. Harry stifled his chuckles as Ravi shot Liam a dry look. Magnificent attempt at horticulture. Next time, try not to turn me into a walking flower bed. Liam grinned sheepishly. At least it was pretty. They left class with broad smiles. Elena took Harry's arm, pointing out how the castle grounds sparkled in the bright day, early blossoms dotting the edges of the walkways, some the result of enthusiastic student spells. As they strolled, the blossoming flowers seemed a metaphor for their own growth, and Harry found his Mahé friends waiting for him at Camp Crystal Phoenix Lake. She stood on the porch, a mug of tea warming her hands. Observing the thawed patches along the lakeshore, thin sheets of ice still clung to the deeper water, but each day, more of it receded, unveiling the calm, reflective surface beneath. Jaso. N's footsteps crunched over a few leftover pine needles as he approached with a neat stack of logs. He placed them carefully beside her. Thank you, Jason, Pamela said, turning her mild gaze on him. The days are getting warmer. But evenings still bite. He nodded, scanning the lake as though checking for threats. Snow's nearly gone. Pamela sipped her tea, a faint smile on her lips. Still a couple of months before the campers return. Are you looking forward to that? He shrugged in his typical laconic style. They keep me busy. She laughed softly, gazing across the quiet camp. Soon enough, he said, trying to sound nonchalant. Pamela's heart warmed at the subtle fondness in his voice. She relished these gentle moments, 2 souls who had once been lost, now firmly anchored by the boy they both loved and the sanctuary they had built together. Back at Ilvermorny, April arrived with bright sunshine and occasional rain showers. In Magical Creatures class, Professor Abernathy introduced baby nifflers, tiny creatures with insatiable curiosity for anything shiny. Their squeaks and scuttling feet brought chaos to the courtyard, and the class erupted in laughter. Ember, Harry's loyal Kneazle, found himself cornered by 3 inquisitive nifflers sniffing for any glimmer in his fur. Ember, no, Harry exclaimed, half laughing, half alarmed. He dashed forward, nearly tangling his feet in the scuffle. The nifflers scurried under his legs, while Ember latched onto Harry's robes to climb upward, using him as a vantage point. In seconds, Harry lost his balance and ended up on the grass. A swirl of dust and fur spinning around him. Elena, wide-eyed and giggling, helped him up. "You poor thing, you can't go a day without some magical misadventure, can you?" Liam, leaning against a fence, gave a mock salute, calling. His Kneasel's training for warfare, no doubt. "I'd invest in armor, Harry." Ravi folded his arms with a tolerant sigh, but his lips quirked in amusement as Harry brushed off grass clumps from his robes. Ember still clinging to his shoulder with an indignant hiss. Professor Abernathy glided in to restore order, Nifflers scuttling away to rummage safely in piles of coins scattered for demonstration. Fondness coursing through him. On April 10th, at Hogwarts, Dumbledore's frustration boiled. Harry's unwavering integration into Ilvermorny. Each word ground into him like a splinter. The boy is thriving, popular, excellent in classes, protected. The faint scratching of Fawkes, the phoenix perched on a stand in the corner, did nothing to soothe him. He whispered to himself with cold bitterness, cursing how the Americans had snatched away the instrument of destiny he had so carefully tried to craft. "They think they can hide him from me," Dumbledore muttered darkly, eyes glinting in the candlelight. "They forget. Time is on my side. The prophecy remains. Harry Potter will come back eventually." Office into shadow, silent but for the echo of distant footsteps in the corridor outside. For now, Dumbledore's plan lay dormant, stirring ominously in the gloom. At Ilvermorny, life carried on in brighter tones. April 15th to 22nd saw a flurry of Quidditch excitement, with practice sessions turning comedic as Liam attempted elaborate aerial stunts that nearly caused him to crash into the stands. Elena, white-knuckled, clutched Harry's arm each time Liam swooped by, squealing out a cautionary, "Liam, watch out." Harry, perched on a bench, found himself torn between laughter and genuine concern. Ravi, brandishing a library book about safe flying techniques, yelled suggestions that Liam gleefully ignored. Eventually, Liam's broom hiccuped mid-dive, tossing him into a soft hedge near the pitch's edge. Silence fell in shock, until Liam's muffled voice emerged. "I meant to do that," he declared, sending a wave of snickers across the onlookers. Harry, Elena, and Ravi rushed to help him up, relieved to see he was uninjured besides a bruised ego. Liam only winked, dusting leaves off his robes. Between comedic broom's mishaps, Harry's academics flourished. By April 25th, he performed advanced charm work with a calm precision that impressed Professor Windle. In defense, Professor Callahan singled him out for his adept use of layered shielding spells, something rarely seen among first years. Potions turned from a nerve-wracking endeavor into a realm of mindful artistry, Harry patiently measuring ingredients, stirring with a steadiness that produced near-perfect brews. Elena often teased him that he was becoming a show-off, to which Harry replied with a grin and a shy, "I've had good teachers." Beneath that humility lay a confidence that was new, strong, and firmly supported by friends who cheered every victory. May 8th brought a shift back to Camp Crystal Lake, where Pamela sat at the main cabin's table, meticulously writing out supply lists. Paper scraps bore scribbled notes about food stock, bedding replacements, and first aid kits for the upcoming summer. She paused, pushing back a lock of hair, a gentle sigh escaping. Jason appeared with a creak of the porch boards, hauling a toolbox. He quietly reported that the cabins were in good shape overall, though he wanted to double-check the docks. Pamela teased him, kindly. "You checked them last week. And the week before that." He gave a small shrug, face betraying a hint of sheepishness. She laughed softly. "Harry's definitely going to have a field day teasing you about your overzealous inspections, you know." Jason let out a reserved grunt, not disagreeing. Their easy rapport felt as warm as the morning sunshine streaming through the cabin windows. At one point, Jason set aside the toolbox, glancing out at the lake. "He'll be back soon enough," he said quietly. "Might as well have it perfect for him." Pamela's smile was tender. "Yes, he'll love it, I'm sure." An unspoken hush of longing settled, reminiscent of parents awaiting a child's return. In that hush, they each took comfort from the other's presence. Back at Ilvermorny, the pranks and dorm antics continued full force between May 10th and 17th. One afternoon, Liam orchestrated a harmless enchantment that caused Illo feathers to float freely around their dorm, swirling in pastel clouds. The comedic twist: when Harry tried to cast a reversing charm, he accidentally multiplied them. The dorm erupted in shrieks of laughter as they found themselves knee-deep in feathers drifting on magical breezes. Ravi, rubbing his temple, muttered, "We're outside next time, mark my words." Elena stifled giggles, brushing feathers off her knitting, while Harry apologized through laughter. "Okay, lesson learned," Harry said, breathlessly smacking away the last wave of feathery fluff. "No more trusting Liam's bright ideas in enclosed spaces." "That's slander," Liam cried, mock-wounded, though his grin betrayed delight at the chaotic success. He attempted a magnanimous bow, nearly tripping on floating tufts of fluff, triggering fresh guffaws. On May 20th, in the hush of a late evening, Harry found himself once again penning a letter to Pamela and Jason. The comedic memories of feathers and the wholesome images of Quidditch fiascos threaded through his words. He wrote about new potions, his daily routine, and lingering comedic failures turned into lessons. The letter's tone radiated gratitude for the life he was building, each paragraph weaving in small references to Liam's comedic flair, Elena's gentle guidance, Ravi's intellectual companionship. He ended with a reflection on how proud he hoped Pamela and Jason would be. Reading about his day-to-day joys. Pamela read that letter on May 24th, perched at the main cabin's table, sipping her evening tea. With each comedic anecdote, Harry nearly drowning in pillows, or Kneazle Ember tussling with baby Niffler SD. Jason, at the opposite side of the cabin, sorted fishing equipment but paused to listen. Whenever she reached a humorous line, she read it aloud. He gave small grunts of amusement. Jason nodded, the faintest smile on his lips. "We did good," he murmured. May 25th dawned mild and bright at Ilvermorny. The final lines emerged as Harry, Elena, Liam, and Ravi stood together on one of the castle's grassy courtyards, newly green with spring growth. The sky overhead glowed a gentle blue, dotted by drifting clouds. A light breeze stirred the hair around their faces. Liam bragged about a plan for summer, while Elena teased that she might spend her vacation perfecting knitting spells. Ravi, pushing up his glasses, mumbled something about advanced reading goals, only half joking. Elena turned to Harry, curious warmth in her eyes. "So, do we ever get to see this famous camp of yours? You've talked about it, told us stories. But we want to meet that big brother of yours, too." Harry's cheeks warmed, touched by the idea of merging these worlds. "I'd really like that," he said softly. "You'd love Pamela's cooking. And Jason, well, he's quiet, but he's amazing. The place is so peaceful, especially in summer." Liam grinned, giving a theatrical bow. "Sign me up for a trip. I vow to cause no chaos around your dear Jason." Ravi smirked gently. "We'll see how long that vow lasts, but I'd like to see the camp as well." Elena gently poked Harry's arm, mischief dancing in her gaze. "We'll keep you posted on whether we can manage it. But I'd love to see the place that helped shape you. You're all welcome, anytime." He looked at them, each face dear, their acceptance so genuine that he wanted to gather them in a hug. Instead, he simply smiled, eyes shining. The afternoon sun bathed them, friends framed by the blossoming grounds as they moved on from comedic fiascos, bullies, potions mishaps, and nightly banter, forging ahead in unity. Their laughter blended with the rustle of fresh leaves overhead. Harry traced a finger along the phoenix pendant under his robes, silently thanking the family who believed in him, both the one at camp and the one standing here in Ilvermorny. For the first time in his life, he felt anchored in two worlds, hearts bridging the distance with warmth and unwavering support. Yes, new challenges would come. Dumbledore's shadow might still loom. But these bonds, woven from comedic mishaps, heartfelt confessions, dormitory pranks, and quiet nights by the fire, glistened stronger than any threat. Harry breathed in the spring air, letting the final swirl of the day's laughter guide him onward. He belonged here, embraced by love, braced by the promise of more adventures, more magic, and a home waiting to welcome him back for the summer. Friends turned to face the future with radiant hearts. Anne, More on my Patreon. http. More than 20 fanfiction are currently active on my Patreon, up to 150 plus chapters across the 20 plus fanfictions. Exclusively on Patreon now. QBE Sun Reborn. Harry Potter Naruto crossover, up to 13 chapters available now. Rescued by Tales. Harry Potter Sonic the Hedgehog crossover, up to 13 chapters available now. Rescued by Lamia. Harry Potter Monster Masumi crossover, up to 13 chapters available now. Harry Potter and Toon Force. Harry Potter Looney Tunes crossover, up to 13 chapters available now. Shinigami's Vacation. Naruto Bleach crossover, up to 13 chapters available now. Harry Potter and BBPS Reborn. Harry Potter Lit RPG, up to 13 chapters available now. Lonely Ruler A. ND Her Sunshine. Harry Potter One Piece crossover, up to 13 chapters available now. Raised by Mew Reborn. Harry Potter Pokemon crossover, up to 13 chapters available now. Fragile Hope. Harry Potter Saw W Series crossover, up to 13 chapters available now. Symphony of Machines. Harry Potter Fania crossover, up to 13 chapters available now. Despair's Unexpected. Savior Harry Potter Danganronpa crossover, up to 13 chapters available now. The Silent Lullabies of Forgotten Factory. Harry Potter Poppy Playtime crossover, up to 13 chapters available now. Threads Woven Between Two Souls. Harry Potter Korra Line crossover, up to 13 chapters available now. Queen of Forbidden Forest. Harry Potter up to 13 chapters available now. Worlds Unbound Magic. Modern Harry Potter events are 20 years, so instead of 1981 it is in 2001, up to 13 chapters available now. Moonlight and Mist. Harry Potter Percy Jackson crossover, up to 13 chapters available now. You can read any of my fanfictions, which are published air with 2 weeks of early access before everyone on my Patreon. Neon Shadows of Fate. Chapters 17 and 18 are already available on my Patreon. Bound by Shadows and Sorrow. Chapters 17 and 18 are already available on my Patreon. Harry Potter and the Crimson Shadows. Chapters 17 and 18 are already available on my Patreon. Harry and the Wolf. Chapters 19 and 20 are already available on my Patreon. Naruto A. ND Secret of Aperture Science. Chapters 19 and 20 are already available on my Patreon. Chapter 17. A Summer of Joy and Reunion. Disclaimer. I don't own Harry Potter or Friday the 13th series. Evening Shaw. Dows stretched across the Ilvermorny grounds on May 25, 1992, quietly embracing Harry and his friends as they stood together by the stone pathway. A soft wind ruffled Harry's hair, and he paused, soaking in the last rays of the dying sun, the faint hum of magical energy whispering through the castle's towering spires behind him. Nearby, Elena adjusted her knitted scarf, while Liam fidgeted dramatically with the laces of his boots. Ravi, hands tucked into the pockets of his robes, offered Harry a measured nod. I can't believe the year's nearly over, Liam lamented, tipping his head back as if bewailing destiny itself. Feels like we just pranked our first dorm room yesterday. Elena hid a small smile. We pranked one dorm. My memory suggests multiple casualties. Remember, you promised to write. We want every detail of your summer. Harry lifted his phoenix pendant with a gentle touch, a surge of gratitude rolling through him. I will. Don't worry. He hesitated, absorbing the warmth of their companionship. I'm not sure how I'll manage missing you all, though. You've become family. Their conversation fell into a hush, each acknowledging that the impending departure for summer break left a bittersweet ache. Liam broke the stillness with a mock sob. Can't let me get all sappy. Let's get inside. I have a ham sandwich calling my name. With soft laughs, they strolled back into the castle, the corridors alive with final chatter and the echo of students hauling trunks. Though the year's end loomed, each step felt precious, memories trailing behind them like footprints in the courtyard dust. Over the next few weeks, Ilvermorny teemed with exams, last-minute pranks, and heartfelt farewells. By mid-June, the Pukwudgie common room was a jumble of chattering voices and half-packed suitcases. Harry found himself reviewing Charm's notes one final time beside Ravi, while Liam pretended to lounge in regal fashion on a pile of clothes, proclaiming he needed no such studying. Elena quietly tidied her knitting basket, each movement betraying a soft sadness at the looming separation. Late one evening, the four friends gathered around a small, round table in a corner of their common room. Each nursing a cup of cocoa. Embers crackled in the fireplace behind them, painting the scene in warm orange light. Ravi spoke in hushed tones about returning home, how his family expected him to continue rigorous magical theory studies. Liam teased him gently, proclaiming he'd spend the summer luring unsuspecting muggles into comedic illusions. Elena admitted she'd be with her grandmother, helping in a small potions shop. When all eyes turned to Harry, he paused, an affectionate smile tugging at his mouth. "I'm going home," he breathed. "To Pamela and Jason. Back to the camp that changed my life." Elena reached out to give his hand a brief squeeze. "That sounds perfect," she whispered. On June 30th, Harry's departure arrived. The morning sun broke softly over the castle as he closed his. The corridor hummed with families and buses waiting. Elena stood by, arms folded around herself in delicate affection, leaning in to press a gentle goodbye kiss to Harry's cheek. Ravi FFERED, a handshake that turned into an awkward but heartfelt hug. Ember, perched on Harry's trunk, let out a quiet mew of protest at all the fuss. "You'd better write," Liam insisted, voice pitched high in playful urgency. "Count on it," he replied. With a wave and a shaky grin, he stepped aboard the wizarding train heading home. He watched through the window as his friends grew smaller, waving until they vanished around a bend. Even with the hollow ache of leaving them, his heart brimmed with joy at the thought of returning to Camp Crystal Phoenix Lake. After a peaceful journey, Harry dozing dreaming of cozy campfires and Jason's quiet watchfulness, he finally arrived at the mundane bus stop not far from the camp. The sky loomed bright, summer fully awakened. He lifted his gaze down the gravel road, seeing the faint outline of the camp's sign glimmering in the distance, and his pulse quickened. Pamela waited by the entrance, wearing a broad smile and a simple sundress. The moment RRY hopped off the bus with his trunk in tow, she strode forward, tears already gathering in her eyes as she pulled him into a warm hug. "Oh, sweet boy," she murmured, voice thick. "Welcome back." Harry clung to her, inhaling the comforting smell of lavender and home. Then, with a shy grin, he glanced over her shoulder at Jason, who hovered a few steps behind, arms crossed in his usual stance. The tension in Jason's posture melted when Harry approached, and though he managed only a soft grunt, the affection in his eyes spoke volumes. Harry, laughing, wrapped Jason in an unrestrained hug, ignoring the stoic front. Jason let out a subdued chuckle, ruffling Harry's hair. "Don't break the kid," Pamela teased gently, eyes shining. Jason rolled his gaze but lightly patted Harry's back. "Yeah, good to see you, too." They strolled through the camp, the dusty path shaded by lofty pines. Swirl of wildflowers that had been planted in his absence, the hush of the lake's ripple under the midday sun. It felt as though he'd never left. And yet he recognized how much he had grown. That night, after a hearty stew and contented conversation, he slept in his old cabin bunk, lulled by the rustle of leaves and the whisper of memory. He dreamed of midnight feasts with Liam, potions revision with Ravi, and Elena's gentle laughter. In the morning, he'd wake to new joys in this place he loved. The sun rose each day, golden beams igniting the camp with energy. Harry wasted no time diving into duties, invigorated by the earthy smell of pine needles and the feel of warm soil. He worked side by side with Pamela, painting fresh designs on cabin doors, bright reds and oranges reminiscent of the Phoenix themes that had become his hallmark. Jason, ever the practical caretaker, showed Harry how to reinforce beams in the oldest cabins. Meticulously checking every nail, sometimes Harry teased Jason, "You're fussing worse than a mother hen." Jason answered with a quiet grunt, lips quirking in a faint smirk. Pamela oversaw all the rest, checking food supplies, sorting out first aid kits, ensuring the boathouse was in top shape. On quiet afternoons, Harry found her humming an old lullaby while rolling out dough for bread. Genuine interest, urging him to share more about Elena, Ravi, and Liam. By July 15th, counselors started trickling back, ready for the summer session. Tim, big and jovial, arrived first with a bear hug for Harry. Liz, known for her artistic flair, squealed when she saw him, exclaiming how he'd grown taller. Maria teased him about being taller but also teased about whether his magical training gave him new pranks up his sleeve. Emma, the steady, nurturing presence among the counselors, wrapped Harry in a snug hug, murmuring, "Look at you," practically glowing. With each welcome, the camp's atmosphere buzzed more vibrantly. Pamela's eyes gleamed with satisfaction. Her camp was awakening to life again. Jason loomed on the sidelines, arms crossed but shoulders relaxed as counselors cheerfully teased him, calling him our silent sentinel, to which he responded with a brief snort or a half-smile. Harry watched, grin curling at the corners of his mouth. The place crackled with friendly unity. They all recognized that the summer about to unfold promised more joy than ever before. Amid a bright morning sun, the camp gates swung open to a throng of excited kids, wide-eyed. Parents dropping them off with eager chatter. Harry stood near the entrance, wearing his phoenix costume, vivid feathered cloak swaying in the mild breeze, capturing the children's imaginations. As the campers marveled at the real phoenix boy, he greeted them with gentle jokes, ushering them toward check-in with Pamela and the counselors. Jason lingered by the lines, ensuring no stragglers got lost, calm and watchful, offering a reassuring nod to nervous parents. One shy camper, about 8 years old, clung to her mother's skirt, eyes darting anxiously around. Harry kneeled, bright plumage draping softly on the ground. "Hey there," he said gently, "welcome to Camp Crystal Phoenix Lake. We've got so many fun things to explore, boats on the lake, crafts in the mess hall. You'll love it." She peered at him, dazzled by his costume. "Are you a real phoenix?" she whispered, half fearing, half hopeful. Harry smiled, shaking his head. "Not quite, but I know a few. And I promise you're safe here." Pamela glanced over, lips curling in approval. Jason, arms still crossed, offered the girl a small wave. She giggled, relaxing fractionally. Her mother, relieved, gently thanked Harry before departing. By midday, the camp thrummed with excitement. Counselors leading name games, Tim orchestrating a goofy icebreaker that had kids roaring in laughter, Liz spurring a creative arts station WHER. Children painted phoenix wings on large canvases. Harry dashed around in his costume, assisting newcomers, comfort shining in his eyes. When he finally stripped off the feathered cloak for lunch, sweat beaded on his brow. But he grinned from ear to ear. The campers adored him, eagerly calling out, "Harry, show us the phoenix wings again," or, "Where's the big silent guy with the machete?" referring to Jason, who swiftly became a legend among the returning kids. Dawn broke on July 31st with a crisp summer breeze flowing across the lake. Harry blinked awake in his cabin to the unexpected sound of giggles outside. Opening the door, he found a gaggle of campers and counselors brandishing balloons and hand-painted signs that read, "Happy Birthday, Harry." Confetti rained from unseen charms, N.D. Tim bellowed a tuneless but spirited rendition of a birthday tune. Harry blushed, heart swelling at the surprise. Pamela beamed from behind a large plate of phoenix-shaped pancakes. She urged him to taste the first batch, and he practically melted at the sweet, buttery flavor. Jason stood close, arms crossed, though a faint curve of his mouth betrayed his amusement. Harry lifted his gaze, voice trembling with gratitude. "Thank you," he whispered. Jason gave him a single nod, eyes warm. "Welcome," he murmured. Festivities continued throughout the day. Water balloon toss devolved into chaotic, soggy merriment, with Harry shrieking in playful alarm whenever a child aimed right at his chest. He lamented that his birthday turned him into prime target practice. The campers roared with laughter, forming alliances to soak him, crowing in victory as they cornered him near a canoe rack. Jason, keeping a watchful eye, allowed a faint smirk at Harry's predicament. By evening, the entire camp gathered around a roaring bonfire. Flames danced high, reflected in countless eyes brimming with affection. Harry sat between Pamela and Jason, the warmth of the flame on his face, the glow of love in his chest. Tim and Liz led everyone in silly campfire tunes, while the older campers shared stories of how Harry helped them. Previous years, while the younger ones awfully awkward tributes. Harry's cheeks colored as he fought to keep tears at bay, struck by how deeply he mattered here. Quiet eventually fell, a hush of satisfaction and closeness. Pamela slipped an arm around him, her voice gentle. "We're so proud of you," she breathed. Jason, on his other side, placed a broad hand on Harry's shoulder, the weight reassuring, full of unspoken devotion. Harry blinked back tears, nodding, heart too full for words. Camp life glowed in the sweet center of summer. The days passed in a tapestry of outdoor games, crafts, and nightly campfires. Emma, one of the counselors, frequently smiled at Harry's gentle patience, helping a timid child hold a paintbrush or unravel their tangles after a swim. Jason's presence, as always, offered silent confidence. Whenever a camper trembled by the lakeshore, worried about tipping a canoe, Jason knelt calmly, voice low and steady, explaining safety measures. In those moments, Harry felt a surge of gratitude for how far Jason had come, once so reclusive, now quietly guiding children. At nights, Pamela oversaw group dinners, her cooking comforting the rowdy mass of tired campers with hearty stews and freshly baked bread. Late evenings found Harry in the staff lounge area with Tim, Liz, Maria, and Emma, swapping silly stories about the day's minor mishaps. He told them about Ilvermorny pranks, hearing in return the comedic tales from Tim's earlier camp days. A mutual respect simmered. Harry was younger, but his maturity and magical knowledge impressed them, while he admired their experience and dedication. Sometimes, in the hush after the kids slept, Harry wrote letters to Elena, Ravi, and Liam, detailing the silly or heartwarming encounters at camp. He'd read them back, giggling softly at the comedic tidbits and the sense of bridging his two worlds. As August deepened, an undercurrent of farewell began stirring. The camp's end approached. One afternoon, when the children were occupied with a nature hike, Harry found a quiet moment by the lakeshore. He settled on a flat rock, looking out at the still water reflecting the bright sky. His words danced across the page with comedic stories, like how Tim's attempt at a haunted cabin spooked T. He counselors more than the kids, and sweet gratitude for their unwavering friendship. He finished those letters with a simple vow: "I'll see you in the new term. Hope we can all see the camp together soon." He sealed them, pressing a hand to the envelopes as though transferring a piece of his heart into them. Near the main cabin, Pamela spotted him trudging back, letters clutched in hand, a thoughtful expression on his face. She beckoned him close, checking the time. "I can send those with the courier if you want," she said quietly. "They might arrive faster." Harry thanked her softly, handing over the letters. She studied his face, the gentle lines of concern forming. "Everything okay, sweet boy? Just missing them, and preparing to say goodbye to these campers soon. It's been such a perfect summer." Pamela's gaze softened. "Change is part of life, darling, but you'll always have a place here." "Always." He nodded, hugging her in silence. On the final day of camp, August 20th, the Sioux RT yard thrummed with the bustle of departure. Parents arrived in cars, hugging excited kids who gushed about the magical wonders of camp. Jason oversaw the lines, ensuring luggage got sorted properly, offering kids quiet, reassuring nods if they felt sad leaving. Pamela embraced each counselor with heartfelt gratitude, exchanging laughs and a few tears. The children lingered, not wanting the magic to end. Harry stood at the camp's entrance, wave after wave of goodbyes resonating around him. Tiny arms latched onto his waist, older kids high-fived him, and he responded with genuine, bright words of encouragement. "Keep." At last, the final car rolled down the gravel path, leaving dust motes dancing in the afternoon sun. A hush settled on the camp. Harry exhaled slowly, turning to see Pamela and Jason waiting. The three of them exchanged a silent glance, the space in their midst echoing with so many memories. The day's chatter had faded into a tranquil lull. That evening, as the sun dipped below the pines, they meandered down to the lake. Its surface lay glassy, tinted orange and pink by the dying light. They stopped at the edge, side by side, each lost in a swirl of thoughts. Harry's heart brimmed with affectionate gratitude, for the children who found joy here, for the counselors, unwavering support, for the love that Pamela and Jason showered upon him. Leaning into Pamela, he let the quiet fill him. Jason placed one sturdy hand on Harry's shoulder, the other lightly brushing Pamela's arm. "Another summer gone," Pamela murmured, voice low with wonder and gentle satisfaction. They grow so fast, so do we. Jason just hummed, a noise of agreement. Then he added in his soft, measured way, "Kid, you did good." A small, bright laugh bubbled up from Harry's throat. Pamela's arm slid around Harry's back, hugging him closer. They watched the reflection of the sun sink slowly, warm hues dancing across the water. The hush of nature cradled them. And so the day drew to a peaceful close. An unspoken promise lingering in the air that life's next steps, whether back at Ilvermorny or here at camp, would be navigated with love and laughter. The mirror-still lake bore silent testimony to the steadfast bonds they had nurtured, shining in twilight's gentle glow. Harry breathed in the pine-scented breeze, letting contentment settle deep. He wasn't the lonely child anymore. He was home, truly home. Surrounded by the people who made every place in his life an anchor of belonging and joy. And more on my Patreon. http. More than 20 fanfiction are currently active on my Patreon, up to 150 plus chapters across the 20 plus fanfictions. Exclusively on Patreon now. QBE Sun Reborn. Harry Potter Naruto crossover, up to 14 chapters available now. Rescued by Tales. Harry Potter Sonic the Hedgehog G crossover, up to 14 chapters available now. Rescued by Lamia. Harry Potter Monster Masumi crossover, up to 14 chapters available now. Harry Potter and Toon Force. Harry Potter Looney Tunes crossover, up to 13 chapters available now. Shinigami's Vacation. Naruto Bleach crossover, completed, 14 chapters. Harry Potter and BBPS Reborn. Harry Potter Lit RPG, up to 13 chapters available now. Lonely Rule. and Her Sunshine. Harry Potter One Piece crossover, up to 13 chapters available now. Raised by Mew Reborn. Harry Potter Pokemon crossover, up to 13 chapters available now. Fragile Hope. Harry Potter Saw series crossover, up to 13 chapters available now. Symphony of Machines. Harry Potter Fania crossover, up to 13 chapters available now. Despair's Unexpected. Savior Harry Potter Danganronpa crossover, up to 13 chapters available now. The Silent Lullabies of Forgotten Factory. Harry Potter Poppy Playtime crossover, up to 13 chapters available now. Threads Woven Between Two Souls. Harry Potter Coraline crossover, up to 13 chapters available now. Queen of Forbidden Forest. Harry Potter up to 13 chapters available now. Worlds Unbound Magic. Modern Harry Potter events are 20 years, so instead F 1981 it is in 2001, up to 13 chapters available now. Moonlight and Mist. Harry Potter Percy Jackson crossover, up to 13 chapters available now. You can read any of my fanfictions, which are published here with 2 weeks of early access before everyone on my Patreon. Neon Shadows of Fate. Chapters 18 and 19 are already available on my Patreon. Bound by Shadows and Sorrow. Chapters 18 and 19 are already available on my Patreon. Harry Potter and the Crimson Shadows. Chapters 18 and 19 are already available on my Patreon. Harry and the Wolf. Chapters 20 and 21 are already available on my Patreon. Naru, To In Secret of Aperture Science. Chapters 20 and 21 are already available on my Patreon. Chapter 18. The Path Forward. Disclaimer. I don't own Harry Potter or Friday the 13th series. The sun lingered in the horizon of Camp Crystal Phoenix Lake on August 20, 1992, bathing the camp in a rich orange glow. Only hours had Passomer campers departed, yet a hush already cloaked the grounds, as if the land itself sighed in relief after the season's exhilarating bustle. Near the water's edge, Harry stood with Pamela and Jason, watching the reflection of a blazing sky ripple gently across the lake's surface. Their shoulders almost touched, a lingering echo final moment, a continuation so natural it felt like they had never moved. The hush was sweet, interlaced with the residue of children's laughter and the soft memory of nighttime campfires. The three of them breathed in the pine-scented air, hearts brimming with gratitude and tender farewells. Eventually, Pamela rested her hand on Harry's shoulder, the fabric of his t-shirt still warm from the day's sun. She spoke softly, her gaze on the placid waters. How is it that summer felt shorter than usual? Harry offered a quiet laugh. Maybe because it was so perfect. Almost can't believe it's time for Ilvermorny again. Jason, arms folded in his habitual pose, glanced at Harry. The corners of his mouth twitched, hinting at a rare smile. "You've grown," he murmured in that low rumble, words succinct but heavy with affection. Harry felt the warmth in his chest bloom. A year ago, he might have shrugged it off shyly. Now, he let the moment hold. "Thanks, big brother," he replied, voice quiet yet unwavering. "I'm glad I got to spend this time with you both." Behind them, the final car carrying staff supplies rumbled down the gravel road, raising a puff of dust that caught the last of the sunlight. Pamela sighed gently, hooking her arm through Harry's. "We'll walk back. Dinner might be cold, but the stew pot is always forgiving." They headed toward the main cabin, footsteps stirring the remnants of summer leaves. As they crossed the courtyard, the memory of children's squeals and bright banners flashed in Harry's mind. It left him with a mixture of contentment and longing. He was proud of what the three of them had achieved, turning the camp into a haven. But tomorrow, he would depart for Ilvermorny, returning to a life he had come to love just as deeply. That night, in the cabin's gentle glow, Harry prepared his trunk by lamplight. Pamela helped him fold clothes and potions kits, while Jason lingered at the table, occasionally glancing over with quiet curiosity. The swirl of color reminded him of how, not so long ago, he'd painted cabins to bring new life to the camp. He inhaled, letting the memory fuse with the present moment. When bedtime came, Pamela wrapped Harry in a tender hug, whispering how she'd always be a letter away. Jason rested a steady hand on Harry's shoulder, not saying much, but in those few moments, Harry felt a heartfelt bond more powerful than words. The morning of August 22nd brought a crisp sunrise. Birds sang near the boathouse, water lapping at the dock's wooden beams. Harry's trunk stood ready at the edge of the courtyard. Pamela insisted on filling him up with a hearty breakfast, eggs, fresh bread, and a few slices of honey-dipped ham that Jason had prepared. With each bite, Harry savored the fleeting comfort of home. When the time came, Jason hefted Harry's trunk into the old pickup they used for the short drive to the nearest wizarding transport station. Eventually, the station's modest platform appeared around a bend in the forest, half hidden by thick pines. Harry's pulse danced with a mix of nerves and excitement. Pamela stepped from the truck first, scanning the area to ensure Harry had all he needed. Jason carried the trunk to the small magical ramp that connected to the wizarding train line. Harry took a moment to straighten his posture, inhaling the resin-scented air. Then, turning to face them, he found Pamela's eyes shining with unshed tears. "You'll do brilliant this year," she said, voice hitching. "Just keep writing." Harry nodded. "I promise." Jason nodded too, an attempt at casual composure. "We'll be here," he murmured, setting the trunk down. Then, uncharacteristically, he ruffled Harry's hair, letting a half-smile break free. "Don't forget to read your textbooks." Harry blinked back a tear of his own, hugging them both one last time. "I'll miss you." As the train hissed and churned on the track, he climbed aboard, placing his trunk carefully in a rack overhead. Leaning out the window, he waved at Pamela and Jason, who stood side by side, a united front. In the early morning light, Harry memorized their silhouettes, the cabin's dusty truck behind them, the forest wrapping them in green shadows. A pang of homesickness coursed through him, but he also felt a sense of direction, as though stepping onto the train signaled more than just a journey. It was a path forward into the next stage of his life. The whistle sounded, and they disappeared around a bend. Long hours later, after transfers and wizarding gates, Harry arrived at Ilvermorny. August 31st saw him stepping onto the campus once more, greeted by the swirl of students lugging trunks and chatting excitedly about the new year. Each friend's face lit up at the sight of him. Liam immediately drew him into a mock-dramatized hug. "About time, Phoenix boy. I was afraid you'd run off and join some traveling wizard carnival." Harry laughed, feeling a flush of affection. "Nah, just had to say the million goodbyes to my folks. They're unstoppable once they start fussing." Elena beamed, hooking her arm through his. "I want to hear all about your summer. Did you do more repairs at the camp? Or discover more illusions for next year?" Ravi, arms crossed but eyes warm, nodded in greeting. "It's good to have you back, Harry. Everyone's been speculating if you'd come with new Potions knowledge to overshadow us all. Harry's grin stretched, any lingering sadness dissolving in their presence. I might have a trick or two up my sleeve, he teased, lifting the corner of his trunk to demonstrate that, yes. It was heavier this time, laden with new potions ingredients from the camp's environment. But I missed this place, and you all. They helped Harry carry his trunk to his dorm. The corridor echoed with lively greetings and exclamations as they passed returning second years. In the dorm room, Harriet set out a few personal items, a small carved phoenix from Jason, a photo with Pamela in front of the camp's dock. A crocheted blanket from Elena he'd never parted with. Each memento anchored him, bridging the distance between the two worlds he loved. Classes began on September 1st. The hustle of new timetables making the school hum with energy. Harry found himself slipping into the routine more naturally this time. In Charms, Professor Wendell introduced complex illusions that wove color and light, challenging the students to produce images as delicate as spider silk. Harry's wand shimmered with readiness. He concentrated, recalling the confidence gained over his first year, and conjured a swirling pattern of luminescent ribbons. Professor Wendell clapped softly. Beautiful control, Mr. Potter Voorhees. Keep refining the edges. Harry felt the praise ripple through him, half embarrassed, half glowing. After class, Liam nudged him with an impish grin. Show off, he teased. At least teach me how to get that clarity so I can create illusions of me being more handsome than usual. Elena, trailing behind, laughed. That'd require more than illusions. Maybe a miracle. Ravi lifted an eyebrow, voice as calm as always. Let's test that theory with a mirror, shall we? Potions with Professor Mulroney also presented fresh challenges. Harry tackled them eagerly, arms always faintly dusted with powdered herbs by class end. One particular assignment demanded synergy between potions and enchantments, stirring a brew that reacted only to the caster's personal magical signature. Harry, carefully adding each ingredient, found himself enthralled by the subtle color shifts that matched his focus. When the potion glowed a soft, warm orange reminiscent of a phoenix flame, Mulroney gave an approving nod. Well done, Harry. Keep trusting that intuition. During magical creatures class, Ember sometimes trotted after him, tail high, weaving NK less. The professor tolerated it with an indulgent smile, saying, it's a Kniezel's right to supervise. On days with specially complicated lessons, like caring for clingy bowtruckles or mildly electric salamanders, Ember perched on Harry's shoulder, as though claiming partial credit for Harry's success. By mid-September, Harry's sense of belonging at Ilvermorny was unshakable. He'd grown used to the swirl of daily life, a comfortable bed in Pukwudgie's dorm, the way the castle's windows tinted the sunrise pink. Friendship blossomed further. Elena often joined him for quiet study sessions in the library, crocheting while they took turns testing each other. On Charms theory, Ravi recited historical facts at them, ensuring they never forgot essential details for history of American magic. Liam, in typical flamboyant style, flitted in and out, cracking jokes and sharing outlandish stories about possible Quidditch team gossip. Each night, they might huddle around a table in the common room, a single lamp glowing. Harry listened to Elena recount her summer with her grandmother's potions shop, nodding earnestly. In exchange, he painted pictures of his own summer, describing the day the camp kids discovered a hidden clearing, or how Jason's silence was overshadowed by his big heart. Liam occasionally teased, wait, so your big brother is as strong as rumored, right? Prompting a proud grin from Harry. The hush of these late hours draped them in companionship, their laughter softened to preserve the hush, words braided with sincerity. Around the same time, an exploration bug bit them. The rumors of old, unused corridors beneath Ilvermorny's library intrigued them all. One misty evening, they snuck away to investigate. A half-concealed door behind shelves of ancient tomes revealed a narrow staircase leading down. The stones were cool, dust-thick on each step. Their wands cast small orbs of light that danced on the walls. At the base, they discovered a hidden chamber teeming with dusty manuscripts and a sealed chest carved with serpentine runes. Though they couldn't open it, various protective RMS rebuffed their attempts. The discovery ignited their curiosity. Could hold anything, she murmured in fascination. Ravi's eyes gleamed. We need to decode these runes. They look older than standard magical script. Liam tapped the lid gently, half wary, half intrigued. Maybe we should get a teacher. Or, we do it ourselves. This is an adventure. Harry eyed the chest, adrenaline pumping. Let's not rush. The chamber's hush enveloped them, the faint scratch of their shoes on stone the only sound. Even in that quiet, Harry felt an electric tingle. Ilvermorny held secrets beyond typical classes, and with his friends by his side, he felt a surge of daring. On October 16th, a friendly magical duel broke the usual routine. A small group from a rival house challenged Harry, Liam, Elena, and Ravi, seeking to prove their skill. The corridor outside the defense classroom turned into a sanctioned practice space. A swirl of adrenaline and good-natured trash talk filled the air. Harry felt a flutter of nerves. But Liam clapped him on the shoulder. "We got this," he said, cocky grin unwavering. The duel began with sparks of color from both sides. Liam's flamboyant spells soared overhead, forcing opponents to dodge, while Ravi calmly deflected curses with neat shields. Elena provided supportive illusions that distracted the rival team. Harry, wand at the ready, unleashed precise charms, neutralizing a wave of hexes aimed at them. At one tense moment, a robust stunner soared straight at Harry. Heart pounding, he instinctively cast a layered shield, the pulse of power erupting from his wand in golden arcs. The stunner fizzled out on contact, leaving the corridor shimmering with magical residue. He blinked, realization sinking in that his shield was stronger than anything he'd cast before. A hush, then roars of approval from onlookers. The duel ended in a draw, both sides thoroughly impressed. Harry noticed a triumphant flutter in his chest. He was no longer that shy boy. He had grown into someone who could hold his own. Later, the four of them collapsed on a bench in a side corridor, breathless from the duel's excitement. Liam glugged water from a conjured flask. Elena gently teased him, pointing out how many times she saved his flamboyant self. Ravi calmly dissected the strategies used. Harry, swirling leftover adrenaline in his veins, simply laughed. "I can't believe how intense that was," he said. "But I guess we did okay." Liam barked a laugh, clapping his shoulder. "Okay, we rocked it, especially you with that shield, oh unstoppable Phoenix boy." Harry flushed, but a grin broke free. "I had help." In the second half of October, Harry sent frequent letters to Pamela and Jason, describing everything from the hidden library chamber to the comedic duel. "Stay safe." The day before Halloween, Harry read one such note in the Pukwudgie common room, a quiet grin quirking his lips. Elena noticed the shine in his eyes. "Family letter." Harry nodded, tapping the short lines. "Jason says he's proud. That's, you know, pretty major for him." Liam, overhearing, made a playful remark. "Shall we throw a party in honor of stoic family members expressing emotion?" "I'm all for it." They laughed, the sense of closeness enveloping them. Halloween at Ilvermorny arrived in a swirl of enchanted lights. Comedic expressions. Students dressed up, some in outlandish magical costumes, others in simpler garb. Harry decided to adapt a phoenix-themed cloak, less a full costume than an acknowledgement of his summer tradition. Elena dressed as a whimsical forest nymph, Ravi done an old-fashioned wizard cloak with comedic overtones, and Liam, to everyone's surprise, wore a simple cat's ear charm on his head, claiming its minimalistic genius. The evening feast in the gray at hall glowed with haunted illusions, flying apparitions that cackled softly, tables laden with sweets and spiced pastries. Harry and friends navigated the crowd, sampling bright orange candy that caused mild illusions of ghosts overhead. The highlight was a rare magical spectacle. From the far side of the hall, a hush fell as ghostly illusions of the school's founders appeared, dancing in midair, weaving patterns of light. Harry stood among the applause, heart pounding with awe. He stole a glance at his friends, each face reflecting the same wonder. "I had no idea the founders had a custom like this," he said softly, voice almost swallowed by the luminous hush. "It's rumored to be the founders' blessing," Elena whispered, eyes shining. "Happens randomly, once in a while, around Halloween." Together, they watched until the illusions faded, warm candlelight returning them to the here and now. Harry felt a sense of unity, both with his friends and with the school's past, like stepping deeper into the tapestry of Ilvermorny's identity. Meanwhile, far away, Dumbledore's frustration simmered through early November. He gleaned scraps of knowledge about Harry's growth, gleaned from Ocasio. Null British students returning home with rumors of Potter thriving at Ilvermorny. The more success reached his ears, the colder his expression became. In his office, Fawkes the Phoenix perched quietly, aware of the old wizard's bitterness. Dumbledore scribbled potential plans, half-considered manipulations. But each idea faltered beneath the weight of MACUSA's vigilance. Time, he murmured to the empty room, remains my ally. He'll see sense, eventually. By mid-November, Harry's second year at Ilvermorny was well underway. He looked around the Pukwudgie common room one evening, marveling at how comfortable he felt, like living in a second home. Charms and defense classes continued to challenge him, but he relished the tests, forging stronger magical reflexes. His capacity for collaboration in group assignments soared. Teachers occasionally commented on his leadership qualities. On November 15th, a crisp chill filled the air, hinting at winter's approach. Harry ambled through a quiet courtyard after a late stud overhead. Stars gleamed in a black velvet sky. He paused, exhaling a plume of white breath, letting the hush fall around him. Memories of his life, not too long ago, alone, unloved, uncertain, contrasted sharply with the sense of belonging that now cradled him. Tucking his wand away, he glanced at the faint reflection of the moon in a distant window, letting a gentle smile curl his lips. The day's events, spells practiced, jokes shared, letters read from Pamela and Jason, lodged in his heart, fueling a steady warmth. He was forging forward, no longer afraid. The path ahead might hold unseen mysteries. More illusions, hidden chambers, perhaps Dumbledore's looming shadow. But in each step, Harry carried the unwavering support of his family at Camp Crystal Phoenix Lake and the anchors he'd found in Elena, Ravi, and Liam. He drew in one final breath of the cool night air, then turned back toward the dorms, the comfortable hush settling around him like a soft, well-worn cloak. Outside, the autumn leaves rustled on the breeze, echoing the quiet revelations of how much he had grown, spirit and magic alike. Pushing open the dormitory door, he stepped into the gentle glow of the castle's interior, feeling a rush of gratitude for the home he now possessed in two worlds. With a small smile at the threshold, he embraced the promise of tomorrow, and more on my Patreon. http. More than 20 fanfiction are currently active on my Patreon, up to 150+ chapters across the 20+ fanfictions. Exclusively on Patreon now, QBE Sun Reborn, Harry Potter Naruto crossover, up to 14 chapters available now. Rescued by Tales, Harry Potter Sonic the Hedgehog crossover, up to 14 chapters available now. Rescued by Lamia, Harry Potter Monster Masumi crossover, up to 14 chapters available now. Harry Potter and Toon Force, Harry Potter Looney Tunes crossover, up to 14 chapters available now. Shinigami's Vacation, Naruto Bleach crossover completed, 14 chapters. Harry Potter and BBPSR, Eborn, Harry Potter Lit RPG, up to 14 chapters available now. Lonely Ruler and Her Sunshine, Harry Potter One Piece crossover, up to 14 chapters available now. Raised by Mew Reborn, Harry Potter Pokem On crossover, up to 14 chapters available now. Fragile Hope, Harry Potter Saw series crossover, up to 14 chapters available now. Symphony of Machines, Harry Potter Fania crossover, up to 14 chapters available now. Despair's Unexpected, Savior Harry Potter Danganronpa crossover, up to 14 chapters available now. The Silent Lullabies of Forgotten Factory, Harry Potter Poppy Playtime crossover, up to 14 chapters available now. Threads Woven Between Two Souls, Harry Potter Coraline crossover, up to 14 chapters available now. Queen of Forbidden Forest, Harry Potter up to 14 chapters available now. Whoa! RLDS Unbound Magic, Modern Harry Potter events are 20 years, so instead of 1981 it is in 2001, up to 14 chapters available now. Moonlight and Mist, Harry Potter Percy Jackson crossover, up to 14 chapters available now. You can read any of my fanfictions, which are published here with 2 weeks of early access before everyone on my Patreon. Neon Shadows of Fate, chapters 19 and 20 are already available on my Patreon. Bound by Shadows and Sorrow. Chapters 19 and 20 are already available on my Patreon. Harry Potter and the Crimson Shadows. Chapters 19 and 20 are already available on my Patreon. Harry and the Wolf. Chapters 21 and 22 are already available on my Patreon. Naruto and Secret of Aperture Science. Chapters 21 and 22 are already available on my Patreon.